Chapter 1. The taste of indulgence is truly addictive. Take his green pearl and cast it aside. Qi Lianchuan spoke languidly, commanding his subordinates. From his elevated vantage point, he exuded an air of indifference and smug satisfaction. His slitted pupils half-flitted as they gazed down at the man writhing in agony on the ground, teetering on the brink of madness. What a hellish vulture, he smirked, a deeper curve forming at the corner of his lips. Xingju, savor the sensation of dying in an explosion of your own body. With that, Lianchuan's two subordinates seized the defenseless Xingju and hurled him off the precipice of a 10th sand-meter cliff. Below lay the dream-eating forest, a realm of eternally vibrant flora, where each plant appeared deceptively tranquil, yet beneath their serene facade lay the countless bones of beastmen. As his descent quickened, Xingju sensed the impending danger and instinctively transformed into his true form, a towering, three-meter-tall obsidian vulture. Just as he was about to collide with the ground, his body reacted instinctively, claws gripping anything that could cushion his fall, thus sparing him from fatal impact. Lying on the muddy earth, it felt as if his blood was flowing backward, pooling in his mind, while his body screamed for salvation. The agony of the fall paled in comparison to the torment of impending madness. Such was the symptom of his impending frenzy. Moreover, this was the symptom of ascending to SSS rank. The ranks of beastmen are classified as A, B, C, D, S, SS, SSS, and 4S, with possibly even higher tiers yet to be known. With each ascension, the body must endure increasingly excruciating pain. While female pheromones can alleviate the frenzy, only high-grade green pearls can mitigate the suffering of such a transformation. This time, he had been careless, falling prey to Qi Lianchuan's cunning. Lianchuan had seized his only scrayed green pearl in the midst of his frenzy, and orchestrated his fall into the dream-eating forest. Both moves were lethal. Without the green pearl, he could only endure the agony of madness, with a greater likelihood of exploding from within. Even if he did not perish, he was utterly defenseless, surrounded by the bloodthirsty flora of the dream-eating forest. The rustling sounds surrounding him revealed green vines slithering toward Xingju like venomous serpents, ready to ensnare him and drain him of blood and flesh, leaving no trace behind. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a sudden weight struck his chest. In the next moment, Xingju's eyes widened in disbelief. Pheromones. Rich, intoxicating pheromones. With every ounce of strength, he rolled over, pinning the object beneath him, for powerful claws pressed down with fierce determination. He lowered his head and inhaled deeply. The scent was exquisitely pure. He had never encountered such untainted pheromones before. This aroma eased his suffering, yet simultaneously ignited a primal desire within him. Xingju gradually managed to open his eyes. Upon seeing the object beneath him, his obsidian eyes widened in astonishment. It was a woman. Instinctively, he thought she might be a hermaphroditic beast, for such beings typically employed pheromone capsules to entice beastmen. Yet, this was undeniably a woman. The dream-eating forest was a place even beastmen dared not recklessly enter, much less a defenseless woman. Stunned for 3 seconds, he caught a glimpse of crimson. It turned out to be his own claw, having inadvertently scratched her snow-white arm. Thus, he slowly reverted to human form, his robust wolf claws transforming into muscular arms, as solid as steel pillars. At this moment, he was not yet fully coherent. He instinctively lowered his head and bit down on her slender neck, urgently sucking to alleviate the agony of his frenzy. The innate pheromones of a human female held a deadly allure for beastmen. The fragrant liquid coursed down his throat, penetrating deep into his being, as if a parched riverbed had encountered refreshing dew, evoking a primal urge to roar with pleasure. The excruciating pain from his frenzy was rapidly dissipating. His vitality and combat prowess surged within him. He could feel it. He had successfully ascended. Thud! A sound resonated in the cave, echoing and amplifying in volume. Xingju suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was completely naked, his modesty shielded only by the tattered remnants of his clothing, his arms and legs bound by delicate ropes. Having completed his ascension, he had just awakened. Momentarily disoriented, he struggled against his restraints. To his astonishment, he found he could not break free from the slender bindings at all. In fact, the more he struggled, the hotter the ropes became, reaching an unbearable temperature. "This is high-energy particle wire." The woman spoke slowly, her voice soft and clear. "You won't be able to escape." Xingju abruptly lifted his gaze. Before him stood a woman clad in a deep gray outdoor outfit, modest yet revealing her curvaceous form and long, pale neck. He remembered. The taste of indulgence is indeed addictive. He had experienced the frenzy of ascension, and the person who had fallen upon him was this very woman. This familiar, rich, and pure pheromone scent. He looked down at himself. Indeed, this was the first time in his life he had been ensnared by the allure of a human female. Human females possess a natural attraction for beastmen, due to their unique pheromones that awaken the most primal instincts of beastmen towards human women. The higher the rank, the easier it is to maintain self-control. Yet at this moment, perhaps due to the recent frenzy and unstable physical state, he had lost control. Xingju believed this to be the case. He raised his gaze once more to the woman before him. Her lustrous black hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of elegance and coolness. Her bright, clear eyes were filled with wariness. Though her face was free of makeup, her brows resembled distant mountains, her lips like cherry blossoms, and her features were so exquisite they were captivating. The more you struggle, the hotter the high-energy particle wire will become, reaching temperatures of thousands of degrees, capable of penetrating and melting even the hardest metals, Ji Lishu continued. Before her stood a man, or perhaps he should be called a monster. He was visibly transforming from a wolf into a man before her eyes. He radiated an alluring charm, his thick, short hair neatly styled, and the glinting silver earrings enhancing his rebellious demeanor. His exposed torso revealed a wealth of solid muscle, his arms robust, and his 8-pack abs showcased his formidable strength. In terms of combat prowess, she could hardly hope to defeat him. Her only option was to bind him while he was unconscious and then devise a plan. Welcome to the future beast realm. In my heart, Ji Lishu is akin to a thorny rose, aloof and cold, a steel-willed woman. Her catchphrase, different species, do not approach me, it leads nowhere. In my heart, the male protagonists are hellish vulture, blue jade cat, nine heavens, azure tiger, shadowy silver fox. Faced with such a thorny rose, even the most formidable of foes willingly submit. Thus, they employ every means at their disposal, scheming and flattering, despite being rivals, all for the sake of the woman they cherish, eager to preserve the tenderness within her heart that has been so painstakingly awakened. About the author, I desire a world where technology collides with the primitive, where the mightiest of beings yearn for love, yet cannot attain it, bowing their heads in submission. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2. The Unseen Human Species. Ji Lishu had not forgotten the man before her was a wolf. He exuded an aura of ferocity, reminiscent of a merciless demon. Yet, at this moment, he seemed somewhat lost in thought. "You are a woman?" Xingju asked in a low voice. The air around them was saturated with the pure and potent scent of pheromones, which had already revealed the answer to him. Yet Xingju still found it inconceivable. Human females, while rare on Blue Star, were not entirely extraordinary. What was astonishing was that this was a woman possessing the intellect of a normal person, yet her beauty was beyond compare. It should be noted that in today's world, the remaining humans, regardless of gender, were all meticulously bred in reproductive facilities, yet were inherently foolish and rare specimens. Similar to those with Down syndrome, they were often overweight, with unusual features and diminished intelligence, perhaps possessing only the cognitive abilities of a 5-year-old. He had never encountered such a human species before. Upon hearing this, Ji Lishu subtly furrowed her brow. Was this person truly so foolish? What kind of question was that? Could it be that he intended to play some trick? A flash of murderous intent flickered in her apricot-colored eyes. Ji Lishu swiftly drew a dagger and, in a fluid motion, glided to the man's side like a gust of wind. Swish! Her strike was swift and decisive in a heartbeat. She had sliced a long gash across his chest. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Ji Li Shu was well aware of the force she had employed, yet despite the intense pain, the man before her merely let out a muffled groan. He suddenly turned his head, locking eyes with Ji Li Shu. His gaze seemed misty, like glass glistening with dew, reflecting the faint light. In her gaze, there was only an inexplicable shock, devoid of any anger or resentment stemming from the harm inflicted upon her. "Do not attempt any tricks, I ask. You answer," Ji Li Shu stated coldly. She hailed from the subterranean world of the 25th century, a professional mercenary. Due to an unfortunate fall from a cliff, she had inexplicably landed atop this wolf-like creature. "What is this place?" Ji Li Shu inquired. Xing Ju's eyes dimmed slightly as he scrutinized her for a moment, seemingly contemplating, before responding in a cooperative manner. "The dream-eating forest." This inexplicable acquiescence clashed oddly with his innate aura of superiority. Xing Ju fixated intently on the striking woman before him. He could easily turn her words back upon her, his mind filled with countless schemes to manipulate others, yet he found no desire to employ them against her. In fact, he feared she might not comprehend, prompting him to elaborate further. "The dream-eating forest is an extremely perilous place. Every plant here possesses the ability to strangle any form of life. Even the beastmen find it difficult to escape unharmed." Had he not been in a state of frenzy, his combat prowess compromised, he would have deemed the dream-eating forest inconsequential. He had already discerned that the thunderous sound which had roused him came from the cave's entrance. Those bloodthirsty vines sought to ensnare the living beings within the cave, yet they appear to be thwarted by a transparent shield, preventing them from reaching inside. A shield capable of resisting mutated plants. Even he could not break free from the high-energy particle beams. These, perhaps, even the most elite precision weapon designers within the Xingho Corporation had yet to overcome the technological barriers. Xing Ju, at this moment, paid no heed to the bleeding wound on his chest, seemingly oblivious to the pain. His gaze remained fixed on Ji Li Shu, his dark eyes speckled with glimmers of light. Only he knew that he was genuinely intrigued. His heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Listening to the man's explanation, Ji Li Shu remained furrowed in thought. "Beastman?" She voiced her confusion without hesitation. Xing Ju couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, "Where exactly do you hail from, woman? How can you be so uninformed?" Her demeanor, her tone, everything resembled that of an ordinary beastman. Yet she remained oblivious to such basic knowledge. As his words fell, Ji Li Shu pressed the knife further into his neck, droplets of blood slowly oozing forth. "You need only answer truthfully." The woman's voice turned colder. Xing Ju leaned back nonchalantly, appearing unfazed by the threat. Yet he still kindly endeavored to clarify everything for Ji Li Shu. In that moment, Xing Ju felt a genuine sense of benevolence. Centuries ago, as the Earth's capacity to sustain life reached its limits, it initiated a self-preservation mode. Extreme climates, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, plant mutations, novel viruses. All disasters aimed solely at eradicating the overpopulation of humanity on Earth. Naturally, humans fought back in a desperate struggle for survival. In the face of extreme conditions, scientists advocated for the fusion of human and resilient animal genes, attempting to enhance human physiology to adapt to these harsh environments. This endeavor could be considered a success. Through millennia of natural selection, survival of the fittest, the new species known as beastmen emerged and gradually flourished. Beastmen possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, intelligence generally surpassing that of humans, lifespans extending to several centuries, and even superior appearances. They could undergo functional enhancements, continually advancing their combat capabilities, becoming valiant warriors. "So, humanity is no more?" Ji Li Shu queried. Her brows were marked by indifference, yet her eyes concealed a gravity that was not easily discernible. Xing Ju, keenly perceptive, sensed her sudden weighty mood and instinctively softened his tone. "That cannot be entirely true." His gaze was piercing, fixed on Ji Li Shu. "Your kind still exists, albeit in dwindling numbers. He quickly added, "There is no need for fear. You saved my life. Once I shall protect you." His survival through this ascension frenzy was entirely due to her unexpected appearance. Otherwise, he would likely have perished. With his strength, he could effortlessly lead her out of the dream-eating forest. Ji Lishu scrutinized him coldly for a moment, her expression sharpening. "Do not attempt to deceive me." One moment he claimed humanity had perished, and the next he suggested otherwise. Truly a wolf, cunning to the core. Given the disparity in species, she had to remain vigilant, unable to trust him easily. Xingju continued to explain patiently. Many years had passed, and the beastmen belatedly recognized a fatal flaw. They were incapable of reproducing female beastmen. In the end, all female beastmen had become extinct. Currently, the only surviving females on Earth were human women, exceedingly rare, while the beastman population numbered in the millions. When beastmen mated with human females, they could only produce male beastmen. The propagation of females could only be achieved through the union of human males and females. Due to the harsh living conditions, years of inbreeding had resulted in severe intellectual and physical defects among humans. Thus, in this world, humans were exceedingly scarce, and women exceptionally precious. They not only represented the sole hope for reproduction, but also possessed unique estrogens that could assist beastmen in overcoming their ascension frenzy. Ji Lishu remained silent. The words of this wolf man exceeded her understanding. Yet she grasped the critical information. 1. She was an anomaly in this world. 2. This man had already uncovered her secret. She could not allow him to live. Xingju seemed to comprehend her expression. Females are invaluable. Anyone would go to great lengths to protect them. "I shall not harm you, trust me," he implored. As the sounds echoed within the cave, the tumult of the plants outside intensified. Xingju cast a cold glance toward the cave's entrance. "What I say is the absolute truth." His chiseled features drew near to Ji Lishu, even as his movement caused the dagger to press deeper into his flesh. He remained unfazed. With a stark and audacious demeanor, his profound gaze held a significant meaning. "Release me, this place is far too perilous. I will escort you to safety." Chapter 3. Is she dead? In Xingju's eyes, women are delicate and utterly lacking in combat prowess. Even at this moment, as he finds himself bound and bleeding profusely, ensnared by this seemingly fragile woman, he instinctively believes that she requires protection. Moreover, he feels a primal urge to safeguard her well-being. Ji Lishu remains unfazed, her gaze cool and composed. "Spare me the pleasantries. I shall only inquire how to deal with the plants outside." Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Xingju responds, "I am already an SSS-level beastman. The dream-eating forest cannot hinder me." His deep-set eyes fixate intently upon her. "But you cannot. You are but a human, venturing alone into the dream-eating forest, effectively courting death. Had it not been for the need to dissuade her from any reckless thoughts, he would not have uttered such harsh words. Would it be too cruel? Would she come to despise him? This inexplicable frustration causes his brow to furrow. Why has he suddenly become so weak-willed? Not speaking. Ji Lishu pauses momentarily before continuing. That is of no consequence. With that, she withdraws the blade and rises to her feet. Xingju is bewildered by her intentions. When Ji Lishu fell through the rift, had it not been for the massive wolf beast cushioning her descent, she would likely have perished or been severely injured. Yet he had bitten her, albeit unconsciously, and thus they are at an impasse, neither owing anything to the other. However, he has unearthed her greatest secret, compelling her to remain cautious. Ji Lishu smiles and declares, "Since you assert that the dream-eating forest cannot impede you, then do as you see fit." Yet she cannot untangle the high-energy particle lines binding him. She is acutely aware that she is no match for the wolf. After speaking, Ji Lishu deliberately ignores the flicker of panic rising in his eyes and turns to depart. As she leaves, she thoroughly searches his garments, discovering only a completely black bracelet, which she casually takes with her. "You mustn't. Come back. You will perish," Xingju shouts, his expression grave, his heart racing inexplicably. Is he truly panicking? The Yuang wolf is inherently cold in nature. As a businessman, he acts decisively and without mercy, rarely stirred by any event. Even when betrayed by Lien Chuan and plummeting into the dream-eating forest on the brink of death, he felt only anger and resentment, never panicked. To him, life is merely a game. Death is simply accepting the terms of the wager. But this woman transcends his understanding. He cannot bear to watch her walk in a certain doom. With all his might, Xing Ju struggles against the ropes binding him, the slender cords digging deeper into his flesh. The temperature of the ropes rises, searing his skin. He seems oblivious to the pain, his muscles taut to their limits, a roar escaping his throat as he exerts every ounce of strength to break free. His gaze remains locked onto the silhouette of the woman standing at the cave's entrance, backlit by the light. Perhaps sensing his fury, she pauses for 2 seconds. With her back to him, she turns her head slightly, but does not meet his gaze. She possesses an extraordinary beauty, striking yet frigid, captivating all who behold her. It seems she merely paused to sense the movements behind her. Then, without any further hesitation, she retrieves her shield and strides away with decisive grace. Upon exiting the cave, countless green tendrils writhe like venomous serpents, their eerie movements shrouded in the dimly lit forest, exuding an air of sinister terror. In an instant, sound began to echo from the surroundings. Filtering through the trees, the forest is dim, sunlight barely penetrating the canopy. Before Ji Lishu can squint to assess her surroundings, the ground beneath her suddenly fractures. Numerous tendrils, as thick as a wrist, surge forth from the earth like venomous serpents. As if the plants have revolted, in a flash. Chaos ensues. Ji Lishu swiftly dodges, her agile body leaning back as her feet slide to the left, narrowly avoiding a strike aimed at her head. Tendrils whip at her from all directions, some appearing almost sentient, wrapping around her limbs to ensnare her. She cannot linger. She knows nothing of these rampaging plants and must evade confrontation. In a moment of clarity, Ji Lishu swiftly retrieves an aurora bomb from her yinzi. As the bomb explodes, the surrounding tendrils part, creating an opening. Yunsu is her portable space from the 25th century, an essential arsenal for her as a professional mercenary. Thanks to the protective armor of her piercing shield, she remains unscathed, though her eardrums may take time to recover from the deafening blast. The tendrils scatter, leaving a clear area. Ji Lishu hastily summons her vehicle from Yunsu, soaring into the air to escape this hellish realm. Meanwhile, within the cave, Xing Ju is tormented by the sudden explosion, his heart racing with urgency. With a stoic expression, he shuts his eyes tightly, clenching his fists so forcefully that the knuckles turn white. Resembling a silent statue. She dead. Chapter 4. The Blue Jade Cat. After boarding the vessel, Ji Lishu peacefully traverses the skies above the dream-eating forest for 3 days. During this time, she observes numerous beastmen battling within the forest, seemingly hunting plants for some purpose. She encounters various avian creatures, some of normal size and others colossal, the largest she has seen thus far boasting wings that span roughly 10 meters. The vessel possesses a cloaking function, allowing her to remain undetected by these birds. The craft, a medium-sized vehicle, is versatile, capable of flight, and transforming into a land vehicle for Ji Lishu, a seasoned mercenary accustomed to life on the edge. This vessel feels akin to home, equipped with a cockpit, living quarters, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom. Thus, even stranded in this unfamiliar world, aside from the disorientation from her shattered perceptions, she harbors few other thoughts, having grown accustomed to a life on the knife's edge. The change in scenery holds little significance. However, she must unravel the mysteries of this world to formulate her next steps. Over the past 3 days, she has relied on her drone, the Bumblebee, to scout the surrounding forest. The Bumblebee, a highly sophisticated mini-drone, can easily evade infrared detection, making it Ji Lishu's most formidable ally. This moment, clad in a cotton short-sleeve top and shorts, her hair lazily tied in a bun. Ji Lishu sits in the cockpit, munching on a vacuum-sealed corn snack while reviewing the visuals and audio relayed by the Bumblebee. According to the information received, the area within a 500-kilometer radius is predominantly a dense green forest, save for a city located in the southeast. The bumblebee attempted to infiltrate the city for more detailed reconnaissance. But Ji Lishu discovered that as it neared a certain area, it was disrupted by an unknown magnetic field, causing a failure in data transmission. Reluctantly, Ji Lishu abandons her investigative ambitions. She cannot remain suspended in the air indefinitely. She must eventually engage with this world. Therefore, she plans to enter the city the following day. Before proceeding, she needs to replenish the vessel's water supply. The craft operates on solar energy, which is not a concern, but after 3 days, the water reserves have dwindled. Numerous water sources exist within the dream-eating forest. Yet considering the ferocity of the plants, Ji Lishu opts for caution. After 2 hours of aerial reconnaissance, she identifies a wetland approximately 300 square meters in size, devoid of visible plant life above. The open space is suitable for her vessel to land, and a small shallow pond nearby will facilitate water collection. The vessel is equipped with a high-precision filtration system, alleviating any worries about water quality. Seated in the cockpit, Ji Lishu operates the vessel, activating the water extraction system. Following her commands, the surrounding plants remain still, perhaps due to the vessel's lack of biological signatures, which prevents attracting attention. Just as the water collection nears completion, the ground behind the vessel trembles violently, and an unseen threat emerges. Ji Lishu quickly shifts her focus to the rear camera, revealing a grayish-blue jade cat invading the wetland. Its size is comparable to that of an ordinary cat. Yet it moves with the agility of a leopard, skillfully evading the bloodthirsty carnivorous plant behind it, charging directly towards Ji Lishu's vessel. Damn it! Ji Lishu curses internally, barely containing her frustration. In the next instant, the wetland beneath the vessel begins to quake, and numerous blood-red, sunburst-shaped carnivorous plants burst forth from the ground, resembling mud-stained jaws, sending a shock of alarm through Ji Lishu's heart. They have all been drawn here by the cat. The colossal man-eating flower appeared to diverge somewhat from the recent observations made by Ji Lishu. The center of these carnivorous blooms was capable of sprouting a long, supple stem, a vibrant crimson hue that seemed to glisten as if stained with blood. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the stem was densely covered with sharp barbs. The verdant tendrils of the flower extended from all directions, swiftly encircling Ji Lishu from head to toe. Reacting instantly, Ji Lishu activated the offensive equipment of her flying vessel, unleashing a barrage of 360-degree high-energy rays from its body, obliterating the encroaching man-eating flowers. Despite the ferocity of her assault, which repeatedly repelled the flowers momentarily. It seemed that as long as the cat beneath the vessel remained, the flowers would ceaselessly attack her, as plants relentlessly assail living beings. Moreover, the thick tangle of flower stems surrounding her rendered any retreat impossible. She deployed the mechanical arms of the outer chamber, fixating on the scene before her, striving to grasp the elusive cat and fling it to safety. However, the cat, small and agile, darted about, evading her grasp as the intertwined plants persistently thwarted her efforts. After a considerable struggle, Ji Lishu found herself unable to catch the suddenly emerging feline. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, aware that the encroaching plants could ensnare her and the vessel into the mire if she hesitated any longer. With a determined grit, Ji Lishu set the flying vessel to autopilot and opened the hatch. Instantly, the man-eating flowers lunged at her as if sensing her movement, forcing her to roll away to evade their attack. Quickly, she pinpointed the location of the blue jade cat, dashing toward it and scooping it up. Yet, before she could make it back to the vessel, the soft stem of a flower ensnared her limbs. Dragging her to the ground, in the next instant, a sharp-stemmed tendril erupted from the center of the flower, brutally piercing Ji Lishu's flesh, rendering her immobile. Hiss! She couldn't help but cry out in pain. The discomfort was intensified by her casual attire of soft cotton shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. With no time for regret, she held the blue jade cat with one hand while swiftly drawing the void blade from her belt with the other, bringing it down with force. Yet the tendril proved exceptionally resilient, the blade merely grazing its surface, leaving a faint mark. How could even the void blade not sever this plant? Ji Lishu was taken aback. But the man-eating flower offered her no respite. In the next moment, a spiny tendril coiled around her calf, violently pulling her down. Meow. The blue jade cat in her arms emitted a piercing cry. Miraculously, the tendril clinging to her leg seemed to retract as if shocked. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Lishu swiftly swung the blade with all her might, managing to sever several nearby, man-eating flowers just in the nick of time. As time passed, an increasing number of tendrils emerged, twisting and writhing like venomous serpents, some even breaching the high-energy ray defenses of her vessel and wrapping around its body. If this continued, she feared she would become mere fertilizer for the carnivorous blooms. The relentless assault of the flower tendrils inflicted severe damage on her vessel, which would not withstand for long. Clenching her fists, Ji Lishu took advantage of a momentary lull, summoning her vessel back into the cloud hub. She then dashed through the dense foliage of flowers, reaching an open area. From the hub, she retrieved several firebombs and hurled them with all her strength. With a series of thunderous explosions, searing flames erupted. Forcing the surrounding man-eating flowers to retreat into the murky depths, Ji Lishu had no time to catch her breath, for the flames would not last long in the swampy terrain. Within moments, the grotesque blooms reappeared, mouths agape and ready to strike again. Ji Lishu could only continue to evade. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Trier, Xingju suddenly awoke, his hand instinctively pressing against his chest. Where a searing heat radiated, it was the spiritual mark, the one that woman had inscribed upon him. In his dark, brooding gaze, a fierce flame seemed to ignite. She was still alive, yet the burning mark tormented his skin, reddening it with its heat, a reminder that she was in peril. Chapter 5. The 4S-tier monarch within the dreaming forest. Ji Lishu continued her desperate struggle against the rampaging man-eating flowers. The verdant foliage obstructed her path, while the tendrils rose like whips, striking towards her with ferocity. Ignoring the hard stones and the myriad barbs on the ground, she executed a nimble roll, narrowly avoiding the lash. The flowers seemed to exhibit an animalistic awareness. Upon realizing they had missed her, their tendrils lashed out once more in a frenzied attempt to ensnare her. That moment, Ji Lishu could only defend herself. Wielding the void blade to clear the encroaching tendrils, she dodged left and right, her stamina waning, yet the bloodthirsty flowers showed no signs of fatigue. At this rate, escape seemed impossible. A flash of insight struck her. She had a plan. Ji Lishu swiftly retracted the void blade, replacing it with the firebombs. Targeting the center of the man-eating flowers, she hurled the bombs with precision. As flames danced and flickered, the flowers recoiled. Retreating in the face of the inferno, in that moment, Ji Lishu's exposed limbs bore the marks of the flower's barbs. Already wounded and weary, her gaze sharpened as she focused on the dense cluster of blooms. Finally, she spotted it. Amidst the myriad of gaping mouths, a transparent stalk entwined with the green foliage emerged. Unlike the blood-red tendrils, this stalk was crystalline, allowing her to glimpse the enormous roots and leaves behind it. A smile graced Ji Lishu's lips. This had to be the rootstock of the man-eating flower. With the rootstock identified, she wondered if the molecular destruction bomb could withstand its might. Her eyes narrowed, and she raised her hand, swinging the void blade with a flash of silver light towards the tendrils that grasped her. However, the tendrils were too numerous, binding her hands tightly, preventing her from retrieving the destruction bomb from the cloud hub. Just as she pondered her next move, she noticed the blue jade cat on the ground, its eyes shimmering with a deep, ink-like depth. Meow. To her surprise, the tendrils enveloping her arm loosened their grip. Seizing the moment, Ji Lishu quickly freed her right hand, furiously slashing the surrounding tendrils with the void blade. In an instant, she retrieved the molecular destruction bomb from the hub and hurled it towards the heart of the flower cluster. Then, activating the armor-piercing shield, she pulled the blue jade cat close, sheltering behind the shield as the explosion erupted. With a deafening blast, the transparent rootstock shattered into countless fragments, and the horrifying man-eating flowers wilted. Visibly shrinking before her eyes, the once massive plants dissipated, leaving the damp expanse eerily open. Ultimately, amidst the desolation, a single, dazzling crystal bead lay glimmering like a diamond. Ji Lishu, momentarily stunned by the explosion's resonance, staggered slightly. The blue jade cat, seemingly imbued with intelligence, clawed at her leg, as if inquiring, "Are you all right?" Yet Ji Lishu had no time for the feline's concern. She felt utterly drained, her strength sapped. Unable to control her body, she began to fall backward. The blast's intensity overwhelmed her as she succumbed to a series of ear-piercing rings, losing consciousness. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, the blue jade cat behind her transformed into a man. With powerful arms, he caught Ji Lishu around her waist, gazing down at her with an expression both distant and profound. This was her first experience of being saved by another. Qingya smirked lazily, intrigued to discover that his savior was a woman. When Ji Lishu regained consciousness, she found herself lying amidst the remnants of the man-eating flowers, surrounded by an absence of hostile plants. This struck her as peculiar. Could it be that the flora adhered to territorial instincts, unwilling to share their domain? Tightening her grip, she discovered a crystalline bead nestled in her palm, its composition remarkably akin to the roots of the man-eating flower. She glanced around, realizing that this was not the moment to examine the crystal bead. Her priority was to escape. During her unconsciousness, the blue jade cat had remained nestled in her arms, exuding an elegance that resembled a finely painted portrait. Its fur deep and inky. Her dual pupils resembled two exquisite, ebony grapes, seemingly imbued with a kind of magic that could draw one into a dreamlike realm, ensnaring them in a state of intoxication. Ji Lishu fluttered her long eyelashes and extended her hand to stroke the cat's soft fur, reminiscent of her beloved pet that had accompanied her for many years. For the time being, she decided to keep it in this world. While some animals could transform into humans, others remained purely animals. She had observed that some beastmen would venture into the forest accompanied by a dog or an eagle to assist in battle. Perhaps this cat was merely a small creature led into the forest by a beastman. Having lost its way from its master, as the flying passage was undergoing automatic repairs, Ji Lishu was unable to utilize it to flee from the dream-eating forest. Thus, she had to face the challenges alone. She cradled the blue jade cat as she traversed the marshes, her mind intensely focused, cautiously weaving through the dense, sun-blocking forest. After approximately half an hour of walking, they had yet to encounter any mutated plants. Strange, Ji Lishu murmured to herself. Meow, the blue jade cat in her arms called out, as if in response to her thoughts. Qian naturally understood Ji Lishu's confusion. With him present and possessing a 4S level carnivorous flower crystal, no mutated plants would dare to emerge and provoke them recklessly. Ji Lishu remained alert, not overlooking even the slightest sound, always prepared for combat. After progressing in this heightened state for a while, she finally stumbled upon a cave. After surveying the interior and ensuring it posed no danger, she positioned her armor shield at the entrance and set the blue jade cat down on the ground. She retrieved a camping lamp and a medical kit from her belongings. Though her injuries were not severe, there were numerous wounds, with several cuts being particularly deep and still oozing blood. They required prompt attention to prevent infection and fever. She prepared to remove her clothing to tend to her wounds. With no one around, save for the cat, Ji Lishu cast a cold glance at the blue jade cat before averting her gaze. Given its petite frame, it could not possibly be a beastman. Just then, a cotton short-sleeved shirt, exuding a sweet fragrance, descended over the blue jade cat's head, effectively obscuring its view. Had Qingyan known of Ji Lishu's disdain for his beast form, he might have transformed into his human shape on the spot to showcase his prowess. After all, he was a 4S level beastman. Currently, he was aware of only two 4S level beastmen on the entire planet. One was himself, and the other was Yinhen, the supreme leader of the Tianya city, known as the Nine Heavens Azure Tiger. Ji Lishu laid out a mat on the ground and sat down, then raised her hand to remove her cotton loungewear. At that moment, she was clad only in a black, seamless bra, which afforded her convenience in treating her wounds. Chapter 6. A strong desire to bite, Ji Lishu first applied disinfectant iodine to all her wounds, then used ointment to cover her entire body. For a few particularly deep cuts, she had no choice but to apply gauze to prevent infection. Despite the perilous nature of her previous endeavors, she was highly skilled and seldom injured. However, this carnivorous flower had inflicted more wounds on her than she had sustained in the past 25 years combined. Every accessible area of her body was treated, except for a deep gash on her back that she could not see or conveniently tend to, which she hastily bandaged. After completing her tasks, Beads of sweat began to form across Ji Lishu's body. The pain was undoubtedly present, but to maintain her clarity of mind, she felt it unwise to use anesthetics at this time. As Ji Lishu's body temperature rose, the pheromones she emitted became increasingly potent. In his feline form, Qingyao lay motionless on the ground beside her. Upon sensing a slight movement from her, he immediately opened his eyes and shifted into his human form, fearing that Ji Lishu might awaken and discover he was a beast man. He cautiously transformed back into his feline shape to remain by her side. Qingyao reached out to touch her skin, which felt cool to the touch. Evidently, she was sensitive to the chill. He decided to lie down, his long arms encircling her neck, drawing her close to ensure she slept comfortably in his embrace. In the worldview of beast men, there were no notions of separation between the sexes. They did not perceive touching the opposite gender as disrespectful. If there were any disrespect, it would manifest as a fist rather than an embrace. Qingyao acted purely on instinct, wishing to make Ji Lishu comfortable. He tenderly caressed her hair. She smelled exquisite, not only of pheromones, but also of a warm, pure scent unique to women, which was utterly intoxicating. He found himself yearning to take a bite. In the darkness, Qingyao's eyes deepened in intensity as he gently grasped her chin, his fingertips brushing her lips. He lowered his head and gazed at her for an extended period, until his eyes began to ache. With closed eyes, he felt his breath gently caress her nose. That night, Ji Lishu fell into a deep slumber. After several days in this world, it was her first truly restful sleep. On the flying passage, she had been unable to fully relax, always on guard for any disturbances around her, perhaps due to yesterday's exhaustion and the significant blood loss from her injuries. Her body felt somewhat feeble. The gentle sensation against her chest drew her attention. She glanced down at the blue jade cat, which was sleeping soundly on her chest. Its paw was somewhat impolite. Just as she contemplated waking it with a swift pat, a surge of memories flooded her mind. Chapter 7. A Life for a Cat. In the stillness of midnight, the cavern felt rather chilly. Yet she remained oblivious to the reason, lost in a drowsy slumber, unaware of the need to retrieve a blanket from the clouded space surrounding her. However, the sensation of cold did not linger for long. She soon felt as though she were enveloped in a warm embrace, the heat radiating from her chest swiftly dispelling the chill. The feeling of being held must have been mere illusion. The warmth emanating from her chest could only belong to the cat. With this train of thought, Ji Lishu let her hand fall. Never mind. I am but a newcomer, since I have found you. It must be fate. Ji Lishu's cool voice echoed within the cave. She recalled the words of the wolf beast, which stated that only formidable creatures could integrate human genes. Cats, surely, do not belong to the category of fierce beasts. She reached out to gently stroke the soft fur of the blue jade cat, gazing at its grayish-blue coat, and continued, I shall call you a Qing. Qing responded with a few contented mews. Evidently pleased with the name, Ji Lishu released a Qing, decided to rise, and began to tidy up. Within the clouded space, she possessed not only weapons but also a supply of bottled water and food for emergencies. She retrieved several bottles of water to freshen up, followed by a few cans of food, consuming some herself before feeding the cat. Afterwards, she took out her medical kit to reapply ointment to her wounds. The healing seemed promising. It appeared that in a few days, they would begin to scab over. After tending to her injuries, she retrieved a clean set of cotton undergarments and a brand new gray-black outdoor outfit. The fabric of the outdoor attire was a special molecular material from the 25th century, capable of withstanding typical sharp object cuts. Had she worn such clothing yesterday, it was likely she would not have emerged bruised and battered. This time, she merely glanced at the cave entrance before turning and retreating into the corner, swiftly shedding her soiled garments without so much as a glance at the cat. Consequently, she remained oblivious to the fact that the blue jade cat's eyes were slowly deepening with intensity. As she gradually removed her fitted undergarments, her back turned to him. Qing could only catch a glimpse of her silhouette from his perspective. Curse that cat. Just one glance was enough to stir a torrent of unbidden thoughts within him. No wonder the lower-tier beastmen were so fervent about women. Heaven knows the effort he expended to restrain himself from acting upon his desires. He averted his gaze, refusing to look at her again. Otherwise, he could not guarantee he would not transform into human form and commit acts he would regret. Fortunately, Ji Lishu soon donned her new attire. Given that she had wandered through the dream-eating forest with a Qing for an extended period without facing any plant attacks, and having spent the night in the cave without any signs of rampant vegetation outside, she scrutinized the crystal bead in her hand and formed a bold hypothesis. She resolved to test it. Approaching the cave entrance, she stowed her void shield and stepped outside. Gazing into the distance, the emerald green forest stretched out like an ocean, the trees flourishing yet devoid of any living creature. Not even a mosquito, creating a profound silence. Sunlight filtered through layers of leaves like streams of golden sand. Casting sporadic patches of light, Ji Lishu wandered around the cave for quite some time, perceiving no unusual plant activity. She could almost ascertain that the nearly transparent crystal bead in her possession was the key to her ability to traverse the dream-eating forest without incurring the wrath of the plants. However, the reasons behind its power and how it could suppress the plant upheaval remained a mystery for now. Ji Lishu gazed upward at the vast, unending forest. A sea of verdant green met her eyes, teeming with life, yet emanating a bone-chilling coldness, an overwhelming sense of lifelessness. That moment, her mind swirled with countless thoughts, her expression inscrutable. In this entirely foreign world, was destiny favoring her, rescuing her from suffering? Or was it playing tricks, casting her into another abyss? In the 25th century, Ji Lishu could not escape the organization's control. From the moment she became aware, she had endured the brutal training of a mercenary. She grew amidst blood and chaos, surviving through the cycle of killing and being killed. Her existence seemed to be reduced to an endless cycle of slaughter. Suddenly, she recalled the cat that had accompanied her for many years, realizing she might never see it again. Thus, she wished to keep a Qing close. While Ji Lishu remained lost in her own thoughts, a Qing trailed behind her. Increasingly anxious, he longed to transform into human form to warn her that the dream-eating forest was not solely inhabited by plants, but also high-tier beastmen. They needed to hunt plants to obtain the precious green beads contained within. In this world, green beads were essential for beastmen. Not every beastman was privileged enough to receive the soothing effects of the estrus hormone. Only those at the pinnacle of the hierarchy could secure female companions. Otherwise, the rest could only procure green beads through hunting plants, using them to endure the frenzy period. The estrus hormone emanating from Ji Lishu was intensely potent, detectable by beastmen within a radius of 500 meters. Furthermore, a Qing sensed through the forest flora that 5 S-tier experts were approaching from 300 meters to the southwest. Meow. We must leave quickly, he urged. If Ji Lishu fell into their hands, escape would be impossible. And no matter how agile she was or how formidable her equipment, it would not suffice against S-tier beastmen. But a Qing grew increasingly restless. He could neither speak nor transform into human form. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. The blue jade cat circled a few times before darting swiftly in one direction. The Qing. Stop! Ji Lishu called after him, immediately giving chase. Qing led her away from the 5 S-tier beastmen, then swiftly turned, accelerating to distance himself from Ji Lishu. He then sprinted toward the direction of the 5 high-tier beastmen. Even as S-tier experts, the obstacles posed by the dream-eating forest's mutated plants made it difficult for them to locate Ji Lishu, despite their keen sense of the estrus hormone. In a single leap, a Qing landed before the 5 beastmen, transforming into human form upon hitting the ground. The 5 beastmen, taken aback by a Qing's sudden appearance, immediately assumed a defensive stance. Before them stood a tall, slender figure, distinct from the more robust physiques of most beastmen. He was lean, yet exuded an undeniable strength. His complexion was fair and strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of nobility and elegance, reminiscent of a precious youth. Seeing no immediate threat, the 5 beastmen felt emboldened. Is this the woman you brought? One of them inquired of a Qing, adopting a fierce demeanor. A Qing remained silent. Where is she? The beastman pressed on. With this question, their intentions became apparent. They indeed sought to abduct her. In an instant, a Qing's eyes darkened, revealing a cold and indifferent depth. His once gentle and amicable face now appeared ominous and intimidating. In the dim light, he seemed to transform into a ferocious beast, poised for action. Sensing the sudden shift in Qing's demeanor, the 5S-tier beastmen felt an involuntary shiver, an eerie sensation creeping up their spine, instilling a sense of dread. The cat beast's rank was likely above theirs, but it's just a cat beast. No matter how high its rank, it's still of no consequence. One beastman, sensing his companion's hesitation, attempted to regain composure. As soon as the words left his mouth, the others regained their bravado. Indeed, it is merely a cat beast, while we are 5 formidable predators. How could we possibly lose to a cat? We have detected the scent of estrus. If you know what's good for you, hand her over, one of the beastmen declared. Without the protection of a beastman, a woman could not possibly venture into the dream-eating forest alone. Moreover, this was the dream-eating forest, where killing beastmen was not a crime, let alone forcibly abducting a woman. They were hardly the kind of obedient beastmen who would shy away from entering the dream-eating forest to hunt plant for green crystals. As it was the quickest way to earn money, Qing paid them no heed, unobtrusively positioning himself in front of Ji Lishu at a mere cat beast, thinking to obstruct us. This is the dream-eating forest. The police come to investigate a dead beastman. Though the cat beast's rank surpassed theirs, the unknown depths of Qing's abilities deterred them from engaging in a reckless fight. Besides, he undoubtedly had other beastmen backing him. Otherwise, he would not have left a human woman unprotected in the dream-eating forest. Are you mute, perhaps? One of the high-ranking beastmen grew somewhat impatient to end the next moment. Qingya's gaze suddenly sharpened, and the surrounding vegetation erupted into chaos. Thick, entwined vines surged upward like venomous serpents. Lunging forward to strike, 2 beastmen reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the onslaught, while the remaining 3 were instantly pierced by the vines. Meeting their demise, the 2 surviving beastmen, caught off guard, were soon besieged by countless more vines, which lunged at them with ferocity. An abundance of verdant tendrils coiled in from all directions, intertwining to form an intricate web that ensnared the 2 high-ranking beastmen within its grasp. Qingya stood steadfast, motionless, as the vines seemed to have an unspoken agreement to gracefully avoid him. The 2 remaining beastmen stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished, as they found themselves tightly bound by the vines, struggling to even utter a word. "You are Qingya," one of them managed to gasp, his eyes filled with terror and regret. Who else could roam freely through the dream-eating forest but Qingya, the high-ranking feline beastman, renowned as a 4S-level beastman? He was on par with the highest authority of Tier Jarl City, Yinhen, wielding illusionary magic that effortlessly manipulated mutated plants, and presiding over the planet's largest green pearl trading network. Rumors had it that a 4S-level mutated man-eating flower had recently appeared in the dream-eating forest. And it seemed that this was precisely why Qingya had come to that moment. No amount of regret would prove beneficial. Qingya's handsome face remained serene, as if he were born devoid of emotion. His eyes reflecting neither sorrow nor joy. They are merely dead men. To waste words on you is a futile endeavor, Qingya said languidly. He was no mute, but a faint smile played on his lips. His voice deep with an undercurrent of menace, and his dark, still gaze sent chills down one's spine. Had those beastmen not coveted his secrets, perhaps he might have spared their lives. Unfortunately, they dared to demand he surrender them. It was fortuitous, for this was the dream-eating forest, and the police would hardly investigate the deaths of a few beastmen. In the next instant, Qingya commanded the plants to constrict and violently crush the remaining 2 beastmen, concluding their lives with ruthless efficiency. After resolving the matter with these beastmen, he turned swiftly to seek Ji Lishu. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to delay, lest she grow anxious. With such thoughts in mind, Qingya felt a flutter of excitement. However, just as he hurried toward Ji Lishu's location, a thunderous sound erupted nearby. He halted, his heart clenching tightly. It was the sound of her bomb. A sense of dread washed over him. She was in danger. Damn it! Qingya scolded himself internally. Upon reaching the scene, what he witnessed caused his heart to stop. That a leopard beast had transformed, suddenly propelling itself forward with immense force, leaping toward Ji Lishu like a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. Instinctively, Qingya rushed toward Ji Lishu, but the distance was too great for him to shield her effectively. Simultaneously, a blinding beam of high-energy particles shot from Ji Lishu's hands, directly aimed at the leopard beast's head. Qingyao swiftly manipulated the surrounding plants, ensnaring the rampaging leopard with a swift motion. The beast's limbs were tightly bound by the vines, rendering its furious thrashing and biting futile. It was trapped. Seeing this, Ji Lishu gritted her teeth, took several quick strides, and leaped with determination, plunging her extreme void blade into the leopard beast's skull. In the next moment, blood gushed forth, and the beast's eyes filled with defiance as it struggled desperately, using every ounce of strength to throw Ji Lishu aside. Qingyao watched in horror, his vision blurring with rage. Nearly transforming into his beastly form, he restrained himself, diving onto the leopard's chest and sinking his fangs into its neck. Tearing viciously, the beast's artery ruptured and blood poured out, sapping its strength until it lay lifeless. Turning to Ji Lishu, Qingyao found her sprawled on the ground, motionless, his heart seized with dread. Was she injured? Had she perished? Though he rarely focused on human females, he had been raised with the knowledge that they were exceedingly fragile. A car accident or a heavy fall could easily claim their lives. The force of the leopard's desperate struggles had been tremendous. She must have sustained serious injuries. Qingyao rushed to Ji Lishu's side. Discovering that her chest still rose and fell, her gaze fixated on the leaves above, he leaned down to sniff and discerned that, aside from the smell of beastman's blood, she had not bled. Meow, he called softly. Thankfully, she was unharmed, merely fatigued. If she was tired, then she should rest. He would protect her and would not leave her side. As he surveyed the area, he noted the lifeless leopard beast and the body of a beastman sprawled on the ground. It could appear that these had been two S-rank beastmen. The first beastman, whose remains were scattered, had likely been killed by Ji Lishu's bomb. The leopard beast, perhaps provoked by this, had transformed and attempted to kill her. Ordinary beastmen would never harm a woman unless... Qingyao approached the first beastman's corpse, parting the clothing to reveal the chest. As expected, these were two lesser beastmen. Lesser beastmen did not regard women as anything of consequence. They would abduct or kill at will. Lesser beastmen were those who had lost their spirit mark. The loss of this mark signified their imminent demise. The spirit mark was the indomitable promise beastmen bestowed upon women. It was unique and could only be marked once in a lifetime. Once a beastman bore a spirit mark, it meant he was bound to that woman for eternity. Should the woman die, the mark would turn into a gray scar, and the beastman would thereafter become a lesser beastman. Such beings could never advance again, and their strength would gradually wane with age, leading to accelerated deterioration and a shortened lifespan. This seemed reminiscent of the gene modifications crafted a century ago. These modifications had allowed beastmen to emerge, healthier, stronger, more intelligent, and more beautiful than humans. Yet, once a beastman came into contact with the blood of a human female or engaged in mating, they would be marked by her. Despite the artificial nature of the gene modifications, nature seemed determined to balance all species in its own way. Beastmen could live for up to 200 years, while human females only had a few decades. Once a beastman bonded with a female, he acquired a fatal weakness. This was precisely why the strong in this world refrained from casually engaging with women as powerful beings. They harbored ambitions and possessed a formidable willpower that kept them from succumbing to temptation. Furthermore, no strong individual would willingly sacrifice their strength or prolonged life for a woman, as for himself. Qingyao suddenly recalled something and could not help but frown deeply. How old was she now? Chapter 9. Tyrrell City Meow. He instinctively uttered, grateful that he was in beast form. She could not comprehend the beast's tongue. Ji Lishu ignored his call, closing her eyes to shield herself from the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. Just a few moments ago, she had clung to hope. Having traversed into this unfamiliar world, she believed it was fate's favor that allowed her to escape a life of slaughter, solitude, despair, and meaninglessness in her previous life. There were only two types of people, those who deserved death, whom she would kill, and those who were of no concern, whom she would distance herself from. Arriving in this world, she had thought she would experience a different destiny. A life unlike any other. Ji Lishu raised her blood-stained hands, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Yet in the end, it was all the same. To survive, One must confront bloodshed. With that, she pressed her hand against the ground and slowly stood, making her way toward the cave, her steps lacking their usual vigor. Qingya circled around her, sensing her sudden drop in spirits. But he was a cat. He could offer her no comfort. Moreover, there were more pressing matters at hand. Meow, he continued to call out, urging her to find a way to conceal the pheromones. The next day, after repairing the flying vessel, Ji Lishu departed the dream-eating forest with a Qing. She piloted the vessel toward Tiryarl City, the closest city to the dream-eating forest that she had detected through her little bee just days prior. Ji Lishu landed the flying vessel in a secure spot and activated its cloaking mode. With binoculars in hand, she observed everything about Tiryarl City. Before her lay a vibrant tapestry of technology and color, with towering skyscrapers adorned by sunlight, the city glimmering like a colossal gemstone. The intricately designed magnetic levitation tracks, the interplay of deep blue glass, and the many vessels gliding through the cityscape conjure an image of a city that resembles a realm of magic. The architectural marvels of this world bear a striking resemblance to those of the 25th century, where Ji Lishu hails from. However, the vehicles are grander in scale, the buildings exhibit a more opulent style, and the facades reach greater heights. All of this seems tailored to accommodate the towering stature of the orcs. S1 gazes around. Whether inside or outside the city, the prevalence of tall and robust orc figures is overwhelming, with an estimated average height exceeding 1.90 meters. Moreover, the orcs of this world appear exceptionally striking, exuding an extraordinary presence. Simply selecting one could easily overshadow male celebrities from the 25th century. Occasionally, a private vehicle might discharge a few human females, each surrounded by at least 3 or 4 orc guardians. The orcs treat the women with utmost care, as if they were tending to children. This sight piques Ji Lishu's curiosity. Additionally, it is peculiar that all these women carry a small canister on their backs and don specialized masks. Resembling oxygen tanks, Ji Lishu furrows her brow, scrutinizing her surroundings. Apart from steel and concrete, not a single tree can be found. Indeed, not even a blade of grass. A hypothesis forms in her mind, prompting her to activate the outdoor air quality assessment through her device. Within approximately 10 seconds, the results emerge. Nitrogen constitutes about 70, oxygen around 10, and other gases approximately 20. Following this, a mechanical female voice emanates from the device. Warning, warning, outdoor oxygen levels are below 20. Filter masks are required. Ji Lishu realizes that her suspicions were correct. In this world, all plant life has mutated to the point of aggression towards living beings, resulting in a city devoid of vegetation where the air is severely low in oxygen due to the absence of photosynthesis. Yet, none of the orcs were oxygen tanks. Perhaps a low-oxygen environment poses no threat to them. It appears that the orc physique far surpasses that of humans. Having assessed the situation, Ji Lishu prepares herself. She dons a filter mask, for in the air quality of Tiryarl City, she would succumb to suffocation within 30 minutes without it. Next, she retrieves a backpack to pack essential items. The presence of numerous orcs in Tiryarl City prevents her from brazenly extracting supplies from Yunshu. In the 25th century, Yunshu is a cutting-edge technology possessed by only a select FEW. It remains uncertain whether this world also harbors such advancements. Thus, exercising caution is prudent. Perhaps they have developed even more advanced technology? Perhaps within lies the reason for her transference. Once Ji Lishu has prepared everything, she finds a secluded spot not far from the city outskirts to land, intending to proceed on foot. However, just as she is about to open the hatch, her companion, A Qing, who had been quietly observing, suddenly begins tugging at her pant leg, seemingly attempting to prevent her from exiting the craft. Ji Lishu crouches down, cradling a Qing in her gentle hands. She gazes down at the cat, puzzled by its unexpected behavior. Qingya, feeling flustered, is unable to articulate his thoughts in his beast form. Does this woman truly remain oblivious? She exudes a potent aura of estrus that is immensely enticing even to a 4S ranked orc. Any lesser orc encountering this scent would surely lose their composure. He must alert her. Consequently, Qingya leaps onto Ji Lishu's neck, rubbing his feline nose against her. His hints are unmistakable, should she remain oblivious. He would have no choice but to revert to his human form to protect her. Fortunately, his signals are finally understood. The sudden action of a Qing triggers a recollection of the werewolf's words regarding estrus pheromones. To facilitate her freedom of movement, she must effectively mask this scent that betrays her identity as a human female that Ji Lishu first sprays a specialized gas to conceal her aroma, then changes into a protective suit made of unique materials, which also helps obscure her scent. Uncertain of the effectiveness of her measures, she picks up a Qing once more, preparing to exit the craft. This time, the cat merely emits a soft meow, seemingly satisfied with her attempts at camouflage. A faint smile graces Ji Lishu's lips. Has she truly come to regard the cat as human? Vehicles and pedestrians entering Telier City utilize different channels, yet both must swipe the black metallic rings on their wrists of the gates. Ji Lishu recalls the sleek black bracelet she pilfered from the werewolf. She is certain that this bracelet serves as the orc's pass into the city. The surrounding orcs refer to it as a communication ring. Capable of projecting a small holographic screen, akin to swiping a mobile phone, and undoubtedly, it possesses communication capabilities. Ji Lishu retrieves the werewolf's communication ring from Yinshu, and within a minute, it vibrates, indicating an incoming contact. A chill runs through her serene gaze at the swift response. The 10th chapter unfolds as he finds himself marked by her spiritual sigil. Yinshu possesses formidable isolation properties, capable of severing any signals or tracking capabilities. If her assumptions hold true, the werewolf's communication ring would also have a tracking function. Once outside Yinshu, his ring would become locatable. Ignoring the ring's vibrations, Ji Lishu stealthily approaches a black-skinned orc, swapping their rings when his attention wavers. Subsequently, she swiftly swipes her ring to enter the city. Upon entry, she does not immediately depart, but instead seeks a discreet corner near the city gate to conceal herself, needing to confirm a particular matter. In less than 10 minutes, several luxurious hovercars appear at the Telier City checkpoint, racing in and coming to a sudden halt. The screech of brakes pierces the air, drawing the attention of nearby orcs. Who dares to drive recklessly within Telier City? Surely, the authorities will soon intervene. The ostentatious vehicles attract a flurry of whispers among the crowd. Tall orcs clad in well-tailored black suits emerge, their muscular forms straining against the fabric, exuding an imposing presence. Among them stands a familiar figure, the werewolf. Starju feels his heart race uncontrollably. After 5 long days, his subordinates finally captured the signal from his personal communication ring. Typically, his ring is equipped with the most advanced tracking system. Yet for days, none could successfully locate it. Remarkably, just 10 minutes ago, the signal was pinpointed to the entrance of Telier. He has finally found her. After their parting in the dream forest, he had believed her lost. At that moment, he could not break free from the high-energy particle line in his human form, forcing him to adopt his beast form to escape, leaving him even more injured. Yet the pain of his wounds pales in comparison to the anxiety in his heart. As he hurriedly emerged from the cave, he was met with the chaotic aftermath of an explosion, nearly leading him to despair. But when he looked down, he discovered an unexpectedly vivid mark on his chest, blood-red and unmistakable. It was a spiritual sigil. Only then did he comprehend that he bore her mark as a natural-born strongman. He had never intended to form bonds or weaknesses, yet upon seeing the crimson sigil emblazoned on his chest, a flicker of relief washed over him. Relief that he shared an unbreakable connection with her. Relief that she was still alive at this moment. He is overwhelmed with excitement. Yet when he notices his communication ring in the hands of another orc, his emotions become a jumbled mix of disappointment and elation. Disappointment because he has found someone, but it is not her. Elation because she has proven to be even more astute than he had imagined. Starju's gaze sweeps the surroundings, yet he fails to spot the figure that haunts his thoughts. Where did you get this communication ring? He demands of the black-skinned orc, towering and broad-shouldered, hidden beneath his suit. His muscles bulge, and despite his indifferent expression, he radiates an air of authority. Trembling, the black-skinned orc stammers, "This I sent mine. I have no idea how it came to be in my possession." Starju's eyes grow colder. "I suggest you think carefully." The black-skinned orc fumbles for words, unable to provide any clues. Straightening his back, Starju issues a stern command. Take him back and track the location of his communication ring. Who are you to take me away? The black-skinned orc protests, panic rising in his voice, that I will report this. You have no right to abduct me. Here lies the city of Teriel, a realm governed by civilization and law, where the arbitrary confinement of personal freedom is a grave offense. Xingjue appeared utterly unfazed by the threats of alarm. He cast a sidelong glance at the ebony-skinned orc, his eyes half-lidded, exuding an air of nonchalant charm. Feel free to call the authorities, he said indifferently. I am Xingjue, and I bind you because you have stolen my communication ring. The ebony-skinned orc was taken aback. Xingjue. The imposing orc before him was none other than Xingjue, the leader of 100,000 mercenaries and the helm of the Xingho group. Even the most fearsome high-ranking orcs in the underground arenas, who fear neither heaven nor earth, would refer to him as the Dark Lord. The sophisticated arms manufacturing chain operated by the Xingho group was sufficient to rival the ruling government of Teriel, who would dare to brazenly steal from such a figure. This was not my doing. The ebony-skinned orc hastily protested. I was just using my own communication ring moments ago. I have no idea how it got switched, so suddenly I did notice a metamorphic beast approaching me. Metamorphic beast? Xingjue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That it must be her. She is truly clever, even disguising herself as a metamorphic beast. Metamorphic beasts are typically impoverished, low-ranking orcs who undergo surgical transformations to cater to the physiological desires of higher-ranking orcs, earning a living through this service. Furthermore, there is no concern of being marked with a spiritual seal. It is merely a consensual exchange of money for pleasure, in contrast to the scarcity of human females. Metamorphic beasts are quite common. And where is she? Xingjue inquired, his voice laced with urgency. I do not know. She has vanished, the ebony-skinned orc replied. For a fleeting moment, disappointment washed over Xingjue. Take him away, he ordered once more. The ebony-skinned orc naturally resisted, struggling fiercely, his protests growing louder and drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd. Amidst the rising clamor, a luxurious maglev vehicle screeched to a halt, its brakes emitting a piercing sound. Startling the onlookers, the individual within was remarkably ostentatious, abducting someone in broad daylight. Such barbarism was intolerable in Teriel. The voice that emerged from the vehicle did not exit, but merely lowered the window. It was the vice commander. Someone in the crowd recognized the orc inside the vehicle. It's Yunkai, the vice commander of Teriel. Yunkai frequently represented the ruling government and appeared across major media platforms, making his visage familiar to the populace. Xingjue slowly turned his gaze toward him, but remained silent. Yunkai continued, This is Teriel. One must adhere to human customs here. There exists an unwritten rule in the Orcish world. Within the city, orcs must maintain civilized behavior and abide by the law. Outside the city, however, they are free to act as beasts, operating under the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. Kidnapping in public, Xingjue would surely be ill-advised, Yunkai remarked. Xingjue maintained his unyielding demeanor, replying leisurely, Vice Commander, have you just returned from the forest? The traitorous Shi Lianchuan had aligned himself with Yunkai and plotted to eliminate him. But fate had spared him, leading him to encounter that woman who fell from the sky. He feared he might not find her. Perhaps Yunkai was personally searching the dream-eating forest for the reason he might survive. Yunkai was known to be a smiling tiger. Even when exposed by Xingjue, he wore a mask of indifference. What business do I have in that cursed place? Yet you, a figure of some renown, are making such a fuss over a mere communication ring. Xingjue chuckled softly. I merely wish to invite this brother of mine for a visit, to enjoy a drink and share a few words. Our civilization is quite refined. Noticing the ebony-skinned orc's trepidation, Yunkai pressed on, It doesn't seem that way to me. Xingjue smirked, turning to the ebony-skinned orc, Would you care to join me for a chat? The orc gulped, nodding fervently in agreement. How could he refuse? With a roguish smile, Xingjue nodded courteously to Yunkai, appearing utterly audacious in the eyes of the onlookers. He then led the ebony-skinned orc directly to the vehicle, and they departed in a flurry. Once inside, Xingjue's demeanor shifted from nonchalant to somber. Have every metamorphic beast in the city investigated. Secure all entrances and exits of Teriel. Not a single one must escape scrutiny. His voice was low, yet it carried an undercurrent of uncertainty. He feared he might not find her, and even more, he dreaded that those with ulterior motives might reach her first. Yun Kai coldly observed as Xingju and his entourage retreated, then activated his communication ring to contact someone. Keep a close watch on Xingju's movements. Let us see who he is searching for. If he was not mistaken, it was likely a woman. Orcs undergoing the frenzy period are utterly defenseless, lacking even the strength of her rank. Being cast into the dream-eating forest in such a state leaves no orc capable of emerging alive. Not even his elder brother. A 4S level king orc could achieve that feat, and no matter how formidable Xingju may be, he could not possibly slay an S-level plant during his frenzy. Even if he could, the probability of acquiring an S-level green gem is merely 1 in 10. In such dire circumstances, if he emerged unscathed and successfully advanced, the only possible explanation would be the presence of female essences. The woman had appeared in the dream-eating forest. Just days prior, Lian Chuan had meticulously scouted the area where Xingju fell. And indeed, there was a trace of human female energy. Thus, if Xingju sought to advance, he must have encountered that woman at this moment. He must have already been marked by her spiritual seal. Contemplating this, Yun Kai's lips curled into a sinister and beguiling smile. To eliminate Xingyu would be a formidable task, yet he had discovered a critical weakness. If he could locate that woman first and eliminate her, Xingyu would not endure for long. In that eventuality, whether it be the 100,000 mercenaries or the cutting-edge weaponry of the Xingho group, they would all fall into Yun Kai's hands. The unfolding scene at the city gates of Teriel did not escape Ji Lishu's keen observation. As she had anticipated, that wolf beast would continue to trouble her. Moreover, he did not appear to be a foe to be trifled with. In this unfamiliar land, she could neither afford to provoke him nor evade him. Thus, Ji Lishu discreetly sidestepped and departed. The azure jade cat followed closely behind, its dark eyes shrouded in mystery. This moment, Qingya was decidedly displeased. When had Xingju encountered her, it seemed he was determined to dig 3 feet into the earth to find her. This sensation of having one's possessions coveted by another left Qingya thoroughly unsettled. Chapter 12. Mistaken for a metamorphic beast in this world, human females are akin to national treasures, exceedingly rare. Apart from being taken as lifelong companions by the affluent and powerful, the remainder are predominantly nurtured within breeding centers. Ji Lishu inadvertently found herself mistaken for a metamorphic beast, which spared her from various troubles. However, due to her exceptionally pure female essence and alluring aura, she unwittingly attracted the attention of numerous orcs on the street. She made every effort to disregard the brazen gazes surrounding her and quickened her pace to escape. Dressed in layers that concealed her entirely, donning a baseball cap, gloves, and a pure black oxygen mask that obscured her enchanting features. She still drew the unwanted attention of orcs. The towering figure suddenly blocked her path. Which flower shop do you belong to? Leave your contact information, and I shall come find you later, a deep voice echoed. Ji Lishu lifted her gaze to see a strikingly handsome orc. The instant their eyes met, he froze, electricity coursing through his body. With just one glance, he felt his bones turn to jelly, and blood rushed downward. In mere seconds, he found himself captivated on the street. Orcs are indeed more lustful than other races, yet he had never been so ensnared by a single glance. This metamorphic beast is undoubtedly the most alluring one I have ever encountered. I want to add you as a friend on my communication ring. I want to add you too. Gradually, for 5 towering orcs surrounded her, Ji Lishu's expression darkened. If possible, she wished for a laser gun to take down the group before her. Though her character was somewhat forthright and her temper a bit volatile, she was not foolish. In broad daylight, she could not resort to violence. Enduring, Ji Lishu coldly shook her head, then retreated a few steps in an attempt to sidestep the group and leave. Yet one of the orcs stepped forward, blocking her path once more. What is the deal with you, metamorphic beast? We're here to support your business. Are you foolish enough not to take our money? The others joined in with derisive laughter. If it weren't for your enticing female essence capsules, do you think I would bother to glance at you? I have no desire to engage in business. So there's no need to feign such flamboyance. The existence of these grotesque beings is akin to that of the corpse eaters in the desolate Northwest. Mere expendable lives. Were it not for their reliance on these aberrations for relief, they would scarcely spare a glance in their direction. You are nothing more than a perverse beast. Do you truly consider yourself a precious human woman? Have you elevated yourself to nobility? One of the beastmen remarked. Unable to restrain himself, as he reached out to caress Ji Lishu's face, that a flicker of cold light flashed in her bright eyes, and just as she prepared to retaliate, a massive hand emerged from her side, firmly blocking the advances of the lecherous beastman. The hand belonged to the exceptionally handsome Bear Clan beastman, who declared, "I was the first to notice her." His tone grew increasingly grave. "Get lost." He was an S-rank beastman, his rank and strength far surpassing those of the other beastmen. While Ji Lishu could not perceive his rank, the other beastmen could distinctly sense the oppressive aura emanating from the S-rank. It was hardly worthwhile to provoke a high-ranking beastman over a mere aberration. With the S-rank beastman's furious rebuke, the previously aggressive and confrontational beastmen departed, their expressions dark with reluctance. "I apologize. I did not anticipate that I would bring you trouble." The S-rank beastman softened, turning back with a gentle gaze fixed upon Ji Lishu. "My name is Li Zhao. I feel a strong connection with you." He desired Ji Lishu to be his long-term partner. His ample financial resources could easily support him in seeking out a human female through breeding institutions to establish a family. However, he was destined to become a formidable force, unwilling to create vulnerabilities for mere carnal pleasure. In truth, there was another significant reason. Powerful beings often develop physical desires for existing human females, yet it is challenging for them to experience genuine emotional attachment. He would not indulge in such foolishness as to randomly select a woman merely for reproduction or to navigate the throes of frenzy. Thus, an aberration was presently his best option. He then extended his communication ring, stating, "Let us add each other as friends. I will certainly seek you out at the flower house." Ji Lishu was already exceedingly impatient. "What flower house?" she replied curtly. "I don't understand what you're saying. Move aside." Her affected low tone still caused Li Zhao's heart to tremble. Chapter 13. A wall of YY discs. Although he was an aberration, he was undeniably alluring, his figure more enchanting than any aberration Ji Lishu had encountered, his aura profoundly seductive. Even his voice sent shivers through one's entire being. "You do not work at the flower house?" Li Zhao pressed on. "Are you an independent contractor?" The flower house was akin to a brothel for the beastmen of this world, albeit exclusively catering to aberrations. Beastmen sought out aberrations not only to satisfy their physical needs, but also to avoid the risk of being marked with a spiritual imprint. Some high-ranking aberrations operated their own studios, charging higher fees while offering superior services to loyal clientele. This aberration before him was likely such a case. "And no matter your asking price, I will provide you with double the payment." Li Zhao was genuinely infatuated with this aberration. Ji Lishu closed her eyes, coldly responding, "If you persist, do not blame me for being impolite." The moment she finished speaking, Li Zhao clenched his fists, paralyzed with trepidation. He watched helplessly as the aberration walked away, unable to follow in that instant. The high-ranking pressure radiating from her suppressed him thoroughly. He dared not pursue her further. Yet, a perplexing question stirred within him. The presence of such formidable pressure from a high-ranking beastman was no illusion. How could such a powerful being stoop to become an aberration? What Li Zhao could not fathom was that the intimidating high-ranking pressure emanated from Ji Lishu's pet cat, that moment. Qingya's expression darkened further. They had only just entered the city and had already attracted so many beastmen that he was infuriated, wishing to take down all those who coveted her. Ji Lishu remained oblivious, her cat embroiled in an internal struggle. She had located a pedestrian street in Trillia City, needing to find a computer to access the internet for information. Yet, maddeningly, she had no money. Theoretically, she lacked the universal currency of this world. Ji Lishu observed that the beastmen predominantly used communication rings for payments, which automatically scanned their irises. Even if she wished to steal another communication ring, it would be futile. Thus, she found herself in a dire predicament. After searching for half a day, Ji Lishu finally stumbled upon an antiquated bookstore in a secluded corner of the street. The store was tranquil, its decor antiquated, standing in stark contrast to the technologically advanced atmosphere of Trillia City. Aside from the attendant at the counter, there were no customers present, making Ji Li Shu's visit seem rather abrupt. "May I assist you with something?" the attendant inquired. Lifting his gaze, tall and slender, he was unlike most beast men. Possessing a strikingly handsome visage framed by short silver hair and exceptionally pale skin, Ji Li Shu lowered her voice and replied, "I'm looking for some information." Without waiting for the attendant's consent, she reached for the books on a shelf. "What are you searching for? Just tell me directly." The attendant, Chong Kong, glanced at her and quickly deduced that Ji Li Shu was an aberration. Typically, only aberrations frequented his shop. He understood their needs, that Ji Li Shu remained unfazed, calmly asking, "Am I not allowed to look for myself?" "You won't find what you're looking for," Chong Kong replied subtly, giving her a cursory glance. "Follow me," Ji Li Shu frowned. How did he know what she was searching for? Chong Kong led her into a room behind the counter, where a metallic partition adorned the wall, equipped with an electronic password lock. After inputting the code, the partition slid open with a swish, revealing an entire wall of YY discs to Ji Li Shu's astonished eyes. "Meow," Qingya exclaimed excitedly, nuzzling against Ji Li Shu's shoulder, attempting to block her view with his chubby paws. "This cursed deer," Chong Kong's beast form is that of a white spirit deer, "daring to show such vulgarity to my woman." A complete array of series was on display. "Take a look. Which one do you desire?" YY videos were openly banned by the ruling government in Trillia, rendering them virtually absent from the public domain. Those aberrations who relied on services to make a living sought out these exclusive offline discs to concoct fresh and enticing offerings. Chong Kong's antiquated bookstore would have perished long ago had it not been for these items generating some revenue. Faced with the wall of colorful discs, Ji Li Shu merely cast a disinterested glance before calmly declaring, "You misunderstand. This is not what I seek." With that, she turned and walked out. Chong Kong stood frozen for a few seconds, momentarily perplexed, before following her outside. Chapter 14. Even his name was much to his liking. "May I peruse these books at my leisure?" Ji Li Shu inquired, pointing at the dusty tomes on the antique shelf. An aberration, not purchasing his prized discs, but instead wishing to inspect these neglected relics. Although Chong Kong found it baffling, he was too indifferent to delve deeper. So he acquiesced. Feel free. Ji Li Shu discovered a dusty chronicle in a corner, its contents aligning closely with what the wolf beastman had previously conveyed. It turned out that her fall from the cliff had resulted in her traversing into another realm. Everything here resembled her former world, yet this was Blue Star. The rulers of this world were not merely human, but encompassed more than just beastmen. There existed vast expanses of mutated flora. Besides deserts and oceans, the land available for beastmen was less than 1,000th of Earth's area. Beyond the beastmen and the nearly extinct simple-minded humans, this world also harbored a terrifying entity known as the Corpse Eaters. The Corpse Eaters were akin to zombies. A viral mutation centuries ago gradually transformed infected humans into these creatures, rendering them immortal. They attacked any living being, beastmen, animals, or humans. Biting them would result in infection by the mutation virus, turning them into grotesque hybrids of neither human nor beast. It seemed this world was far more perilous than she had imagined. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Li Shu had nearly finished perusing the book in her hands. She had gained a fundamental understanding of this unfamiliar world. The sky outside had darkened. Ji Li Shu returned the book to its rightful place, preparing to depart, with the blue jade cat promptly following her. Chong Kong was engrossed with his holographic screen, when several cans suddenly appeared on the table that a potent aroma of alluring pheromones wafted through the air. Chong Kong could not help but think to himself how captivating this aberration's scent was. Even he, typically aloof and detached, found himself stirred by a sense of desire. He glanced at Ji Li Shu, confused. "This is a specialty from my hometown," she explained. Chong Kong remained expressionless, failing to grasp her meaning. "I have no money." Ji Li Shu, unflustered, continued in an utterly indifferent tone. "May I use this to offset today's expenses?" Chong Kong blinked, and then chuckled softly. "No need for that. You've merely perused a few books." "Which hardly incurs any expense." Ji Li Shu nodded slightly and prepared to depart, not intending to reclaim the cans. "Hey, wait a moment," Chong Kong called out to her. Li Shu turned back. If, I'm saying if, you are willing to disclose, I would like to inquire where you purchased your estrogen capsules. His bookstore also offered various merchandise related to these humanoid beasts. Estrogen capsules were consumable for every humanoid beast, requiring replacement every 3 days. Otherwise, their essence would fade away. The purity of this humanoid beast's estrogen essence was striking, and if he could learn the source of the capsules, Chong Kong could undoubtedly profit handsomely. Li Shu hesitated. After an afternoon of rapid knowledge acquisition, she had surmised that these individuals perceived her as one of those humanoid beasts. She found this identity rather advantageous, as it allowed her to conceal her true self more easily. It was far better than revealing that she was a woman of normal intelligence. However, at this moment, she could not divulge that the estrogen essence was innate to her. Though Li Shu's expression remained inscrutable, Chong Kong perceptively detected her emotions. That it's all right. No pressure, he reassured her, wishing to alleviate any discomfort. Some humanoid beasts treated their unique estrogen capsules as personal trademarks, if she chose not to share. It was of no consequence. My name is Chong Kong. I asked for yours. Let us connect as friends on the messaging app. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to visit my store. Li Shu remained silent for a considerable time, so much so that Chong Kong, usually so affable, found himself at a loss for words. I don't have a messaging app, she finally replied, pausing before adding, my name is Li Shu. Perhaps no one would believe it, but this was the first time she had introduced her true name to another since the dawn of her memories. In her previous world, she had employed one false name after another to deceive and manipulate others, all in pursuit of her tasks. She had always been a pawn, hiding in the shadows, unable to bask in the light. Yet in this bizarre and surreal world, she could finally be herself. With that, she turned to leave. The city of Trier lay ahead, its lights beginning to twinkle as dusk descended, neon glimmers reflecting off the intricate network of elevated highways that illuminated the streets like daylight. The throngs of people surged along the sidewalks, and vehicles sped past, their headlights casting a brilliant glow on the pavement ahead. In this unfamiliar, homeless world, Li Shu found an unexpected sense of stability. The blue jade cat nestled comfortably in her arms, its eyes sparkling with reflected lights. Li Shu. What a distinctive name, Chong Kong mused, genuinely fond of it. Chapter 15. Watching the live broadcast, a woman lay beside him. Li Shu intended to find a place to settle down first. The airspace above the city was tightly monitored for security, making it impossible for her to traverse via flight. Although Trier boasted numerous upscale hotels, it was not merely a matter of finances. Even if she had money, she would likely be turned away. The identity verification at high-end hotels was exceedingly stringent, requiring full-body scans. Thus, her identity as a human female would be laid bare. Perhaps, in the next moment, she would be sent to a breeding center, treated as a national treasure. Where would her freedom lie then? Ultimately, Li Shu found a secluded flower shop nestled in a red-light district, where the humanoid beasts seemed less alluring, leaving many rooms available for customer entertainment. She deftly maneuvered through the space, slipping into an empty room and promptly locking the door and windows behind her. Surveying the room, she noted the dim, sultry lighting, the enticing aroma of aphrodisiac incense wafting from the bedside, and the imposing 18-jing iron chain bed that dominated half the room. 0.4 thick chains suspended the soft bed high above the ground. Draped with lustrous scarlet silk bedding, Qingyao tightly shut his feline eyes, his heart swelling with emotion, a torrent of unspoken words swelling within him. Damn it, Li Shu exclaimed, placing the cat on the sofa at the foot of the bed. Extinguishing the aphrodisiac incense with her bare hands, she then proceeded to inspect the surroundings, discovering 3 surveillance cameras positioned at various angles. Though they were not activated, she took out a towel and covered them all. From a moment she entered her thorough examination of the room, her expression remained unchanged. Qingyao couldn't help but wonder, were humans truly this pure of heart? His deep-set eyes fixated on Li Shu as she retrieved several cans of food from the storage, placing them on the iron chain bed, sitting cross-legged and eating delicately. Her manner of eating was not particularly graceful, yet he found it undeniably captivating. After finishing her meal, she thoughtfully opened a few cans for him. Suddenly, a sound from upstairs echoed, Stirring the imagination, Ji Lishu glanced up, coldly scrutinizing the ceiling for a moment before discerning no immediate threat. She nonchalantly entered the bathroom. 10 minutes later, she emerged, and Qingya, having caught a whiff of her, realized she had merely washed up and changed into clean clothes, yet he remained cautious, ensuring her scent was well masked. Approaching him, Ji Lishu affectionately ruffled his dense fur. "Good night, Qing." With her cool farewell, she did not linger, but walked directly to the iron-chained bed, donned her headphones, covered herself with a thin blanket, and closed her eyes to rest. Qingya was left on the sofa, caught in a dilemma at that moment. The blue jade cat was panting heavily, its fur bristling uncontrollably. His intense gaze remained fixed on the carefree woman on the bed. She even remembered to put on her headphones. In a sealed room, no matter how she masked her essence, Qingya could still distinctly sense her innate, utterly alluring aura, which was undoubtedly the most potent drug for a beastman. Coupled with the tantalizing sounds emanating from the flower shop, the situation felt akin to watching a live broadcast, with a woman lying beside him. Yet he could do nothing at all. At that moment, Qingya felt more stifled than he ever had in his life. Approximately half an hour later, Ji Lishu's breathing gradually steadied. Outside, a few low-level plants were enclosed within a steel mesh. And although the city lacked any large flora, it was not uncommon for beastmen to cultivate these less aggressive, ornamental plants merely for aesthetic appeal. Qingya controlled those plants to release a bit of hallucinogen, ensuring Ji Lishu sank deeper into slumber. Once he confirmed that the woman on the bed was sound asleep, Qingya transformed into his human form and climbed onto the bed. Chapter 16, he truly knew how to choose a location. Qingya's tall frame sank onto the suspended bed, causing it to drop several centimeters. He lay on his side, heart racing. Leaning closer, he focused intently on her, his hand gently brushing aside her hair. After a moment's hesitation, he could not resist the urge to tenderly remove Ji Lishu's oxygen mask, revealing her enchanting visage. In Trier, oxygen devices were as essential as air conditioning. Thus, it was perfectly acceptable for her to be without the mask indoors. Qingya felt his breath quicken, an instinct that seemed beyond his control. After resisting for several seconds with no success, he finally embraced her, leaning down to gaze upon the face that had rendered him utterly spellbound. He let out a soft chuckle. "You certainly know how to pick a location. Your sole aim to torment me." His patience in waiting for her was fueled by sheer curiosity, akin to discovering a novel toy that piqued his interest immensely. Yet he had always believed that the time had not yet arrived, the moment when he would willingly allow her to plant a spirit mark upon him. But this instant, an undeniable flutter in his heart made it clear that he liked her even more than he had anticipated. Thus, no matter how powerful a beastman may be, they could not resist the pull of their genetic instincts, could they? Those who could still control their instincts simply had not encountered that one person yet. Qingya's gaze was shrouded in mystery as the night enveloped them, silence reigning around them, save for his voice, calm yet imbued with a trace of heat and longing. "Then torment me. I am willing. Ji Lishu. But let it be clear, you may torment me, but you must never abandon me. Our days together stretch far ahead." Luo Wei, the deputy of Yunkai, after thorough investigation, learned that Xingju was searching for a humanoid beast within Trier. Thus, Luo Wei commenced a covert operation that very night, scouring the city for any suspicious humanoid beasts. Their status being lowly, the gathering places for humanoid beasts in Trier were limited. Before long, Luo Wei pinpointed the area where Ji Lishu resided. Under the influence of the hallucinogen, she remained deep in slumber. However, Qingya was instantly awakened, his eyes flying open. His first instinct was to tighten his embrace around Ji Lishu, gently patting her as if to soothe her from any external disturbances. His movements tender and reassuring. Then, dressed neatly, he stood by the window, coldly observing the situation outside. The authorities of Trier are capturing humanoid beasts. Qingya's dark eyes narrowed slightly. This won't do. He must not be discovered by them. He lifted the communication device and dialed a number. Tyrael, coordinates in 4118. Release the control over the plants here and create some commotion. Within a minute, the buildings in the red light district began to tremble slightly. To ensure that the impending plant riot would not affect Ji Lishu's location, Qingyan needed to establish a perimeter on the outskirts. He glanced back at Ji Lishu, finding her peacefully asleep. Then he turned and leapt down from the fourth-floor window. Soon, the tremors surrounding the red light district intensified, as if some monstrous creature were about to emerge from the depths below. Time passed unmeasured, and with the effects of the hallucinogen fading, Ji Lishu suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 17. He took a bullet for her. She swiftly rolled over to the window. 8 this hour. The sky was still dark, with only the glow of streetlights illuminating the scene. The ground appeared to be a breathing beast, its chest rising and falling, intermittently quivering. "Why are you grabbing me?" Voices echoed in the corridor, a mix of humanoid and beastly sounds calling out that Ji Lishu had yet to fully comprehend the situation, but instinctively felt the urgency to leave. She scanned the room, but saw no sign of Qing. Footsteps approached from outside the corridor, growing ever closer. If she did not leave now, she would surely be caught by them. Ji Lishu frowned slightly. No matter, she thought, I must leave first. With deftness, she climbed through the window, her agility making her nearly undetectable as she vanished into the night. Yet, she had forgotten that the senses of the beast folk surpassed those of humans. And her unique scent lingered in the AI. As she leaped, the fluttering of her garments revealed her innate pheromones unmistakably. Suspicious human. "Follow her," Ro Wei ordered, and his group quickly pursued her. Ji Lishu moved gracefully, darting across rooftops in frantic flight. Yet the more she ran, the more her scent became apparent. That on an overpass, a luxurious maglev sports car came to a screeching halt. Inside, Xing Ju stared in disbelief. His eyes wide with recognition, he caught the unmistakable scent of her pheromones. Ever since he confirmed her presence in Tyrael, he had been searching for her tirelessly. Closing his eyes, he relied on his spiritual imprint to sense her. Even though the connection was faint, he discerned Ji Lishu's general location. "Prepare the vessel." Xing Ju commanded Yufeng. The driver, he then took the wheel himself, pushing the speed to the limit as he raced towards Ji Lishu. Ji Lishu had reached the top of a large bridge when Ro Wei and his men surrounded her from all sides, leaving her with no escape. She could only climb up the outer edge of the bridge. Below lay the unfathomable depths of the Nual, Seaman River. Our Wei smile did not reach his cold eyes as he fixed his gaze on his prey. "Where do you think you're running?" "I merely wish to ask you a few questions, to make a record. Or perhaps you feel guilty." Ji Lishu felt a pang of regret. She had even abandoned her cat and still could not escape. Would it have been better if she had not fled in the first place? The answer was clear. These beast folk only needed to come a little closer to recognize her as a human female. In this world, once identified, her freedom would be irrevocably lost. You have nowhere left to run. Will you surrender willingly, or shall I bring you down myself? Ro Wei threatened coldly. The damp morning breeze brushed against her. In the dark waters of the Nual, Seaman River loomed below. The river flowed swiftly, with many aquatic plants growing at the bottom. Once ensnared by them, a being with no abilities would find it impossible to escape. Ro Wei did not believe she would dare to jump into the river. But in the next moment, Ji Lishu fixed her unwavering gaze on him and calmly declared, "I dislike being threatened." With that, she resolutely leaped into the Wei. Taken aback, rushed forward, but all that remained on the river's surface were rippling waves. Ji Lishu was an excellent swimmer, striving to distance herself from Ro Wei and his men. After swimming for about 10 seconds, Ji Lishu suddenly felt something wrap around her foot, rendering her immobile. She turned sharply, only to find it was a wolf beast folk who had caught her in a desperate struggle beneath the water. She attempted to break free from Xing Ju's grasp, but he simply tightened his hold, pulling her deeper into his embrace. Ji Lishu's eyes flared with anger as she prepared to retaliate against Xing Ju. Suddenly, bullets pierced the water, creating powerful jets that shot up like geysers. In the blink of an eye, Xing Ju's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively turned to shield her with his body. Ji Lishu caught sight of a wound on his right shoulder, blood seeping out like crimson ink. Her pupils dilated slightly. He had taken a bullet for her. They were mere strangers, having only met twice. Yet, Xing Ju held her tightly, gesturing for her to follow him. Without hesitation, he turned and swam in another direction. Ji Lishu ceased her resistance. allowing him to guide her through the water. Chapter 18. I Could Never Harm You. Above the Nuwa Seaman River, Yufeng led a group of high-ranking mercenaries, piloting their vessel and launching a barrage of gunfire towards Ro Wei and his men. The shots were not intended to injure, merely to intimidate. Only then did Ro Wei and his crew halt their assault on the submerged figures. Can the governing bureau shoot indiscriminately in Tyrael? Yufeng's sharp gaze and icy tone accused Ro Wei. Ro Wei's midnight search for beast folk had actually been authorized in secret by the deputy commander of the governing government, Yun Kai, without any official orders, and even the supreme commander, Yun Hen, was unaware of this operation. Moreover, an unusual plant riot had just erupted beneath the red light district. Such a riot could have serious repercussions. Why now? Commander Yun Hen must have received news of the disturbance. They could not allow him to trace the incident back to their clandestine capture of beast folk. Xingju's appearance was remarkably timely. Ro Wei made a swift decision to retreat. This was merely an effort to capture a fleeing suspect, a misunderstanding. Beneath the Nuwa Seaman River, Xingju swam with Ji Lishu for about 2 minutes before they surfaced on the edge of a concrete bank. The angle concealed their whereabouts perfectly, preventing anyone on the bridge from spotting them. Then, Xingju led her forward about a kilometer before making a left turn into a hidden passage. Yes, they wound their way through. They eventually arrived at a spacious underground chamber. Ahead stood a metallic door to the secret passage, and Xingju scanned his retina on the security device. In the next moment, the door slowly opened. He turned back with a gentle hand extended towards Ji Lishu. Come to Ji Lishu regarded him silently. The bullet wound he had sustained was no longer bleeding. It seemed that the injury was not severe for a beast folk. Thus, Ji Lishu parted her lips and coldly replied, "No, I will not go with you. Farewell." With that, she turned to leave. Underwater, she had followed him because he had taken a bullet to save her. She decided to help him escape for the time being. But now that he was unharmed, she had no intention of following him into an unknown place. Xingju was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure and seized her arm. "If you go out now, you will be discovered. It's dangerous," he urged earnestly. Ji Lishu remained unmoved. "This is my business," Xingju insisted. "This passage leads to the Xing Hope building. That is my territory. It's safe to exit from there." "Not necessary. We shall part ways here." She was confident in her own means of leaving safely. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Xingju resorted to intimidation. "Stop!" He stepped around her, his tall and sturdy frame blocking her escape. Ji Lishu's expression turned icy, her entire demeanor shifting to one of wariness. Xingju sensed her sudden distance and apprehension and gazed deeply in her eyes. "You don't trust me," he said, his tone tinged with resignation. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Then, Xingju swiftly removed his jacket and unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his solid chest and abdomen. He pointed to a prominent red mark on his chest and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Ji Lishu noticed the vivid red mark, her heart stirring with surprise, yet her expression remained calm and devoid of emotion. She had learned about it from books. Could this be the spiritual imprint? At that time, in the dream-eating forest, he had bitten her and drawn her blood at S.O. It was then that the imprint was placed upon him. This is called a spiritual imprint. Xingju explained, his gaze fixed on her, his voice low, that he feared she might not understand the significance of that crimson mark. "It is the spiritual imprint you placed upon me," Xingju emphasized. "Once a spiritual imprint is set, it can never be erased. From that moment on, your life is intertwined with mine." Ji Lishu remained unresponsive. Xingju had gazed at the woman before him, one hand resting over his heart. Where the spiritual mark laid at a profound sense of belonging, akin to fate, surged within him to belong to her. Gradually, Xingju's gaze softened as he continued in a hushed tone, "I could never harm you." His eyes fixated on Ji Lishu, eager to discern her reaction. Yet, the woman before him remained guarded, her tone indifferent as she replied, "You are the one who bit me." The implication was clear. Being marked was a consequence of his own actions. Xingju clenched his jaw and admitted, yes. He acknowledged that the method of marking was not honorable. However, once the mark was made, it could never be erased. "Oh, what?" Ji Lishu retorted dismissively. "What do you intend to do?" Xingju was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated her directness. From this moment on, you are mine, and we must remain together forever. This declaration felt as if it had been rehearsed countless times in his heart. Finally flowing forth with practiced ease. Ji Lishu, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. I am yours. She echoed his words, in the next instant. Her eyes sparkled with a chilling light, sharp and dangerous. The last person who said that is dead. She stated. Xingjue's expression shifted slightly. Ji Lishu continued, each word deliberate and piercing. I personally took action. The last individual who attempted to confine her freedom had been a target in her previous world. Xingjue furrowed his brows. No, you misunderstand me, he hurriedly explained. This is not coercion. It is simply the reality. The mark has been made, and we must be together. This is the way of the beastmen world. Moreover, he was certain that he genuinely liked her. He had never considered adopting a human woman to form a family. Yet since meeting her, he had yearned for a life together, to create a family that belonged solely to them. In recent days, he had been consumed by thoughts of their wolf cubs, imagining how adorable they would be. What Xingjue had deemed as natural, Ji Lishu perceived as absurd. She held her own stance. What of the spiritual mark? Do you think I am one of those simple-minded humans who can only wait for beastmen to adopt and raise them? You think that with merely a spiritual mark, you could confine me and restrict my freedom? Such a ludicrous notion. Do you really think I would accept it? Confine? Restrict? Absurd. Xingjue found himself momentarily speechless. Did she mean to deny the mark she had placed? At least tell me your name, he implored. His voice trailing off as he heard the sound of a gun being loaded. He abruptly ceased speaking. Ji Lishu's captivating gaze was now fixed on him, icy and unyielding. The man before her stood with his shirt open, his perfect physique illuminated by the dim light of the passage. His muscular chest, honey-toned skin, and defined contours exuded an irresistible allure. Water dripped from his short hair, tracing a path from his strong jawline down to his solid chest. At that moment, Ji Lishu held a finely crafted handgun, aimed directly at his heart. His throat bobbed as he struggled to control his emotions. His dark eyes, usually filled with arrogance, now reflected a profound sense of helplessness. Xingjue, a man known for his cunning and decisiveness, found himself utterly at a loss before her. She was not a simple-minded woman. Flattery would not work on her. She possessed her own logic, and coercion would only provoke her further. At that moment, he was unaware that this represented a fundamental difference in understanding between two distinct species, that in the beastmen world, there was no concept of romance or pursuing a beloved. They recognized only the spiritual mark. Given the current scarcity of human women, any human female who received a mark from multiple beastmen would inevitably find herself in a shared family arrangement. Yet his woman, Xingjue's woman, must belong solely to him. Now he faced a conundrum. She had marked him, binding his fate to hers, yet she rejected him. Within the depths of his being, he felt his innate pride and defiance being extinguished inch by inch. Please step aside. The gun does not discriminate. Ji Lishu spoke in a low, icy tone. Xingjue gazed deeply into her eyes, his own filled with an emotion she could not decipher, a mix of concession and stubbornness. After a long pause, he finally spoke. My name is Xingjue. With a hint of concession and indulgence in his voice, he quietly inquired, at least tell me your name? Ji Lishu's expression remained indifferent as she succinctly replied. Ji Lishu. All she desired was to extricate herself from him. It was merely a name. What difference did it make? Where are you going? Xingjue quickly followed up, his tone laced with urgency. He feared she might refuse to answer. She was a normal human, possessing intelligence that rivaled that of beastmen, that he could not treat her as one of those simple-minded humans. She was unique, one of a kind. She sought freedom, and he was willing to grant it. But he needed to ensure her safety. His words. Ji Lishu let out a faint, cold laugh. If you truly are Xingjue, as long as I remain within this city of Telier, you will always be able to find me, no matter where I go. She paused, purposefully addressing him. Xingjue, the Dark Lord. The knowledge she had diligently acquired the previous day now served her well. He thinks such a formidable figure had fallen under her mark. It seemed that escaping from such an individual would require some cunning. The Xingjue's gaze burned with intensity as he silently regarded her, and after a lengthy silence, he spoke softly "Do not be angry. I will not restrict your freedom, that I merely wish to ensure your safety." He understood her capabilities. She was resourceful and astute, armed and dangerous. However, this was the world of beastmen, where strength often overshadowed law. Abductions and violence were commonplace. Moreover, the world was rife with mutated plants that attacked indiscriminately, and in the uninhabited zones, there were often flesh-eating creatures that posed a grave threat. She was enigmatic, her origins shrouded in mystery. He could not ascertain whether she fully grasped the nature of the world she inhabited. Ji Lishu failed to comprehend the worry reflected in his eyes. She coldly stated, "I understand that if I die, you will not fare much better." Thus, he sought to protect her. The spiritual mark was a bond that intertwined their fates. If she perished, Xing Jue's standing would plummet, and within a year, his life would be forfeit. Conversely, if he were to die, it would not affect her at all. It seemed that no matter how formidable the beastmen were, they remained tethered to humanity. Perhaps this was nature's most benevolent safeguard for the primitive human species. Otherwise, the beastmen, so powerful, would have long since extinguished humanity. Xing Jue opened his mouth but chose not to elaborate further. He stepped aside, allowing her a passage. His dark eyes remained fixed on her retreating figure. As he reluctantly watched her depart, quietly, he dispatched 3 S-rank beastmen experts to covertly follow Ji Lishu, ensuring her protection around the clock. As dawn broke, the red light district, usually closed for business, was now surrounded by soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms from the ruling government. The once flamboyant and heavily made-up individuals trembled in fear. "What is happening?" A man approached, dressed in a dark green camouflage outfit, tall and imposing, with a strikingly handsome face marked by chiseled features and piercing eyes. He exuded a calm, yet cold demeanor, embodying the very essence of a noble warrior. His striking silver-gray hair adding an air of aloof elegance that a few audacious individuals could not resist casting admiring glances at him. It was Yunhen, the supreme commander of Telier, as well as the chief consul of the 7 northern cities. He was a powerhouse among powerhouses, a 4S top-tier beastman, having led the beastmen forces of Telier to submit the 7 northern cities. 10 years prior, he had driven hundreds of thousands of marauders from the desert city, paving the way for the collective prosperity of the northern cities. Point 1 Heart referred to Telier as the center, where Yunhen, as the supreme commander, had transformed Telier into the most prosperous city on Earth in just over a decade. Gathered here are the most formidable orcs from around the globe, accompanied by cutting-edge technological prowess. Even the number of human females surpasses that of other cities by a significant margin. This low-profile leader, who has only ever graced the screen with a fleeting glimpse during a live broadcast on Central TV, has astonishingly made an appearance in the red light district. The nearby demonic beasts are rendered speechless, their eyes transfixed. Yunhen, however, has no record of adopting any human females, that if one could manage to forge a connection with Yunhen as a long-term companion, their worries about affording rent or acquiring green pearls would vanish for a lifetime. In this world, habitable land occupies merely 1/1000th of the Earth's surface, making it exceedingly expensive. Furthermore, green pearls, which are both rare and immensely difficult to obtain, are indispensable consumables for the orcs, commanding exorbitant prices that necessitate a financial outlay. Naturally, if one possesses a human female at home, there would be no need to rely on green pearls to endure the frenzy period. Yet, when compared to green pearls, human females are akin to stars in the sky, only within the reach of the wealthiest elites at the pinnacle of the social pyramid. Several demonic beasts remain lost in their reveries. Yunhen's aide, Boki, approaches and reports. There's an anomaly in the PSS, lasting 2 minutes. Yunhen's expression darkens, his calm gaze revealing a hint of contemplation. "What is the matter with these demonic beasts?" Yunhen inquires further. Boki responds, "It is Commander Qingya." The sudden appearance of Commander Qingya in the red light district of Teriel leaves Boki momentarily stunned. Could it be that even Commander Qingya has an interest in demonic beasts? Subsequently, Qingya seems to have gone into a frenzy, pulling every demonic beast in the red light district out one by one for personal inspection. Boki is even more curious about what kind of demonic beast could capture Commander Qingya's favor. It appears he is searching for a specific demonic beast. Boki answers truthfully, leading Yunhen to the room where Qingya resides within the flower pavilion. Qingya is leaning against the window, his back to an 18 jing iron chain bed. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he turns to meet Yunhin's gaze, both radiating an intense aura. The encounter between the strongest and the strongest had not occurred since the peace talks between the North and South. Boki cannot help but feel a rush of excitement, a face marked by gentleness, with deep, dark eyes and a nonchalant expression, emanates an inexplicable sense of pressure, an aura as fierce as a tempest. With merciless amber eyes, surrounds him, as if he effortlessly commands everything in existence. Ji Lishu has gone missing. Qingya can barely contain his agitation and speaks first. Commander Yunhin, you have finally made an appearance. Yunhin steps closer, locking eyes. I expect an explanation for today's events. Qingya brushes it off lightly. The PSS experienced a minor anomaly. Everything is under control. You need not worry. The PSS, or Plant Suppression System, is managed by the city of Qingmu, under Qingya's command. Qingmu, located within the dense southwestern forest, not only houses the largest green pearl trading hub in the world, but also operates the Earth's only plant suppression system. PSS. Every city on Earth is devoid of absolute safety, as the flora beneath the surface may revolt at any moment, unleashing chaos and bloodshed. Thus, every city must rely on the protection of the PSS, which naturally incurs steep service fees. If any anomalies occur in the PSS, they inevitably trigger chain reactions akin to earthquakes and tsunamis, making the stability of the PSS a paramount concern for every city leader. The plant uprising in the red light district early this morning has undoubtedly drawn Yunhin's keen attention. Let be as you say, Yunhin states solemnly. In truth, he harbors doubts about Qingya's assurances. However, cooperation must continue. The two parties cannot afford to appear overly adversarial. Why is the governing body capturing demonic beasts? Qingya asks earnestly. Yunhin replies, I will investigate this matter. He is aware that Qingya has lost a demonic beast, and it occurred within his territory. One of my own has gone missing, Commander Yunhin. I expect a prompt explanation. Qingya's seemingly benign expression carries a chilling smile. Otherwise, who knows where the next PSS malfunction might occur? Yunhin's gaze darkens, his voice icy. Are you threatening me? Qingya replies, no, at this moment, this is merely a transaction. Now? A transaction? A transaction? Yunhin states expressionlessly, the PSS service is backed by a written agreement. Do you intend to breach it? If I cannot recover my missing demonic beast, I would not merely breach the contract. Qingya's expression hardens. I would also bring Teriel to ruin. If Ji Lishu is indeed lost, what contract could not be annulled? Beneath Qingya's cold facade lies a tumult of emotions. Anxiety, unease, anger, and resentment. This moment. The person he loathes most is himself. Why did he leave her at that time? If her identity were exposed and she were taken by the breeding facility, that would be one thing. He could simply adopt her. But what terrifies him most is the thought of someone hiding her away, making her forever lost to him. That is the true source of his despair. Yunhin is taken aback by Qingya's resoluteness, unable to suppress his curiosity. What kind of demonic beast could elicit such concern from Qingya? He contemplates momentarily and states, your demonic beast went missing in Teriel. I will do my utmost to assist you in its recovery. Yunhin has already discerned that the individual responsible for the capture of the demonic beast this morning was Yun Kai. With clandestine authorization, what could his intentions be? Subsequently, Yunhin's tone becomes resolute. If another anomaly occurs in the PSS, I will not turn a blind eye. Chapter 21. How can an ordinary cat be so clever? Ji Lishu, drenched and soaked, crawled ashore, momentarily at a loss for where to go. She first sought out a public restroom to change out of her wet clothes. She sensed the presence of 3 skilled individuals trailing her. Despite their adept concealment, Ji Lishu, with her mercenary background, would not be so easily oblivious that it is the people of Xingju, she realizes, deciding to temporarily ignore them. Bound by fate to Xingju, she acknowledges that with no means to escape him at this moment, she must accept his arrangements. With nowhere else to turn, she returns to the vintage bookstore from the previous day. Inside, the store is quiet and empty, devoid of Long Kong. Ji Lishu heads towards the shelves, selecting a suitable book and settles into a corner. Gaining more knowledge about this world is essential for her next steps. More importantly, she might need to devise a plan for securing a place to stay. Time passes unnoticed as Ji Lishu becomes oblivious to the clamor outside the bookstore. She remains unaware of the tall figure lingering just beyond the window. Qingyak gazes intently at the individual in the corner, biting down on his molars, his voice hoarse and tightly restrained. So, you truly intend to abandon me? If he does not seek her out, it seems she plans to discard him outright. Don't you enjoy petting cats? How can you speak of abandoning them so easily? Qingyak clenches his fists, casting her one last lingering glance before turning away. He steps into the luxury vehicle and instructs the driver. Deliver 10 S-grade green pearls to Yun Hen and extend a complimentary 1-year PSS service for Teriel. The driver, Asher, is taken aback. He lacks the authority to question Qingyak's decisions. However, both the 10 S-grade green pearls and the complimentary year of PSS service are of considerable value. 1 S-grade green pearl is unattainable for an ordinary orc, often beyond a lifetime's earnings, even in the rarest of circumstances. Meanwhile, the annual service fee for the PSS alone would likely account for half a year's GDP of an average city. Proceed as instructed. Qingyak remains turned to the side, observing the bookstore. From Asher's vantage point, the interior is shrouded in obscurity. Shall I include a message? Asher inquires. Qingyak turns back, his tone laden with meaning. Just say that my person has been found. Understood. Earlier, he had acted out of impatience without considering the repercussions. He and Yun Hen were evenly matched, and offending Yun Hen would yield no benefits. Subsequently, Qingyak refrains from further conversation, transforming into his beast form as he exits the vehicle. Meowed, the cat's cry resonates nearby. Ji Lishu looks up, a flicker of joy illuminating her eyes. She watches the familiar blue jade cat race toward her, leaping into her embrace, its fluffy head nuzzling against her as if it were both seeking affection and expressing grievance. Ji Lishu does not reach out to stroke its head as she usually would. The joy in her eyes fades quickly, replaced by a calm and contemplative demeanor. How could an ordinary cat be so clever? How could it find its way from the flower pavilion to here? Meow. Qingyak nestled his head against her lower abdomen, affectionately nuzzling without ever lifting his gaze. He was acutely aware that his sudden appearance would undoubtedly raise her suspicions. Nevertheless, it was preferable to being cast aside by her. As long as he kept his true identity concealed, her doubts would remain mere conjecture. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Ji Lishu did not delve too deeply into the matter, intending instead to observe for an extended period. Chapter 22. Debts must be repaid not long after. Chong Kong hurried back to the bookstore, appearing flustered and oblivious to Ji Lishu, who sat in the corner with a bruised lip. Indicative of a recent altercation. In a panic, he pressed the button for the electric gate, seemingly fearful of something. The next moment, the descending gate was forcefully lifted by a powerful hand, which pushed it upward with such vigor that the automatic mechanism was instantly rendered inoperable. The harsh sound caused Ji Lishu to furrow her brow. 3 brutish beastmen entered from outside, exuding an air of menace. I told you. Give me a little more time, and I will repay you. Chong Kong exclaimed in distress. The leader of the beastmen, feigning righteousness, replied, Chong Kong, Boss Lai is quite fond of you. You should be grateful. You need not repay the debts you've incurred. With a mane of yellow fur and bulging eyes, he resembled a leopard. Get out, or I'll call the police, Chong Kong shouted, activating his communication device. The leopard beastman, undeterred, replied nonchalantly, Go ahead and report us. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Let us see if the police will concern themselves with such trifles. In the world of beastmen, matters that could be resolved by force rarely warranted police involvement. Those who did report were typically the weaker, lower-tier beastmen. Even if the police were to arrive, they would resort to violence rather than address these petty debt disputes. The leopard beastman gestured to his 2 companions, instructing them to take whatever could be pawned from the store. Chong Kong glared at them, attempting to thwart their actions, only to be seized by the leopard beastman, who restrained his hands. Ji Lishu remained unnoticed in her corner, adhering to her usual habit of not meddling in others' affairs. Qingyak cautiously peered out, but Ji Lishu promptly pulled him back into her embrace, gently soothing him with her right hand. Qingyak closed his eyes in contentment, relishing the moment. He had no desire for her to intervene. Otherwise, he might have to expose his identity as a beastman to protect her. The 3 beastmen consisted of 2 at Tier C, while the leopard was at tier D. The deer, however, was too weak to sense their ranks. With the odds against her, it was unwise for her to intervene. Today, Boss Lai has issued a strict order. You must be taken back, the leopard beastman declared, tightening his grip on Chong Kong, his eyes brimming with lustful intent. I've cared for you for so long. I cannot simply hand you over. He lifted Chong Kong and hurled him behind a bookshelf, which blocked the entrance, while another separated Ji Lishu from her cat. The leopard beastman caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance and could not resist inhaling deeply. What is that scent? So intoxicating. Is it you, Chong Kong? He said, disregarding Chong Kong's struggles as he forcibly tore his clothing. I am not a human-animal hybrid. Let me go. Chong Kong protested in vain. He kicked the leopard beastman in the chest, shattering an antique vase behind him, the sound startling Ji Lishu into alertness. Qingyao lifted his head to regard her intensely. Her strikingly beautiful face remained serene as water. Yet in the next moment, she sprang to her feet, delivering a swift kick to the bookshelf ahead. The noise startled the leopard beastman, who emerged bare-chested. Entering without permission in Tillier is a punishable offense. Allowing for forceful expulsion without any legal repercussions, that the cool voice resonated as Ji Lishu stepped forward, having been studying the legal provisions that day. She exuded an imposing aura, akin to the most brilliant flame in the depths of darkness. The leopard beastman, unable to discern her true nature, gritted his teeth and remarked, Chong Kong, you've become quite the spectacle, able to afford mercenaries now. Chong Kong's heart filled with confusion. What mercenaries? Look closely. She is merely a human-animal hybrid. The other two Tier C beastmen, however, recognized Ji Lishu's true identity. Her unique presence was immediately palpable in the air point. One of them couldn't help but lust after her. So enticing. Human-animal hybrid, name your price. You're wasting your time with this deer. He is not worthy of your services. They laughed mockingly. Enough, Ji Lishu exclaimed, drawing the Wujibian from her cloud sheath and delivering a forceful strike at the three before her. The Wujibian, with its sharp nano-edged tip, could pierce any solid object and could strike from angles that defied logic. The leading leopard beastman deftly dodged, yet still sustained a cut on his face. Wincing in pain, damn it, capture him. Let us see if I don't deal with him severely today. The leopard beastman seethed in anger at Ji Lishu, well aware of her inability to overpower them physically. Opted for a range combat strategy. The Wujibian, charged with 100,000 volts of high energy, could incapacitate foes upon contact. Coupled with Qingyao's barely perceptible release of high-tier beastman pressure, the three beastmen, intimidated by the overwhelming aura, chose to retreat. The leopard beastman departed. He cast a parting threat. You pervert. Just wait. Chapter 23. How about hiring me? You should have intervened on my behalf, Chong Kong lamented, glancing around at the chaos. Attacking them will only bring greater trouble. Ji Lishu bent down to retrieve a book, placing it back on the shelf. I didn't intervene for your sake. I merely found them too noisy. She replied coolly. Chong Kong paused, reflecting inwardly. A human-animal hybrid with such a fiery temper is bound to get beaten up. After tidying one shelf, Ji Lishu approached him, leaning against the bar with her arms crossed. Observing him with an air of leisure, Qingyao leaped up beside her, nestled against her arm, relishing the contact. How much do you owe? Ji Lishu inquired. Chong Kong blurted out, 100,000 new era coins. Meow. You owe that much? Chong Kong hesitated, his hand pausing as he lifted the stool. How had that feline sound carried a hint of disdain? Ji Lishu's gaze was as calm as still waters. Yet within, she calculated the significance of 100,000 new era coins that in this world. Hierarchies were starkly defined. High-tier beastmen possessed formidable strength, capable of hunting flora, expanding territories, and collecting green pearls, thereby earning substantial commissions. High-tier beastmen comprised only about 10 of the population, while those above Tier S were even rarer, with SSS-tier beastmen numbering fewer than 10, and only 2 known instances of Tier 4S. Conversely, low-tier beastmen primarily engaged in safer occupations such as healthcare, education, and research, as their intelligence often surpassed that of humans, resulting in limited financial rewards. Moreover, the high cost of living in the beastman world. compounded by the exorbitant expenses of surviving the frenzy period, left low-tier beastmen in precarious financial situations. This reality explained the society's deep reverence for physical prowess and tier rankings. 100,000 new era coins represented roughly 3 years of earnings for a low-tier beastman. Ji Li Shu regarded Chong Kong with a cool expression, casually asking, "How did you accrue such debt?" Qing nuzzled against Ji Li Shu. Something was amiss. He understood her nature. When had she become so meddlesome? What was her intention? Chong Kong straightened, exhaling deeply in resignation. What else could it be? Just the necessities of life. Rent, green pearls, city security fees. Living in the city requires a hefty security fee from each resident, purportedly to cover the costs of the PSS, plant suppression system. Without formidable strength, life is just like this. Even though he was enrolled in a prestigious engineering college, working as a legitimate genetic research engineer, what did it matter? Those positions were already saturated to the point of overflow. If he didn't find an alternative, he would surely starve. He forced a smile at Ji Li Shu. Aren't you in the same boat? He had always believed her to be a human-animal hybrid. Despite the sincerity in Chong Kong's words, a fleeting glance of evasion and stiffened posture betrayed him. Ji Li Shu could easily discern his deception, but chose not to confront it. It was irrelevant to her. "Why don't you report to the police?" she pressed. "What good would that do? The police only serve the strong. They wouldn't care about us lowly ants in the realm of the orc. Although it appears to adhere to the laws of humanity, the reality is that its modus operandi inevitably bears the mark of animalistic instincts, survival of the fittest, and the relentless law of the jungle." Chong Kong chuckled softly, adding, "Unless one possesses wealth, to hire a mercenary. Many low-tier orcs, seeking to exploit opportunities, earn a modest income and typically hire 1 or 2 mercenaries for personal protection. However, such low-tier orcs are exceedingly rare." Completely excluding himself, Chong Kong, with a hint of disappointment, slightly curled his lips. "So what do you think of me?" Ji Li Shu stepped closer, standing upright. Chong Kong froze for a few seconds. "How about hiring me?" Ji Li Shu continued. "You need only provide me with a place to stay. No compensation required, no contract to sign." Chong Kong, being so impoverished, could hardly afford any remuneration. Moreover, she lacked any legitimate identification in this world, making the signing of an employment agreement impossible. Chong Kong gazed at her in silence for a long while before he gently replied, "I do not wish to be a burden to you." In truth, what he truly thought was that she seemed devoid of any combat prowess, merely a personal beast. Despite her adeptness with the whip, it was glaringly obvious that she lacked any real strength, relying solely on her weapon to compensate for her shortcomings. "You still refuse?" Chong Kong continued to decline politely. "Then it is settled," Ji Li Shu decisively declared. After saying this, she turned to tidy up another area. "What?" Chong Kong stood there, stupefied that Ji Li Shu had thus decided to remain, and in doing so, she realized that Chong Kong was indeed impoverished. She had initially thought the bookstore's decor was vintage, only to discover it was a reflection of the owner's dire financial straits. The front of the shop appeared acceptable, but upon opening the back door, she found a few iron frames fashioned into loft-style beds, the rusty iron frames looking dilapidated. The only valuable item left was perhaps the chipped white piano. "You will have to make do." Chong Kong indicated towards an iron frame above, which lacked even a mattress. "You will sleep here." He then opened a cabinet beneath the iron frame, revealing a blanket inside. Ji Li Shu lowered her gaze, her delicate white fingers gently tapping on the piano, producing a few dissonant notes. The room was filled with an oxygen-rich atmosphere. Ji Li Shu had already noticed this, having removed her oxygen mask long ago. The dim light sculpted her exquisite features, rendering her almost ethereal. For a moment, Chong Kong was entranced. "Meow!" Qingao let out an indignant cry. "Does this deer seek death?" Chong Kong barely regained his composure and cleared his throat. "Then you shall reside here. Is that acceptable?" Ji Li Shu lifted her gaze, her cold eyes surveying her surroundings before she lightly uttered, "It is indeed a makeshift arrangement. Could you not be a bit more tactful?" Chong Kong replied, "During the day, apart from watching the shop, I occasionally take on part-time work, so I would need you to watch the store for me." Ji Li Shu nodded. "My clientele is mostly regulars. Aside from the personal beast, Virtually no one else comes, but if those individuals return to cause trouble today, it will be best for you to hide rather than confront them. Before Chong Kong could finish his sentence, Ji Lishu interrupted. Is the price for the female essence capsules exorbitant? Chong Kong replied, it depends on the quality. Some are expensive, while others are affordable. Ji Lishu inquired, what could mine fetch? At her words, Chong Kong's eyes brightened several degrees. He spoke with a hint of anticipation. Are you willing to share your source? There is no source. She bluntly interrupted his hopes. Before Chong Kong could feel disheartened, Ji Lishu continued, I can only produce it myself. Chong Kong was taken aback. You know how to do it? Ji Lishu asked. That I know, but it seems you're somewhat puzzled. The creation of female essence capsules requires the blood or hair of human females, injected into a green pearl solution, which grants the capsules the ability to soothe frenzy, thus enhancing their marketability. Finally, a molecular capsule container is needed for proper sealing. This way, the shelf life of a female essence capsule is 1 month, making it an essential commodity for personal beasts. The green pearls can be purchased at low levels, and the molecular capsule containers can also be custom-made, but the problem is Chong Kong paused. Without a channel, where would you procure the blood or hair of human females? That is a human female. Some orcs may never even touch one in their lifetime. Listening to their conversation, Qingya could not help but realize Ji Lishu's current intentions. His woman was so destitute that she contemplated selling her hair. How could this be tolerated? Chapter 25. The Shadowy Silver Fox. In Liuji that night, within the upscale club of Telier, Asher was reporting to Qingya. The people of the desert city have been in close contact with the Starfire group recently. Should we take action? Leaning back in his chair, Qingya crossed his long legs, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Seeking the Starfire group is primarily for weapons and mercenaries, he scoffed. Asher, feeling puzzled, asked, why does he not seek Yin-Hen, but instead approach Xingjue? Heh. Qingya's long fingers rhythmically tapped the table. The desert city is a barren wasteland. Aside from oil, it is filled with corpse eaters. Without funds, he can only trade oil. Qingya explained. The ruling bureau in Yin-Hen controls the cutting-edge weaponry of the 7 cities in the northern region and possesses the rich resources of the north. Yin-Hen lacks the need for the meager oil from the desert city, Qingya stated succinctly. Asher understood, so he approached Xingjue out of necessity. Xingjue does not command a city. He resides in Telier because he possesses advanced weapon development technology that surpasses the current capabilities of the beast world, thus holding an advantage in technological blockade. However, he lacks sufficient resources and must collaborate with Yin-Hen. Therefore, whether it be oil or steel, Xingjue is in need. Asher, as the guardian of Qingmu City, though he harbored disdain for the man Qingya spoke of, could not help but acknowledge that this individual possessed a measure of cunning and courage. The city commander of the desert city, the shadowy silver fox, in Liuji, the desert city lies adjacent to Qingmu City. For decades, Liuji has waged countless wars to seize the safe territory of Qingmu City. Qingmu City is situated in the dense forests of the southwest, populated mainly by weak beast tribes. Aside from their leader, Qingya, most orcs possess low combat prowess. However, the cat tribe excels in illusions, capable of manipulating the mutated plants surrounding Qingmu City for defense if an orc army were to invade. Qingmu City could easily turn the tables. Yet Liuji's army consists of corpse eaters. Corpse eaters are akin to the living dead, devoid of any vitality. Plants will not attack them proactively, even if they encircle corpse eaters. The plants kill by draining the blood of living beings, and since corpse eaters lack blood, they cannot be slain. Qingmu City has previously dispatched mercenaries to assassinate Liuji multiple times, all of which ended in failure. That fox is not only cunning, but also an SSS-level expert, perhaps on the verge of breaking through to 4S. If the desert city colludes with Xingjue, it would spell disaster for Qingmu City. This was also the reason for Qingya's personal appearance in Telier. He must prevent Liuji from gaining Xingjue's support. With his head bowed, a glimmer of light flickered in Qingya's eyes. Xingjue, it is time to meet him. In addition to thwarting the desert city's plans, he needed to investigate Ji Lishu's affairs. Xingjue evidently cared deeply for Ji Lishu. Could it be that he had discovered her identity as an Alarai, human female? If Xingjue truly dared to covet his Alarai, A flash of murderous intent crossed Xingya's gaze. He would not hesitate to eliminate both Xing Jue and Yin Liuji. Commander, what shall we do next? Asher sensed the intense killing aura emanating from Xingya. However, within Telier, none could be killed. Yinhen would never allow them to disrupt the peace of Telier. Keep a close watch on Yin Liuji's movements and inform me at all times, Xingya ordered coldly. Then, as if struck by a thought, he continued, help me acquire an orc identification document and prepare a communication ring, depositing 10 million new era coins into my personal account. Asher nodded. Who shall the document be for? What name shall I use? Xingya's starry eyes lifted slightly, imbued with an indescribable tenderness. Call her Alarai. Help me secure a good residence in Telier as quickly as possible. He could on that day. Chong Kong had just finished his part-time job and returned to the bookstore while the sun still lingered high in the sky. Suddenly, amidst the bustling streets, he was forcibly taken away by a high-ranking S-class, ORCT that moment. Chong Kong found himself in an opulent building, surrounded by transparent floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a sweeping view of the entire triangle. What filled him with trepidation was the man seated opposite him, whose rank was exceedingly high, so much so that Chong Kong could not discern its level. The man's imposing aura and unruly demeanor made Chong Kong wonder when he had unwittingly provoked such a significant figure. Are you Chong Kong? The man inquired, his voice deep and resonant. Chong Kong feigned composure and nodded slightly. I apologize for summoning you in such a manner. Due to unavoidable circumstances, our meeting cannot be disclosed. Despite the man's commanding presence, his demeanor toward Chong Kong was surprisingly gentle and courteous. My name is Xing Ju. Upon hearing this thunderous name, Chong Kong was momentarily stunned. Xing Ju? The very Xing Ju of the Xingho group? I have called upon you because I require your assistance, and only you can provide the help I seek. Xing Ju's tone was earnest, imbued with a firmness that left no room for refusal. Chong Kong struggled to steady his expression. Xing Ju, you are too kind. Please, if there is any task I can assist you with, do not hesitate to let me know. It would be my honor. Returning to the bookstore, Chong Kong felt utterly bewildered that Ji Lishu was engaged in processing a transaction for a beastly entity. Over the past few days, she had become quite adept at managing the various services of the bookstore. Upon his return, Ji Lishu acknowledged him with a polite yet indifferent nod. Chong Kong had grown accustomed to her aloofness. Apart from the day she requested employment, she had scarcely spoken a word since. However, today, after completing her transaction, Ji Lishu did not leave immediately, but rather caught Chong Kong's gaze several times. As if drawn by an inexplicable force, he admitted to himself that Ji Lishu was undoubtedly the most alluring entity he had ever encountered. To his surprise, even Xing Ju seemed captivated by her. Speak plainly, Ji Lishu said, her eyes fixated on the bar as she tidied up, not sparing him a glance. She was clearly displeased by his scrutiny. Startled back to reality, Chong Kong organized his thoughts to, I have procured a fake identification card and a communication ring for you. From now on, you will possess a legitimate identity here. As he spoke. He produced a sleek black ID card and a pristine communication ring. These items had been entrusted to him by Xing Ju, with strict instructions not to disclose their origin. You know how to use the communication ring. Would you like me to teach you? Ji Lishu paused her movements, casting a cold glance at the communication ring on the table, yet she offered no reaction. Observing her impassive silence, Chong Kong expected her to inquire further. To his astonishment, after a brief moment, she accepted the items without hesitation, merely uttering, "Thank you." To the sudden realization struck Chong Kong. This entity was far from ordinary. The process of obtaining an identity ID was notoriously complex, and even connections with the ruling government were no guarantee of success. Moreover, the communication ring was evidently among the highest grade models offered by the Xingho group, a costly item indeed. Chong Kong had anticipated that Ji Lishu would question him, allowing him to glean more about her background. Yet she accepted the items with an air of nonchalance. Nestled in Ji Lishu's lap, the dark-eyed blue jade cat appeared inscrutable. Arzhel is taking far too long. This delay had inadvertently granted Xing Ju the opportunity to ingratiate himself. Chapter 27. Only daring to appear in beast form, what is taking you so long? Is it truly necessary for such a simple task to be delayed? In an upscale club, Qingyu was reprimanding Arzhel. Arzhel explained, the identification ID and communication ring have been prepared, but the personal transfer of 10 million is taking longer due to anti-fraud checks on the substantial amount. Substantial amount? Qing Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. Are you suggesting that Xingju is unwilling to allocate even a new currency for her? It seems he is not overly concerned with Ji Li Shu. Arzhel mused, glancing at the leader, who appeared lost in thought, a smile he could not suppress playing at the corners of his mouth. Even without a favored woman, Arzhel was surrounded by wealthy orcs. Observing how they gazed at their partners with expressions akin to Qing Ye's present demeanor, these orcs often shared a single human female among a group of 7 to 20, never complaining about the number of individuals in their household. Instead, reveling in it. Although human women might seem foolish or dull, the elite orcs appeared infatuated with their partners, entrapped by the constraints of the spirit imprint. Human females could have multiple orc partners, while orcs were bound to a single woman for life due to the spirit imprint. Once marked, orcs could not escape the bond, experiencing an inexplicable affection for their partners. Pondering this, Arzhel shook his head in confusion. This shouldn't be the case. Isn't she a trans-species entity? Moreover, there's another matter. Arzhel reported, we discovered that when Ji Li Shu fell into the water, the Xingho group dispatched a mercenary team, engaging in a fierce battle with the ruling government above the Nosman River. The one who saved Ji Li Shu was none other than Xingju. With Xingju and Ji Li Shu having crossed paths numerous times, and even 3 S-class experts assigned to protect her around the clock. It was disheartening to compare their situation to their own leader, who could only dare to show himself in beast form. What else is there to compare? As soon as Arzhel finished speaking, Qing Ye's expression darkened, his gaze growing profound. Why was I not informed of such a crucial matter sooner? Arzhel paused, taken aback. I didn't realize it would be so significant. In the future, anything related to Xingju and Ji Li Shu must be reported to me immediately. Arzhel acknowledged with a quick yes. So, they have already met? Qing Ye ground his teeth together. Arzhel replied candidly, in theory, that would be the case. Qing Ye shot him a sidelong glance, his eyes filled with reluctance, and fell into silence. After a moment of contemplation, Arzhel continued, we have gathered some information on Chong Kong. He appears unremarkable individually, but his family is the renowned Spirit Deer clan of Mubwa Island. Ling Yi, the Spirit Deer orc, is his half-brother. Qing Ye's expression shifted slightly. Ling Yi, the criminal wanted worldwide by Mubwa Island. Arzhel nodded affirmatively. Indeed, investigate further. Whether it's Chong Kong or Ling Yi, I have little regard for either. However, once Ji Li Shu is involved, I must pay attention. Also, grant Chong Kong access to the Green Pearl trading account, allowing him to order a batch of discounted low-level green pearls exclusively for himself. Qing Ye instructed, discounted? Arzhel hesitated, unsure whether to voice his concerns. He subtly curled his lip at is that truly necessary. 10 S-class green pearls have already been given away, and a year's PSS service has been renewed for free. 10 million new currency can be dispensed at will. What does a batch of discounted low-level green pearls amount to? Chapter 28. Qing Ye's first appearance in human form within the quaint bookstore. Ji Li Shu had been enjoying a tranquil life of late, relishing the serenity. With no missions, no frantic pursuits, no need for deception, and no tasks to fulfill, she occasionally indulged in reading or simply daydreamed. Though a few trans-species entities would come by, she had grown increasingly adept at managing their inquiries. Some even mistakenly assumed she was one of their kind, desperately trying to extract information on where to procure female pheromone capsules. Ji Li Shu uniformly instructed them to return in a few days. 1 day. With a Qing off gallivanting, the bookstore was left with only Ji Li Shu, and a rustling sound at the door signaled the arrival of a customer. Hello. Ji Li Shu looked up to see a tall figure clad in a light blue shirt, perfectly tucked into tailored trousers, exuding an air of grace and elegance. The setting sun illuminated his features, making him appear even more handsome and gentle. With a natural youthful charm, when he smiled, the trans-species entity, Ji Li Shu remarked, casting a nonchalant glance at, I am not, he replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Qing had never paid much attention to how his human form appeared, thus he could not discern whether his looks would appeal to human females. Yet, Hearing Ji Li Shu's indifferent tone, he was reluctant to admit that his appearance held no allure for her. Unaware of Qing Ya's inner turmoil, Ji Li Shu continued, "What can I assist you with?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, Qing Ya surveyed the surroundings and said, "I'll have a cup of coffee and look at some books." Ji Li Shu nodded. "Please make yourself comfortable." Qing Ya sat on the corner sofa, feigning to read a book while discreetly observing Ji Li Shu. She had gathered several tools and was currently engaged in repairing the worn-out piano. With her head bowed, she deftly twisted the wrench, unaware that the loosened cover above was about to crash down upon her due to the cap she wore, obstructing her view in a swift motion. Qing Ya stood up and extended his hand to support the cover just in time, preventing Ji Li Shu from being struck. As she looked up, she noticed a large hand bracing against her head. "Thank you," she said, placing the wrench down and reaching to secure the cover back in its original position. "Why bother fixing such a dilapidated piano? I could give you a much finer one," he suggested. Ji Li Shu bent down to retrieve the wrench, remaining silent for a few seconds. Just passing the time, she replied succinctly. Though she was not fond of conversing with strangers, she considered it polite to engage with a customer. She had skillfully unscrewed nearly all the bolts surrounding the piano. Meanwhile, Qing Ya watched her intently, captivated by her movements. Her pheromone aura was faint, as she had taken extra measures to conceal it. Even a beast man standing before her would find it nearly impossible to discern that she was a human female. A bead of sweat slipped down her snow-white neck, and her breaths grew slightly hurried. It seemed the bookstore's oxygen system was malfunctioning, that a flicker of concern crossed Qing Ya's dark eyes as he bent down to meet Ji Li Shu's gaze. "Coincidentally, I too am merely passing the time and can lend a hand." He extended his right hand toward her. "Hand me the wrench." Ji Li Shu paused for a moment, then abandoned the repair. She gathered her tools and replied, "No need. The piano is far too broken to be fixed." With that, she dusted off her hands and turned to leave. Qing Ya could only smile helplessly as he picked up the tools beside him and resumed his silent repairs. His actions surprisingly skillful. Ji Li Shu took a seat at the bar, watching him work without interference. When a beastman entered the store, she attended to him. Approximately 2 hours later, darkness enveloped the sky outside. "All done. Give it a try," Qing Ya called, standing upright with a smile. Ji Li Shu approached and tested a few notes with one hand. The melodious sound of the piano resonated through the air. She was taken aback and allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. "You actually repaired it?" She glanced back at Qing Ya, offering him a subtle smile and a nod of thanks. The curve of her lips was almost imperceptible, quickly fading away. Yet, that fleeting smile left Qing Ya in a daze for quite some time. "The finest piano maker in the world resides in Qingmu City. I can have him craft the best piano for you," he began, but hesitated midway. "That I can help you contact him. This one is simply too dilapidated." The specifications of this piano suited the physique of beastmen, not that of a delicate human female. Ji Li Shu shook her head, not responding. "Try playing a piece," Qing Ya urged, his gaze intense. "That I'm not good at it." "That doesn't matter." He yearned to hear her play, regardless of her skill level. The door of the bookstore chimed, signaling Chong Kong's return. Ji Li Shu cast a sidelong glance at the darkening sky, then bypassed Qing Ya to address Chong Kong. "You keep the store. I'm off to find my cat." Chong Kong nodded, glancing at the distinguished beastman beside the pristine white piano, his heart racing involuntarily. What a coincidence. Wasn't this a feline beastman? His prowess was profound. And Chong Kong could not ascertain the other's rank. Ji Li Shu's mention of my cat seemed to immobilize Qing Ya. His handsome visage betrayed no emotion, yet his eyes appeared frozen in astonishment. His heart was a tumult of joy and melancholy. The joy stemmed from her saying "my cat," implying he belonged to her in her heart. The melancholy arose from the fact that she spoke of a cat. However, he could not continue to approach her solely in his beast form to win her favor. Thus, upon learning that Xingju had already met Ji Li Shu, his anxiety intensified. Impatiently, he transformed into human form, meticulously grooming himself before appearing before her. Even so, he still dared not confess his true identity as a Qing, fearing it would drive her away, just as today had transpired. "What do you need?" Chong Kong's voice broke through Qing Ya's thoughts. Qing Ya composed himself, disregarding him as he strode out of the bookstore. Lara was searching for him. He could not keep her waiting too long. The following day, While Chong Kong was on his way back from his part-time job, he was once again summoned. This time, it was a genuine invitation. Asher led Chong Kong to the upscale club where Qingya often resided. Qingya awaited his arrival. Chong Kong surveyed the luxurious club before him. Though he had never been here, he had heard of it. It was one of the few elite establishments in Tria, offering membership services with a minimum entry threshold in the millions. Upon encountering this exquisite and remarkably poised feline beastman once more, Chong Kong felt an inkling of contemplation stir within him, but he spoke calmly. "You summon me? Please have a seat." Qingya replied, "That I won't sit. If you have something to say, just say it, that I'll assist with whatever I can." Chong Kong stated straightforwardly, fully aware that Qingya's purpose lay with Jili Shu. "Once your pheromone capsules are complete, deliver them all to me," Qingya instructed, gesturing to Asher, who presented a new credit card. "This is 1 million new credits. It should be sufficient to purchase your capsules," Qingya explained. Chong Kong was taken aback. Sufficient? More than enough? It was not merely enough. It was at least several times over. The feline beastman before him was no ordinary beastman. He had no need to be courteous. Subsequently, Qingya produced a key card. "I have prepared an apartment next to your bookstore. This is the key." Chong Kong inquired in confusion. "An apartment? Is it for Jili Shu?" "Think about how to make her reside there," Qingya replied, pausing meaningfully. "Do you understand what I mean?" Chong Kong's face brightened with understanding. "I understand. Rest assured, she will never know this was prepared specifically for her." "Thank you for your cooperation." Chong Kong hesitated for a moment, unable to resist asking, "May I inquire who you are?" "Qingya, from Qingmu City," he replied. When Chong Kong returned to the bookstore, several repairmen were already fixing the oxygen system inside. He had long been aware that the oxygen equipment was unreliable, yet to beastmen, it was a non-essential matter, especially since no precious human females frequented his humble bookstore. Thus, he had paid it little mind. Moreover, he lacked the funds for repairs. However, his financial constraints did not extend to Xingju and Qingya. Chong Kong tightened his grip on the keycard to the upscale apartment, his heart racing with excitement. Qingya, the wealthiest beastman in the world, Jili Shu, a captivating, alluring beastman. How could she possibly warrant the attention of both Xingju and Qingya? How could a beastman so enchanting easily obtain a human female as heir? If she were truly a beastman, why bother repairing the bookstore's oxygen system? Despite his disbelief, this indeed was the truth. Jili Shu was a human female, an intelligent and formidable one at that, in the depths of her heart. She yearned for his spirit mark, to wield blades and firearms, to kill and conceal corpses. This was Jili Shu's livelihood, and if she had any interests or hobbies, it would be the piano, the sole solace in her lonely and monotonous existence. From her earliest memories, she had lived in the dark, sunless underground world, decades without seeing the light of day. Until she defeated all her peers and secured the sole position of power, did she finally witness sunlight at the age of 20. The mundane life underground was filled with nothing but the essentials of survival. Most of her time was spent in virtual space, honing her combat skills. Every month, they organized a brutal tournament for promotion. Only those who mastered their fighting techniques could survive. After each match, a mesmerizing woman clad in a cheongsam would perform a piece of music for them. After the performance, the remnants of her empathy and guilt would vanish without a trace. It was only later that she learned the name of that piano piece. Washing, what a fitting name. It cleansed her humanity completely. Once she emerged from the underground world, whenever she found herself with free time, she would collect fine pianos from around the globe, listening to various enchanting melodies. She longed to forget that piece, washing that if possible. She still wished to live as a person in the bookstore. Jili Shu sat gracefully before the newly repaired white piano. Even clad in a gray-black windbreaker that concealed her waist, her graceful form was unmistakable. Her long, inky tresses were secured beneath her hat, her eyes slightly downcast, exuding an air of cool elegance and subtle refinement. Her slender fingers caressed the black and white keys with grace, akin to a butterfly dancing amidst a floral bloom. I could see this moment. Qingya remained in the form of a blue jade cat, quietly perched by the window, intently listening to her melodious playing, possessing a might that surpassed that of any beastman and wielding unparalleled authority. He was adorned with wealth that evoked envy in all. It seemed as though he had attained completeness in every aspect. Yet, upon encountering Ji Li Shu, a singular thought surged within him, one he desperately sought to suppress, even during his furtive kisses upon her lips. His only desire was to possess her entirely. That it was only at this moment that he could no longer ignore the notion he had vehemently resisted. He yearned for her spiritual mark. She was shrouded in mystery and allure. Beautiful yet cold, he understood all too well that approaching her might lead to irreparable consequences. Yet she was as addictive as opium, drawing him in with an irresistible allure. However, her music spoke of her suffering and helplessness, echoing memories of the dream-eating forest where her hands were stained with blood, her lips curling into a self-mocking yet sorrowful smile, and the profound solitude and indifference etched deep within her being. What had transpired within her? He craved her spiritual mark, not for selfish reasons, but simply to love her sincerely, to remain by her side, and to bring her joy. It was at this juncture that he had to concede. Her happiness was his only fulfillment. While the man and cat remained lost in their respective worlds, Xingjue appeared at the bookstore entrance, clutching a meticulously wrapped bouquet of red roses, encased in a high-density, transparent box that hid shed his usual wild demeanor. Donning a well-tailored beige casual suit, and had consciously subdued his imposing aura before stepping inside, exuding an innate air of nobility. He murmured, a gentle smile gracing his otherwise rugged features, softening his countenance. In preparation for this meeting with Ji Li Shu, he had practiced extensively before a mirror, ensuring he was ready. Over the past few days, Xingjue and his subordinates had unearthed ancient materials from millennia past and scrutinized numerous historical records, uncovering a crucial truth. One must pursue a woman. Ali, he called again, stepping a few paces closer. His towering frame rendered the grand bouquet of roses he held seemingly inconspicuous. May I address you in this manner? His gaze remained fixed on Ji Li Shu, oblivious to the presence of the blue jade cat lurking in the corner. Qingyao had intentionally concealed himself. While others might overlook his identity, Xingjue was not so easily deceived. With his stature, a mere glance could reveal that the blue jade cat was a 4S tier king. Can I choose to ignore you? Ji Li Shu inquired, her tone indifferent. She was earnestly posing this question. With her lips residing upon him, she wielded the power to dictate what he could call her. Xingjue found himself momentarily speechless. If you choose to ignore me, I shall come to seek you every day. Should this declaration reach the ears of his army of 100,000 mercenaries, it would surely obliterate the image of the decisive and strategic Dark Lord he had cultivated. Though he spoke casually, uncertainty gnawed at his heart. If Ali truly harbored disdain for him, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Ji Li Shu rose and closed the piano lid. What is your intention? Xingjue cleared his throat, direct as ever. I have come to pursue you. Ji Li Shu's expression shifted, regarding him as though he were a fool. Xingjue endeavored to steer the conversation. Since parting with you at the Norseman River, I have delved into countless records that I understand that in primitive society, a man must first pursue a woman to forge a connection. Chapter 31. The spiritual mark is set. She is his greatest vulnerability. Xingjue had cast aside his concern for the dignity of the Dark Lord. He had no time for gradual approaches. He needed to swiftly win Ji Li Shu over and bring her home to cherish. Recently, he had mobilized the forces of Telier, gathering evidence of the conspiracy orchestrated by Yun Kai and the Red Serpent Legion to eliminate him. With this evidence in hand, he could negotiate with the highest authority of Telier, Yun Hen. The relationship between Xingho Group and Telier was one of mutual benefit. They thrived together and suffered together. He could not afford to offend Yun Hen simply to reprimand Yun Kai, especially since Yun Kai was Yun Hen's blood brother. Yun Kai had been dispatched by Yun Hen to the border regions of the desert city to oversee the repair of the city walls, a task that would keep him occupied for some time. Xingjue needed to seize this opportunity to protect Ji Li Shu and bring her closer to him. The spiritual mark was set. She was his greatest vulnerability. As long as she was by his side and willing to accept his protection, no threat in the world could daunt him. Please, feel free to. Ji Li Shu faced the extraordinary, dashing beast man before her heart devoid of emotion. She feigned disinterest, turning back to the bar, picking up a book to read. The sunlight filtered in, casting a gentle glow on her profile. Her long, curled lashes creating a delicate silhouette. Xingjue gazed at her cool demeanor, feeling his heart sink once more. This is for you. He took a few careful steps forward, placing the vibrant roses on the bar. I specifically ventured into the forest this morning to gather these. They have been preserved to prevent harm. Xingjue's eyes sparkled with hope. Do you like them? Ji Lishu lifted her gaze, her eyes clear yet filled with caution. It seems I did not express myself clearly enough last time. Xingjue replied, regardless of your intentions, I shall still pursue you to Ji Lishu. These matters felt entirely detached from her own life. Do not involve me. Do not interfere with me, and do not hinder me. I will take my life seriously. I have accepted your covert surveillance, and I will wear the communication ring you provided. That is the extent of my compromise. So you are aware? Xingjue's voice was heavy, mirroring his somber heart. So, you despise me now. He lowered his head, the strands of hair falling over his brow obscuring his expression, yet his voice resonated with loneliness and despair. But what can I do? Ali, my heart bears your spiritual mark. In this lifetime, I can only love you. He leaned closer, his deep gaze filled with sincerity and a hint of sorrow. Ji Lishu felt a wave of frustration. She seldom encountered such a complex situation. The spiritual mark, though hers, had not been intentional. Had she known that allowing him to drain her blood would bind her with such a mark, she would have vehemently resisted. Xingjue sighed in resignation. I have never interacted with human females, so could you grant me a chance to learn rather than hastily reject me? Xingjue's brow furrowed. It was indeed his fault. He had focused solely on researching ancient texts on how to win a woman's heart, without taking the time to truly understand Ali. His reckless surveillance and deception in getting her to wear his communication ring were inexcusable. I will withdraw those monitoring personnel. However, for your safety, please ensure you keep the communication ring on. The ring he had given her not only featured advanced location tracking, but also monitored her health. Any anomaly, no matter how minor, would trigger an alert to him. Ji Lishu cast him a glance, offering no objection. Xingjue smiled as he created some distance between them. Let us leave matters as they are for today. I have delivered the flowers. He would return the following day, needing to prepare thoroughly that night. Qingya, concealed in the shadows, felt his azure eyes narrow, fixated on Xingjue's departing figure. His gaze was filled with an unshakable tumult of emotions, deep, cold. The spiritual mark Ali had bestowed it upon him. Why? By what right? Chapter 32. Ali, I desire it too. That night, in a spacious and luxurious two-story apartment, towering 6-meter-high glass windows offered a breathtaking view of the starry sky, as if one were immersed in a dazzling galaxy. This was a residence specifically rented by Chong Kong as a gesture of gratitude for her contribution of human female hair, which enabled him to produce high-grade estrogen capsules, yielding him considerable profit. She remained indifferent to the veracity of Chong Kong's claims. Ultimately, she knew she would not linger here long. Ji Lishu lay upon the opulent bed, large enough to accommodate 5 people, soundly asleep. Qingya transformed into his human form. Deftly climbing on her bed, one hand propping up on the soft pillow, he gathered her into his embrace, while the other tenderly stroked her hair, her fresh and inviting breath brushing against his ear. This seamless action of holding her had become second nature. Yet tonight, Qingya's heart was destined to remain tumultuous. Xingjue had already claimed the spiritual mark, which stung him deeply. Qingya's profound gaze remained fixed on the woman in his arms, every fiber of his being consumed by her presence. A pain spread through his heart, an amalgamation of jealousy and anxiety. He only felt secure when cradling her close. That I long to gain your trust. Yet every step is fraught with difficulty, forcing me to approach you disguised as a mere pet. That I fear that once you discover my deception, the chance to be near you will vanish forever. Yet Xingjue, he has already acquired your spiritual mark. Ultimately, did he truly not consider it, or was he simply too afraid to grasp it? Qingya murmured softly to himself, Ali, you are biased. His words were laden with grievance. Even if in the future you may have a second partner, how could that individual possibly be Xingjue? He yearned to extricate himself from Teriel and establish his own dominion, which necessitated resources. Inevitably, he would forge a pact with the desert city, positioning himself as my adversary. Now he has also acquired your spiritual seal. The man, who lay still like a ferocious beast, remained silent for a moment. His eyes, which had been kept in check, suddenly opened wide, projecting a piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk, a chill silently spreading. "Ollie, you are forcing my hand. I may have no choice but to eliminate him." Initially, he might have attempted to offer Xingjue some benefits to dissuade him from involving himself in the conflict between Qingmu City and the Desert City, perhaps even turning foe into friend. Yet, an overwhelming jealousy stoked the flames of his murderous intent. He approached her with painstaking patience, as if walking on thin ice, cautiously trying to win her favor. He dared not hope for her immediate affection, but merely wished for her to spare him a glance. "Xingjue, by what right does he claim such a position? He is foolish enough to lack the understanding of how to court Ollie, relying instead on ancient texts. By what right does he deserve to bear the spiritual seal?" Qingya's jealousy and coldness coalesced into an obsession, voiced into the cool air. "Ollie, I too desire." His robust figure leaned closer, arms encircling her waist, fingers entwining in her hair, his forehead gently resting against hers. His eyes ablaze with a fervent blend of love and anguish. "Grant me this, will you? Let there be a legitimate reason for us to be together forever. From this moment forth, whatever you wish for, I shall grant you. What do you say?" His voice, hoarse as if shrouded in mist, was a desperate gamble that he knew full well that Jili Shu would not respond to him. Yet he stubbornly continued to speak to himself. He understood that his Ollie was unique. Thus, he had given all that he could and done all that he could do. He had exercised enough restraint, enough calmness, enough rationality to pursue the possibility of her acceptance. Yet he had been outpaced by Xingjue. How could Xingjue permit himself to draw closer to Jili Shu? The most vexing aspect was that Xingjue possessed the spiritual seal while he did not. He was not even qualified to seize the opportunity. Qingya's eyes were murky yet tinged with a touch of helplessness. What more could he possibly do? In recent days, he had transformed into human form multiple times, feigning chance encounters with Ollie. Yet she consistently treated him with the same indifference as before. He had not even been afforded the opportunity to tell her his name. Though his heart was in turmoil, restless and anxious, he still dared not truly touch her, but he merely lowered his head, kissing her tenderly, then embraced her as they drifted into slumber. Chapter 33. Primitive humanity from millennia ago, Qingya held Jili Shu through the night until suddenly, a scent laden with blood, yet imbued with an alluring pheromone, permeated the room. Qingya was taken aback. He hastily lifted Jili Shu's clothing to investigate. Blood? How could she be bleeding? Scalding sweat burned against his skin, the panic within him threatening to tear him apart. His mother had perished after giving birth to a cub, succumbing to excessive bleeding with no hope of rescue. Qingya forced himself to regain composure and dialed Asher's communication device. "You have 10 minutes to bring a doctor here, quickly." The last word was nearly a shout. Receiving Qingya's urgent summons in the dead of night, Asher rushed to the hospital, commandeering a doctor with great haste. "Commander," Asher began, only to see Qingya, who was usually calm and collected, bypass him and seize the doctor, dragging him toward the room. I could see that moment. His hair was disheveled, clad only in cotton loungewear, exposing his upper body. His jawline taut, as if enduring an unspeakable tension and panic. Asher followed him into the room, where a maddening scent of pheromones assailed them, tightening his throat and leaving him parched. Looking up, Asher's eyes widened in disbelief. Lying on the bed was a woman, a beauty who would ensnare anyone at first glance. "She is bleeding. You must examine her," Qingya said, reluctantly releasing the doctor's collar, his tone fraught with uncertainty. The doctor, trembling with fear, was already taken aback by being suddenly whisked away from his post, and now he stood before a being of considerable stature and icy demeanor. Even though the figure on the bed was an exceptionally beautiful human female, he dared not look too closely at her face. "Where is she injured?" the beastman doctor inquired. The well-being of a human female was paramount. He needed to treat her before considering whether to report to the breeding center. As he spoke, the doctor prepared to lift the blanket for an examination, but his hand was halted by a large paw beside him. Qingya's face, usually gentle and jade-like, was now terrifyingly grim, his eyes aflame. "This is my woman. Even if you're a doctor, you are still a beast man." Qingya gritted his teeth in frustration, pointing towards Jili Shu. There, she is bleeding. With his veiled explanation, the Beastman doctor quickly understood. Ah, if there is no wound, this is a normal physiological occurrence for human females. The Beastman doctor patiently explained the female menstrual cycle. You do not even understand this. Have you read the nurturing manual provided by the breeding center? Upon hearing that Jili Shu was not in danger, Qingya's tense demeanor gradually relaxed. Moreover, during a woman's menstrual period, mating is absolutely contraindicated, as it poses significant harm to her body. That a wave of dread surged through Qingya's heart. Thank goodness he had not harmed her. Are you certain her body is fine? Qingya asked repeatedly. If you remain concerned, I can conduct a comprehensive examination using a photomagnetic scanning device. Qingya had no objections. The Beastman doctor utilized the device to examine Jili Shu, who remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to her surroundings. The Beastman doctor stared at the holographic display, puzzled. Qingya, ever sensitive, inquired, "What is it? Speak quickly." "Oh, her body is without any issues. Curiously, her genetic sequence differs somewhat from that of contemporary humans. Her genetic makeup appears to be that of primitive humans from millennia ago." Every Beastman doctor was required to master gene editing, an intricate process by which the genetic structure of organisms could be modified to alter their characteristics. Thus, the Beastman doctor was well versed in the genetic makeup of primitive humans, as the most significant genetic engineering project worldwide currently aimed to restore the genetic sequences of these ancient beings. So, she is quite healthy. Qingya fixed his gaze on the Beastman doctor, seeking affirmation. More than just healthy. Primitive humans from millennia ago possessed extraordinary reproductive capabilities. Theoretically, her genes could surpass those of beastmen, potentially giving rise to female beastmen. The more the Beastman doctor spoke, the more animated he became. Such formidable genetics should not be monopolized by you. Her genes are of utmost importance to all beastmen. The breeding center should be involved. Before the Beastman doctor could finish his sentence, Qingya struck him unconscious with a swift blow. He lowered his gaze upon Jili Shu, his expression inscrutable, betraying none of his inner thoughts. Without turning back, he commanded Asher, "Dispose of him." Asher did not hesitate. The data recorded by the photomagnetic scanning device was completely erased. If it had already been uploaded to the genetic cloud, it must be destroyed. Qingya gently brushed aside the stray hairs that had fallen across Jili Shu's lips, his voice barely above a whisper, cold as ice. He had been careless. His fear for her safety had led to hasty thoughts, nearly exposing her identity. Whether or not she could bear female beastmen was of no consequence to him. What did the future of beastmen matter to him? Not to possess her. This is the only thing he truly cares about. Chapter 34. The disappearance of Jili Shu. In recent days, Xingju occasionally made appearances at the bookstore. This time, he brought Jili Shu a basket brimming with exotic fruits, the likes of which she had never encountered before. Yet she was acutely aware of their considerable value. In a world tainted by pollution, any plant exposed to contaminated air had already undergone a mutation. Whether beastmen or animals, once they consumed these plants, they would root and sprout within their bellies in a mere hour, draining the life from their prey, with no remedy available. The fruits gifted by Xingju, however, were meticulously cultivated by the Botanical Research Institute within air purification chambers, all subjected to deactivation treatments before being designated solely for consumption by human females. This substantial basket of fruits was estimated to be worth 500,000 interstellar coins. You think that if I sold them, Xingju would silence me? Chong Kong leaned closer to Jili Shu and inquired. Xingju departed after 2 hours, and only then did Chong Kong dare to voice his question. You won't be able to sell them. Jili Shu continued to peruse her book, not sparing him a glance. The sales channels for edible fruit were strictly controlled. Even if taken to an underground market, they would not find buyers. Unlike the female hormone capsules, which could be produced and sold independently. Moreover, in Tyrael, murder was illegal unless one ventured into the forest, where he could then kill you. A rare smirk curled at the corner of Jili Shu's lips. Do you dare to leave Tyrael? Chong Kong, a beastman with a B-grade combat power, would indeed find it preposterous to venture beyond the safety of Tyrael. He pouted in frustration and fell silent. As the two grew more familiar, Chong Kong realized her temperament was icy, and he often interacted with her in a manner she preferred. Gradually, she began to respond to him more frequently. Evening fell. The sun dipped below the horizon, and twilight gradually faded away, leaving the stars to adorn the night sky. Ching had dashed off to play, disappearing without a trace. Ji Lishu, as per her usual routine, set out to find him. The streetlights in the city began to flicker to life as Ji Lishu pulled the hood of her oversized sweatshirt tightly over her head, shrouding her presence even more. She searched for a Qing in the places he favored. This area was a remote part of the city, with few beastmen wandering the streets. As Ji Lishu walked, a sudden chill swept past her ear, instantly putting her on high alert. Decades of training as a mercenary had honed her instincts for danger. However, before she could brace herself, a sharp blade was pressed against her neck. Don't move. The voice was somewhat familiar. He whispered in her ear, "Don't even think about resisting, or I'll slit your throat." Ji Lishu quickly assessed the situation in her mind. She raised her hands in surrender, offering no resistance. The beastman behind her was a skilled opponent. In this secluded spot, surrounded by walls on three sides, escape was improbable. Moreover, this might be someone she knew. He would not kill her. She could only bide her time and respond to whatever came next. A pitch-black bag was pulled over her head, and the beastman who ambushed her ushered her into a magnetic levitation vehicle. The vehicle glided silently, isolating her from all external sounds. Leaving Ji Roi shoved her into a room where a strikingly handsome man lounged on a sleek black sofa. Clad in a white short-sleeved jacket over a slate blue shirt, his long legs casually crossed, a cigarette dangled from his fingertips, and his entire demeanor exuded a languid nonchalance. Ji Li recognized him. She had encountered him on her very first day at Teriel. Upon noticing Ji Li's presence, he slightly turned his face, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips, imbued with a teasing provocation. His eyes, half-lidded and bemused, scrutinized her with an unwavering intensity. Before her stood a diminutive figure, a hybrid beast whose physique resembled that of a human, clad in a gray-black windbreaker, complete with a flat-brimmed cap and a mask. He was obscured, yet his long, alabaster neck was unmistakably visible, so slender it appeared as if it could be snapped with a single hand. His bright, clear eyes betrayed no hint of emotion, yet a subtle pheromone aura wafted from him, tantalizingly elusive. Inhaling her scent deeply, Yun Kai wore an expression of indulgent satisfaction, his languid demeanor punctuated by a teasing remark. "What a pity your combat prowess is exceedingly low. I doubt you even reach A rank." With a slight curve of his lips, he invited, "Please, have a seat. You needn't fear. You must know who I am." So there's no need for introductions. Ji Li was well aware of his identity. Her recent studies had not been in vain. He was the vice commander of Teriel, Yun Kai. "What is your name?" Yun Kai inquired. Since the moment Ji Li laid eyes on him, her mind had been racing, calculating. How could she, an insignificant figure, possibly engage with someone as formidable as the vice commander of Teriel? Therefore, the only reason he could have for capturing her was Xingju. If Yun Kai intended to target Xingju, she bore the spirit seal with him, and should she perish, Xingju would not survive long thereafter. It appeared that the current situation was a deadlock. Ji Li swiftly assessed the circumstances, but failed to anticipate that these beastmen did not regard her as human. Yun Kai merely considered that he had yet to locate the woman. Ji Li calmly took a seat across from him. "I would like a glass of water," she said, glancing at Roi standing behind Yun Kai, speaking directly. "Send one away." That a greater amusement danced in Yun Kai's eyes as he waved his hand dismissively. "Go, fetch her a glass of water." Roi turned and exited the room, leaving only Yun Kai and Ji Li together. "Shall we speak now?" He fixed his gaze intently upon GL. "My name is of little consequence. What you should be more concerned with is Xingju," Ji Li replied. Yun Kai chuckled, leaning forward, inquiring, "And what relation do you have with Xingju?" Ji Li remained unfazed, retorting, "What else could it be?" "How dishonest," Yun Kai mused, falling silent for a few seconds before leaning back slightly. In that fleeting moment of his relaxation, Ji Li swiftly drew several grenades from her concealed pouch and hurled them at him. Seizing the opportunity to dash towards the balcony and leap down, the oncoming explosions caused Yun Kai's pupils to dilate in surprise, yet he nimbly evaded them. The ensuing blasts echoed with thunderous roars. And as the dust settled, Yun Kai rose slowly, brushing off the remnants of debris from his clothes, his expression cold and menacing. "You are the first to dare hurl explosives at me," he uttered through gritted teeth. He strode to the second-floor balcony, looking down imperiously at Ji Li, who was now surrounded by high-ranking beastmen, with no avenue of escape. "You, a hybrid beast lacking even A-rank combat prowess, dare to think you can flee from my grasp?" Yun Kai's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet Ji Li heard him clearly. "Escape? Where could you possibly go?" Chapter 37. Capture her. Death is no concern. Ji Li surveyed her surroundings with a cold gaze. That had been her only chance to flee, and with no options left, she had to go all in. The inexplicable interference in the magnetic field was unforeseen, rendering her teleportation useless. Outside the villa, a defensive perimeter of beastmen sprawled across 2 levels, approximately 20 to 30 robust figures exuding immense power, their piercing gazes radiating lethal intent. Ji Li's mind raced through tactical possibilities, as long as her hands weren't bound and no blade was pressed against her neck. Her agility and skill could allow her to utilize ranged attacks, avoiding direct confrontation. She was still capable of escaping. With a plan forming in her mind, Ji Li retrieved her limitless whip from her pouch. The whip was adorned with a layer of sleek black nanoblades that glimmered fiercely under the sunlight. Her movements were light and poised, exuding a calm demeanor that belied the coldness and defiance emanating from within her. A lethal aura that could not be ignored. This scene ignited Yun Kai's desire to conquer. He smiled and commanded, "Capture her alive. Leave her with just a breath, a hybrid beast possessing a weapon space." It seemed he had underestimated her. Immediately, several S-rank beastmen surged forward, launching a fierce attack on Ji Li. Their movements were straightforward. They aimed to restrain her. She retaliated instantly, wielding her limitless whip against her foes. Her petite waist twisting as the whip danced through the air, striking the ground with crisp sounds, creating a flurry of silver arcs that dazzled the eye. Initially, the beastmen dismissed her as unworthy, holding back their strikes. However, once they were each met with her whip's searing sting, they quickly realized the potency of her weapon's electric charge that a couple of beastmen were incapacitated, collapsing under its effects. Yun Kai narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint sparking within them. As though he were observing an intriguing prey, he called forth additional beastmen. More. Advance. His curiosity piqued. He wanted nothing more than to unveil her cap and mask. To discover what manner of hybrid beast she truly was, that a hybrid beast with a combat prowess below A rank could gracefully maneuver amidst dozens of S-rank experts. Ji Li's lithe figure wielded her whip with precision, carving clean arcs through the air, making it exceedingly difficult for the beastmen to approach her. One misstep, and they risked being electrocuted to the ground. Her strikes were swift and accurate, leaving deep gashes on the beastmen's formidable hides. At one point, one of the beastmen was so overwhelmed that he involuntarily transformed into his beast form. Typically, beastmen presented themselves in human form, only reverting to their beastly shapes when faced with formidable opponents or when overcome by instinctual fear. It was evident that the latter was the case here. The amusement in Yun Kai's eyes intensified as he raised a hand lightly. The beastmen below immediately received the command to cease their assault, retreating to form a wide circle around the combatants. In the now empty arena, a single beast and a single human stood at the center. A towering gorilla, nearly 3 meters in height, its exaggerated muscles covered in deep black fur, bearing grievous whip wounds that bled profusely, and facing her from 10 meters away, the petite figure of Ji Li remained unscathed. This striking contrast ignited excitement among the surrounding beastmen. Such a miraculous hybrid beast I have never seen before. "What kind of beast are you?" Yun Kai's tone was languid, yet his expression radiated insatiable curiosity. Under normal circumstances, one could easily discern the species of a beast based on scent. Yet Yun Kai could not identify hers. All he detected was an alluring fragrance that stirred his primal desires. Wycan has revealed their beast form. Do you intend to decline the duel invitation? He was eager to discover the nature of this enigmatic creature. Duel! 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 Hurry up! No dawdling. The surrounding beastmen clamored, urging Ji Li onward. Through it all, Geely remained composed, not betraying a hint of panic or fear. Her brow unwrinkled. She raised her gaze to Yun Kai and declared, "If I defeat this gorilla, you shall let me go." She understood that beastmen valued reputation and promise. With so many witnesses present, Yun Kai would not dare go back on his word. Yun Kai's smile deepened, his eyes glinting with meaning. After a long pause, he replied, "Agreed that an S-rank beastly gorilla against a hybrid beast with combat prowess below A-rank. How intriguing." Geely shifted her focus, brandishing her limitless whip, slicing through the air with a sharp arc that struck the ground with a resounding thud, taking her stance against the gorilla. "Come." The beast, enraged by her fearless and dismissive attitude, roared and leaped toward Geely. Swinging its massive paw with ferocity, Geely deftly dodged, realizing that while her whip could fend off beastmen, it was less effective against such a thick-skinned giant. She had to engage in close combat. Yun Kai exuberantly shouted from the second floor, and the gorilla beast evidently heard the command. IT launched a relentless series of close-range attacks, and Ji Lishu began to struggle against the onslaught. The whip blade she had flung was seized by the gorilla's rough and muscular hand, which gripped both ends of the whip tightly. Its arm muscles tensed with power as it let out a furious roar, forcibly snapping her limitless whip into IT this moment. Ji Lishu's expression shifted, disbelief washing over her face. However, before she could react, the gorilla beast lunged at her once more. Lishu swiftly sidestepped, but the proximity was too great. She could not evade entirely, and a sharp pain shot through her back, causing her to stifle a groan that, in an instant, the agony drained the color from her face, and she tasted the metallic sweetness of blood in her mouth. The gorilla beast was now consumed by rage. A mere human beast dared to trample upon its dignity as an S-rank beastman. With a roar that reverberated through the air, the gorilla beast cracked its knuckles and, with a powerful push of its hind legs, leapt into the air, a massive shadow descending ominously. Ji Lishu's eyes widened with alarm. Now was the moment. In an instant, she flipped her body, and a machine gun appeared in her hands. "Not good." Yun Kai's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "Retreat!" A thunderous gunshot suddenly echoed around them. The gorilla beast was caught off guard, struck in the abdomen by the bullet's tremendous force, and it was sent crashing to the ground. Unconscious and uncertain of its fate, Yun Kai coldly surveyed the scene below, his patience wearing thin. "You have violated the rules," he bellowed. Ji Lishu rose to her feet, retorting, "Did you not say weapons were forbidden?" Yun Kai was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had fallen into her trap. With a chilling tone, he replied, "It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin," with a dismissive wave of his hand. He ordered indifferently, "Seize her. It matters not if she dies." The surrounding beastmen began to converge, their expressions menacing. Ji Lishu cast a cold glance around, scoffing. What beastman keeps their word? It's simply absurd. Ji Lishu had fought valiantly, but her stamina was dwindling. Gritting her teeth, she raised her machine gun and unleashed a flurry of bullets. Unfortunately, she was not the only one armed. On the balcony of the second floor, Yun Kai casually tilted his head, signaling Luo Wei. Luo Wei produced a compact handgun and aimed it at Ji Lishu. Chapter 38. Identity revealed a searing pain shot through Ji Lishu's arm as Luo Wei fired, striking her right hand, unable to control the force in her arm. The machine gun clattered to the ground. The beastmen behind her seized the opportunity to attack, one large hand transforming into a fearsome claw that swung mercilessly towards her back that Ji Lishu could not evade in time. And her back was torn open, blood gushing forth that a unique scent, an essence belonging solely to a human female, wafted through the air. The beastman who had attacked her from behind froze in shock, witnessing the wounded woman struggling to remain upright on one knee, while a menacing beastman advanced towards her. That beastman grasped Ji Lishu's arm and executed a brutal shoulder throw, sending her crashing to the ground. In the process, her hat was knocked off, her raven locks cascading around her in disarray. With the force of two grievous injuries, blood surged up her throat, and she coughed violently. The oxygen mask fell to the ground as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dimming light, the brilliance fading into the distance. Before the opulent villa, dozens of towering beastmen had gathered, Yet now they stood as silent as the grave, stunned into disbelief. They watched as the woman struggled to prop herself up. Her clothes torn to reveal soft, pale skin, marred by 4 deep, bleeding gashes that exposed bone. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her exquisitely beautiful, cold expression resembled ancient ice, pure and translucent. The blood staining her lips only added an alluring charm. Reminiscent of the most vicious flora in the dreaming forest, the thorn rose, they had never encountered a human woman of such breathtaking beauty. Even in her battered state, she remained captivating. The night breeze stirred her dark tresses, and her eyes, calm like a deep pool, were too profound to meet directly. While appearances can be deceiving, the pure essence of femininity emanating from her could not be feigned. This was an innate scent that belonged to human females. And just the whiff of it sent the beastmen into tremors of primal desire. The intoxicating aroma enveloped the air, stirring some of the beastmen from their stupor, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. This was a human woman, possessing a mind as sharp as any beastman. Yunkai gazed intently at the figure below, his expression taut, breaths coming in quick succession. The next moment, he vaulted over the railing with agility. Striding toward Ji Li Shu. "You are human?" he asked, incredulity lacing his voice. Ji Li Shu ignored him. Slowly rising to her feet, summoning all her strength to steady herself, she then raised her uninjured left hand, wiping the blood from her mouth, and fixed a cold gaze upon Yunkai. Her attire was stained with blood, her disheveled hair matted with viscous fluid, her face pale, and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, betraying the intense pain she endured. The beastman who had delivered the brutal shoulder throw could not help but glance at his own hands. Filled with remorse for having struck down a human female so ruthlessly, he hesitantly spoke. "Deputy Commander, perhaps we should call a doctor to treat her." In the beastmen's understanding, human females were precious for a reason. Their lives were fragile, and their mortality rates soared upon injury. This woman, battered by their high-ranking beastmen, was on the brink of death. Yunkai inhaled sharply. As if awakening from a trance, he turned to Lu Wei, who still stood in shock, and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Call a doctor." The once menacing beastmen now appeared alarmed. The beastman who had struck Ji Li Shu approached, his brow furrowed with concern. "Let me take you to rest," he offered, his voice low and filled with guilt. At this, Yunkai's eyes flared with cold fury. Ji Li Shu dismissed the beastman with a glare. "Get lost." She then turned her gaze to Yunkai, her tone neither warm nor cold. "You come," sensing the shift in their attitudes. She seized the opportunity. Upon hearing her call, Yunkai's anger dissipated, replaced by an expression of anticipation and curiosity. Fully aware of her deception, he found himself unable to refuse her. Yunkai approached Ji Li Shu, wrapping his arms around her with care. Deftly avoiding her injuries, he felt her soft curves against him, her breath warm against his neck, sending electric currents racing through his heart. An SS rank powerhouse. He had no intentions of considering the nurturing of a female for procreation before reaching 100 years of age. Thus, his understanding of human women was limited. He only knew that once they bled, death was not far behind that moment. He was wholly oblivious to the fact that this woman was the one who had planted the spiritual mark on Xing. Regardless, he understood that he could not let her die. Yunkai's mind raced with thoughts, leaving him momentarily dazed. He remained unaware that Ji Li Shu's eyes glimmered with determination. Now was the time. Ji Li Shu swiftly drew an electric machine gun to incapacitate Yunkai, immediately leaping from his grasp and landing behind him. She brandished a high-energy particle line, which swiftly ensnared Yunkai. In the next instant, Ji Li Shu pressed the muzzle of her gun against the back of Yunkai's neck, the spot where a single shot could prove fatal for a beastman. The fluidity of her actions was breathtaking. "Do not move. Otherwise, I shall kill him." Ji Li Shu's icy intent enveloped the air. The surrounding beastmen, witnessing her hostage-taking of their leader, exchanged complex expressions. "Open the door," she commanded coldly. Yunkai remained composed as she held him at gunpoint, but upon realizing her intent to escape, his expression shifted dramatically. "No, you cannot leave," he exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. Ji Li Shu's gaze hardened, and without hesitation, she fired at Yunkai's arm. Yunkai grimaced, lowering his head. Open the door. Ji Lishu continued her threat. The air was thick with the unique sweetness of human female blood. And Yunkai's expression turned frantic. You are injured. You must be treated immediately. His tone was tense, as if the earlier indifference had never existed. Chapter 39. You will die. It is my fault for causing you such grievous harm. I promise I will never allow anyone to harm you again, not even myself. Yunkai furrowed his brows and continued to dissuade. Ji Lishu was momentarily taken aback by Yunkai's inexplicable words, but she would be a fool to believe him. Why should I trust what you say? Open the door. Otherwise, we shall perish together. The phrase perish together seemed to have struck fear into the hearts of those present. With a helpless glance, Yunkai signaled to an orc, who then unlocked the sealed door with a fingerprint scan. Tell your men to retreat. Do not follow us. Ji Lishu persisted in pressing her gun against Yunkai's nape, forcing him to back away. Yunkai appeared unconcerned by her threat and commanded the remaining orcs to stay put, but he was, after all, trying to placate her. This was Beishan Villa, located 100 kilometers from the center of Telier City. Even if I let you go, you would not make it back by dawn. As Yunkai complied with Ji Lishu's retreat, he continued to persuade her. Your injuries are severe. If you do not receive treatment, you will die. It was with great difficulty that he uttered these words to I in that moment. His sole concern was her well-dash, but as they continued to withdraw, Ji Lishu remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings, entirely ignoring him. Yunkai recognized that her only desire was to escape this place. Resigned, he closed his eyes briefly, his tone laced with helplessness. I am an SS rank orc. Even if you bind me, if I do not wish to be captured, you will not succeed. This was indeed the truth, and Ji Lishu was fully aware of it. However, she also understood that if Yunkai discovered her connection with Xingju, even her noble status as a human woman would not spare her from death. Thus, she found herself with no other option but to take a gamble. How about a deal? Yunkai tilted his head and whispered to Ji Lishu, I will let you leave if you forgive my unintentional harm. Her unyielding and stubborn nature made her difficult to persuade. He could only acquiesce to her demands for the time being. His tone bore an unmistakable hint of trepidation and anxiety, simultaneously hoping for her response while fearing it. At this moment, the distance between them and the villa was approximately 100 meters, with Yunkai's subordinates remaining steadfast within the villa, not daring to advance. Ji Lishu gradually halted her retreat, unhurriedly rising onto her toes behind Yunkai. Leaning close to his left ear, her tone dripping with disdain, I do not engage in transactions lightly. I repay hatred with hatred and debts with debts. She leaned in a little too close, and he could distinctly feel her warm breath and the gentle caress of her soft hair against his cheek. As her cold voice resonated, it felt as though time had come to a standstill. The surrounding clamor fading into silence. In the next moment, Yunkai was unexpectedly shoved away by Ji Lishu. Immediately, several smoke bombs were released, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of obscurity, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Lishu vanished without a trace. As she fled, she did not forget to leave behind a parting remark. You destroyed my whip. You owe me for that. As night fell and the lights illuminated the scene, Chong Kong squatted at the entrance of his bookstore, visibly frustrated, as he was barred from entering. On either side of him stood two imposing figures, one being Yu Feng, the merciless rank eagle orc assistant to the Dark Lord Xingju, and the other being Asher, the cunning S-rank raccoon orc and deputy to Commander Qingya. Both parties consisted of highly trained experts, exuding an innate sense of authority that clashed starkly with his dilapidated bookstore. Inside, Xingju and Qingya occupied separate fabric sofas by the window, their expressions markedly different. I am busy. Commander Qingya, please get straight to the point, Xingju began. Ji Lishu had been missing for a day and a night, causing him great distress. Yet, Qingya chose this critical moment to request a meeting. Even though it was Qingya who sought him out, Xingju was inclined to refuse, especially since the rendezvous was set at this very bookstore. Qingya wasted no time, stating his purpose directly. I know you are searching for Ji Lishu. I will join forces with you to find her. Xingju was momentarily taken aback, his gaze quickly turning cold. How do you know her? Chapter 40. She's on the brink of death. Could it be that Jili Shu's disappearance is connected to Qingya? Xing Ju suspected that perhaps Yunkai had taken Jili Shu. However, at this moment, he could not be entirely certain. Moreover, Yunkai was currently thousands of kilometers away at the edge of Desert City, far from Telier. Over the past 24 hours, he had dispatched 3,000 mercenaries to conduct a thorough search. Yet to no avail, the only feedback from the spirit imprint was the absence of any anomalies, providing him with a slight relief for his suffocating heart. Now is not the time for this. You possess her spirit imprint, which allows you to sense her location. By utilizing the PSS system, you can pinpoint the exact coordinates of humans within that area. With the coordinates, you can send mercenaries to verify one by one. As Qingya's words fell, a glimmer of hope sparked in Xing Ju's eyes. If we work together, this is the fastest way to find her. Qingya's gaze was resolute, his voice unwavering. This was indeed the quickest method. Yet Xing Ju hesitated. My connection with her is too weak. I can only determine her general direction. The spirit imprint granted orcs a sense of their partner's locations, yet if the partner held little affection in their heart, the connection would be feeble at best. Xing Ju was reluctant to admit this truth in front of Qingya. Qingya straightened his posture and directly inquired, in what direction? He too had searched desperately for 24 hours. He was acutely aware that Jili Shu had gone missing while searching for him, which only deepened his regret over not being more assertive earlier. At least then, he would not be floundering aimlessly in search of her. A hint of self-mockery flickered in Qingya's eyes. What was there to cling to? Did he still hope that one day, Jili Shu would willingly plant a spirit imprint for him? Xing Ju did not respond to Qingya's question. Instead, he scrutinized him thoughtfully. Their relationship was far from one conducive to amicable conversation. Qingya had previously decimated over 100 high-ranking mercenaries under Xing Ju's command merely for trespassing into Qingmu City's territory. Xing Ju had also contemplated uniting forces with Desert City to seize Qingya's lucrative green pearl business. They were not sworn enemies, but their relationship was certainly fraught with tension. Xing Ju did not directly answer Qingya's question. His dark eyes were deep and guarded, his handsome features exuding a certain coldness as he responded in a low voice. What is your purpose? Qingya's voice was deep and husky, carrying an unwavering determination. She is my destined partner. With an air of defiance, Xing Ju's gaze hardened, his expression increasingly distrustful, his eyes glinting like a thin blade. Do you have her spirit imprint? No, he did not. Otherwise, he would not be seeking collaboration. Qingya turned his head away. That is not important. Do you wish to continue delaying? Every second that passes may worsen her situation. Qingya did not miss the disdain in Xing Ju's eyes, which only added to his frustration. That I do not agree to you joining my family. Xing Ju retorted firmly. He was Jili Shu's legitimate partner, with the right to choose his family members in this world. Human women's intelligence was often deemed inferior. Hence, the first orc partner would personally select her subsequent partners. In the orc world, strength and rank dictated respect, making higher-ranked individuals more likely to be chosen. If you assist me in finding Jili Shu, I can offer you a lucrative deal, but I absolutely refuse to allow you to pursue her. His voice was low yet resolute, a chill lacing his words. His narrowed gaze filled with contempt. That is not for you to decide. Qingya's expression darkened, gritting his teeth as he spat out a few words. If you refuse, then we shall duel. The victor will have the final say. Xing Ju abruptly halted his words as he placed a hand over his heart. His brow furrowed, and the rigid line of his jaw seemed to scream with a cold fury akin to a deathly silence. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, resembling those of a wild beast, and he was on the verge of losing all rationality. Trembling, he tore open his shirt, revealing the once vibrant scarlet spirit mark, which was now gradually fading, as if life itself were ebbing away. Qingya fixated on the spirit mark on his chest, her pupils narrowing suddenly. Her voice was hoarse and trembling. She is on the brink of death. Chapter 41. It doesn't matter anymore. She is weary Jili Shu, enduring excruciating pain, fled from the North Mountain Villa. She had intended to summon a means of escape to evade her pursuers, but the dense interference field surrounding her rendered such efforts futile. Resigned to her fate, Jili Shu ran, though her condition could not sustain her for long. Her injuries were numerous and severe, and she had lost a considerable amount of blood. Moreover, the prolonged exertion had led to rapid oxygen depletion. Even with a fresh oxygen mask, she remained in a state of hypoxia. At this moment, Ji Lishu was somewhat delirious, driven solely by instinct to flee. The worst outcome was either dying in this unfamiliar place or being recaptured by Yun Kai. It didn't matter anymore. She was exhausted. Just as she was about to collapse from exhaustion, a silver-gray car appeared in her blurry line of vision. Moments later, a man emerged from the vehicle, striding toward her with purpose. Trier, high-end residential area. Silver Bay Ethan had just stepped out of his room, lifting his gaze to the distant skyline as dawn broke. He had spent the entire night reviving a half-dead human female. How is she? Yun Hen's voice was grave. Ethan furrowed his brow, uncertainty evident in his tone as he replied, "Though I believe she is past the critical phase, I still recommend you take her to a human hospital for treatment. After all, my specialization is in beast medicine. I'm a veterinarian." As he spoke, he pointed toward the figure lying on the bed, Ji Lishu, raising his voice slightly. "But she is a human female. Should anything happen to her, I cannot bear the responsibility. Moreover, even if you're the highest commander of Trier, keeping a human female in secret would surely incite public outrage." Ethan was the chief physician at the Beast Hospital, and he and Yun Hen had once been classmates in medical school. Thus, even after 30 years, despite their vastly different statuses, Ethan still dared to speak candidly in front of Yun Hen. Last night, upon receiving a message from Yun Hen, he had rushed over with his equipment. To his astonishment, the person Yun Hen wanted him to save was a rare human female. Her physique and beauty were unlike any other existing human women. She was stunningly exquisite. Even more shocking was the fact that she had suffered severe blood loss and was on the verge of asphyxiation. Deep, bone-exposing wounds marred her smooth back, and her right arm bore a gunshot wound, with 2 broken ribs and varying degrees of damage to her heart and lungs. What kind of circumstances could lead the beast to inflict such brutality upon a delicate and beautiful human female? Yun Hen gazed at Ji Lishu on the bed and replied coolly, "Since you say she is past the danger period, I will trust your judgment. You may leave." However, before he could finish, Ethan interjected, "She might still develop a fever and is at risk of infection. I must stay to monitor her and check her wounds." This was an invaluable opportunity. This woman was so beautiful, and her innate pheromonal scent was undoubtedly the purest he had ever encountered. If he did not seize this chance to gain her favor and trust, he would be losing out significantly. Ethan's reasoning was sound, but he could not ascertain whether Yun Hen would believe his words. After all, the highest commander of Trier had once been a legitimate medical prodigy 30 years ago. If not for the pressures of life that forced him into a ruthless struggle for power, he would not have become the fearsome figure known as the Nine Heavens Sunghu. Yun Hen. Yun Hen turned his gaze sharply at Ethan and nodded. "Take good care of her." Ethan's face broke into a smile. "Rest assured, it's on me." Chapter 42. Commander, are you going to personally care for her? Another day and night passed, and Ji Lishu remained unconscious, yet her complexion had improved significantly. Ethan let out a sigh of relief. Her fever had subsided, and she should be out of danger now. His efforts over the past 2 days had not been in vain. "You may leave now," Yun Hen stated, sitting in a chair beside the bed. His legs crossed, his demeanor indifferent as he ushered Ethan away. Ethan paused in his motion to relax his shoulders, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Leave? Are you really going to care for her yourself?" "Commander?" Ethan found this hard to believe. This was Yun Hen's private residence. He would not even permit a household robot, so how could he possibly take care of this woman? Yun Hen's tone was firm as he replied, "This is my home. I do not like outsiders." Ethan suddenly smirked, saying, "All right then, I'll just take her with me." As he reached for Ji Lishu's forged rib, intending to carry her away, Yun Hen rose without expression, his imposing figure effortlessly grabbing Ethan by the collar and throwing him out. "Send me a message with updates," Yun Hen coldly instructed as he closed the door, despite Ethan's furious protests outside. Yun Hen remained unfazed. Once Ethan had departed, the vast apartment fell silent. Yun Hen continued to sit quietly beside Ji Lishu's bed, the distance between them exceeding a meter. Ji Lishu, due to the severity of her back injuries, could only lie face down on the bed. Her dark hair spread like a cloud to one side. her profile pressed against the soft pillow, giving her a slightly chubby and unexpectedly adorable appearance. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and even in sleep, the unease between her brows remained. Yunhin lowered his gaze, thoughtfully examining that face, which was endlessly captivating. Both Xingju and Qingyue were conducting a massive search in Trier, disrupting the stability of the region and disregarding the pressure from the ruling government, even risking a fallout with him to find that person. His younger brother believed his methods were clean and left no traces. However, Yun Kai had not anticipated that Qingyue would also get involved in this matter. With PSS surveillance cameras scattered throughout Trier, locating a human was merely a matter of time once the position was determined. Yunhin originally intended to confirm whether this was indeed Yun Kai's doing. Instead, he nearly stumbled upon her. She had suddenly emerged from a crevice, covered in blood, her injuries horrifyingly severe, and suffering from acute hypoxia. Nearly suffocating, Yunhin immediately carried her into the car, maximizing the oxygen circulation, and planned to take her to a specialized human hospital. But this was North Mountain Villa. His hand tightened on the control panel, and his starry eyes narrowed. North Mountain Villa was the affluent district of Trier, home to numerous upscale luxury villas. Not far away was a villa owned by Yun Kai. The ruling bureau could not afford a clash with the Xingho group. Now was not the time for a rupture, as that batch of weapons had yet to be developed. Moreover, there was still Qingyue. After careful consideration, Yunhin decided to take her back to his private apartment first. He urgently summoned Ethan to treat her. Staring at the pale face before him at the tea that moment, Yunhin suddenly felt his actions were somewhat reckless. This woman was indeed gravely injured. If he concealed crimes for Yun Kai and it hindered her timely treatment, he would be hard-pressed to absolve himself of blame. Fortunately, she had survived. Chapter 43. Thankfully, he did not attempt to wipe or clean. The woman on the bed stirred slightly, her voice barely audible as she murmured, "Water." Yunhin knelt beside the bed, leaning close to her. "Water," he repeated softly. Her voice was delicate and weak, laced with hoarseness. She must still be in considerable pain at this moment. Yunhin's clear eyes bore traces of sleeplessness, with faint shadows beneath them softening his usually aggressive demeanor. Her simple words indicated a decent level of intelligence for a human. Yunhin sat beside her, gently rolling Ji Lishu onto her back, cradling her in his strong, muscular arms. His movements surprisingly tender, he carefully avoided her wounds as he lifted the water cup from the bedside and brought it to her lips. Lowering his gaze, he pressed his forehead against hers, his voice deep yet indifferent as he instructed, "Open your mouth." Ji Lishu instinctively parted her lips, sipping water in small gulps. Her eyes still tightly shut, Yunhin's gaze flickered. His thin lips pressed into a cold-lined S. Close to her, he could nearly discern the delicate tremors of her eyelashes, her unadorned face pale. The pure and refreshing aura emanating from her filled his nostrils, making it unexpectedly arduous for him. She was indeed beguiling. Once Ji Lishu had quenched her thirst, Yunhin instantly released her, as if fearing to be ensnared by something, and withdrew. Ji Lishu remained unconscious, and Yunhin hastily procured a home assistant robot overnight, specifically to tend to her needs. Throughout his workday, he was plagued by restlessness, unable to quell his hands, which repeatedly accessed the home surveillance system. This time, however, he beheld Ji Lishu, who had been lying on the bed. Now having turned over, her back pressed against the mattress, the pain from her wounds causing her brow to furrow. It seemed she was on the brink of awakening. That moment, Yunhin was in a meeting where several individuals were debating whether to initiate the self-research project for the PSS system. The development of the PSS system necessitated the involvement of the catfolk. Only they possessed the ability to manipulate mutated plants. By recruiting a sufficient number of catfolk, Teriel could independently develop the system, which in the long run would prove immensely profitable, one individual stated. Others countered, arguing that the PSS development cycle was lengthy, challenging, and required substantial investment, and that the PSS in Qingmu City was already highly mature, favoring Teriel's security. Yet, we cannot perpetually rely on others for our safety. That a balance of power must exist between the major city-states. We need the PSS from Qingmu City, and Qingmu City requires our weapon supplies. The debate grew increasingly heated. Yunhin, seated at the head of the table, with starry eyes and sharp brows, bore a strikingly chiseled visage. His expression calm and detached. He tightened his tie, then stood, his tall, imposing figure exuding an air of sovereign authority. I did not come here to listen to your quarrels. Present me with detailed proposals for each option, and then we shall discuss this matter. If you're unprepared even for this, it may be that none of you are suited to occupy this position. With that, he strode out of the conference room. She was on the verge of waking. He needed to return quickly. Ji Lishu opened her eyes. She found herself lying in a high-rise apartment. She surveyed the room before her. The space was oval, surrounded on three sides by floor-to-ceiling glass windows, towering 10 meters high, offering an expansive view. Even though it was midday, sunlight failed to penetrate. The glass possessed 100% one-sided light-filtering quality. The decor was predominantly gray and black, with only a central bed approximately 3 meters wide and a few sets of all-black furniture remaining. Simple yet grand, monotonous yet artistically designed, Ji Lishu propped herself up with her left hand. Slowly rising, memories flooded back, and she glanced at her injuries, each meticulously bandaged. Someone had rendered her aid. Though she felt utterly weak and chose not to dwell on it for now, she could at least ascertain that her life was not in immediate danger. Moreover, she was acutely aware of a pressing physiological need that required addressing. Ji Lishu weakly raised her gaze to the foredrip, then promptly bent down to remove the needle from her hand. "Stop!" The door to the room swung open abruptly, and a deep voice echoed. Startled by the sudden shout, Ji Lishu's hand trembled, and blood oozed from the freshly opened wound that a towering beastman strode in swiftly. Grasping Ji Lishu's hand and applying pressure with a cotton pad from the table to staunch the bleeding, his gaze turned frigid, a flicker of anger and regret flashing in his eyes. It was his fault. He should not have left her alone at home. That he lowered his head, concealing his expression, and adopted a gentler demeanor, lifting his gaze to control his voice, striving to sound soothing. "You cannot remove this." He pointed to the needle on her hand, lightly furrowing his brow as if teaching Ji Lishu, hoping she would comprehend. From the moment Yunhen appeared, Ji Lishu's entire being was on high alert. He was robustly built, with a complexion neither too dark nor too light, his features sharply defined and deep-set, reminiscent of a Greek sculpture. His icy, dark eyes were profound and enigmatic. He bore a physique similar to Xingju's. Yet this man seemed larger, his solid form resembling a wall, his tailored suit failing to conceal his powerful muscles, exuding the pressure of an authority figure. Yunhen sensed Ji Lishu's wariness and unease. His gaze deepened, and after a moment, he awkwardly extended his hand, gently stroking her soft hair. "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you." He slightly tilted his head to meet her eyes, the midday sunlight filtering through the window, casting a warm glow over his dark eyes, tempering their sharpness and coldness. The woman, just awakened, bore a pallid visage devoid of any aggression, her lips lacking color. Yunhen unconsciously furrowed his brow. "Lie still." He then pressed her shoulder, guiding her back onto the bed. Ji Lishu, however, was resolute. She urgently needed to relieve herself. "Be good. You can only lie down and rest for now." Yunhen gently patted her shoulder to soothe her. She began to regain her composure, realizing that this beast man perceived her as a simpleton. "Alpha Yunhen," he called out, turning his head towards the door that a robot promptly entered, responding mechanically, understood. Before departing the room, Yunhen's hand remained on Ji Lishu's shoulder, encouraging her to recline. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow and forcefully pushed him away. In Yunhen's astonished gaze, she staggered into the restroom. He stood momentarily frozen, but soon comprehended the situation. After a brief hesitation, he slowly opened the door, swiftly checking to ensure she was managing appropriately, that he merely worried that she might not know how to handle herself, given that many humans lack the ability to care for themselves in daily life. It appeared that this human was more astute than he had anticipated. Ji Lishu squatted on the toilet, coldly watching the door as it opened and closed, her heart finally easing. Thankfully, he did not attempt to rush in to assist her. After finishing, Ji Lishu emerged to find Alpha had quickly prepared a bowl of porridge. Hearing the commotion, Yunhen closed the holographic screen and approached her directly. "Come, you must be hungry." He naturally took Ji Lishu's hand. Leading her to the living room, Ji Lishu's body stiffened as she fought to restrain herself. Not act out. She could not afford to make any rash moves. The situation was uncertain, feigning the role of a foolish human. She planned to observe from the shadows and wait for an opportune moment to Ascension lifted the porridge prepared by Alpha. Ready to feed her, Ji Lishu turned her head away in disdain as the spoon approached. "You do not like this?" he inquired softly to Ji Lishu, did not shake her head, but instead extended her uninjured left hand to take the spoon, bringing it to her mouth. Ultimately, she seized the bowl from Yunhin's hands, placing it before herself and methodically eating. One spoonful at a time, Yunhin's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, watching her intently. Merely observing her was quite entertaining. In the past, he had grown accustomed to solitude, finding nothing wrong with it, and had never understood why so many beastmen were drawn to human females. Yet now, he felt his previous life was dull and monotonous. Perhaps he could indeed consider adopting a human female. However, the woman before him could never be the one meant for him. As he pondered this, the fleeting thought that had briefly ignited within him quickly dulled. Ji Lishu finished her bowl of porridge in a few swift bites. Gazing at her expressionless face, fixated on him, Yunhin could not resist. He pinched her cheek and awkwardly praised her. "You are wonderful." Ji Lishu's hands clenched tightly beneath the table. "Endure." Alpha stepped forward to clear the table, while Yunhin pulled out the chair behind him, approaching her to support her waist, entirely oblivious to the shock evident on Ji Lishu's face. He effortlessly swept her up in his arms, adjusting her position carefully to avoid her injuries, as he could feel the softness of the person cradled in his arms, and from his vantage point, he could see her exquisitely high nose. He could not help but lean closer. You need to wash your hair." As Yunhin carried Ji Lishu towards the bathroom, she began to struggle violently to not move. "You need to wash." Yunhin spoke softly to her. Previously, her wounds required prompt attention, and he had only given them a cursory treatment. 3 days had passed, and she undoubtedly bore some odor. "You still have injuries. I will only help you wash your hair." "All right." Yunhin gently seated Ji Lishu on the washstand, his hands braced against the surface as their gazes locked, uncertain whether she could comprehend his words. He communicated his reassurance through tender gestures and soft glances. Upon his utterance, Ji Lishu ceased her struggles, allowing Yunhin to carefully wash and dry her hair. The flicker of surprise crossed her mind. This imposing figure exhibited a surprising attentiveness. Indeed, he treated her like a child, devoid of any improper intentions. As Yunhin tenderly brushed through her flowing, raven locks, he couldn't resist the temptation to grasp a strand and inhale its scent. Observing his actions, Ji Lishu's expression turned frosty. She had misjudged him. Once her hair was tended to, Yunhin carried her back to the bed, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he leaned down. Softly murmuring, "You still bear injuries. You must rest and recuperate. Understood?" He then casually activated the large screen on the wall, displaying an animated film. "Oh, you enjoy this?" he inquired, casting a glance toward Ji Lishu, only to be met with her impassive stare. As if regarding a fool, he switched to another childish cartoon. "What about this one?" Still, she remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed on the screen. Yunhin couldn't help but smirk. This human exuded an air of aloofness. Approaching her, he gently caressed her voluminous, soft hair. "Take your time to watch. I shall remain here with you." With that, he retrieved a notebook from the adjacent room, settling into a chair by the bed to attend to his work. Ji Lishu stole glances at the beastman. He had changed into a simple white t-shirt and deep gray lounge pants. An ensemble so casual it seemed effortless, yet an inherent aura of dominance lingered in the air. He had saved her from the brink of unconsciousness. Ji Lishu felt a sense of familiarity toward him, but the specifics eluded her. Having perused photographs of high-ranking officials from Trilial, she recognized Yunhin, but could not place him. Xingho Tower. The coordinates I sensed earlier point to the northern region of Trilial. "My men have confirmed that none of the identified humans there are her," Xingju stated, standing tall before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the highest floor of Xingho Tower, his obsidian eyes gazing into the abyss beyond. Despite his elevated position, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Reassess the situation. We shall find her as long as she still breathes." Qingya was resolute. The repeated disappointments weighed heavily on him in recent days. He had endured numerous letdowns. The only source of solace was the glowing spiritual mark on his chest, signaling that she was still well. Xingjue turned to him, brow furrowed, that I cannot ascertain whether the sensing remains accurate. I feel she is near, perhaps even back in Trilial. Qingya contemplated aloud. If necessary, we can conduct a comprehensive search of Trilial once more. If the ruling government intervenes, we shall eliminate them. That he slightly tilted his head, locking eyes with Xingjue, his demeanor cold and steady. As his dark eyes narrowed dangerously, his tone icy and bloodthirsty. Xingjue continued, I have confirmed that Yunkai is not in the borderlands of Desert City. He has returned to Trilial and abducted Jili Shu. His words dripped with barely contained fury. Yunkai had schemed against him. Previously, he had regarded this as a mere game between them, victor and vanquished. But now, with Jili Shu involved, he had no choice. Yunkai must not be allowed to remain. Qingya's lips curled into a sardonic smirk, his fingers resting on the deep gray teacup, his gaze fixed coldly on Xingjue. A mishap occurred on your territory. Will you still refuse my assistance? Xingjue met his words with calmness. If you can locate Jili Shu, I shall not hinder your pursuit of her. However, whether she accepts you is another matter. He was certain that Jili Shu would never easily take to Qingya. She had little regard even for him. As dusk descended, Jili Shu, having feigned ignorance while watching cartoons, succumbed to slumber due to significant blood loss. Upon awakening, she found the beast man absent. The medication administered to her must have been of high quality, for her wounds were healing rapidly. Aside from some lingering pain in her chest, she was largely unimpeded in her movements. She threw off the covers and padded barefoot toward the door. Little master, do you require assistance? The robot Asher inquired abruptly upon spotting her. Master referred to Yunhen, who had designated her as such. Jili Shu glanced at the robot but offered no reply. She approached the main door, only to discover it remained locked, requiring a fingerprint to unlock even from the inside. Disheartened, she realized this route was futile. Determined to assess her surroundings further, she noted the surveillance cameras within the apartment, requiring her actions to be discreet. This upscale dwelling, evidenced by the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows, was situated in the heart of Trilial. Outside the kitchen, there was a precarious balcony, its design perplexing, leaving her uncertain of its purpose, yet it seemed a viable escape route. As she neared the balcony, Alpha intervened. Little master, this area is dangerous. Please step away. Jili Shu frowned slightly. Alpha's warnings were overly loud. With her back injury still healing, now was not the time for action. So she relented. This luxurious apartment contained another room directly opposite the one she had occupied. With Yunhen absent, she ventured inside to explore. Upon opening the door, she found herself in a sealed room, devoid of windows, its walls clad in silver-gray metal panels, and furnished with nothing but emptiness. This chamber was indeed peculiar. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently entered Yunhen's virtual conference room. That moment, high-ranking officials from the ruling government stared in disbelief at the image of the human woman that had appeared on Yunhen's screen. Clad in an oversized t-shirt that appeared to belong to Yunhen, she revealed a delicate alabaster neck and flawless skin reminiscent of snow, her long hair cascading gracefully behind her. Her strikingly beautiful face, though somewhat pale, bore no blemishes, and her exquisite features captivated all who beheld her. Her bright, clear eyes darted curiously around the room, exuding a lively spirit that set her apart from the mundane humans. The officials were astonished. When had Commander Yunhen adopted a human female, just 5 seconds after her entrance, Yunhen severed the video conference, declaring, "This meeting is adjourned." The screen went dark, leaving the officials yearning for more. How had Commander Yunhen selected such a stunning specimen from a sea of unremarkable humans? The communication lines to Trilial's breeding center were inundated with inquiries at the moment Yunhen terminated the video call. The room's structure began to transform. The silver-gray metal panels gradually became transparent, unveiling a 3D image before Jili Shu's eyes. Yunhen rose from his office chair, striding through the holographic projection towards her. His dark brows furrowed, and without preamble, he swept her into his arms, placing her atop his luxurious desk. He then grasped one of her feet, his large hand enveloping it entirely. In that instant, Ji Shu felt a shiver run down her spine, instinctively preparing to retaliate. Why are you not wearing S? He was aware that she could speak. Yet in the past few days, she had not uttered a single word to him. He couldn't help but think that perhaps she despised him. What is your name? The corners of his lips curled slightly, forming an appealing arc, while his obsidian-like eyes shimmered with a gentle light. Cloud Trace feared she might not comprehend, so he pointed to himself, articulating each word. I am called Yinhen. Then he gestured towards her. And you, Yinhen? The supreme commander of Tellier, the elder brother of Yun Kai. Ji Shu made a concerted effort to mask her expression, averted her gaze, and feigned a state of bewilderment, pretending not to understand his words. Yinhen let out a barely audible sigh. Never mind. Observing her lowered head, he could not resist reaching out to pat her head. This little tiger seemed particularly fond of having her head patted. Have you awakened and grown bored? He recalled the curious glint in her eyes when she first encountered the 3D hologram. Do you wish to take another look at the 3D image? Ji Shu pretended not to comprehend, yet she raised her eyes to fixate on him. Yinhen lifted her once more, seating her in his throne-like chair while he knelt beside her on one knee. He was quite tall, and even with Ji Shu seated, his half-squatting position allowed their gazes to align almost perfectly. Yinhen reopened the image. It turned out that from this angle, the 3 silver-gray walls were not walls at all, but rather a curved, flat, 3D holographic display, revealing a continuous and complete image. The entire orc world unfolded before Ji Shu's eyes in 3D. Chapter 46. May I kiss you? Ji Shu's eyes brightened. In the upper left corner was the desert city, a desolate land inhabited by terrifying flesh-eaters. You absolutely must not venture there, understand? Yinhen pointed earnestly at the location of the desert city, imparting this warning to Ji Shu. Below is Greenwood City, teeming with bloodless carnivorous plants. You would not relish that place either. His tone turned cold with the last remark. Greenwood City posed a high danger level for humans, making it unsuitable for her prolonged stay, a fact that Qingyao would undoubtedly be aware of as well. Yinhen continued his description, pointing to the lower left corner. Here is Cloud Sea Cliff, where the orcs are all of the flying avian species. To the right is Twilight Island, filled with venomous snakes and reptiles. Are you afraid? The map also displayed scattered small towns, which occupied less area compared to the larger cities, and had fewer orcs of lower ranks and overall strength. Despite assuming Ji Shu might not understand, Yinhen remained remarkably patient in his explanations. Ji Shu gazed at the vivid 3D imagery before her, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. Immediately, the panorama of Twilight Island magnified before her eyes. Is Twilight Island your favorite? Yinhen turned to her, resting his right arm on the back of her chair, their proximity intimate. There exists a phosphorescent tunnel there, which is indeed breathtaking. However, Twilight Island is not suitable for your long-term residence. He shook his head disapprovingly. You should remain in Tellier, as only here do you find the best environment and security, making it the safest place for you. Perhaps he could catch a glimpse of her from time to time. Ji Shu surveyed the entire 3D map, contemplating that in this light, Tellier indeed appeared to be the most suitable city for her to live in. She thought to herself, instinctively nodding lightly, her expression seemingly satisfied. Yinhen observed the cool profile of her face and could not help but swallow hard. Ji Shu, sensing the intense gaze beside her, turned slightly to meet his eyes, lowering her head slightly. Yinhen stared at her. Motionless, he yearned to disregard everything and kiss her. What harm would it be? She understood nothing, and no one else would ever know. With these thoughts swirling his mind, Yinhen slowly leaned in. May I kiss you? As he spoke, his large hand gently pressed against Ji Shu's neck, applying downward pressure. In an instant, Ji Shu forcefully turned her head away, raising her hand to deliver a slap. The sharp sound resonated in the silent room. Yinhen turned his head in a daze, glancing back at the woman who had struck him, devoid of any anger in his eyes. Only surprise and the faintest hint of indulgence. Why so fierce? Does Xingju know? Ji Shu's gaze sharpened. He indeed knew of her relationship with Xingju. Could it be that the kidnapping incident was also connected to Yinhen? What were he and Yun Kai truly after? A palpable sense of vigilance surged through Ji Shu, unmistakably evident. Yin Hen assumed she was frightened. He immediately adopted a gentle demeanor, speaking softly to reassure her, "Do not be afraid. I shall not kiss you." He believed that his sudden movement had caused her discomfort. He grasped her hand, continuing to point and discuss the 3D map, attempting to divert her attention. "Look here. This is the northern forest abyss, where you can witness the dazzling and enchanting auroras, coupled with the vibrant and magnificent coastline. And here, the largest arena for colossal beast duels in the world. Oh, never mind, it's too bloody, not suitable for you. You would thrive in the glacial polar regions, where a remarkably beautiful and gentle flower, the snow lotus, blooms." That as he spoke, Yin Hen located a satellite image of the snow lotus on the 3D map and enlarged it for her viewing. "Do you like it?" Ji Lishu couldn't help but glance at him again. This towering figure contrasted sharply with the decisive, calculating, and formidable commander she had learned about in her research. He was surprisingly gentle. "When I visit that place on business, I shall pluck a few and bring them back for you." His smile was incredibly tender. Ji Lishu found herself momentarily entranced at a gift for her. Was this truly Yin Hen, the supreme commander of Tellier, or merely someone with a similar name? Yin Hen, a warrior of 4S rank, had single-handedly unified the 7 cities of the Northern Territory, wielding a mighty hand to expel countless flesh-eaters, and spearheaded numerous world-class projects, creating the thriving city as it stood today. Such a person regarded her entirely as one to be cherished and adored, like a child in need of protection. Ji Lishu had never experienced anything so novel. Since she could remember, she had struggled to survive in a world of murder and betrayal. Those around her, perhaps just a moment ago, standing shoulder to shoulder in battle, could turn on each other in an instant. What was care? She didn't understand it, nor had she ever seen it. "Are you mesmerized?" His gaze was so gentle, his lips curving upwards slightly. Ji Lishu concealed her expression, casually tapping an area on the map. "Here." Her voice rang clear. "This is the aerial garden of the desert city, a paradise floating above the sands, truly magnificent." Yin Hen continued patiently explaining every detail. Time slipped away unnoticed, long enough for Yin Hen's crouched legs to grow numb. Eventually, as Ji Lishu listened, she unexpectedly dozed off. He looked at her as if gazing at a water lily that had blossomed after a millennium of guardianship. The surrounding lights softened. He gently leaned down, lifting her and carrying her back to her bed. He bowed his head, leaning over the bedside, his deep-set eyes fixed on her, shrouded in a thick mist. The air was serene and tranquil, and he found himself holding his breath, his fingers curling slightly, as he leaned in to kiss her delicate face, moving so slowly as if the air around them had come to a standstill. Yet he never made contact. It was unclear how long this moment lingered before Yin Hen abruptly withdrew, clenching his fists and striding away. Only when the door clicked shut did Ji Lishu slowly open her eyes, clarity replacing any trace of drowsiness. She felt a peculiar itch in her heart, an indescribable sensation. Chapter 47. So, you wish to kill Ji Lishu? After several days of recuperation, Ji Lishu's injuries had largely healed. It was time to depart. That on this day, Yin Hen was absent from their home. The apartment contained only Ji Lishu and a robot named Alpha, and it was an opportune moment for escape. Alpha was programmed to recognize human behavior and would alert Yin Hen if it detected any dangerous actions. Thus, Ji Lishu lured Alpha into the bathroom and locked it inside. She then proceeded to disable all 4 surveillance cameras in the apartment. She had attempted to open the main door multiple times before. All to no avail. It seemed her only means of escape was to depart from the high balcony. Ji Lishu leaped onto the balcony, peering down to estimate a height of 500 meters. In this world, due to the limited habitable area, most buildings were designed as high-rises. She could only use flight, but Tellier had strict air defense protocols. Any unregistered aircraft would be immediately targeted. This method was far too conspicuous. Meanwhile, when Yin Hen was away from the apartment, he was constantly monitoring the internal surveillance, this moment. However, all 4 camera feeds were entirely black. He promptly switched to connect with Alpha, only to find that there was no sign of Ji Lishu in the images transmitted. Yin Hen, without hesitation, rushed back home at the swiftest speed. That moment, Ji Lishu was seated on the balcony, her legs dangling outside, her hands resting on either side. As Yunhen opened the door, the sight before him caused his heart to leap into his throat. "Don't move," he uttered, his voice low and measured, tinged with palpable anxiety. Fearful of startling her, Ji Lishu did not even turn around. Upon hearing the sound of the apartment door, she merely furrowed her brow slightly. "How did you return so quickly?" Yunhen approached cautiously, repeating, "Don't move," as he felt as though something were tightening around his throat, making it difficult to utter anything beyond those two words. His heart raced, yet his movements were deliberate as he stepped closer and gently enveloped her in his arms. With a little more force, he lifted Ji Lishu down from the 1.5-meter-high ledge. He couldn't help but press her against his chest, attempting to calm his agitated heart. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," he whispered in a tender tone, relieved that she was unharmed. He had been overly presumptuous, believing their home to be utterly safe, and had nearly caused her an accident. Ji Lishu sat expressionless on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the screen where the large figure had found her an unfamiliar animated show. Meanwhile, Yunhen was inspecting the broken cameras, discovering they had all been damaged by solid objects. Alpha had been locked in the bathroom from the outside. Moreover, how had she managed to climb up to a height of 1.5 meters, given her estimated height of around 1.70 meters? Without any stepping aid? Everything seemed to point to a singular conclusion. Yunhen turned his gaze toward Ji Lishu, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. Gradually, he rose, approaching the sofa and kneeling before her, one hand resting on the arm of the couch as he slightly lifted his head to look at her. "Are you bored? Do you wish to go out?" Ji Lishu glanced at him. "Perhaps in a few days. I'm rather busy at the moment, but I promise to take you out soon." His eyes were dark, and his smile appeared shallow. Ji Lishu, however, was left puzzled. Her intentions were so clear. She had thought the large figure was about to confront her. Yet he spoke of taking her out. Did he wish to continue the charade? But she was no longer willing to indulge him. That fool. She had played along long enough. Just as Ji Lishu was about to speak, the communicator in Yunhen's hand chimed. He affectionately ruffled her hair, then stepped into another room to answer the call. "I heard you took in a human female." The voice on the line belonged to Yun Kai. Yunhen's gaze narrowed, his expression darkening slightly. "Where are you?" Yun Kai chuckled coldly. "Where else would I be?" "Hiding everywhere." Xingju had exposed Yun Kai's kidnapping of a human female and declared a global manhunt against him. The act of harming a human female was an exceedingly grave offense in the world of beastmen. With irrefutable evidence, the ruling government did not protect Yun Kai, issuing a formal statement declaring his actions to be entirely his own and unrelated to the government. Thus, Yun Kai had no choice but to evade the pursuit of Xingju and Qinya. Yunhen stood with his arms crossed in front of the desk, his demeanor calm. "How about we meet? First, tell me, who did you take in?" Yun Kai's tone was somewhat brusque, evidently eager to ascertain this answer. "A woman with a normal IQ, right? She's still alive, isn't she? A woman with a normal IQ." Yunhen caught the key phrase in Yun Kai's words. Many questions suddenly seemed to find their answers. He lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting shadows. "Is she truly the one you harmed?" The anger in his voice was unmistakable. Yunhen slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes dark and chilling, as if colder than the night itself. Upon hearing this, Yun Kai chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Oh, she's really alive. What do you want to meet? Tonight, at Beishan Villa." Yunhen personally sought out Yun Kai. Yun Kai lounged on the sofa, his head tilted slightly as he lazily regarded Yunhen. "Ji Lishu is in your hands?" Yun Kai inquired. Yunhen fixed his penetrating gaze upon him, his deep eyes narrowing, concealing a moment of contemplation. "Oh, her name is Ji Lishu?" In the next moment, he masked his emotions, his expression turning impassive as he looked at Yun Kai. "Why must you oppose Xingju?" Yun Kai leaned back, his long legs curled in a relaxed pose, eyes closed as he breathed heavily. "Brother," he rarely addressed Yunhen this way. "Surely you understand, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. Tian Ryle can accommodate Yunhen, but it cannot allow Xingju. That we've struggled for years to reach this position. As long as Xingju exists in Tian Ryle, he remains our greatest threat. Only by eliminating Xingju and seizing the Xingho group from him can our positions be secured." The two brothers had grown up in Tian Ryle, with Yunhen's father serving as the 8th supreme leader of Tian Ryle, and Yun Kai being his half-brother. 30 years prior, the Golden Lion clan instigated a power struggle, resulting in the brutal murder of their mother. In the subsequent year, their fathers perished one after another, and the elder brothers were systematically eliminated by the Golden Lion clan. Ultimately, only Yun Hen and Yun Kai survived in their household. It was as if they had plummeted from paradise to hell in an instant. They bore humiliation and struggled, undertaking one perilous task after another, traversing deadly forests and battling bloodthirsty mutated plants, inching forward, consuming blood and life to amass power. Every bone in their bodies was fierce and savage, leading Yun Hen to ascend to the pinnacle of the 4 S-tier beastmen. They would reclaim their city and return to the zenith of power. Recalling the suffering they had endured, Yun Kai's eyes turned crimson in an instant. His teeth clenched in rage. Xingju will be the next Golden Lion clan. Yun Hen's jaw tightened, his gaze dark and obscured. As so, you intend to kill Ji Lishu? Killing Ji Lishu will ensure Xingju does not last long either. Chapter 48. Do not covet what does not belong to you. At those words, the resentment in Yun Kai's eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a flicker of regret. He covered his brow with one hand and leaned back instinctively, attempting to evade Yun Hen's inquiry. Isn't that right? Yet the other party pressed for an answer. Yun Kai dared not meet Yun Hen's gaze, lowering his voice to admit, yes, his initial intention had been to kill Xingju's woman. A surge of fury ignited in Yun Hen's eyes, as if a sensitive nerve had been struck. Have you lost your mind? She's merely a human, even if you wish to deal with Xingju. Such a method is utterly unacceptable. Yun Kai kept his head bowed, knowing he had no right to defend himself at this juncture. He indeed intended to kill Xingju's woman. Yet he was acutely aware that the woman in question was Ji Lishu. He thought to himself that he could no longer bring himself to do it. Look at yourself now. How are you any different from the Golden Lion clan? Yun Hen's voice was icy. Yun Kai's face flushed with shame. Rendered silent, the two remained in silence for a considerable time. After much hesitation, Yun Hen closed his eyes, then opened them, his expression calm. You should leave, get out of Tien Ryle. Upon hearing this, Yun Kai looked up at him. Confusion etched on his face. This will be my last time assisting you. Yun Hen continued, his expression unyielding to I will quell the anger of Xingju and Xinya, ensuring they cease their pursuit of you. From now on, you will have no further ties to Tien Ryle. Yun Kai was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. How will you help me? I will hand Ji Lishu over to them, and I will claim that I saved her. I will use this as leverage to convince them not to pursue your misdeeds. Upon uttering this statement, Yun Hen felt as though a vital part of him had been taken away. As if all strength had drained from his body, he clenched his fists tightly, controlling his breath. Yun Kai's eyes brightened. She is really in your possession? A hint of relief flickered across his lips. But recalling Yun Hen's decision, he grew anxious. You intend to hand her over to Xingju? That cannot happen. Yun Kai suddenly raised his voice that Yun Hen's countenance turned cold and terrifying. What do you wish for? If we risk an alliance between Xingju and Xinya against the ruling government of Tien Ryle for the sake of one Ji Lishu, the entire populace of Tien Ryle will suffer unfathomable consequences. As the highest leader of Tien Ryle, Yun Hen would not allow such a situation to unfold. Yun Kai's breathing grew rapid, desperately trying to persuade Yun Hen. As long as Ji Lishu is in our hands, she can serve as the greatest leverage to threaten Xingju, forcing him to hand over the confidential information regarding the advanced weaponry of the Xingho group and compel him to permanently submit to the ruling government. There was another reason Yun Kai refrained from voicing. Once Ji Lishu was handed over to them, he would lose his opportunity entirely. Yun Hen regarded Yun Kai with an enigmatic gaze, his dark eyes gleaming with an unsettling coldness, radiating an aura of lethal intent that was difficult to decipher. Yun Hen gently rotated his wrist and spoke slowly. It seems you remain unaware of what you have done to her. Yun Kai's malevolent expression abruptly shifted, a hint of panic emerging. When I first encountered her, my car nearly collided with her. She was covered in blood and on the verge of suffocating, with 2 ribs fractured at the chest and dozens of stitches adorning his back. He suffered severe internal injuries and excessive blood loss, remaining unconscious for a full 2 days and nights. Yun Kai's hands trembled slightly, his gaze evasive, Do you still intend to use her as a bargaining chip to threaten Xingju? Yunhen's tone was indifferent, or rather, he questioned, do you believe she would still accept you? Do you even possess the qualifications? Yunhen's casual words sent Yun Kai into a state of panic. He could no longer pretend to remain composed. No. Brother, even the most heinous of criminals is granted a chance at redemption, is he not? His murky thoughts were laid bare. Hand her over to me. And I swear by the honor of the Beastmen that I shall never harm her again. I promise. The honor of the Beastmen is highly esteemed in a world that reveres strength. Yet, despite this, Yun Hen remained unmoved. Yun Kai's expression was filled with trepidation, his voice tinged with desperation. Or perhaps, allow me to see her. There are things I have yet to clarify. Enough, Yun Hen admonished sharply. His eyes, darkened as if shrouded in ash, were filled with an icy glare. Yun Kai, do not covet what does not belong to you, be it the Xinghua group or anything else. With that, Yun Hen turned and strode away with purpose. Taking the driver's seat, Yun Hen could not help but close his eyes, attempting to mask the turmoil within, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. A mix of repression and rage, he felt a chilling numbness and pain throughout his body. Yet was he not already accustomed to it? As a beastman of the 4S tier, he endured such agony day in and day out. Time does not diminish pain. It merely teaches one to grow accustomed to it. Why, at this moment, did the pain become unbearable? Was it because he had grown addicted to the comfort of her presence after spending a few days by her side? Yun Hen slowly opened his eyes, void of emotion. He muttered to himself in a daze. This cannot continue. The words he left for Yun Kai served as a warning to both Yun Kai and himself. He had sheltered Yun Kai, and the enmity with Xingju and Qing had already been forged. They would never accept him. He used Jili Shu as a bargaining chip for a trade. There were many who lacked qualifications, not just Yun Kai, but he too was unworthy. That Jili Shu would not belong to Yun Kai, nor would it ever belong to him. Yun Hen, those profound eyes, akin to an unfathomable abyss, brimmed with sorrow and resoluteness. Yun Hen promptly dialed Xingju's private communication line, and the call was answered within 3 seconds. Withdraw all mercenaries from the city. I shall return Jili Shu to you. Yun Hen spoke in a somber tone. Tomorrow, you will see her. Upon uttering this, Yun Hen felt no ripples within. It was a still pond, devoid of any disturbance. Xingju's anxious voice resonated from the other end. No. Now, I want to see her. Yun Hen's tone grew colder. This is not a request. It is a notification. With that, he abruptly terminated the call. Yun Hen was acutely aware that he must promptly deliver Jili Shu back to Xingju. Only then might Yun Kai have a chance at survival. He asked for nothing more, save for a final sliver of selfish desire. Just one more day, that would suffice. Chapter 49. Is it so difficult to utter a word of affection? When Yun Hen returned to Yinling Bay, it was already deep into the night. Yet, as he opened the door, the usually cold and desolate apartment was aglow with bright lights, warming the heart. Such warmth would not linger after tomorrow. Ethan had just removed the bandages from Jili Shu's arms and back. Her wounds were nearly healed, aside from avoiding running and jumping for the time being to prevent reopening her injuries. She could engage in most activities. Noticing Yun Hen's return, Ethan immediately began to advise him. Yun Hen stood expressionless, his eyes resembling an endless abyss, fixated on Jili Shu. She wore a light-colored dress that Yun Hen had personally purchased. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin translucent as if crafted from fine porcelain, and her clear, cool eyes seemed to speak volumes. Her delicate features exuded brilliance, yet a hint of stubbornness and indifference lingered. Upon seeing him return, she merely cast a fleeting glance before turning back to engage in Tai Chi with Alpha. This activity was remarkably suitable for her to exercise her shoulders and neck. Aiding in her recovery, he should have realized earlier. She was so lively, utterly unlike those foolish humans that you've returned. I must head home. Ethan's tone was tinged with reluctance. Ethan had been summoned by Yun Hen earlier that evening to care for Jili Shu. The imposing leader of the Zhanghu tribe now appeared mesmerized, staring intently at Jili Shu. Not once blinking, he then spoke. If you intend to adopt this human, do remember to consider me as well. As he donned his jacket, he leaned closer to Yun Hen's ear and added, Though my combat prowess is limited, I am well acquainted with her body. His words instantly drew two stern gazes, one from Ji Shu and the other from Yunhen. Ethan sheepishly grinned. What I meant was for her treatment. This statement was laced with a desperate urge for survival. We are both Tiger Tribe beastmen. It would be wonderful to be one family. Wouldn't it? Ethan persisted. Yunhen remained unmoved, coldly stating, "You may leave. Little beauty, I'm off. Do remember to think of me." Ethan smiled kindly at Ji Shu. Upon reaching the door, he waved at Yunhen, calling out, "Remember to consider it. Although Alpha was a domestic robot, it possessed some training capabilities, such as practicing Tai Chi with Ji Shu, a talent she had discovered by chance." Yunhen stood there, his eyes bright, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. IT was a pity for her, having watched so many childish animated series. "Little liar, is your wound no longer painful? Can you still fight?" His tone carried a hint of amusement, deep and gentle. The man was tall and straight, clad in a white shirt with the collar slightly open, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing sun-kissed skin and muscular wrists, his eyes deep and spirited. With a straight nose, he shook the bag in his hand, his features sharp and impassive, yet a smile graced his lips, softening his demeanor. "Look what I brought you." He approached the dining table, opening several food containers. Ji Shu glanced over, disinterested, continuing her practice. Ignored, Yunhen commanded, "Alpha." Power down. A deep voice resonated, and Alpha instantly shut down. Yunhen chose to disregard Ji Shu's slight frown and urged her to sit down. After waiting in line for half an hour, "This is your reaction?" He stood behind her, leaning down to whisper at her ear, his tone low and tender. "Fruit tart cake. Do you like it?" Edible fruits were exceedingly scarce. In this dessert shop's fruit tarts were particularly popular, drawing beastmen from distant cities to purchase them for their partners. Thus, the fruit tart cake was often in short supply. Yunhen picked up a piece with utensils and gently offered it to Ji Shu's lips. Coaxing her softly, "Give it a try." Ji Shu glanced at him, sighed lightly, and reluctantly opened her mouth to take a bite. The taste was decent. At least, this treat was not unfamiliar to her former self. "Do you like it?" Yunhen's gaze was intense as he awaited her response. Ji Shu lowered her head, avoiding his eyes, unsure how many times he had asked her if she liked it. As if her preferences were of utmost importance to him. Emotionless, Ji Shu took the utensils from Yunhen's hand, eating quietly. Yet her actions spoke volumes in response. "You're not mute. Is it so difficult to say you like it?" He sat beside her, leaning in close, his eyes deep and soulful, gazing at her intently, his voice low and magnetic, carrying a soft timbre. Only Yunhen understood the tension he felt. She comprehended everything yet refused even a glance in his direction. A faint smile played at the corners of Yunhen's lips, yet his heart felt bitter. His hand, resting on Ji Shu's back, tightened into a fist, his throat involuntarily constricting, his voice thick with emotion. "I promise to take you out to play." "I may have to break that promise." Ji Shu looked at him in confusion. Unable to restrain himself, Yunhen gently stroked her head, his gaze tender, as if unable to harbor anyone else. "Get some rest." With that, he took her hand, intending to lead her to her room. This time, Ji Shu remained seated, unmoving, wait. Her voice was delicate, cool as water. Yunhen halted, looking down at her. She met his gaze. Her expression tranquil, too calm, much like her cool tone. His heart raced slightly. Yunhen sensed she had something to say. Ding dong. A sudden doorbell rang, interrupting Ji Shu's impending confession. Yunhen opened the door to find Yun Kai standing there. Yunhen furrowed his brow. "What brings you here?" Yun Kai sidled into the room, his gaze locking onto Ji Shu, and in that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch into an eternity. Ji Shu involuntarily held her breath, her fingertips curling slightly as she braced herself. Yun Kai suddenly chuckled softly at her, then turned to retrieve a box, handing it to Yunhen. "I brought her something." Yunhen's expression turned grave. He hesitated for a moment before ultimately reaching out to accept it. Just as the box landed in his hands, Yun Kai abruptly leaped away. The moment the box was in Yunhen's grasp, it exploded with a resounding bang that a pungent odor assaulted Yunhen's senses and caught off guard. He inhaled several breaths of it, causing his vision to blur and a wave of dizziness to wash over him. Soon after, A searing pain coursed through his muscles, as if they were tearing from his bones. Breathing became increasingly difficult, and his veins began to bulge uncontrollably, nearly robbing him of breath itself. Yunhen looked at the architect of his suffering with disbelief, his eyes glinting with a frigid fury. This was the sand flame scorpion venom powder, a toxin capable of inducing berserk symptoms in beastmen. Chapter 50. Do you not have feelings for her? A noise came from the balcony outside, as 3 flying vessels descended upon the windows of the Silver Collar Bay apartment, and over a dozen high-ranking beastmen leaped in from the air, crashing through the balcony entrance into Yunhen's apartment. Jili Shu observed coldly, realizing that the absurd balcony design was indeed meant for direct access to the flying vessels. Yun Kai's subordinates stormed into the hall, surrounding the now berserk Yunhen, who was in agony and powerless to fight back. What are you planning to do? Yunhen struggled to stand tall, his fierce gaze fixed on Yun Kai, his expression cold and vigilant, eyes sharp as a blade. Yun Kai appeared to ignore his inquiry, slowly approaching Jili Shu, positioning himself behind her chair with his hands resting on it, his gaze returning to Yunhen with a chilling detachment. Triel has abandoned me. My dear brother has cast me aside. None of this matters. But I must take her with me. A thin sheen of sweat broke on Yunhen's forehead as he seemed to endure excruciating pain, his dark eyes deepening, his figure radiating a deadly aura. Do not act so foolishly, he warned vehemently. Yun Kai disregarded his threat, instead leaning closer to Jili Shu, inhaling deeply. In an instant, fury ignited in Yunhen's eyes, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him, as he roared like thunder. Do not come near her. Yun Kai's narrow eyes darkened, his voice low and chilling as he responded. Can you not smell it? The intoxicating scent of pheromones. He beckoned to Yunhen with a finger, his tone laced with a playful yet seductive chill. Come now, a mere bite, and you shall be fine. She will forever belong to you. As long as Yunhen bore Jili Shu's spirit mark, he would never willingly relinquish her. Like a tea that moment, he could boldly demand to be Jili Shu's partner. Yunhen's fingers trembled slightly, the pressure of the situation weighing upon him like a collapsing mountain. Yun Kai's words were like an irresistible siren call, momentarily shaking his resolve. Yet he knew he could not succumb. Yunhen's eyes gradually turned crimson, as if he were desperately suppressing a bloodthirsty rage. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful punch at the beast-man blocking his path, the overwhelming force sending the creature flying, causing it to crash to the ground and spew forth blood. The surrounding high-ranking beast-men were taken aback, astonished by the display. Even in a berserk state, a 4S-level king remained formidable that Yun Kai's gaze turned frigid, issuing a direct command. Subdue him. With that, over 10 high-ranking beastmen encircled Yunhen, launching a fierce assault. I could see this moment. Yunhen was in a berserk state, his combat effectiveness severely diminished, trapped among S-level beastmen, struggling like a cornered beast. Regardless, he was the supreme leader of Triel. They could not use weapons to truly harm him, and thus, the assault was unarmed. That Yun Kai's objective was twofold: to plant the spirit mark on Yunhen and to take Jili Shu away. Seeing Yunhen cornered presented a golden opportunity. Yun Kai approached Jili Shu from her left, bending down to reveal a hint of a smile. Have you forgotten me after these few days? Jili Shu met his gaze. Her countenance icy, her long, thick lashes resembling delicate brushes, her eyes sharp, the tranquility of the mountains reflected in her gaze. Have your injuries healed? Yun Kai asked with difficulty, his voice low and gravelly. Noticing Jili Shu's lack of response, he continued to seek conversation, attempting to placate her. I still owe you for your whip. However, I've already thought of what kind of whip to give you. One you will surely adore? Jili Shu, uninterested in his incessant chatter, coldly interjected. What have you done to Yunhen? Yun Kai responded with a smile. It was merely a powder to induce temporary berserk symptoms. Do not worry, he is a 4S-level beastman, quite adept at handling such symptoms. He will endure. That was his only family in this world. Despite their opposing positions at this moment, how could he possibly intend to harm Yunhen? Jili Shu's brows furrowed deeply, her eyes as cold as a winter's night, glinting with a frosty light, her fair face devoid of any smile. You truly possess a remarkable strategy, even resorting to such measures against your own brother. Yun Kai straightened, coolly uttering through gritted teeth, "He wants to return you to Xingjue. That simply cannot happen." His eyes glimmered with amusement as he fixed his gaze upon Jili Shu. "Since fate has brought us together, I shall not relinquish you. I'm certain you will be mine." Jili Shu's eyes narrowed slightly, her lips involuntarily curling into a coldly sharp smile that was both alarming and stunning. "Ridiculous. You might as well give it a try." In the next heartbeat, a sleek pistol materialized in Jili Shu's grip, pressed gently against Yun Kai's abdomen. She smiled radiantly. In the next moment, she ruthlessly pulled the trigger. Yun Kai swiftly dodged. Jili Shu's form shifted, and she turned the gun towards the beastmen surrounding Yunhen. In a flash, she moved like an arrow, landing deftly behind Yunhen. The beastmen, seeing Jili Shu armed, promptly retreated from their encirclement, halting their assault. Firstly, they had witnessed the prowess of this thorny rose. Now, with a weapon in hand, they dared not act recklessly. Secondly, facing such a stunningly beautiful human woman, they found it difficult to strike. They may not have feared Yunhen's authority as the supreme leader, but they did regard the presence of a human female as a significant deterrent. Yunhen swept a kick at a beastman who had closed in, seizing a moment to catch his breath. He immediately turned and pulled Jili Shu into his embrace, half protecting her with one arm, his deep gaze fixated on the surrounding beastmen. Jili Shu frowned slightly. She had only intended to lend him a hand, not to be swept into an embrace. However, now was not the time for sentimentality. She allowed him to hold her, the unique scent of a human woman wafting into his senses, making Yunhen's throat involuntarily tighten. He could not help but bury his head in the crook of her snow-white neck, hot breaths cascading against Jili Shu's skin, eliciting a shiver that ran down her spine. "Bite her," Yun Kai shouted, tinged with a hint of madness. "What are you resisting? Do you not have feelings for her?" In his berserk state, holding the woman he yearned for, how could Yunhen possibly hold back? Jili Shu's eyes narrowed, a frigid chill enveloping the air around them. She pressed her hands against Yunhen's solid chest, forcefully creating distance between them, her icy gaze carrying an unmistakable warning as she fixed her stare upon him. In that moment, Yunhen's eyes glowed crimson, sweat beading on his forehead, every inch of his skin ablaze with pain, the agony seeping into every cell of his being. The temptation before him was overwhelmingly enticing. He was on the verge of succumbing. Yet, the woman in his arms, her gaze sharp as a knife, sliced through his softest heart. Chapter 51. "Look at how well you two match." His heart felt as though it were bleeding, the pain within deeply piercing his soul. Yunhen gritted his teeth, exuding an aura of cold, bloodthirsty resolve as he regarded her with a detached gaze, his expression seemingly encased in ice. His deep-set eyes bore into Jili Shu, and through clenched teeth, he declared, "I do not like her." Because she did not reciprocate his feelings, he would not dare to stain her blood or risk being marked by her spirit. In the next moment, Yunhen strained to distance himself, pulling Jili Shu behind him. The phenomenal scent provided a notable relief for the berserk symptoms, and Yunhen felt invigorated, regaining some strength. Yun Kai, seemingly driven to madness, his eyes bloodshot, coldly commanded, "Since that is the case, Yunhen, it is you who is unworthy." He then waved his hand, ordering, "Take Jili Shu aboard the flying vessel." As the shadows of Yunhen lingered, he resolutely chose to carry her away. The dozen or so high-ranking beastmen in the hall surged forward with a menacing aura. Yunhen positioned himself protectively in front of Jili Shu, his upright figure radiating a palpable sense of power, while his dark, profound eyes emitted an overwhelming aura of lethality. He stood there, exuding the unmistakable demeanor of a sovereign. One beastman after another charged at him, veins bulging on his neck, his eyes glinting with bloodthirsty ferocity, each punch landing with resounding impact. Behind him, Jili Shu provided support, ready to fire upon the approaching beastmen. Their collaboration was seamless, causing the beastmen to retreat step by step. These seasoned warriors were well acquainted with the art of warfare. Suddenly, a nimble beastman seized the opportunity to approach Jili Shu, swiftly snatching the gun from her grasp. Unarmed, Jili Shu did not falter. She engaged in close combat with the beastman, an assist-ranked beastman. He underestimated her agility and held back, allowing her to exploit the opening in a swift motion. She darted forward like an arrow, closing in on her foe before he could react. A dagger materialized in her hand, and with ruthless precision, she thrust it forward. The beast man, caught off guard, felt an icy chill at his throat, followed by a surge of excruciating pain as blood erupted from his neck, staining Jili Shu's pristine white dress. The beast man, in disbelief, could hardly fathom that she had killed without so much as a blink. Yunhen watched in astonishment as she executed the act with such finesse, his emotions swirling in complexity. She appeared as noble and pure as an untouched snow lotus. How could such a being harbor such ruthless bloodlust? A pang of sorrow surged within him. Yet this was not the moment for introspection. Their synergy remained unbroken, and the once menacing group of beastmen was now on the brink of annihilation. Suddenly, applause echoed through the air, and Yun Kai laughed with a carefree demeanor. Yunhen clasped Jili Shu's hand tightly. Standing side by side, their presence formidable, akin to a pair of perfectly matched jewels. Yunhen, look how well suited you are to her. Are you certain you do not wish to claim her for yourself? Yun Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke, his tone laced with temptation. Are you truly willing to relinquish her to Xingju? The repeated certain ignited an inexplicable fury within Jili Shu. How pitiful and useless she must be for Yun Kai to regard her as an object to be contested. A chilling aura radiated from her, and Yunhen felt her anger keenly. He tightened his grip on her hand, his starry eyes narrowing slightly as he addressed Yun Kai with utmost seriousness. She's a person, not an object. She can make her own choices, as the words hung in the air. Jili Shu's gaze toward Yunhen was laden with complexity. Just then, the sound of aircraft echoed outside once more. Yun Kai's 3 vessels have been captured by Yunhen's men. The entire Silver Bay is now besieged. Your people are under our control. Deputy Commander, this ends here. A tall figure descended from the aircraft, revealing himself to be Yunhen's aide. Boki, Yunhen's men have arrived. Yun Kai maintained a facade of indifference, seemingly unfazed by his current predicament. Take him away, Yunhen ordered in a low voice. Boki stepped forward to restrain Yun Kai, preparing to escort him onto the aircraft. Jili Shu observed Yun Kai's passive demeanor as he stood there, his expression unbothered. This is the world of the beastmen, and you are a unique existence. If you wish to possess the right to choose, then choose Yunhen. He had been Yunhen's brother for decades. How could he not discern the emotions concealed within those eyes? Jili Shu's desire for freedom was difficult to achieve on her own, but Yunhen was undoubtedly the one willing to sacrifice everything. Eager to grant her freedom one by one, Yun Kai's men were taken away, and silence enveloped the apartment once more. Boki administered 3 doses of the green pearl solution to Yunhen, successfully quelling his violent symptoms. Jili Shu, still donned in the blood-stained white dress, sat quietly nearby with her arms crossed, her icy gaze scrutinizing the man before her. He wore a simple black shirt, having injected himself with the green pearl solution, his sleeves falling away to reveal his powerful muscles. Jili Shu's eyes sparkled, reflecting the light as she stared at him intently, her expression indifferent yet strikingly beautiful. Yunhen sensed his violent symptoms beginning to resurface. He turned to her, his gaze deep and enigmatic. Your wounds have healed. You may leave now. His voice was as cold as water, his expression devoid of emotion. Jili Shu blinked in surprise, a slight crack appearing in her indifferent demeanor. Was he angry? Angry because she had deceived him? Seeing her lack of response, he continued, You can remain in Tyrael. I assure you, no one will harm you here again. After a moment of silence, Jili Shu nodded noncommittally and retreated into the room. When she emerged, she had changed in her combat gear, fully prepared to mask her scent, wearing a cap and a mask, resembling a person of the beastmen. Chapter 52. Ali, have some pity on me. Yunhen stood alone, facing the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, his back to her. Before him lay the pitch-black night sky and the brilliantly illuminated Tyrael. Jili Shu stepped out of her room, the sound of the door echoing clearly. Yet Yunhen did not turn around. She retrieved the few cans she had left from Yun Shu and placed them on the table in the hall. Hey, she called out. Yunhen slowly turned to face her. The streetlights, neon signs, and skyscrapers illuminated the night with vibrant colors, creating a unique masterpiece. He wore a black shirt, 2 buttons undone at the collar, his features sharp and cold, exuding an air of detachment. The shadows danced behind him, as if he melded into the night itself, a figure both real and ethereal. "Thank you for saving me. These are local specialties from my hometown," Jili Shu spoke. Yunhen glanced at the cans on the table, his expression neutral, responding with an air of indifference. No need for courtesy. Jili Shu nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. As she reached the door, she paused, turning back to Yunhen. "My name is Jili Shu." Yunhen cast a deep glance at her from a distance of 10 meters, yet offered no reply. Her voice was gentle, her name melodious. Perhaps he would remember it for a long time, maybe years, decades, or perhaps a lifetime. Without waiting for a response, Jili Shu said, "Farewell," and closed the door behind her. Yunhen dialed Boki's communicator, instructing, "Inform Xingju and Qinya. Also ensure her safe departure." He hung up after relaying his orders. The apartment hall was a mess, brightly lit yet eerily lonely. As Jili Shu departed from Silver Bay, the night remained dark and heavy, as if an endless ink had been smeared across the horizon, concealing even the faintest twinkle of stars. As Jili Shu contemplated how to find her way to the Chongkong bookstore, a magnetic levitation vehicle came to a halt before her. "The commander has ordered your return. Please board," Boki announced, opening the door for her. Without much thought, Jili Shu climbed inside. The vehicle journeyed smoothly, with Boki casting several glances at her through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, he remarked, "Miss G is indeed beautiful." Jili Shu withdrew her gaze from the window and glanced at him, remaining silent. Receiving her bemused expression, Boki quickly clarified, "Oh, please don't misunderstand. I already have a partner, and she's incredibly lovely. I care for her deeply." Jili Shu showed no interest in his words, turning back to gaze out the window. She was simply the kind of person unable to engage in warmth. Boki hesitated before speaking again, quietly adding, "However, our commander does not yet have a partner." The time grew late, approaching midnight. The sky remained dark, the air infused with the scent of morning dew. In a secluded corner of Tyrael, 2 tall beastmen stood waiting in front of the bookstore. One was slender and poised, with chiseled features, displaying a calm and detached demeanor. The other, equally tall, showcased well-defined muscles, his starry eyes and sword-like brows equally striking. Xingju and Qinya stood silently at the bookstore's entrance, both bearing signs of weariness and fatigue from a sleepless night. While Xingju eagerly awaited, Qinya appeared more anxious. Sensing the tension in his companion, Xingju smirked slightly. "Logically, I have no right to decide whether she accepts you. So, is it appropriate for you to stand here now?" Chinya's pupils involuntarily contracted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "What? Now that you've found her, you intend to burn the bridge behind you?" His tone was icy, and Xingju inadvertently curved his lips into a smile, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Exuding an air of nonchalance, "I have stated before, I shall not hinder your pursuit of Ali. But whether she accepts you or not rests entirely upon her will." His eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a cool glance at Qinya, his words laced with a frigid disdain. "At present. Does she even know your name? She does not even recognize that you are an orc. Or perhaps I could directly inform her that the esteemed commander of Qingmu City has been tirelessly searching for her. What would her reaction be then?" Qinya refrained from retorting, gazing into the misty street ahead, his eyes betraying an unutterable melancholy, a sardonic smile tugging at the corner of his lips. What could her reaction possibly be? Would she suspect his ulterior motives, question his integrity? Lowering his head, he lifted it again, resignedly sighing. You are correct. He was indeed timid, unwilling to confront Jili Shu's coldness and rejection. Conversely, Xingju willingly humbled himself in pursuit of her, treating her as an equal. Thus, he deserved this fate, yearning yet unable to attain. Subsequently, Qinya transformed into his blue jade cat form. Waiting at the bookstore's entrance, the vehicle came to a halt, and Xingju promptly approached to open the door for her. As Jili Shu exited the car, he immediately took her hand, drawing her into a half-embrace with one arm. He then turned to the driver, Bo Chi, and coldly instructed, "Inform Yunhen that kindness will be repaid, and enmity avenged." Let him await my return. With that, Xingju continued to half-embrace her, leading her into another vehicle nearby. Qingyi emitted a fierce meow. Where are you taking her? Ji Lishu furrowed her brow, resting one hand against the car door, pausing momentarily before asking in displeasure. Where to? Xingju's gaze was tender as he fixed his eyes upon her, a hint of worry mixed with fatigue evident in his expression. I shall take you home. This place is not safe, and I cannot rest easy while you are here. His mention of home referred to his own abode. I shall not go. Ji Lishu responded bluntly, attempting to shake off Xingju's hand. His gaze was fervent. With a swift pull, he drew her tightly into his embrace. Leaving no room for her struggle, he held her close, feeling a sense of relief akin to having regained something lost. The soft strands of her hair danced in the wind, brushing against his chin like delicate fingers that he made no attempt to evade it. Swallowing hard, Ali, I have not closed my eyes for several days. His deep, resonant voice carried an inexplicable sorrow that he gently released Ji Lishu, only for her to meet his bloodshot eyes with her own, momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment when she ceased her struggle, Xingju seized her once more, holding her even tighter. Now, no one else will suffice. Only with you by my side can I find peace to sleep soundly. He shifted his arms to rest against the car, effectively pinning Ji Lishu in his embrace, exuding an unspoken sense of pressure. Yet within his gaze lay a docile and pitiable expression, his tone imbued with a plea. Ali, could you not show a little compassion for me? Chapter 53. Qinya, you truly have no shame. In the darkness of early morning, the streetlights illuminated the mist, creating an ethereal haze. The man, tall and robust, donned a black casual outfit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his long legs appearing even more elongated. His misty blue hair was gently tousled by the breeze, revealing a well-defined forehead. Strikingly handsome, yet slightly wicked, he resembled a dark prince stepped right out of a fairy tale. Though he exuded an air of nobility and coldness, at that moment he lowered his head, his gaze soft as water, fixated on the woman he enveloped in his arms, his eyes brimming with affection and a desire to please. The scene before them was undeniably beautiful, until the woman in his embrace suddenly extended a hand, unceremoniously pushing Xingju away by a meter. Can we have a proper conversation? Ji Lishu could hardly believe the man standing before her was the leader of 100,000 orc mercenaries. I can return with you, but you must clarify the circumstances in your enemies so that I may avoid them in the future. Upon hearing her willingness to return home with him, Xingju's heart soared with joy as long as she remained by his side. All threats seemed trivial. He vowed to protect her. Getting the car, he took her hand and pulled her inside. The blue jade cat swiftly followed suit. Leaping into the vehicle, IT immediately pounced onto Ji Lishu's chest, nuzzling against her while meowing incessantly. Xingju watched with a cold gaze, fists clenched tightly. Qinya, you truly have no shame. The blue jade cat nestled in Ji Lishu's arms, deliberately casting a glance at Xingju as if to say, we are alike. Ali likes cats. Does she? Xingju drove with one hand, occasionally glancing at the pair beside him. Focus on the road, Ji Lishu coldly reminded him. Xingju averted his gaze, looking ahead as he continued, how did you come to have such a cat? The blue cat meowed a few warning sounds. Ji Lishu gently patted the blue jade cat's head, causing Xingju's eyes to burn with envy. It simply looks pleasing to the eye, she replied softly. Rather than dealing with people, I prefer the company of pets. Xingju silently resolved to find an even more beautiful and appealing cat to replace Qinya, preferably a female. Soon, the car pulled up in front of Xingju's villa. In stark contrast to Yun Hen's understated style, Xingju had erected a 6-story villa in the prime location of Trier, where every inch of land was precious. Ji Lishu stepped out of the vehicle and surveyed her surroundings. Tall white fences encircled the property, and within the transparent high-density breeding boxes grew the most dangerous mutated thorn roses from the forest. Inside, lavishly designed sofas and chairs adorned the space, with intricate lighting casting a bright glow, illuminating the area like daylight, causing Ji Lishu to furrow her brow. The villa's aesthetic mirrored Xingju himself, extravagant, unrestrained, and ostentatious. Does Ali not like it here? Seeing her frown, Xingju could not help, but inquired, "It matters not," Ji Li Shu replied. Xingju paused momentarily. "What does it matters not imply? Do you like it or not?" He led Ji Li Shu to the 5th floor, where he had meticulously prepared a room for her. In truth, he had even arranged a space for their future cohabitation on the 6th floor, off limits to anyone else. Much like his patience and waiting, shielded from prying eyes, that Ji Li Shu's cool gaze swept across the cozy room, sensing that it was indeed prepared specifically for her. The wardrobe held neatly hung clothing in her preferred colors, perfectly sized for her. "This is your communication ring. Take good care of it." Xingju handed her the ring, the very one that had been discarded by Luo Wei when she was abducted. She had gone missing, and Xingju may have searched far and wide for her, even retrieving her communication ring. "Please tidy up, have some breakfast, and shortly I will arrange for a doctor to conduct a full examination." Ji Li Shu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Accepting the goodwill of a stranger felt strange, yet she had no choice at present. Xingju guided her to the dining area, where he had ordered a robot to prepare human food for her. Ji Li Shu placed the cat on the table and took a plate to serve herself some food. "I'll do it." Xingju swiftly took the plate from her hands. "This cat has no right to eat food served by Ali." Ji Li Shu did not refuse, sitting down to eat. The food was quite ordinary, somewhat bland, perhaps to accommodate her recovery from injury. "Is it to your liking?" Xingju asked, having prepared a plate of food for the cat and sitting extremely close to Ji Li Shu. His gaze fixed intently upon her, his eyes gleaming. Ji Li Shu did not answer, but instead asked, "Aren't you eating?" Xingju explained that orcs typically ate once every 3 to 4 days, and the city housed many forest-like breeding grounds where various animals were raised, enabling orcs to hunt in their beast forms. Of course, some orcs, like Qinya, adopted human habits, indulging in 3 meals a day with cooked food, eating leisurely with chopsticks. However, most carnivorous orcs preferred the thrill of the hunt. Ji Li Shu nodded in understanding. Xingju observed her for a while before instructing the robot, "Bring me a set of bowls and chopsticks." Ji Li Shu shot him a glance, but said nothing. "If Ali enjoys having company during meals, I would happily do this every day." Xingju's gaze softened, a hint of warmth breaking through his usually cold demeanor. Ji Li Shu lowered her head, eating slowly, and replied nonchalantly, "Do as you wish. Ali, you must eat. Your body is too weak and needs nourishment." Xingju held chopsticks in hand, but did not take a single bite, instead focusing solely on serving Ji Li Shu. Watching the plate overflowing with food, Ji Li Shu felt a twinge of helplessness. "Aren't you tired?" she inquired. Xingju momentarily lost his train of thought. "Oh, it's nothing. He had just mentioned that he hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days and nights and could stay awake for Alarai." Ji Li Shu replied, "You should go to sleep." Xingju smirked, wondering if Alarai was genuinely concerned about him. "I want to accompany you until the examination is complete," he insisted. Ji Li Shu shook her head, stating, "My health is fine. I don't need an examination." Xingju's demeanor turned serious. "No, it is imperative that you are examined. Rest assured, the doctors are my people. They will never expose your identity or delay you for too long." Ji Li Shu's eyes sparkled with expectation and a hint of supplication. "Just consider it a means to ease my worries, will you?" At that moment, she found herself unable to utter a word of refusal. After breakfast, she acquiesced to a series of examinations arranged by Xingju. Following the comprehensive checkup, she retired to rest. The previous night had been another long, arduous one. In the 3rd floor conference hall, Ji Li Shu's medical report was finally revealed, indicating that her condition was stable. There were signs of rib fractures, advising against intense physical activity in the near future. The gunshot wound to her right arm had healed, though further observation was recommended. Xingju and Qinya sat on the sofa, their expressions cold as they listened to the doctor's report. Chapter 54. You must never appear before Ji Li Shu. Within the room, the oppressive aura of the high-ranking beastmen was overwhelming, infused with a murderous rage that left the several beastmen doctors trembling with fear. It was no jest. They were facing a 3S-tier beastman and a 4S apex beastman that in their lifetimes, they had never encountered such a scene. The beastmen doctors hastily completed their reports and swiftly exited. Furious, Xingju rose and struck the table with his fist, causing the solid marble surface to shatter instantly. Yun Kai. His bloodshot eyes glowed crimson, his voice hoarse with rage. They were aware that Ji Li Shu had been injured, treated by Yun Hen. Yet, it was unfathomable that Yun Kai had inflicted such severe harm upon her. The pain he felt as he witnessed her spirit dim was unbearable that moment. His hatred was equally profound. Qingya's anger was concealed beneath a stoic facade, though an ominous aura emanated from him. Yun Hen would find a way to protect her life, but even so, it would render her unable to stand in this world. The two exchanged glances, their objectives aligned. In the center of the Trial Governance Bureau, Boki knocked on Yun Hen's office door. "Commander, they have arrived." Yun Hen remained indifferent, nodding slightly before terminating the remote video call. He then opened a drawer on his right, retrieving a beautifully wrapped gift box, within which lay a pristine white flower. This was a snow lotus, hastily gathered from the icy polar regions and meticulously preserved as a permanent ice flower model. The petals bloomed radiantly, pure and unblemished, representing the peak beauty of the snow lotus. Yun Hen's cold gaze softened as it fell upon the snow lotus. He had promised to present her with one, fearing he might never have the chance again. Thus, he had to send someone else to retrieve it. Meanwhile, within the Governance Bureau building, discussions abounded. The simultaneous appearance of the formidable figures, Xingju and Xingya, to meet with Commander Yun Hen was unprecedented. Such a gathering typically only occurred during global peace conferences. Did this signify a significant event? Upon entering the conference room, Yun Hen found Xingju and Xingya already seated at a large table. One brash and unruly, the other dignified and aloof, both possessing formidable strength and cunning. With their protection over Ji Li Shu, perhaps he could finally breathe easy. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Yun Hen acknowledged, slightly nodding to the two. He then presented the exquisite box, stating, "This is for Ji Li Shu." Xingju and Xingya exchanged glances at the snow lotus on the table, neither speaking nor making any further gestures. Xingju averted his gaze and addressed the matter directly. "You saved her. What do you seek in return?" His tone carried an air of ownership, as if Ji Li Shu were his possession. Yun Hen's piercing eyes scrutinized Xingju, detecting Ji Li Shu's essence lingering around him, igniting a surge of jealousy within him. This kite wolf had contributed nothing yet stumbled upon Ji Li Shu's spirit by sheer chance. Through his investigations, Yun Hen learned that Xingju had fortuitously encountered Ji Li Shu in the Dream Eater Forest, acquiring her spirit to survive his chaotic phase. This fellow's fortune was infuriatingly enviable. Struggling to suppress the resentment within, Yun Hen stated earnestly, "I request that you cease the pursuit of Yun Kai." "Absolutely not," Xingju and Xingya responded in unison, their resolve unwavering. "He sought to kill my woman. He must die," Xingju retorted indignantly. Yun Hen turned his head, gesturing for Boki to unveil the prepared images on the screen. In truth, Yun Kai did not intend to harm her. He explained, "It was Ji Li Shu who shot one of his subordinates first, and they had mistaken her for a beast in human form, leading to the unfortunate injury." The large display showcased the gruesome image of the gorilla Ji Li Shu had shot. While Yun Kai is not without fault, there was indeed a misunderstanding. The evidence was laid bare. Xingju remained unconvinced. And what of it? The injuries Ji Li Shu sustained, the pain she endured, cannot simply be brushed aside. Xingya interjected coldly, "Are you planning to shield him?" Yun Hen continued to plead, "I swear on my life, Yun Kai will not harm her again." The two men fell silent for a moment. Xingju asked, "Are you truly willing to barter your saving of Ji Li Shu's life for Yun Kai's?" Yun Hen's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze distant and profound. After a long pause, they finally heard his voice, now hoarse and lacking its former vigor. "I am certain." Xingju and Xingya exchanged meaningful glances. Yun Hen's salvation of Ji Li Shu equated to saving Xingju's life. If that were the case, Xingju could not refuse Yun Hen's request. Furthermore, it was unexpected that Yun Hen had not demanded to be Ji Li Shu's partner in return for saving her life. Xingya turned his head back, leaning against the chair with his long, slender arms resting casually. He cast a cold glance at Yun Hen. "Very well, we can forego the pursuit of Yun Kai. However, if he dares to appear before Ji Li Shu again, I shall not hold back." Yun Hen remained noncommittal. "And there is one more condition. Qingya's expression hardened. Yunhen inquired casually. What condition? Qingya smirked coldly. I want you to never appear before Ji Lishu again. In an instant, a chilling ferocity enveloped Yunhen's eyes. His fists clenched tightly. Time seemed to freeze, and everything stood still. I agree. After a long while, they finally heard Yunhen's response, which was met with satisfaction. Qingya smiled. I have heard that Trial is preparing to develop its own plant control system. Therefore, I promise you that as long as you, Yunhen, are in power, I shall provide PCS plant control system services for free. Yunhen remained impassive. I accept. Xingju also offered a corresponding compensation. Trial currently lacks the technology to produce quantum phantom projection devices. The Xingho Group is willing to donate the technical patents for free. Agreed. Yunhen accepted all terms that he understood that this was merely their form of compensation. Xingju and Qingya were acutely aware that the one at fault was Yun Kai. And this matter did not implicate Yunhen. Moreover, it was Yunhen who had saved Ji Lishu, granting him the right to request to be her partner. Their demands were indeed overreaching. Thus, they offered Yunhen compensation, which was reasonable. Yunhen was fully aware of this, yet he felt an unexpected sadness. Accepting these favorable terms did not bring him an ounce of joy. Yunhen rose abruptly, extending his right hand. The deal is struck. Xingju and Qingya stood as well, shaking his hand in agreement. Following this, Yunhen seemed eager to leave, instructing Boki to see them out, before turning quickly to depart. Wait, Qingya suddenly called out to him. Yunhen paused, turning back. Qingya smirked derisively, taking the snow lotus from the table and tossing it back to Yunhen. You need not trouble yourself with such things. Commander, I shall procure something far better for her. His tone reeked of disdain. Yunhen accepted the flowers silently, turning without a word and leaving. Chapter 55. I promise you, I will only have you as my partner. In Yunhen's private office, he sat at his desk, elbows resting on the surface, hands propping up his forehead, appearing utterly exhausted. Boki knocked softly before entering. Commander, do not speak. Yunhen's voice suddenly turned somber as he lifted his gaze, revealing a pair of crimson eyes filled with despair. In a hoarse tone, he uttered a few words. Boki, let me have some peace. He lowered his hands and reclined against the broad chair. His gaze cold and terrifyingly red, he tightly shut his eyes, his pale expression reflecting a haunting pain. Boki had never seen the commander in such a state, leaving him utterly astonished. After a while, witnessing the commander's condition, he dared not continue reporting official matters and decided to take his leave, closing the door behind him. The atmosphere in the confined space instantly grew quiet, embodying a loneliness that seeped into the marrow. Yunhen slowly opened his eyes, pressing a hand against his chest like a fool. His sharp, thin lips appeared as pale as parchment, pursed in a manner that suggested he had lost all vitality. It was perplexing. He clearly possessed nothing, and the spiritual seal was impossible. Yet why did he feel such an overwhelming sense of longing? A self-mocking smile tugged at the corner of Yunhen's lips. He had traversed over 40 seasons, a mere fifth of the lifespan for a beastman, yet he found himself engulfed in confusion. The long years ahead seemed daunting, leaving him uncertain of how to navigate them. It felt as though, no matter how he spent his time, something essential was always missing. That Ji Lishu had recuperated in Xingjue's luxurious villa for 2 days before preparing to return to her former apartment. Before departing, she needed to have another discussion with Xingjue. The moment Xingjue entered, Ji Lishu awaited him on the sofa in the hall, cradling a clingy cat and absent-mindedly stroking it. The wave of jealousy washed over Xingjue. Shall we talk? Ji Lishu inquired softly, gazing up at him. Xingjue quickly regained his composure, smiling as he sat beside her. I've contemplated the recent events. They arose from our relationship. Ji Lishu began gently. Xingjue's expression darkened slightly. It is my fault. I failed to protect you. Ji Lishu shook her head, asserting, my safety is not your responsibility. However, the trouble this time was indeed instigated by you. The spiritual seal was merely a coincidence. This is not entirely your fault. Her words were a matter-of-fact statement. She understood well that during the frenzy of a high-ranking beastman's ascension, one could hardly control their actions. Thus, their entrapment by the spiritual seal was an accident. She had been astounded by Yunhen's restraint at that moment, his refusal to bite her, Yunkai had approached her due to Xingjue, the root cause of the incident. However, the injuries she sustained were a consequence of her own choices and bore no relation to Xingjue. Now that we are entangled, I must set some ground rules. Following this incident, Ji Lishu realized that resisting Xingjue's interference in her freedom was no longer feasible. Xingjue had no objections. You may speak. Ji Lishu articulated her terms. First, I agree to the various safety measures you intend to implement, whether it be the surveillance rings or the injection of nanolocators. I accept them all. Second, our relationship shall remain as it is. You may appear by my side whenever you wish, but please refrain from unnecessary physical contact. Third, you must not infringe upon my freedom or restrict my actions. Henceforth, you shall be my sole partner. Before she could finish, a resounding meow erupted from the blue jade cat in her arms, as well as from Qingya's cat-like eyes widened in shock, its fur bristling, as if something had struck its heart with immense force. Causing its breath to momentarily cease, Ji Lishu glanced at the cat in her embrace, gently patting it before turning to Xingjue to reiterate, "You cannot interfere with my freedom, no." Xingjue interjected, swiftly snatching the cat from her arms and tossing it onto the sofa behind him. He then turned Ji Lishu's body to face him directly. His gaze was fiery, his breath uneven, and his magnetic voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Are you saying that from now on, I shall be your only partner?" His voice was barely audible, as if something were constricting his throat, causing him distress. Ji Lishu furrowed her brow, pushing away Xingjue's grip. "What was the second rule I stated?" She coldly inquired. "That you should not touch her without reason." Xingjue replied, tightening his hold, uttering an apology. Yet his gaze remained intense, filled with anticipation as he questioned again, "Did you truly mean it when you said you would have no partner but me?" Ji Lishu paused, seemingly contemplating for a moment before responding. "If you wish to consider this a promise, then yes, I promise." Xingjue had become an inextricable burden for her. She was almost certain that from this point forward, she would never seek out trouble again. For a brief moment, Xingjue was taken aback before he suddenly embraced Ji Lishu once more, his joy overflowing as he laughed heartily, akin to a child. He chose not to dwell on the future. In this moment, he was the only one she had acknowledged. Ji Lishu, feeling exasperated, pushed Xingjue's head away and extricated herself from his embrace. "Furthermore, I intend to return to my own place," she stated bluntly. Xingjue's smile faded slightly. "I will be moving in with you," he insisted firmly. Now that he was her acknowledged sole partner, it was only natural for them to reside together. They needed to strategize on how to provide Ji Lishu with a legal identity, allowing them to obtain a marriage certificate. In doing so, Ji Lishu would forever belong to him, both emotionally and legally. Ji Lishu narrowed her eyes, a cold smile curling at her lips. "Oh, you wish to provoke death?" Qingya, perched beside Ji Lishu, meowed in agreement. "That should be my line. I am concerned for your safety." Xingjue retorted, "Meow, I will take responsibility for Alarai's safety." He shot a glance at the cat below him. "Then I am even more worried." Chapter 56. "I want to sleep in your room." Ji Lishu fixed her gaze on Xingjue, irritation lacing her tone. "I have already agreed to your demands regarding the surveillance rings and nanolocators. What more do you want?" This wolf was indeed becoming increasingly insistent. Xingjue straightened his chest and raised his voice slightly. "I don't care." His tone exuded a sense of entitlement, having already gained Ji Lishu's acknowledgement. He felt the need to seize the moment. Perhaps soon he would be able to embrace their little wolf cub together. Ji Lishu's anger transformed into a mocking smile. "Ha! Am I supposed to care?" In the next instant, she turned on her heel and left without hesitation. Clutching her cat, she returned to her two-story apartment next to the bookstore. Xingjue shamelessly followed her, but she promptly shut the door in his face. Ignoring him, as soon as the blue jade cat entered the apartment, its gloomy mood lifted slightly. This was the home it shared with Alarai, and it was naturally delighted. The villa reeked of Xingjue's scent, which was utterly unpleasant. Although beastmen had living habits similar to humans, they still marked their territory with their scents. Remaining in Xingjue's domain was incredibly uncomfortable. After Ji Lishu returned, she tidied up the place and then spoke with Chong Kong. She knew some matters could not remain hidden, yet since Chong Kong did not inquire, there was no need for her to explain. Their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit, a partnership that respected boundaries. After a day of rest, night fell once more. As she prepared to make herself something to eat, she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ji Lishu was not inclined to respond. Who else would come knocking at her door but Xingjue? Yet the person outside was quite persistent, seeming unwilling to leave until she opened the door. Eventually, Ji Lishu grew annoyed and hurried to the door. Upon opening it, Xingjue leaned in, a bright smile on his face. His typically stern brows softened with warmth. That I know you haven't eaten yet, so I brought you something delicious. Ji Lishu glanced at the food container in Xingjue's hands, her expression neutral. As oh late, are you not leaving? Xingjue replied cheerfully, I live here now. Ji Lishu raised an eyebrow, bewildered. What do you mean, live here? Xingjue pointed at the apartment across the hall, boasting, the apartment across the way is now my residence. He had instructed Yufeng to resolve the issue with the tenant within 3 hours, providing a hefty compensation, and the tenant had moved out without hesitation. D.O. As you wish, Ji Lishu coldly remarked, attempting to close the door. Xingjue wedged his hand in the door, calling out, wait a moment. He presented the elegantly arranged food container to Ji Lishu, a light smile playing at his lips. This is specially prepared for you. Take it back and enjoy. Ji Lishu declined. I don't need it. Xingjue remained unmoving, determined. Ji Lishu, unwilling to engage in further conversation, sighed lightly, accepting the food with one hand and saying, thank you. She then regarded him with an expression that seemed to convey, are you not leaving yet? Xingjue finally withdrew his hand from the door, hesitating as he awkwardly rubbed his nose, his voice tinged with regret. Well, I want tea come in. Half an hour later, there was another knock at Ji Lishu's door. She opened it, asking, what is it? Xingjue held out a beautifully arranged plate of fruit. Alarai fruit? Thank you. This time, Ji Lishu did not decline but readily accepted, expressing her gratitude with a nod before closing the door. Half an hour later, she reopened the door without waiting for Xingjue to speak, declaring, this is the last time I will open the door for you. It is best that you say everything in one go. The smile on Xingjue's face faltered for a moment before returning. He slowly extended the item in his hand towards her, only for the sound of the door slamming shut to ring out once more. As Ji Lishu lay down, the incessant knocking echoed in her ears again. With a swift motion, she threw off the covers and hastened to the hall, opening the door with a kick. Get lost, she exclaimed. Xingjue was caught off guard, receiving a kick to his abdomen that sent him sprawling to the ground. He had no time to utter a word before the door was slammed shut again. How fierce his rugged and resolute face now bore an inexplicable sense of grievance. Rising to his feet, Xingjue dusted off non-existent dirt from his clothes and continued to knock at the door with unabashed persistence. Within 2 seconds, the door was flung open once more, but this time it was even more chilling. Ji Lishu brandished a dagger, her movement sharp as she pressed it against Xingjue's throat. With an icy demeanor and piercing gaze, she challenged, you think I wouldn't kill you, do you? Xingjue chuckled softly, leaning closer, deliberately entangling his breath with hers. Ali, I can't sleep. Pursuing a romantic interest, what need is there for modesty? Especially since there was a cat in Ali's room. How could he possibly sleep? Ji Lishu shot him a glare, demanding, what exactly do you want? Xingjue leaned in again, his posture suggestive that I want to sleep in your room. You really must be tired of living, Ji Lishu retorted through gritted teeth. Their bodies were uncomfortably close, and he could not help but wrap an arm around her waist. The living room will do. I'll sleep with your cat. What a jest! Qingya, without any claim or title, could share space with her, while he, having been officially recognized by Ji Lishu, was left outside. How could he tolerate such a situation? Ji Lishu pushed his hand away from her waist, her cold eyes laced with warning. Yet this man stood at her doorstep like a rogue, determined not to leave until she relented. Regaining her composure, Ji Lishu seized his collar with one hand and tossed his tall frame onto the sofa in the living room. She warned, if upon uttering those words, Xingjue's gaze instantaneously transformed into a cold and piercing glare. He promptly activated the nano-tracking device of Ji Lishu and turned to sprint away. As he ran, he gritted his teeth and warned the person across from him, but I never consented to you coercing her. You will harm her. Qinya dismissed his concerns with indifference. I know my limits. Tomorrow, you shall see her. Xingju abruptly halted, his hands clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging ominously as he coldly issued a final warning to the individual on the other end of the call. Qinya, Jili Shu is not someone you can easily deceive. You will come to regret it. The other party hung up without a word. Xingju paused momentarily, his throat constricting as he struggled to suppress the surging anger within him. Before he resumed his relentless search for Jili Shu.I in the upscale lounge. Qinya ended the call with Xingju and spun around to deliver a powerful punch to Asha Air's face. Do you have any idea what you are doing? Asha Air was sent crashing to the floor, blood pooling at the corner of his mouth, the force of a 4S tier beastman as punch shattering several of his teeth. He spat out the bloodied remnants, wiped his mouth, and, leaning against the wall, unsteadily rose to his feet. Through his blurred vision, he glanced at the soft bed behind him, where the unconscious Ji Li Shu lay. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he refrained from the spiritual marks are not solely present on the bodies of the orcs. Corresponding symbols can also manifest on the bodies of women. Should there be a lack of affection between them, the marks will fade or even vanish entirely. Conversely, should there be profound love, the marks will radiate with vivid brilliance. Qing'ao lowered his gaze to the crimson mark on his chest. Its hue reminiscent of blood, and a bitter smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that he was the only one ensnared in this predicament. She regarded him merely as a cat. Qing'ao gazed deeply into the face of the woman in his arms, his eyes brimming with despondency, and he leaned down to embrace Ji Li Shu tightly. Ollie, do not cast me aside, that do not abandon me. Within the room, an atmosphere of tenderness and springtime warmth enveloped them. Outside, the night in Talia was ablaze with lights. The Talia Governance Bureau. Yinhen received an unexpected communication. The voice on the line was languid, cold, and menacing. Yinhen, I hope you are well. Yinhen was taken aback. He paused his actions and responded in a low tone. In Liuji, historically individuals from various strongholds seldom interacted with those from the desert city. For it was a place rife with the highly contagious corpse-eater virus, which infected orcs upon contact. Moreover, the desert city was a domain where ruthless and unprincipled murderers congregated, a city saturated with bloodshed and savagery. The inhabitants of the desert city followed no rules or laws. Only the supremacy of violence and might prevailed. In Liuji held the title of general in the desert city and was a 3S level orc. Embodying the cunning nature of a fox, full of schemes, his combat prowess was formidable, displaying a decisive and strategic mind that was due to his leadership in conquest that the people of the desert city could find a semblance of safety. Ideally, it was best for this individual to maintain a peaceful existence. Should hostilities arise, both factions would suffer mutually assured destruction. Over a decade ago, Yinhen, much like In Liuji, was merely an orc surviving by slaying mutated plants in the forest. In Liuji had once saved Yunhen's life, leading to their acquaintance. Though they had not communicated for many years, they had coexisted harmoniously. The voice on the other end of the line chuckled lazily. Exuding an abyssal danger, it is Yinhen inquired. What do you want? Ah, Yinhen, you remain unchanged, In Liuji replied, each word dripping with an icy clarity. Yinhen remained silent, that I hear you are still searching for He Yan of the Golden Lion clan. He Yan was the very individual who had slain Yunhen's mother, fleeing across the land to evade Yunhen's pursuit. In Liuji laughed. I know where he is. Yinhen, unhurried, replied. Where? If you wish to know, what will you offer in exchange? His voice was low and chilling, laced with a teasing allure, his narrow eyes dark with foreboding. Yinhen maintained his calm and aloof demeanor. You sought me out. Thus, it depends on what you desire that will determine my decision. In Liuji laughed again. I wish to borrow your territory for a task. You are in Talia. Yunhen's gaze sharpened. What do you intend to do? In Liuji paused, his voice dark and cold. This matter concerns neither you nor Talia. I do not wish to divulge it, nor do you have the right to know, both audacious and sinister. Yunhen's tone was resolute. I do not consent. In Liuji replied nonchalantly, do not worry. I will not incite panic among the citizens of Talia, nor will I bring you trouble that I will handle it discreetly, leaving no trace. Yinhen frowned deeply. You need not undertake anything. Just ensure you do not assist in targeting me. Xingju had been searching tirelessly throughout the night and finally pinpointed Qingya's location. Ji Lishu remained ensnared in a deep slumber. Qingya held her tightly, his heart racing with an unceasing thrum. Outside, dawn broke, and Xingju was poised to dismantle the interference and arrive. Qingya leaned down, affectionately pressing his forehead against the woman in his arms, tenderly kissing her. "Ali, wait for my return." He then carried Ji Lishu into the bathroom, gently cleansing her. The previous night, he had refrained from being too forceful, fearing it might cause her discomfort, yet he had still left traces of intimacy. Even if it could lead to irrevocable consequences, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for being the only one, the first to truly possess her, even if Xingju had been present before him. Suddenly, he realized that the pain at the corners of his eyes had diminished. After bathing her, Qingya emerged, carefully dressing her. Ji Lishu remained in a deep slumber, likely needing a full day and night to awaken. The morning breeze was cool, and Qingya wrapped her in a blanket as he prepared to carry her down to the car parked below. A sudden sound erupted, a bullet striking the metal of the vehicle. Chapter 59. Then kill the woman in the car. Qingya swiftly sidestepped, clutching Ji Lishu tightly as they ducked to the right side of the automobile. The bullets originated from the upper left. Holding Ji Lishu securely, Qingya crouched low, ensuring better protection for her. He scanned the surroundings warily, contemplating the best method of egress that would spare Ji Lishu from harm. In the early morning hours of Talia, the streets lay eerily silent. Today heralded a stormy day, the skies overcast with thick, gray clouds. The morning wind sliced through the air like a sharp blade, producing piercing cries. The gunfire ceased after the initial shot. Qingya lowered his body, cautiously opening the car door. He first placed Ji Lishu safely inside. The vehicle was fortified with high-precision bulletproof glass, ensuring her temporary safety. Just as he secured her, another bullet whizzed by, narrowly grazing his forehead and leaving a crimson trail. Quickly, Qingya ducked down, retrieving a sleek handgun from the right side of his car seat, aiming at the hidden figure above. Bang! Liuji, momentarily taken aback, watched as one of the three orcs he had brought fell. He paused slightly, his gaze growing colder, a sinister, bloodthirsty smile curling upon his lips. "Your marksmanship is quite impressive. No wonder you are a 4S level orc," he remarked, excitement lacing his voice. The higher-tier orcs possessed not only formidable combat abilities, but also heightened senses and swifter reflexes. Besides, Qingya's shooting was exceptional. Even in dim lighting, he could still hit his target. Qingya's bullet struck one of Liuji's men, igniting his fury. Immediately, Qingya felt the intensity of the fire from the upper left as it escalated. Despite the cover of the car, he feared that stray bullets might inadvertently harm Ji Lishu. Aware that he was the target, he swiftly darted towards the right corner, distancing himself from the vehicle. The adversaries quickly noticed his movement and directed their fire towards him. Seizing an opportunity, Qingya exposed himself again and shot another orc beside Liuji. Liuji's anger flared. "If I cannot kill him, then let us eliminate the woman in the car." The woman whom Qingya so meticulously protected could only be his partner, but if she were killed, what chance would Qingya have at survival? Liuji's slender black eyes glinted with a sharp edge, his thin lips forming a distinct line, resembling an eagle in the night, proud, solitary, yet menacing. The attack from the upper left abruptly shifted targets, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the car, shattering its tires. Under such relentless assault, the car's windows began to crack. "Stop!" Qingya shouted in desperation, his eyes wide with fury. And in the next moment, without hesitation, he abandoned the corner and exposed himself completely to the enemy's gunfire, intent on drawing their fire. "Halt!" Liuji raised his hand slightly, his voice deep and languid, sounding as though it emerged from the depths of darkness, his smile sinister and triumphant. He then slowly raised his gun, aiming it directly at Qingya's forehead. One shot was all it would take to end him. Standing alone amidst the morning mist, Qingya's dark eyes were somber, his handsome features radiating an icy aura. Blood trickled from his brow, coursing down the sculpted contours of his face. Liuji's gaze darkened, his fingers slowly tightening on the trigger, the bullet poised to fire. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Liuji, in disbelief, clutched his bleeding left hand that he focused intently. The shooter was Xing Ju. Seizing the opportunity, Qingya dashed to the front of the car, retrieving the woman within and crouching behind the vehicle for protection. Meanwhile, Xing Ju engaged in a fierce firefight with Yin Liuji's men. Yin Liuji's lips curled slightly, his aura ominous and fearsome, his eyes piercing as they locked onto Xing Ju. So, you chose Qingya over cooperating with me. He spoke coldly in a low voice amidst the piercing gunfire, his whispers audible only to himself. Yin Liuji let out a cold snort and then commanded in a deep voice, "Seize the opportunity. Eliminate Qingya." Immediately, he raised his bloodied right hand, gripping the pistol and aiming it at Qingya's position. Having finally caught a chance to assassinate Qingya, he could not let it slip away so easily. During the frenzied exchange of gunfire, Yin Liuji's communication device vibrated incessantly, leaving him no time to spare. At a fleeting glance revealed it was Yunhen. With a stern expression, Yin Liuji answered, "Cease fire. Otherwise, you will not leave Telier alive." Yunhen's tone was filled with menace, devoid of mercy. Uncertain of Yin Liuji's intentions on Telier's territory, he had taken it upon himself to monitor the city's surveillance screens overnight, instructing the monitoring department to remain vigilant and report any unusual occurrences immediately. In a mere moment, he witnessed a relentless storm of bullets raining down upon Ji Lishu. Yunhen's vision blurred with rage. Yin Liuji's face darkened further, filled with a wrathful ferocity, as he growled, "Yunhen, you are being contradictory." Yunhen clenched his fists, his voice deep and chilling, laced with murderous intent. "Yin Liuji, you have meddled with the wrong person. I will not only be contradictory, I will pursue you to the death." Yin Liuji cast his gaze downward, his eyes reddening with fury, bloodshot and wild, exuding an unrestrained pressure like a tempest. With Xing Ju providing cover on site and Yunhen aiding from the shadows, this assassination was doomed to failure. The veins on Yin Liuji's forehead throbbed as he ground his teeth in frustration. Retreat. Thus concluded the first confrontation among the four male leads. The fox still aimed to kill Alarai, but he would only end up slapping himself in the face as the gunfire subsided. The once bustling street lay shrouded in a thick fog, permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Xing Ju discarded his weapon and dashed toward Qingya's location, his somber face betraying an uncontainable terror. "Bring her to me." He struggled to steady his breathing, striving for a calm tone, unwilling to frighten the woman in Qingya's arms. Qingya seemed oblivious, carrying Ji Lishu as he entered the vehicle sent by his subordinates. Chapter 60. In this home, I am a master. Qingya brought Ji Lishu back to the apartment beside the bookstore, carefully laying her down on the bed. Xing Ju followed closely, observing Qingya's demeanor, which was filled with trepidation, and let out a scoff. The moment Qingya stepped away from Ji Lishu, Xing Ju seized his collar, dragging him into the living room. In the next instant, he swung a powerful punch. Qingya, possessing superior strength, could easily evade Xing Ju's blow. Yet he chose not to. Absorbing the full force of the punch, his head was knocked sideways, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth, his posture weary. Xing Ju's breathing grew rapid, his chest heaving violently, his eyes reddened with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Qingya. "How dare you treat her this way? Using such despicable means." Qingya propped himself up with one hand on the sofa, gradually straightening his form. That a disdainful smirk crept across his lips as he replied coolly, "You think my methods are beneath you?" Xing Ju clenched his fists, desperately suppressing the rage boiling within him. "What makes your methods so commendable?" Qingya lazily raised his gaze, casting a cold stare at Xing Ju. "We both know how you acquired your spirit seal. We're merely two sides of the same coin." What he had done could only be judged by Ji Lishu. The opinions of outsiders held no weight for him. Upon hearing this, Xing Ju's dark eyes narrowed, and he swung another punch. "You nearly caused her death." Qingya still did not dodge, his lips now bruised, the blood trickling down. "You can't even dare to show your true form before her," Xing Ju shouted in indignation. That a third time, Qingya caught Xing Ju's fist mid-air. The solid muscles of Xing Ju's arm bulged beneath his clothing, exuding formidable strength. In contrast, Qingya appeared leaner, his shirt sleeves rolled up to reveal elegant yet understated muscular lines. though the disparity in their strength was evident. Qingyao was more than capable of withstanding Xing Ju's assault, a testament to the power of a 4S tier beast man. But if we are to brawl, let it be another time, that I have no time for this now. Qingyao's gaze was icy, tinged with impatience. He slowly straightened his form, shaking off Xing Ju's fist before sinking back onto the sofa. His demeanor wearied. He too felt a sense of urgency. Suddenly, Xing Ju's voice pierced the silence beside him. In this home, I am the master. Qingyao paused momentarily. Turning to him, you won't know until you try. His tone was laced with scorn and a hint of menace. Besides, you could never defeat me, though the difference between a 4S and a 3S tier might seem slight. The disparity in combat prowess was as vast as the sky and the earth. Xing Ju was indeed no match for Qingyao in the Beastman world. Family hierarchy was determined both by seniority and combat strength. In terms of strength, he was significantly outclassed. Fists clenched tightly. Xing Ju's heart seethed with anger. Intertwined with an indescribable sorrow, Ji Lishu had explicitly stated she would have only one partner. He knew all too well how impossible that was. He was acutely aware that Alarai was exceptional. He would not let go, and neither would Qingyao. Yet, to have to accept another beastman as Alarai's partner in such a short span of time left him disheartened. The two fell into a heavy silence. Qingyao finally spoke in a low voice. I need to leave for a while. Protect her well. Xing Ju pressed his lips tightly together, exuding a stubborn determination. You won't need to find me. Then his tone turned grave. We cannot let Yin Lujiai escape easily. Let us join forces and eliminate him. The assassination attempt that morning was orchestrated by Yin Lujiai. Even though they stood at a distance, the unmistakable scent of that cunning fox was evident. Moreover, the only one audacious enough to brazenly attempt to assassinate Qingyao could only be Yin Lujiai. Given the existence of their mutual partner, Xing Ju and Qingyao were destined to be aligned for life. All those who opposed them, all who sought to harm Ji Lishu, became their common enemies. The city of the desert had unleashed 200,000 flesh-eaters, attempting to invade the territory of Lihor River. Qingyao elucidated the current situation. The flesh-eaters had existed for over a century. They were immortal and devoid of any consciousness, attacking any living creature they encountered, whether beastman, animal, or human. Once bitten by a flesh-eater, one would contract a mutation virus, transforming into a soulless flesh-eater. A century ago, to ensure the safety of each city, the leaders united to expel the flesh-eaters into the desert and erected towering walls to prevent their incursion. A decade ago, Yin Lujiai had somehow acquired a technology known as FRIN, enabling him to penetrate the flesh-eaters' brains via sound waves, controlling their behavior and transforming these abominable creatures carrying the mutation virus into formidable weapons at his disposal. Use missiles, Xing Ju suggested. Qingyao shook his head. Regular missiles won't work. Yin Lujiai has already obtained anti-reaction interception missiles. Ordinary missiles are ineffective against him. Xing Ju smirked disdainfully. In a weapon contest, who can outmatch me? He may not be able to defeat Qingyao, but with access to the world's most advanced weaponry technology, who could genuinely rival him? Qingyao cast him a sidelong glance. What do you propose? Xing Ju, without haste, turned and settled onto the sofa, wearing his habitual defiant expression. In this home, I am the master. Xing Ju remained resolute, intent on leveraging this to keep Qingyao subordinate. Qingyao's gaze turned icy, his hand clenched tighter. Suppressing the impulse to charge at this brash wolf, he steadied his voice, speaking slowly. She is Ji Lishu. She is not like those foolish humans. The hierarchy between you and me is determined by her. Whoever she favors is the true master. Xing Ju's eyes flickered as he nodded. Fine, I agree. This cat beast, who dared not show his true form before Alarai, still fantasized about competing for her affection. How laughable. I will provide you with missiles. I assure you, Yin Lujiai's anti-reaction interception will not hold them back, Xing Ju said with a confident and defiant smirk. Qingyao leaned back against the sofa, crossing his long legs, casting a nonchalant glance in his direction. Very well, from now on, Qingmu City will provide 10,000 mercenaries from Xingho Group with green pearls at no cost. The two individuals, equally imposing, locked gazes, their eyes profound, as if they had never so solemnly scrutinized one another. Chapter 61. Surely, you cannot remain distant from me for a lifetime. But Ji Li Shu had succumbed to slumber for 2 days and nights before finally awakening languidly. As she opened her eyes, the room was shrouded in darkness, the curtains of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows tightly drawn, blocking the sunlight. She propped herself up in bed, a haze clouding her mind. It felt as if she had traversed a lengthy dream. Swaying as though adrift in an ocean, accompanied by gentle whispers echoing in her ears, the wave of bewilderment washed over her. She could recall nothing. Glancing at the communication device on her bedside, she noticed several missed calls from Xingjue and Changkong. She had informed Changkong that she would visit the bookstore the following day to assist him. Reflecting on this, Ji Li Shu cast another glance at the clock on the wall. Had she truly slept for 2 days? A mist gathered in her eyes, and she furrowed her brow, inspecting her body. Dressed neatly, she felt only a slight ache in her waist. Otherwise, everything seemed normal. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. While she remained lost in thought, the door to her room swung open. "You're finally awake." Xingjue strode in with purpose. As he spoke, he instinctively opened his arms to embrace her. Ji Li Shu maintained a stern demeanor, one hand grasping Xingjue's neck, compelling him to halt his advance. Coughing, Xingjue, caught off guard, felt discomfort in his throat, a pain cough escaping him as he fixed his gaze intently on Ji Li Shu. He dared not resist. His strength was formidable, and he feared injuring her. What should I do if Ali is so guarded? If she truly forbids me from touching her again, I might perish. The beast man harbored an innate desire to be close to his partner. Mere contact was insufficient. He yearned for more. Upon seeing Ji Li Shu, he wished to embrace her, to kiss her, to engage in the most intimate of acts. However, Ali would not even allow him to touch her. Meanwhile, that blue jade cat had already progressed to that stage, receiving everything he longed for. That a pang of jealousy pierced Xingjue's heart. His eyes stinging with bitterness, Ji Li Shu pushed him away with a firm shove, retracting her hand. "How did you get in?" she inquired, her voice sharp. She had locked the door before sleeping. Xingjue cleared his throat, easing the discomfort, and replied, "I broke your door. In truth, it had been Xingya who opened it." Yet, he could not overstep boundaries or meddle in Xingya's affairs. Whether he chose to explain everything to Ji Li Shu was his prerogative. At this moment, Ji Li Shu was unwilling to allow him any closeness, and he did not wish for Xingya to divert her attention from him. It dawned on Xingjue that the apartment where Ali resided had been prepared specifically for her by Xingya. They had shared this bed for countless nights. Although Xingjue understood that nothing would transpire, the realization tightened the ache in his heart. Ji Li Shu's expression darkened further, barely concealing her anger. How dare he speak so brazenly about destroying her door? Where did he find the audacity? Sensing her simmering ire, Xingjue quickly clarified, "You have been in a deep slumber for quite some time. That I knocked on your door repeatedly, but you did not respond. I was worried about you, which compelled me to break in. Rest assured, I have already sent someone to repair the door. That you've slept so long. You must be hungry. I brought you food." Xingjue smiled. The Ji Li Shu questioned, "Why did I sleep for so long?" Xingjue slowly approached, cautiously closing the distance. The night before last, the mutated plants beneath Telier City went out of control, releasing a substantial amount of plant hallucinogen. As a human, excessive exposure to the hallucinogen caused your prolonged unconsciousness. Xingjue spoke with an air of calm, genuinely stating the facts. That Ji Li Shu remained skeptical of his words. She picked up the communication device and accessed the news from the past 2 days, confirming the reports of the incident. Due to the plant uprising in Telier, the entire human population had succumbed to a prolonged state of unconsciousness. The governing body urged the populace not to panic, assuring them that the plant hallucinogen posed no harm to human health. Once the substance was metabolized, they would awaken. "Why don't you eat something? Aren't you hungry?" Xingjue urged, intent on ensuring she consumed food. Since Ji Li Shu had entered his life, he had diligently studied the human care manual. Human females required substantial energy during mating with beast men, thus experiencing extreme weakness afterward, necessitating timely energy replenishment. Ji Li Shu threw off the thin blanket and got out of bed, seizing Xingjue by the collar and dragging him into the living room. She then picked up the exquisite meal box he had brought and hurled both him and the box out the door. With an air of indifference, Ji Lishu remarked, "If you intrude upon my personal space again, I shall not be so gracious. Moreover, I am not your pet. I will leave with my own belongings." Xingjue's expression dimmed, his smile gradually fading. The man stood motionless, his voice low and resigned. "Why do you always say such things? Ali, you are my partner. How can you refuse to let me live with you or care for you? This is simply unacceptable. We are destined to belong to each other for life. Surely, you cannot remain aloof from me forever." There was a hint of exhaustion in his voice. Ji Lishu frowned slightly. It appeared he still did not comprehend the situation. Xingjue insisted, "We share merely a cooperative relationship, and the bond we share means nothing to me. Should you attempt to use this as an excuse to intrude upon my life, I will leave." Her tone was frigid and merciless, her expression fraught with disdain. "Leave?" The last two words escaped Ji Lishu's lips, and Xingjue trembled violently. His tall, imposing figure stood rigid at the doorway, his expression mournful, his arms tense. Desperately searching her face for any flicker of emotion, but finding none, a sense of overwhelming despair enveloped him, akin to plummeting into a pitch-black abyss, suffocating waves of despair dragging him down, rendering him powerless. Unbeknownst to Xingjue, his repeated and abrupt invasions of Ji Lishu's safe haven had unconsciously trampled upon the delicate boundaries of her heart. Ji Lishu was sensitive and vigilant. The inexplicable two-day slumber, the peculiar sensations in her body, the confusion she felt within, and Xingjue's sudden intrusion, all of these compelled her to reassess the man before her. In her previous life, every lesson and teaching she had received instilled in her the belief that no one in this world was worthy of her trust. The only entity she could rely upon was herself. And indeed, this was the truth that IT was her third official mission. During the first two, she had executed tasks alongside another mercenary. They had faced life and death together, and he had once saved her from the clutches of death. She had believed that perhaps there was a glimmer of trust between them. However, during the third mission, she was left with no choice but to entrust her back to a partner with whom she had shared perilous experiences twice, only for him to turn his gun against her from behind. Ji Lishu had ultimately retaliated, killing her partner. There was a saying that resonated with her: individuals like them ought not to entertain the notion of trusting anyone. Closing her eyes and leaping into the sea, one could never predict what pit awaited them. Bitterness surged within her, a tempest of emotion clamoring for release. Xingjue parted his lips, a multitude of words clamoring for expression. Yet upon meeting her cold gaze, they withered into insignificance. He was at a loss, unsure of what to do. Chapter 62. Have I faltered in some way? The air grew thick, time seemingly suspended. Xingjue stood frozen, his tall and imposing figure appearing weary, his head bowed like a chastised boy. His throat felt parched. Inhaling deeply, he spoke with a pallid visage. "Ali, why do I always seem to provoke your anger?" His tone was laced with regret and confusion, a question he could not answer. All along, he had known that as Ali was unique, he needed to be patient and gentle with her. He had thought that as long as he remained by her side, she would eventually see him and accept him. Yet, it now appeared that this was not the case. He cautiously edged closer, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles whitening. "What have I done wrong? Please tell me." His words were deliberate, each syllable clear, the tone dragging slightly as if afraid of further inciting her ire. "Just don't utter the word leave so easily. The bond we share cannot be severed. Yet if Ali does not want me, what difference would it make to kill me?" Unlike his usual defiant demeanor, Ji Lishu regarded his expression of both grievance and helplessness and found herself at a loss for harsh words. People are capable of disguising their true intentions, biding their time until the prey trusts them, only to strike when the moment is right. But the man before her was Xingjue. He had no need for pretense. If he wished to harm her, it would amount to self-destruction. With this realization, Ji Lishu felt compelled to soften her demeanor. Yet the ingrained suspicion and wariness she had harbored for over 20 years could not be easily discarded. She fell silent, the icy demeanor on her face softening slightly as she struggled to rein in her emotions. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. "I apologize. You should not have intruded upon my personal space just as I regained consciousness. The unease in Xing Ju's eyes dissipated somewhat as he tugged at the corners of his mouth and spoke quickly. You need not apologize. It is my fault for not considering things thoroughly enough. Next time, I will certainly be more mindful, Ji Lishu responded with a faint acknowledgement, lowering her gaze and turning her head away, awaiting Xing Ju's departure. After a considerable time, he recognized her silent dismissal. Yet he still wished to express all that was in his heart. He murmured, Ali, there are no absolutes in this world. But my love for you is absolute. His gaze was gentle, imbued with a burning affection. Ji Lishu was momentarily taken aback, as Xing Ju's deep-set eyes scrutinized her exquisite and alluring visage. Her eyes were exceptional. At times they revealed shadows of coldness and severity, occasionally displaying mild surprise. But more often than not, they exuded a chilling indifference. Yet in that moment, he perceived a hint of bewilderment within her gaze. After a pause, he carefully chose his words. I know you may not believe me, but I still wish to convey this. Even in death, I could never bring harm to you. Ji Lishu's expression was somewhat vacant. Her eyelids lowered to obscure her thoughts from view. Xing Ju lowered his head to observe her, his voice low and somber. You have gone too long without food. It is not good for your stomach. Please take a moment to eat something. With that, he picked up the exquisite meal box he had brought and turned back towards the apartment across the way. The following day, Ji Lishu returned to the bookstore once more. Although the pay was meager, the tranquility it offered was invaluable to her. Such peace and serenity were far more precious than money. After several days apart, she encountered Chong Kong again, who appeared once more with a bruised and battered countenance. Having been beaten, as Lishu organized the bookshelves, she cast a sidelong glance at him, her eyes betraying little emotion. She then inquired, Is it again those people? Chong Kong stood silently nearby, seemingly at a loss for words. Ji Lishu lazily remarked, I am, after all, a mercenary you have hired. Are you sure you do not require my assistance? After a moment's hesitation, Chong Kong replied, I do. Ji Lishu did not look at him, but commanded. Speak, Chong Kong stated. Give me some of your hair. That Ji Lishu's hand, which had been resting on the bookshelf, paused momentarily. She slowly set down the book, turning to face Chong Kong, her gaze dimming slightly. Whose hair? She asked. Chong Kong met her gaze calmly. Yours. He had indeed discovered her identity as a human. Ji Lishu scrutinized him quietly for a few moments before turning away with indifference, continuing her task. Have you already spent all the money from selling the female hormone capsules? Her tone was calm and detached, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet inside, Chong Kong felt a pang of anxiety. Ji Lishu was the most intelligent woman he had ever encountered, as well as the most beautiful. He understood her identity well. She had two formidable allies in Xing Ju and Qinya, yet she chose to remain in the shadows, working as a mercenary for him. Managing the bookstore, he could not comprehend her intentions, yet he knew he had no right to question her. That I will provide it shortly. Without waiting for Chong Kong's response, Ji Lishu acquiesced to his request. She preferred the simplicity of a straightforward exchange. From the very beginning, she had known that Chong Kong was concealing something, yet she would not pry nor overly involve herself. She would merely fulfill her obligations within the bounds of their transaction. At midnight, Ji Lishu locked the bookstore's door and turned around to find a flamboyant luxury car parked by the roadside. A tall, imposing figure leaned against the car door, quietly waiting with his head bowed. The cool, flowing breeze gently swept away the clamor and turmoil of the day, rendering the city's night remarkably romantic. Recently, Xing Ju had been coming to collect Ji Lishu from work every day, following her closely in the mornings to personally escort her to the bookstore. This time, he held a completely white dog in his arms. Ji Lishu's cat had gone missing, and despite her extensive search, she could not find it. Xing Ju, with one arm draped around the pure white pet dog, offered it to Ji Lishu with a smile, saying, Ali, you certainly cannot refuse this, can you? Ji Lishu halted her steps. Glancing at the dog in his hands, Xing Ju continued, This one is far cuter than your cat. And importantly, it's female. Ji Lishu shot him a meaningful glance that a few days prior, the Alliance media had reported that the territorial dispute between Desert City and Qingmu City had escalated to a boiling point, raising the possibility of war in the near future. Furthermore, numerous flesh-eaters had gathered around Qingmu City, prompting the media to advise the public to take precautions for personal safety when venturing outside and to wear protective gear. Reflecting on this matter, Ji Lishu's expression remained indifferent, her eyelids lowered, her gaze dimming slightly. The beastmen of Qingmu City were predominantly of the cat tribe, making the timing of her cat's disappearance rather unfortunate. This thought prompted a self-mocking smile to grace her lips. Ji Lishu then glanced again at the pet dog in Xing Ju's arms. Wait a moment. Is this a wolf? Xing Ju chuckled. Indeed, it's a snow wolf caught from the icy tundra. He moved closer, still cradling the snow wolf, and asked, Do you like it? Ji Lishu could hardly muster the energy to glance at him. Would she truly keep a wolf as a pet? With that, she turned her head and walked away. Xing Ju, still puzzled, hastily followed after her. Li, get in my car. I'll give you a ride. The bookstore was not far from Ji Lishu's apartment, yet she acted as if she had not heard him. Continuing on her path, Xing Ju remained unfazed, stating, walking is good. It's a form of exercise. He was adept at being accommodating in other matters, in the tranquil depth of night, under the bright moonlight. The street lamps cast long shadows of the two figures walking ahead and behind each other. Xing Ju felt a flutter in his heart as he could not help but contemplate eternity. He turned to gaze deeply at the woman beside him, the moonlight cascading down, enveloping her form beneath the brim of her hat, lending her an enchanting silver halo. A few strands of hair fluttered softly in the night breeze. Brushing against him, he suppressed his racing heart, cautiously inching closer as those delicate strands grazed his shoulder, light as a feather, yet causing his heart to soften. Chapter 63. His Ali is very reclusive. Xing Ju followed Ji Lishu's slow steps, tilting his head to observe her without uttering a word. The tenderness in his gaze, almost palpable, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency dissipate, realizing they had decades ahead of them. His Ali was indeed very reclusive, but he believed that one day he would awaken the passion buried within her heart. I first met you in the dream-eating forest. Which city do you hail from? She unexpectedly softened, prompting Xing Ju to cautiously inquire. Eager to uncover more about her, Ji Lishu replied, Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Xing Ju chuckled softly to himself. She was clearly reluctant to share, yet he did not mind. He continued to seek common ground. Ali, your skills are remarkable, and your arsenal is diverse, some of which are quite intriguing. That if he was not mistaken, Ji Lishu possessed a spatial weaponry capability. Theoretically, personal spatial technology was based on the principles of quantum mechanics, utilizing the unique properties of matter to achieve information transmission and storage, thus allowing for the portability of an alternate realm. However, this technology had been lost to time over a millennium ago. The cataclysmic earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and rampant plant life of 1,000 years prior had resulted in the loss of much technological documentation from primitive Earth. While some technologies have been passed down and even advanced, others have been irretrievably lost. The personal spatial technology was among the latter. Even the Xingho Corporation's research center had yet to breach its technological barriers. Yet, such a rare artifact had appeared in Ali's possession. Ji Lishu cast him a wary glance, her eyes sharp. Xing Ju accepted her scrutiny with composure, smiling as he said, What do you take me for? He sighed softly. I merely wish to inform you that your combat capabilities may not suffice against high-ranking beastmen. However, with the enhancements from your weaponry and your agility, you could still turn the tide. That if you require assistance, I can teach you how to combat them. That Ji Lishu averted her gaze, providing no response. But what I truly wish to advise, Xing Ju's tone shifted to one of earnestness, is that, should you ever find yourself in peril again, your foremost priority must be to protect yourself, unless absolutely necessary. I implore you not to confront them head-on. You are a woman, and beastmen seldom target you. He did not care if she exposed her identity, drawing the attention of countless beastmen. All he desired was for her to remain alive. Upon hearing his words, Ji Lishu felt as though a stone had been cast in her heart, sending ripples through her emotions. Your primary task is to protect yourself. In all her missions, her primary objective had always been to complete the task by any means necessary. No one had ever told her that the foremost duty was to safeguard her own life. Ji Lishu steadied her thoughts, halting her steps to face Xing Ju. Haven't you heard the saying? Those who fear death die more quickly. She had faced death countless times and emerged alive against all odds. If she had feared death, she might have perished long. Yes, she casually articulated her thoughts. Xingju felt as though a knife had pierced his heart, causing him profound pain. Why did he feel such heartache upon seeing her so dismissive of her own life? In that fleeting moment, Xingju seemed to forget that he, too, was once a person who regarded life as a mere game. Toying with power, as if it were a high-stakes gamble, to emerge victorious was to claim everything. To lose was to accept the consequences of his wager. Yet since he had come to possess Ji Lishu, cherishing the brief years they could share, he found them woefully inadequate. Thus, he began to fear for his life. Ceasing to make enemies and abandoning his previously flamboyant and reckless demeanor, Ji Lishu offered no response. She turned on her toes and continued walking, unwilling to pursue the topic further. It was not that she undervalued her own life, but rather that the inescapable fate she had once faced rendered her existence precarious, as if she could lose her life at any moment. Xingju hastened to catch up, preoccupied with a sudden realization that he had yet to properly introduce himself. A smile spread across his face as he halted, firmly grasping Ji Lishu's hand with an earnest tone that I hail from the esteemed Yuang Lang clan of Telier, born into affluence, that I graduated from the world's foremost polytechnic university, majoring in optical weapon design. Presently, I am a businessman running a weapons trading conglomerate with an army of 100,000 mercenaries at my command. My combat prowess is rated at 3S level. 99.9 of orcs in this world cannot match me in strength. My character is difficult to describe. You'll come to know it over time. My mother passed away when I was young, leaving me with almost no family. The most significant person in my life now is my partner, Ji Lishu. In the future, we shall have children together, who will also become the most important individuals in my life. As she listened to his fluent introduction, Ji Lishu found herself momentarily forgetting to extricate her hand from his grasp. A singular thought echoed in her mind. He spoke of her as the most important person in his life. Deep within, Xingju felt a wave of anxiety. This was his first formal confession. However, after a long silence, Ji Lishu offered no reaction. His gaze was fervent and tender, yet his typically indifferent voice bore a hint of urgency. Ali, I hope you can come to know me better, and perhaps even grow to like me more. That moment, Ji Lishu's mind was in disarray, overwhelmed by the unfamiliarity of his words. He professed his love for her, imploring her to take care of herself, declaring she was the most important person in his life, and spoke of a future with children, concepts she had never contemplated. Leaving her feeling utterly bewildered, rarely flustered, she abruptly released Xingju's hand and hurried away. As she passed the piano shop beside the street, she glanced back at the exquisite piano in the window, her eyes betraying a hope she had yet to recognize. Tired of violence and loathing deception and bloodshed, she yearned solely for tranquility and peace. Across the street on the second floor of a CAF opposite the bookstore, a cozy booth offered a perfect view of the bookstore below. Seated there, one could observe the happenings inside with clarity, while the beam at the window provided ample concealment for those seated within. Yunhen frequented this CAF whenever he had a moment to spare, visiting 5 times in 3 days. Today he finally spotted her. Chapter 64. Yet he held no qualifications. Yunhen arrived in the evening, ordered a cup of coffee, and switched off all notifications from his communication device, remaining there until deep into the night. Watching her from afar, Ji Lishu sat leisurely in her dark gray outdoor jacket, her black cap obscuring her lovely features. He observed her as she read, rested her eyes, and daydreamed, exuding an aura of serene contentment. As night deepened, she tidied up the bookstore and locked the door. Xingju waited for her beneath the streetlight, cradling a snow-white pet in his arms. They walked side by side, exchanging laughter and warmth. A heartwarming scene that pierced Yunhen's heart with an inexplicable ache. It felt as though an invisible hand tightened around his heart with every beat, leaving him feeling stifled. He inhaled deeply, yet could not alleviate the weight pressing down on him. Henceforth, he could only watch her from distance, which seemed acceptable enough. He should be content. The CAF staff, trembling with apprehension, prepared to close for the night, yet none dared to approach the formidable figure of Yunhen, whose muscular build and fierce countenance exuded an intimidating presence. However, his gaze, directed at the bookstore, was deep and soulful, brimming with affection, often softening into a tender smile that would gradually turn bittersweet. Today, with Chong Kong managing the bookstore, Ji Lishu left early, passing by the piano shop once more. She paused to admire the grand instrument showcased in the window before stepping inside. Dressed in attire reminiscent of a beastman, she entered without garnering any attention from the staff, who silently assumed that such individuals were invariably impoverished. Though Ji Lishu was not a beastman, she was indeed struggling financially. Approaching the pure white grand piano she had been admiring for days, she noticed a sign inviting patrons to experience its sound. As she sat down to test it, a hand suddenly reached out, rudely seizing her right wrist. "What do you think you're doing?" The Beastman staff member barked, his tone brash and disrespectful. Ji Lishu swiftly freed herself from his grip. Her brows knitting together. "I'm here to test the piano." The staff member responded haughtily. "That isn't for just anyone to try." Ji Lishu retorted. "It says welcome to experience right there. That doesn't apply to someone like you." He scoffed. Ji Lishu turned to him, her gaze icy. "And who is it meant for, exactly?" The staff member sneered. "Can you even afford it? If it gets damaged, we couldn't possibly compensate for it." Emotionless, Ji Lishu replied. "I need to try it before I decide whether I can buy tea that moment." Two elegantly dressed, affluent patrons entered the shop, prompting the staff member to abandon his confrontation with Ji Lishu and approach the newcomers with a false, accommodating smile. Ji Lishu played a piece, marveling at the piano's exquisite sound, far superior to the decrepit instrument at Chong Kong's bookstore. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she caught sight of the price tag, 500,000 new currency coins. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Although she had received a small commission from the sale of a batch of estrogen capsules, she was still far from the amount needed. Reluctantly, she decided to set that thought aside. Lowering her gaze, she stood to leave, but just as she reached the door, the staff member called out loudly, "Hey, wait!" Ji Lishu paused, turning to face him. "What did I do while you weren't looking?" His voice dripped with disdain. Ji Lishu remained unfazed. The staff member pointed accusingly at a black piano nearby, which was not the one Ji Lishu had been testing. "One of the strings on that piano is broken." "Did you do that?" The staff member's narrowed eyes glared at her, demanding an explanation. That Ji Lishu understood immediately and replied coolly, "I didn't even touch it. You're the only person here besides me. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" He insisted aggressively. Turning to face him, Ji Lishu maintained her composure. "I can't say who did it, but I can assure you that you are falsely accusing me." The Beastman staff member, incensed by her indifference, stepped forward and roughly grabbed her shoulder. In an instant, Ji Lishu deftly evaded his grasp, twisting his arm behind him and executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the floor. The Beastman had underestimated her, believing her to be a mere beastman with minimal combat prowess. He had intended to intimidate her, but was caught off guard by her lightning-fast reflexes from the CAF on the second floor. A tall silhouette suddenly stood up and, under the astonished gaze of the CAF staff, dashed down the stairs at breakneck speed. Realizing he could not overpower Ji Lishu, the piano staff member called for the building's security personnel. "She damaged our property, refuses to compensate, and has a terribly arrogant attitude. She even assaulted me," he exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Ji Lishu. In truth, it was the staff member himself who had accidentally broken the string on the black piano. With an influx of wealthy patrons frequenting the shop, he had been searching for someone to take the blame, and Ji Lishu, appearing to be an easy target, had conveniently walked in. "How much?" "I'll compensate." Ji Lishu interjected. The deep and resonant voice echoed, prompting Ji Lishu to turn her head in curiosity as a tall figure strode towards her with purposeful strides, exuding an air of natural authority and an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Yinhen should not have appeared before her. However, he could not bear to see her encircled by a group of burly orcs, treated as if she were a criminal, surprised by the sudden presence of the man. Ji Lishu gazed up at him. Yinhen seemed to be in a hurry, his thick brows slightly furrowed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, which shone under the light. His tousled hair, though disheveled, did not appear coarse. Cascading over his brow, as Yinhen approached, his gaze fixed upon Ji Lishu, assessing her for a moment before he turned his cold stare towards the orc shopkeeper. However, You must provide me with the surveillance footage. Dressed in a black shirt that was slightly disheveled from his rush, the thin fabric barely concealed his well-defined muscles. His already cold demeanor was intensified by the tension in his furrowed brow and the resolute authority in his eyes. Naturally, the shopkeeper was unwilling to relinquish the footage, as doing so would expose his attempt to frame Ji Lishu. He regarded her as merely a defenseless human, hoping to extort some money without demanding full compensation for the piano. Yet, in the face of Yunhin's imposing presence, his combat prowess undetectable, he felt a palpable sense of intimidation. Who would have thought that such a seemingly powerless human had such a formidable protector? The orc shopkeeper could only resign himself to his misfortune, forcing a smile as he attempted to placate Yunhin. There must be some misunderstanding. I will check the surveillance again. Please, do take care. Yunhin shot him a cold glance, ignoring him as he turned back to Ji Lishu. He has wronged you. What would you like to do? The shopkeeper protested. I already said it's not his fault. With a fierce glare from Yunhin, the shopkeeper fell silent. Ji Lishu, not wishing to entangle herself further with a stranger, felt that had Yunhin not appeared, she might have dealt with everyone present herself and simply walked away. If action could be taken, words were unnecessary. She despised wasting her breath. Looking at Yunhin, she stated, I have hit him as well. That makes us even. The orc shopkeeper sulked, pouting in discontent. Yunhin inquired, what has caught your eye? If you like it, buy it. Ji Lishu, typically composed and indifferent, found herself intrigued by the piano, and oh need. She replied coolly, turning to leave. The shopkeeper glared at her retreating figure, muttering under his breath, if you're broke, you shouldn't be wandering around. Yunhin, indifferent to the shopkeeper's words, could not tolerate anyone disparaging Ji Lishu. Not even in passing, he seized the orc by the collar, threateningly stating, mind your words. Ji Lishu had not heard what the shopkeeper said. Yet she could surmise from Yunhin's furious demeanor. Unfazed, she replied, he is right. I have no money and cannot afford it now. With that, she exited the piano store. Yunhin followed closely behind, his stern features betraying a hint of unease. I apologize, I did not know. He paused before continuing. I did not realize you could not afford it. He wished, with all his heart, to purchase it for her, yet felt unworthy. Damn Xingjue, how could he possibly be her partner? An unnameable pain surged within Yunhin, causing his brow to furrow even deeper as he pressed his lips together firmly. Moments later, he turned on his heel and strode away, seemingly at a loss for words. Unable even to utter a farewell. Chapter 65. Intimate Adventure, a unique romantic experience inside the bookstore. Ji Lishu lounged lazily in a chair, the holographic screen before her displaying a promotional event. Intimate Adventure, a unique romantic experience. This was an event organized by Service Agency for Human Women, a partner game activity. By participating and completing the competition, one could win a cash prize. Typically, Ji Lishu would not have spared such events a glance. However, the prospect of a cash reward of 500,000 new era currency caught her attention. Services related to human women were invariably high-end, and any orc capable of affording a human partner was undoubtedly affluent. Thus, the reward amount of 500,000 was not particularly substantial for the wealthy of Terrell. Ji Lishu scrutinized the details of the event for quite some time, her eyes flickering with interest. 500,000 new era currency was precisely enough to purchase a brand new piano. The game required one human woman and at least one orc to participate together. Ji Lishu raised her gaze, fixing it upon a figure beside the bookshelf. Are you free? She inquired softly. Chong Kong replied. What is it? Ji Lishu continued. There is something I would like your assistance with. Chong Kong paused, surprised, having known Ji Lishu for so long. She had never once asked him for anything. This was the first time she sought his help. Without questioning what she needed, he nodded in agreement. Regret soon washed over him as he realized he should have inquired about the nature of her request. At that moment, he was unaware of whether he would see the light of day again. The event was set up in the central square of Terrell, where the organizers had constructed a virtual space adorned with pink bubbles and whimsical mechanical entities, creating a whimsical atmosphere reminiscent of a children's playground. All the human women present wore fluffy, animal-themed bodysuits provided by the organizers, which the orcs could freely choose for their partners. Surrounding them, towering orcs carried their partners in their arms. playing with them as one would with a child. Some human women crawled on the floor, delighting in the pink bubbles, while others, overwhelmed by the crowd, burst into tears. Chong Kong glanced at Ji Li Shu, who remained in her gray outdoor attire, her hair tied high in a ponytail, devoid of a cap or mask, save for a pair of sunglasses that obscured half her face. Her ensemble blatantly revealed her identity as a human woman. However, she was indeed participating in the competition as a human. Firmly refusing to wear the bodysuit, she had persuaded the organizers to allow her to don her own clothing. You seem rather aloof. Is that appropriate? Chong Kong leaned closer to Ji Li Shu, speaking in a hushed tone, in the midst of the surrounding clamor. Even with the orc's acute hearing, no one could discern their conversation. Ji Li Shu sat at the edge of the activity area, wearing her sunglasses, expressionless, arms crossed, exuding an aura of cold detachment that starkly contrasted with the usual exuberance of the human participants. Otherwise, she countered calmly, "You stand out too much. You should be cautious of attracting unwanted attention." Chong Kong surveyed the area, noting the many eyes scrutinizing Ji Li Shu. For one, her eerie quietness set her apart from the other human women, who were typically boisterous and childlike. Secondly, her beauty was impossible to overlook. Even in her loose outdoor attire, which concealed her figure, her flawless complexion and exquisite features made her stand out strikingly against the backdrop of the plump, fair human women. Chapter 66. Big Guy. I like you. Chong Kong's words resonated with Ji Li Shu, leading her to reluctantly don the fluffy bodysuit. As the game commenced, she removed her sunglasses, and the bodysuit's attached hood provided a modicum of cover against unnecessary scrutiny. Yet, once her face was revealed, it inevitably drew the attention of several orcs. The host, positioned at the center of the activity area, delivered a speech, and the competition began. The first round, dubbed the Adventure Journey, required the orcs and their partners to stand 30 meters apart, with simple obstacles set in between. The winner would be the human woman who reached her orc partner first. The cacophony around her irked Ji Li Shu as she struggled to maintain the guise of a child with a 3-year-old's intellect. Her expression grew increasingly cold. She found herself questioning whether it was truly worth it to pursue a piano. She let out a barely perceptible sigh before the competition commenced. She endeavored to slow her pace, pausing for a few seconds before the obstacles. Whenever she feigned too convincingly, Chong Kong would call out to her, urging her to appear more authentic. The cacophony of boisterous voices from the surrounding orc spectators, enticing their partners, left Ji Li Shu feeling somewhat inadequate. Ultimately, without a shadow of a doubt, Ji Li Shu emerged victorious first. In the second round, Chong Kong found himself at a loss. The orc families around began to swap out their participants. As this round demanded physical prowess, only the strongest orcs stood a chance of winning. Orcs formed a circle, tying a rope behind them, pulling against one another while their partners fed them. Successful feeding signified passing the round. Chong Kong glanced at his opponent, directed his gaze at Ji Li Shu, and bluntly stated, "No chance." Ji Li Shu did not respond, as she too recognized the futility of the situation. She contemplated giving up until her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure amidst the crowd at the venue's edge. Yun Hin stood at the back, donning sunglasses, observing the woman before him, clad in a fluffy jumpsuit, slowly approaching him step by step. The soft hat enveloped her delicate features, imbued with a hint of charming softness amidst her cool demeanor. It was as if he was witnessing a different side of her, stirring a sensation in his heart that was both painful and ticklish. He was not the only one captivated by Ji Li Shu's striking visage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she could not afford to appear overly aloof. Thus, Ji Li Shu approached Yun Hin, discreetly signaling him, then wrapped her arms around his and pulled him into the center of the competition. Within him, a singular thought lingered. This was her choosing to appear before him, which could not be held against him. He had already struck a deal with Xingju and Xinya, promising never to confront Ji Li Shu. Thus, he had refrained from making an appearance. But this time, it was Ji Li Shu who initiated contact. Simultaneously, Chong Kong exited the competition area, only to be surrounded by a throng of orcs. He felt a twinge of anxiety. "Your human is quite attractive. Are you in need of more members?" An orc inquired bluntly. Chong Kong facepalmed, dreading the implications of such a question. Would Xingju and Xinya take measures against him if they learned of this? The decision regarding new members ultimately lay with their leader, and Chong Kong pointed towards Yun Hen in the center. He was unsure of the identity of the orc Ji Li Shu had suddenly brought over, but he sensed that this tiger was formidable, ensuring Ji Li Shu's victory in the second round yet again. Such a beautiful human must have an extraordinary partner. Otherwise, how could one possess the means to care for her? How did you get chosen to be your partner? Questioned an orc skeptically. This deer, with a mere B-tier strength, ranked lower than most orcs present. How could he possibly be deemed worthy of such an exquisite human female? The surrounding orcs nodded in agreement, incredulous that he even had the chance to accompany her in the event. Withstanding their envious gazes, Chong Kong steeled himself to speak. She likes me. There's no other explanation. As expected, Ji Li Shu secured the first place in the second round without a hitch. The final contest, dubbed the Whisperer Confession, was a simple affair for Ji Li Shu. The venue featured a confession zone, where the virtual environment transformed into a more fantastical and romantic setting. The orcs were required to teach their partners to recite the text on the cards within a stipulated time, which their partners would then relay in the confession zone that I end the final round. Chong Kong would assist her in passing, prompting Ji Li Shu to quietly thank Yun Hen before gently pushing him away from the area. She then waved at Chong Kong, signaling him to enter. Yun Hen, towering and statuesque, remained still, choosing to sit down instead. Ji Li Shu glanced down at him and softly said, "You need not trouble yourself for the upcoming activity." Yun Hen remained composed, merely responding, "Not at all." As the guidance period began, Yun Hen leaned closer to Ji Li Shu, feigning instruction. "Can you read?" he asked softly. Ji Li Shu nodded. "Why did you come to participate in this?" With an air of nonchalance, Ji Li Shu replied, "For 500,000. Yun Hen paused, a smile breaking across his face. "Rest assured, that sum will surely be yours." Before him, her fluffy head and captivating face, enveloped in white fur, appeared even more radiant. He leaned in close, observing her delicately lowered eyelashes and softly closed lips, which sent a flutter through his heart and left his throat dry. "Have your injuries healed?" He attempted to divert the conversation. Ji Li Shu simply nodded in response, and a silence enveloped them. Then she broke the stillness. "How did you end up here?" Adjacent to the central square stood the governing building. He had just arrived to attend an important meeting. Passing by was the truth, but he could not disclose that he had abandoned a significant conference. He feared that his concealed thoughts would be laid bare. Ji Li Shu's tone remained indifferent. "What a coincidence." Yun Hen refrained from replying, a faint smile gracing his lips, thinking to himself how uncoincidental it truly was. Once the guidance period concluded, the host announced the commencement of the competition. The previous 6 humans stumbled over a mere sentence of a few dozen words, failing to deliver a single coherent line. When it was Ji Li Shu's turn, she stepped onto the circular platform, a microphone positioned before her. With her gaze gently lowered to Yun Hen below, her voice was soft and melodious, like a feather brushing against the heart. In the northern lands, there are auroras. In the desert city, there are sky gardens. In the icy polar regions, there are snow lotuses. And in my eyes, there is you, big guy. I like you." Everything around seemed to fade into silence, leaving only the enchanting figure on stage in his mind's eye. Yun Hen's lips curled as he whispered, "What a coincidence. I like you too." In the end, Ji Li Shu successfully claimed the reward for the event, 500,000 new currency units transferred directly into Chong Kong's account. Yun Hen drove Ji Li Shu and Chong Kong back to the bookstore. "Thank you," Ji Li Shu expressed once more before exiting the vehicle. Yun Hen replied with a gentle smile, "You're welcome." Afterward, Ji Li Shu stepped out of the car, and Yun Hen turned the vehicle around, disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 67. He was left with nothing but self-doubt, feeling utterly powerless. The towering skyscrapers loomed majestically, standing in orderly formation against the vast night sky, their sharply defined facades shimmering with a cold, ethereal glow under the moonlight. Yun Hen parked the car by the roadside and activated the holographic screen of his communicator. A strikingly beautiful face appeared, with cool, clear eyes that remained calm and composed. Even while uttering sweet nothings to him, she was as radiant as spring blooms and as serene as the autumn moon. Yun Hen replayed the video of Ji Li Shu's confession. which he had secretly recorded just moments ago. After watching it repeatedly, he felt a growing heaviness in his chest, as if a heavy hammer relentlessly struck at his heart, leaving him breathless. Yunhin took several deep breaths to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. He then shut off the video and contacted Xingju. The other party answered promptly. Yunhin closed his eyes, his gaze turning, "I see why you truly love Ji Li Shu." Xingju momentarily felt bewildered, his tone laced with irritation. "Yunhin, you are overstepping your bounds." Yunhin clenched his jaw, his voice tightening. "Or is it merely because you were forced to bear the spiritual mark, thus compelled to be with her? If that is the case, could I take Ji Li Shu off your hands? I could provide her with a far better life." Xingju inquired. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Yunhin continued. "Are you aware of how difficult Ji Li Shu's life has been? The person he cherished dearly lived in such dire straits. He felt utterly helpless, wishing to offer her the world, yet knowing he lacked the standing to do so. The one who could provide for her did not appreciate her at all." Xingju did not answer Yunhin's question, but rather coldly reminded him, "Yunhin, do not forget your promise." He had vowed never to appear before Ji Li Shu again. "And I love her deeply. No one has the right to question that," Xingju asserted firmly. Yunhin sat silently in the car, gripping the steering wheel tightly. His lips pressed into a thin line. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was shot through with blood vessels. He remained silent for a moment before finally, in resignation, uttering, "Just pretend I never said anything." How could Xingju not harbor feelings for Ji Li Shu? Even he, who had been cold-hearted and solitary for years, felt such pain in his heart. Yunhin ended the call and drove back into the desolate streets. This area was remote, the streets eerily quiet, as if the streetlights themselves were solitary. "Ji Li Shu, had I never met you, I could have endured this loneliness." When Ji Li Shu returned to her apartment, Xingju had been waiting for her at the door for quite some time. "May I come in for a moment?" Xingju inquired softly, his demeanor seemingly weighed down by a melancholic air, his expression devoid of the usual vigor and exuberance he typically exhibited. Ji Li Shu remained unmoved. "I am weary. If you have something to say, utter it here." His gaze fixated upon her countenance, the flickers of light in his dark eyes sparse and fragmented. "Why would you rather seek out Chong Kong than me?" Xingju questioned. "You harbor feelings for him?" This statement carried an undercurrent of cold, lethal intent. Ji Li Shu shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to elaborate. Xingju restrained himself somewhat. "You are in need of funds, yet do not turn to me. Ali, do you understand what role I play in your life?" His voice quivered slightly. Ji Li Shu turned her face away, weary of such discourse. "Please refrain from imposing your assumptions upon me. Moreover, why do you persist in meddling in my personal affairs? Have you forgotten the terms we established? Do I need to remind you once more to respect boundaries?" Xingju was momentarily rendered speechless by her words, his heart heavy with frustration, his hands clenched tightly, the veins on the backs of his hands prominent, revealing the extent of his exertion. His gaze blazed with intensity, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with a pitiful tone. "Ali, why must you be so unreasonable?" Ji Li Shu suddenly met his gaze, her eyes conveying an inexplicable meaning. "Despite having claimed your spirit mark, you still refuse to draw near to me, even denying me the slightest trust, opting instead for Chong Kong. What must I do to earn even a few more glances from you?" Xingju struggled to articulate his thoughts, his low voice a lament, growing increasingly hoarse. But Ji Li Shu regarded the tall, robust man before her, his head bowed, eyes ablaze with desperation, his usually aloof and handsome features now tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Ji Li Shu pressed her lips together, dismissing her turbulent thoughts, and spoke nonchalantly. "To gaze upon you more often." "And then what?" "Accept you." Xingju's darkened eyes suddenly gleamed with hope as he gazed at Ji Li Shu. "Really?" he asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. Ji Li Shu continued, her tone languid. "Xingju, you are a beast man, and I am human. We are of different species." Though inexperienced in romance, she possessed at least a modicum of common sense. Xingju paused slightly, his pupils constricting. So, Ali believed they were of different species, which was why she continuously pushed him away, and not due to a lack of affection. He hastily explained. "Beastmen can communicate with humans. We share language, emotions, and even mating that we can satisfy women better than human males. And beast men can bear strong offspring with women. There is no species barrier in terms of physiology or reproduction. Ali, when you claim you're a different species, do you look down upon the beast man genes within me as a pure human? If that were the case, he felt nothing but helplessness and self-loathing. Li Shu momentarily felt as if they were speaking different languages. Xing Ju's stubbornness and tenacity were becoming increasingly exasperating. She softened her tone. Even so, I can only accept a distant and courteous relationship between us. The affection you seek, I cannot provide. You haven't even tried, so do not assert you cannot give such a thing, Xing Ju insisted firmly. Li Shu responded. Xing Ju. His fingers twitched slightly as he stepped closer. I do not know how the original Ali was, but I see you now as reclusive and indifferent, concealing your heart entirely from others. Ali, were you evading? Or rather, what are you afraid of? Chapter 68. Finding Chong Kong, I will date you. The air remained quiet for an extended period, the sound-activated lights gradually dimming, the silvery moonlight streaming through the wide corridor windows. The man before her hung his head, his tousled hair partially obscuring his brows, his eyes deep and profound. The moonlight cast a halo around him, softening his innate coldness and rendering him extraordinarily gentle at this moment. Li Shu lowered her eyelids, concealing the thoughts swirling within. What was she afraid of? She feared the kindness and warmth of others, for in the past, she had only understood to raise her defenses to protect herself. She was even more terrified of extending trust to others, only to be met with bloody betrayal in return. She could not endure a life overly warm and bustling. She feared she would become unaccustomed to solitude and chilliness. Xing Ju perceived the fleeting change in her expression and took a step closer, suppressing the urge to embrace her. He reached out to grasp Li Shu's arms, leaning in closer, compelling her to meet his gaze. You fear not even death. Why are you so reluctant to even try? Li Shu stood frozen, not even attempting to shake off Xing Ju's hands. Their gazes collided, and the air thickened, becoming increasingly charged. Xing Ju leaned in closer, his eyes growing even deeper, his voice a low rasp, laced with a sense of helplessness, the corner of his mouth curving into a pitiful smile. Ali, my life rests in your hands. What more do you wish from me? You cannot simply distance yourself from me for eternity, leaving me to live as a solitary bachelor alongside you. Can you? Li Shu's pupils contracted slightly, and she suddenly swatted Xing Ju's grip away, breaking free from his embrace. What did it mean to be a lifelong bachelor alongside her? That feeling was foreign to her. Initially, she had resisted it. Now, Xing Ju's words rang true. Life was still long, and she could not remain reclusive forever if she feared not even death. Why did she hesitate to trust someone whose fate was intertwined with hers? Seeing her once again don a mask of coldness. Xing Ju felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet the next moment, he heard Li Shu's voice of concession. Then tell me, what do you wish for me to do? In the blink of an eye, another full moon graced the sky. A small white wolf sat at the bookstore's entrance, howling at the moon to the shuang. Be quiet. Li Shu shot it a cold glare. The small white wolf lowered its head, appearing as though it had been caught misbehaving by its owner, and after a few lingering whimpers, it fell silent. This small white wolf was the Arctic wolf that Xing Ju had gifted her, which Li Shu ultimately accepted and named a shuang. Wolves howling at the full moon was a natural instinct. Preventing it from howling would only lead to its unhappiness, as Chong Kong had timely reminded her. Li Shu remarked, too noisy. Chong Kong chuckled softly, remaining silent. The door swung open, and the small white wolf dashed inside. Shortly after, 5 unfamiliar beast men strode in, their muscular forms imposing and fierce, striking terror into the heart of the small white wolf, which frantically pawed at Li Shu's pant leg in a state of panic. The leading beast man, with his flamboyant yellow hair and bulging eyes, looked somewhat familiar. He was the leopard beast man. Chong Kong, if you avoid us, does that mean you won't pay your debts? The leopard beast man sneered, his tone unfriendly. Come with me to the dream banquet. Boss Lai is looking for you. The dream banquet, a notorious den of vice in Trilial. Li Shu remained outwardly composed, her senses on high alert. Chong Kong subtly gestured to her, shaking his head. Yin Xiu, the repayment period has not yet arrived. You have no right to take me. Chong Kong's body tensed. His gaze fixed on the leopard beast man, his words resolute. Yin Xiu's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Unwilling are we? Then do not blame me for being too rough. With that, he signaled, and several strong beastmen forcefully seized Chong Kong. Despite being outmatched, Chong Kong still fought back valiantly. Yin Xiu turned his attention to Ji Li Shu. Isn't this the adept shapeshifter, still following Chong Kong? He has fallen into such a dire state. You would be better off with me. A shapeshifter of this caliber would surely pique the interest of any beastman. As he approached, Yin Xiu reached out with his coarse fingers, intending to caress Ji Li Shu's face. Stop! Chong Kong shouted. I will go with you. Do not harm her. Ji Li Shu frowned, looking at Chong Kong. Chong Kong reassured her. Do not worry. They're just debt collectors. I will negotiate with them, and all will be well. Indeed, it is only right to repay debts. If you wish to retaliate, that would be somewhat unreasonable, Yin Xiu interjected. Having previously crossed paths with Ji Li Shu, he knew she was formidable, and he would not fare well against her. Ji Li Shu clenched her fists. Refraining from acting impulsively, Yin Xiu addressed Chong Kong. If you willingly come with us, it will save a lot of trouble. With that, he ordered his 4 beastmen to take Chong Kong away. Yin Xiu lingered behind, not leaving immediately. Instead, eyeing Ji Li Shu with a glint of greed in his round eyes. I am far wealthier and more powerful than Chong Kong. Are you certain you will not come with me? Ji Li Shu shot him a cold glare. You dare provoke me? If I were to retaliate, it would be within reason. Yin Xiu's wicked smile faded, his eyes glinting with malice as he glared at Ji Li Shu before turning away in frustration. In the blink of an eye, 24 hours had passed, and Chong Kong had yet to return. Ji Li Shu felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps she should not have allowed Chong Kong to leave with them. After a moment of deep contemplation, she contacted Xing Ju directly. Within mere seconds, the call was answered, but Ji Li Shu inquired directly. Do you know about the dream banquet? Xing Ju replied, I do. Chong Kong has been taken to the dream banquet. Can you send someone to look for him? The other party fell silent for a few seconds before responding. All right. The tone was somewhat muffled. Xing Ju felt a vague pang of jealousy. Yet he dared not voice it. Ji Li Shu said, Once I find Chong Kong, I'll go on a date with you. This, in a way, was her way of expressing gratitude to Xing Ju for utilizing his connections to search for Chong Kong. After all, she could be considered a mercenary hired by Chong Kong, and it was her duty to ensure his safety. What did you say? The other party's tone brimmed with delight. Without waiting for Ji Li Shu's reply, Xing Ju eagerly declared, You have my word. I will send someone to Dream Banquet right now to look for Chong Kong. He then hung up, seemingly anxious that Ji Li Shu might have a change of heart. Ji Li Shu stared at the communication device on her wrist for a long while, her expression calm. She had acquiesced. She wanted to give it a try, to see if she could trust that person whose fate was in her hands. The last time she had asked Xing Ju what she should do, he had been stunned for quite some time. As if in disbelief, he had excitedly suggested, You should spend more time with me. For instance, we have never been on a date together. Chapter 69. The mysterious 5th level 2 days passed, and Xing Ju's people had yet to locate Chong Kong. The Ji Li Shu decided to venture out herself. Dream Banquet was a renowned den of vice interior, occupying approximately 1,000 square meters of prime real estate in the southern part of Tyrrell City, where every inch was precious, and housed a lavish, single-story building. Given the scarcity of livable space in Tyrrell, where towering skyscrapers dominated the skyline, such a single-story structure seemed an extravagant waste of valuable land. However, in reality, Dream Banquet had 5 levels, with the building extending downwards. Dressed as a glamorous and alluring creature, Ji Li Shu stood at the entrance of the opulent establishment, appearing rather shabby. The unique vehicles parked nearby seemed quite expensive, while hovercrafts descended to the landing pad. Those who frequented this establishment were either wealthy or powerful. Moreover, many underprivileged beastmen often visited. Having lost their partners and with their own lives dwindling, they had nothing left but money. Dream Banquet was their final sanctuary of indulgence. Lights, alcohol, cigarettes, gambling, and the tantalizing performances of exotic dancers, all of it assaulted the senses of the beastmen to enter. Mere wealth was insufficient. A VIP card was required. Naturally, Ji Lishu had none, but she managed to stealthily acquire one and slipped inside, discarding it carelessly afterward. The first underground level of Dream Banquet was a virtual space, featuring numerous scenarios for gaming and experience. The second level showcased performances by exotic dancers, with the most popular being the pole dance acts. The third level was dedicated to gambling, where an entrance fee of several million new era coins was required as a deposit. The fourth level was the Beastman Duel Arena, where the combative nature of Beastmen drew the largest crowds. In the first four levels, anyone inside Dream Banquet could come and go freely. Ji Lishu searched these levels thoroughly, but found no trace of Chong Kong. Could he be on the fifth level? Sitting in a corner, Ji Lishu pondered, but access to the fifth level was strictly forbidden without orders from within. That exotic dancer isn't all that impressive, is she? Her chest isn't even as good as yours. It's just that her dancing is a bit more provocative, yet she's caught the eye of a wealthy guest from the fifth level. Later on, if you dance a little more provocatively, perhaps you too could attract the attention of a wealthy beastman from the fifth level. Ha ha! This was the second level, the performance area for exotic dancers, with nearby performers waiting for their turn. Listening to their conversation, Ji Lishu had already devised a plan. She made her way to the backstage of the performance hall, where many exotic dancers awaited their turn. She located a room, incapacitated one of the dancers inside, and donned his attire, a snug, purple lace dress, though the exotic dancer's outfit was somewhat loose on her slender frame. It still subtly accentuated her graceful curves. Beastmen were visually driven. To capture their attention, a sensual and alluring dance was the best choice. However, Ji Lishu was skilled in combat, not in dance. She ascended the stage, her long hair cascading down to her waist, each strand seemingly alive with vitality. Knowing she needed to captivate the audience, her appearance became her most potent weapon. Thus, she revealed herself without reservation, her exquisite face adorned with heavy makeup, and the purple lace dress exuding an irresistible allure, releasing a faint yet intoxicating aura the moment she stepped onto the stage. She moved gracefully, sitting at the piano, the lights above suddenly focused on her, shattering the darkness of the stage, and her fingers danced lightly across the keys, producing a melodic sound that floated through the air. The audience remained tumultuous until a clear, ethereal voice resonated, silencing the surrounding noise. A forgotten solitary bird is still lost in the midst, stubbornly searching for itself, attempting to recall the marks made by the sea and the next warm return home. While the piano melody was unremarkable, the singing was transcendent, soft, lingering, and enchanting, piercing through the listeners' eardrums and striking deep into their hearts. It was astonishing for an exotic dancer to emit such a pure and resonant voice, rendering the audience spellbound. As the song concluded, the entire venue fell silent. Even the pole dance music from the adjacent area came to a halt. Ji Lishu slowly rose and took a few steps forward, pausing briefly before gracefully bowing to signify the end of her performance. On the fifth underground level, Liuji lounged lazily on a sofa, his long legs casually crossed, the collar of his shirt unbuttoned. Exuding an air of unrestrained nonchalance, he lazily watched the exotic dancer performance on the grand stage, the soft and melodious voice washing over him, sending a tingling sensation throughout his body. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he smirked lazily, his voice languid. Indeed, this is Tyrael's den of vice. Even the exotic dancers here are more enticing than those from the desert city. Chi Shi, sitting across from him, exchanged glances with Lai Su, who stood behind him. Upon hearing Liuji's words, Lian Chuan signaled to Lai Su, who immediately bent forward, ingratiatingly saying, "If you like, I can have her brought to you right away for the night." Liuji idly fixated on the stage, replying, "Rather than that, I would prefer to know when you can pry open Ling Yi's mouth." Chi Shi straightened up. "We are currently interrogating him. How's it going?" Liuji regarded him with a piercing gaze, prompting Chi Shi to shake his head. He refuses to speak. Liuji's jaw tightened slightly, his expression darkening, then resort to harsher methods that Ji Lishu stepped off the stage. And within 3 minutes, someone sought her out. She was led down to the fifth level that in stark contrast to the bustling 4 levels above. The fifth level appeared cold and silent, the air tinged with the stench of blood and decay. Ji Li Shu felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Suppressing her discomfort, she followed the beastman, leading her through the center of the 5th level, only then realizing the source of the foul odor. Before her stood a fighting arena, surrounded by iron cages, within which were the flesh-eaters. These creatures were beastmen transformed into flesh-eaters, towering at 2 meters, their faces pale, eyes bulging with a menacing crimson hue, and their mouths gaping wide with blood-soaked fangs, shrieking menacingly at a trembling exotic dancer in the center of the arena. This was the enigmatic 5th level, a battleground, albeit one where the opponents were flesh-eaters. Ji Li Shu was escorted through the central fighting arena and along a long corridor, ultimately brought into a lavish room. Chapter 70. In this world, there is no shortage of worthless lives. The guide pressed a doorbell gently, and a bare-chested beastman opened the door, unabashedly displaying his muscular physique. Upon seeing Ji Li Shu, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. She was indeed a remarkable exotic dancer, capable of stirring one's desires. From the moment he spotted her on stage, he had instructed the staff of Dream Banquet to bring her to him. He was certain that had he delayed even a few minutes, this enchanting creature would have been taken by another beastman. The beastman inside the room squinted at Ji Li Shu, who still wore the purple lace dress, its delicate straps lightly resting on her fair shoulders, the hem barely covering her knees, and her waist so slender it could be grasped with a single hand. Without the concealment of protective gear, she had sprayed enough scent to mask her identity, making it nearly impossible for anyone at a distance to discern her true nature. "Come in." The beastman inside gestured for her to enter. Ji Li Shu was gently nudged forward by the beastman behind her and stepped into the room. The door clicked shut behind her. The bare-chested beastman regarded her with appreciation. "My judgment has proven correct." He then turned to enter the room, and Ji Li Shu followed, her eyes scanning the surroundings as she inquired, "Is there surveillance in this room?" The beastman did not turn around, chuckling derisively. "You seem rather particular." Ji Li Shu pressed, "Is there or isn't there?" The orc stood with his back to Ji Li Shu, pouring 2 glasses of wine at the bar. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura behind him, but he whirled around, a sharp pain stabbing at his neck, and felt a wave of numbness wash over him, rendering him motionless. Within mere seconds, he collapsed to the ground. Unconscious and unaware, Ji Li Shu held a miniature syringe in her hand, a special preparation from Xingju designed to incapacitate a high-ranking orc in an instant. "Quite effective," she remarked languidly. Having dealt with the orc in the room, Ji Li Shu began her covert search for Chong Kong on the 5th floor, in the central arena of the 5th floor. 3 fearsome orc ghouls were unleashed. Although their agility had diminished, their strength remained formidable. Driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, they became increasingly savage and bloodthirsty. In the center, a half-beast had no chance of survival, ultimately being brought down by one of the ghouls, who was then swarmed by all the others, tearing him apart in a cacophony of screams and bloodshed. 0.5 million was not easily obtained. Above the arena, in a luxuriously adorned VIP box, the spectators, indifferent and amused, commented on the anguished cries of the half-beast. For these affluent onlookers, the spectacle was mere entertainment. In this world, lives were cheap. All the half-beasts willingly stepped into the arena for a chance at 5 million new currency. Winning meant immediate wealth, while losing merely transformed them into ghastly ghouls. The audience relished the battles between the half-beasts and the ghouls, one a feeble life, the other a powerful, bloodthirsty demon. Greed and desperation fueled the struggle, creating a spectacle unlike any other. The screams in the arena soon ceased. The half-beasts were all slain, blood pooling on the pristine floor, the metallic stench permeating the air, making Ji Li Shu inexplicably nauseous. Despite her familiarity with gore, she turned away, her expression cold, and resumed her search for Chong Kong. Having thoroughly searched the 5th floor, she approached the last room. At the end of a long corridor stood a door guarded by 2 hulking orcs. Ji Li Shu drew her ranged weapon and swiftly dispatched the guards. She had changed back into her tactical jacket for ease of movement. Dragging the orcs into a corner, she slowly pushed the door open just a crack and peered inside. Indeed, she spotted Chong Kong, who bore visible injuries, his clothing stained with blood. Inside the room were several other orcs, none of whom she recognized. Point one sat on a lavish black leather sofa, his hair a vivid crimson, eyes slanted and serpentine. Another stood behind the sofa, tall and imposing, his striking silver hair gleaming under the light, clad in a coffee-colored trench coat that accentuated his statuesque figure. Ji Li Shu surprise. He was feeding a cage full of ghouls. Triel forbade the presence of ghouls, yet this mysterious fifth floor not only hosted a gruesome arena, but also housed a collection of these monsters. Meanwhile, Lai Su crouched before Ling Yi, lightly slapping his face. Those who are stubborn with me seldom fare well. Leaning closer, he fixed a cold, dangerous gaze on Ling Yi, a smile curling his lips that was anything but warm. Lai Su was the notorious leader spoken of by the leopard beast Yin Xiu, the one who had forcibly taken Changkong, and he was a subordinate of Qi Shi Lianchuan. Currently, Lianchuan was being hunted globally by Shengju due to his betrayal and collusion with Yun Kai, and Yun Kai had been exiled by Triel, his whereabouts unknown, abandoned by his own clan on Mubwa Island for his treachery against Shengju. Lianchuan had lost the most significant honor among orcs, rendering him unwelcome in any city or organization. Thus, he sought refuge with Yin Liujie, the only one in the desert city who would not turn him away. However, the high-ranking beasts of the desert city would choose to leave that desolate wasteland if given the option to gain Yin Liujie's favor. Lianchuan revealed the insider information about the globally wanted Ling Yi of the Ling Deer clan. Ling Yi possessed crucial biotechnology, and fortunately, Yin Liujie showed great interest in it. Thus unfolded the current scene. Lai Su was coercing Ling Yi to hand over the confidential technology chip. Ling Yi, a half-brother to Changkong from the Ling Deer clan of Mubwa Island, remained unfazed by the threats. Frustrated, Lai Su abruptly kicked Ling Yi in the abdomen. "Speak! Where is it?" Blood trickled from Ling Yi's lips. His sunken eyes dark and hollow, his pallor sickly, resembling someone suffering from prolonged malnutrition. His body was emaciated. Not talking, Lai Su taunted, his tone dripping with menace. "Or do you wish for me to hand you over to the people from Mubwa Island?" He referred to both Ling Yi and Changkong, knowing well their ruthless methods. Ling Yi merely lowered his eyelids, seemingly unresponsive. Enraged, Lai Su seized him by the throat, drawing closer with a harsh whisper. "My patience is limited, Ling Yi. You would do well not to test my boundaries." With that, he flung Ling Yi aside, who crumpled to the ground, fragile and defenseless. Lai Su then strode towards Changkong, gripping the back of his head and dragging him towards the iron cage containing the ghouls. The proximity of fresh flesh incited a frenzy among the ghouls, who roared and lunged at Changkong with bloody jaws. In front of the cage, Yin Liujie remained composed, ceasing the feeding and wiping his hands with a damp cloth, exuding an air of languid cruelty. Chapter 71. None among the half-beasts on the fifth floor could leave easily. Lai Su's hands clamped tightly around Changkong's head, forcing his face towards the ghouls, his strength unyielding. Ling Yi's once dull eyes now brimmed with sheer panic, his lips trembling uncontrollably. "No," he shouted with all his might. Yet, Lai Su remained unmoved, and as Changkong appeared on the verge of being seized by the ghouls, a silent beam from a laser gun shot forth from the entrance, striking the nearest ghoul and sending it flying. Lai Su quickly released his grip on Changkong, dodging the incoming attack. "Who? Show yourself!" he bellowed, his gaze fierce as he fixed on the figure at the door. This sudden commotion even caught Lianchuan. Seated on the sofa, off guard, Yin Liujie, however, stood unfazed before the cage, casually holding an unlit cigarette, as if he had anticipated the disturbance at the door. Turning his head with a languid expression, he disdainfully smirked at Ji Li Shu. Hiding there for so long, quite patient, Ji Li Shu steadied her grip on the laser gun with one hand, while slowly pushing the door open with the other. To the orc's eyes, the figure that emerged was a diminutive and frail half-beast, whose combat prowess barely registered above grade. Lai Su scoffed. "A weakling like you dares to?" Ji Li Shu had fully revealed herself, aiming her gun at the three of them, steadily advancing towards Changkong. She gently supported him, concern flickering in her cold gaze as she called out, "Are you all right?" Changkong, astonished and frantic, exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Leave now." His tone was urgent. Lai Su laughed again, sensing the thrill of the hunt. "Changkong, what impolite behavior. Why chase away my guest? He emphasized the words my guest. Though she appeared frail, Ji Lishu was indeed a captivating sight. While her face remained obscured, her figure, concealed beneath her garments, could only be described as graceful and alluring. Curiosity gnawed at Lai Su. He wondered what it would be like to have her beneath him. His wicked thoughts surged. He found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. He slowly approached Ji Lishu, attempting to caress her face with his bloodied hand. You brought this half-beast? Truly enticing, he remarked, reaching out towards her. Chong Kong, fully aware of Lai Su's notorious penchant for toying with half-beasts, felt a rush of desperation. Suddenly, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ji Lishu, his crimson eyes unwavering as they locked on Lai Su. Don't you dare touch her. Lai Su abruptly halted his movements. A sudden laugh escaping his lips, the mirth in his smile gradually turned cold, until the last trace of its arc vanished, leaving his entire countenance shrouded in a foreboding gloom, with a fierce swipe of his hand. He swept the air aside. Ji Lishu immediately aimed her gun at Lai Su. What do you intend to do? She uttered in a low voice, laced with menace. He observed Chong Kong crash to the ground once more. His brow furrowed in deep concern, yet feeling utterly powerless. Liuji's eyes brimmed with a playful mirth, his silvery hair cascading softly over his forehead, under which lay a pair of cold yet hauntingly captivating black phoenix eyes. He slowly settled onto the sofa, his long legs casually crossed, and with deliberate grace, he lit a cigarette, continuing to watch the unfolding drama with indifference. Lai Su disregarded Ji Lishu, addressing Chong Kong with a tone of utmost arrogance. What are you to dare speak to me like that? He then crouched down, his rough fingers gripping Chong Kong's chin. You have money for demon beasts, but not to repay your debts. Chong Kong, you certainly have the audacity. Chong Kong's heart brimmed with resentment. Every ounce of his debts was the doing of Lai Su. Yet at this moment he could not resist. He slowly raised his gaze, a hint of pleading in his eyes, and murmured, let her go. A flame ignited in Ji Lishu's eyes. Her plan to rescue him was not meant to be so reckless, but Lai Su's actions were excessively extreme. If Chong Kong were truly captured by the corpse devourer, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. She had no choice but to reveal herself and intervene to save him. Yet, if it was merely due to debts, why must it be so demeaning? Why must he be subjected to such cruelty? She frowned slightly and inquired, how much does he owe? None of your concern. Lai Su's words were cut off by a deep, magnetic voice from behind. Not much, just 5 million, isn't that right? Liuji's voice was as cold and sharp as his demeanor, tinged with a hint of languidness. He cast a sidelong glance at Ji Lishu, his phoenix eyes bearing a semblance of amusement. What? Are you planning to help him repay it? His pale, slender fingers casually pinched the cigarette, but, the ember flickering in and out of existence, Ji Lishu sensed that the most formidable individual in the room was undoubtedly the one before her. Chong Kong, with an icy glare and a solemn tone, declared, it has nothing to do with her. Please let her go. Liuji maintained a faint smile. Leave? Is that so? He fixed his gaze on Ji Lishu, his handsome face exuding a ruthless chill as he continued with a meaningful tone. No one who has come to the 5th level of the demon beasts can leave easily. Chapter 72. A kill as fluid as the clouds before them stood a beast man of striking beauty. With delicate inner double eyelids and pronounced eye bags, the upward curve of his eyes lending an air of allure. When he was not smiling, his gaze was profound and icy. When he did smile, it was utterly beguiling. Given the previous circumstances, even Lai Su had to heed his words. Ji Lishu met his gaze, unyielding yet respectful. What must be done for you to release him? Liuji flicked the ash off his cigarette, his tone casual, simple. You will return 5 million new epic coins, not a single cent less, and I will allow you to leave safely. Both Chong Kong and Ling felt a jolt of astonishment, which was quickly followed by confusion. What ulterior motive was Liuji scheming? His true objective was the classified data chip. Would he truly let them go so easily for 5 million? Ji Lishu replied. All right, give me an hour. 5 million will be delivered immediately. 0.5 million should not be a significant amount for Xing Jieyu. At worst, she could seek out a high-yield job afterward to repay him. Yet, Liuji smirked mischievously exuding a sense of roguish charm. What I meant was, right now that is an hour too long. What exactly is it that you desire? Money or something else? Ji Lishu retorted coldly. Chong Kong subtly gestured to Ji Lishu, shaking his head imperceptibly. Yin Liuji, of course, did not miss their covert exchange. He smirked. Ah, no money, is it? Then allow me to show you a way out. With that, Yin Liuji discarded a cigarette butt and stood up. His towering stature exuded an overwhelming presence. His eyes cold while his lips retained a trace of smile, he approached with measured steps, leaning slightly closer to Ji Lishu's ear, whispering, I eagerly anticipate your performance in the arena of the 5th level. After speaking, Yin Liuji withdrew, casting a lingering glance at the Beastman as he left. He caught his breath momentarily. He had never seen a Beastman so strikingly beautiful. Those eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars, their long lashes casting intricate shadows beneath the dim warm light. Yin Liuji felt an inkling of mystery about this Beastman, an enigma he yearned to unravel. If he wasn't mistaken, this Beastman possessed a weapon space. From the moment the Beastman appeared behind the door, Yin Liuji sensed her presence. He discreetly observed through the slightly ajar door. She seemed to possess no weapons until Lai Su's sudden intimidation prompted her to produce an exquisite laser gun. Aimed at the corpse devourer behind Chong Kong, that a weapon space. An unparalleled treasure. The once dispersed crowd in the arena had surged back as Lai Su unexpectedly ordered an additional participant. The guests, who had begun to leave, found themselves drawn back to the stands. Chong Kong was deeply troubled. Ji Lishu had been forced to accept a duel with the corpse devourer because of him, all for the reward of 5 million. The iron gate slowly opened, revealing the dark corridor leading to the arena. Lai Su stood nearby, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. You may choose any weapon here. Before entering the arena, Beastmen were allowed to select one weapon to combat the corpse devourers. However, the available arsenal consisted only of daggers, swords, hammers, and whips, none of which allowed for ranged attacks. Ji Lishu surveyed the weapons before her. Within 10 seconds, she chose a curved blade of approximately 1 meter in length. In the instant she traversed the dark corridor, she swiftly retrieved her specially crafted curved blade from her weapon space. Her weapon was far superior to anything offered here. Ji Lishu brandished her curved blade to enter the arena. Yin Liuji, perched high in the stands, immediately recognized that her weapon differed from those provided. His suspicions were confirmed. She possessed a weapon space. Ji Lishu strode boldly into the center of the arena, where 5 blood-stained iron cage doors stood ominously around her. With an upright posture and a calm, indifferent expression, she gripped her curved dagger with one hand, its blade glinting menacingly under the spotlight above. The moment she revealed her identity by rescuing Chong Kong, she had forfeited her choice. It was evident that Yin Liuji's intention was to compel her into this arena. Given another chance, she would still choose to save Chong Kong, even at the cost of exposing herself. She was no saint, yet she detested being indebted to others. The peculiar aura of the onlookers, a blend of humans, beasts, and androgynous creatures, greatly piqued the curiosity and excitement of those in the elevated seats. They no longer remained confined to their luxurious boxes, instead gathering eagerly at the edges of the iron railings, poised for the spectacle to unfold. Subsequently, the 5 cages were opened one by one, unleashing 5 2-meter-tall flesh-eaters, their savage mouths agape, emitting piercing howls. Caught off guard, Ji Lishu had no choice but to react swiftly to the unfolding chaos. Typically, she did not engage in battles unprepared. Her audacity to confront the dream banquet alone stemmed from meticulous preparation. Likewise, her acceptance of Yin Liuji's challenge was underpinned by countless calculations and a strategic plan to secure victory. To vanquish the flesh-eaters, she could not afford to grant them. Yin Liuji cast a cold glance at Ji Lishu, showing no fear of the weapon she wielded. Instead, a smirk played upon her lips, her eyes glimmering with mockery. Ji Lishu's gaze hardened slightly. Having already made her move, she thought it better to seize the initiative and attack directly. In the next moment, Ji Lishu suddenly sprang into action, darting forward with lightning speed and throwing a punch aimed squarely at Yin Liuji's direction, subsequently feigning an attempt to snatch the antidote box from the other side. Yin Liuji's expression shifted abruptly. He would not allow her to succeed so easily. With a swift pivot of his foot, he deftly evaded the strike, leaping out of Ji Lishu's reach. Undeterred, Ji Lishu followed up with a flying kick, pressing her assault. The smile at the corner of In Liujia's mouth widened, and thus began a back-and-forth exchange of blows between the two. In Liujia's skills were formidable. His body was a testament to solid muscle, radiating raw power and explosive strength. Conversely, Ji Lishu relied on her speed and agility. Although her strikes lacked the force to truly harm In Liujia, she consistently caught him off guard with unexpected maneuvers. At that moment, In Liujia seemed to be toying with a feisty pet, allowing her to strike while occasionally countering, yet she always managed to evade his attacks at the last moment. His gaze was intense, and a thrill coursed through him, as if he found the encounter exceedingly entertaining. Her techniques appeared gentle, yet each contained a hidden lethality. Should she gain the upper hand, Ji Lishu would not hesitate to eliminate him. Despite his amusement, In Liujia remained cautious, aware of the potential danger posed by the weapon in her possession. As he launched an attack, Ji Lishu instinctively withdrew her earlier stance, swiftly dodging his strike. In response, she executed a spinning kick, leveraging the wall's support to propel herself sideways, aiming another kick at her opponent. However, this time, In Liujia did not merely evade. Unexpectedly, he reached out and seized her attacking ankle with a firm grip. Ji Lishu frowned slightly and retaliated with a powerful punch. Yet, with her right leg ensnared and immobilized, In Liujia merely needed to lean back slightly to evade her blow, with a hint of playful arrogance. He tightened his grip through the fabric of her jacket, a smirk gracing his lips. Such a slender frame. Yet you possess considerable strength. That Ji Lishu, maintaining her composure, struggled fiercely against his hold, in a manner befitting his wicked sense of humor. In Liujia gradually relaxed his grip, causing Ji Lishu to instinctively recoil from the force exerted. Then, with a sudden yank, he pulled her ankle toward himself, destabilizing her balance and drawing her closer to him. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. Ji Lishu furrowed her brow, their eyes locking as the harsh light above flickered in their gazes, creating a tense and perilous ambience that thickened in the stillness surrounding them. For a brief moment, both were momentarily distracted. Ji Lishu, however, quickly regained her focus. Her agile form flashed forward, executing a knife-hand strike towards In Liujia's left hand, causing him to wince and release her. In the next heartbeat, In Liujia appeared unguarded, and she seized the opportunity to pin him against the wall, a hand gripping his throat. With her other hand, a dagger materialized, pressed firmly against his neck. In Liujia's gaze darkened, yet he showed neither fear nor anger. Instead, a playful smile danced across his lips, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he arched an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, "Well, it seems you've caught me." Ji Lishu regarded him with a cold, watchful eye, then reached out to wrest the antidote from his tightly clenched left hand. Yet, despite her efforts, he held fast, and as she became distracted, their positions swiftly reversed. In Liujia maintained his faint smile, but his grip tightened, swiftly disarming Ji Lishu of her dagger and pinning her against the wall, the blade poised at her delicate throat. "The game has come to an end." "Human, demon, beast," he stated, his eyes darkening with intensity, his tone carrying a hint of menace. "I have high hopes for you. Shall we strike a deal?" Ji Lishu met his gaze with unwavering resolve, remaining silent as he raised an eyebrow. "The virus antidote I shall provide. In exchange, you will relinquish your weapon for my examination. What say you?" He had compelled her into the arena to face the corpse eaters, seeking to ascertain the truth of the weapon she bore. The curved blades capable of slicing through iron, the powerful laser guns, and now the exquisitely crafted daggers, all were evidence of her possession of a weapon space. "Release her." Chong Kong's face paled as he shouted with all his might. In a frenzy of despair, he shattered a wine glass on the table, directing the sharp edge toward his own throat. "If I die, no one can threaten you." In Liujia's expression darkened. "Try it," he hissed. The dagger in his grip pressed deeper into Ji Lishu's skin, as though to intimidate Chong Kong. His lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze icy, devoid of any trace of his earlier playful demeanor. "No one dares to threaten me." Blood trickled from Ji Lishu's neck, the scent of human femininity mingling with an essence of pure femininity, enveloping the air with an intoxicating aroma. As the fragrance wafted toward him, Yin Liujia's pupils dilated. Abruptly turning to face Ji Lishu, he fell silent for a long while. Then his eyes flickered with a profound shock as he regarded her, incredulity lacing his voice as he murmured, "What is that scent?" Yin Liujia's throat moved as he swallowed, his gaze lowering as he carefully scrutinized her face. A petite visage of striking beauty, with willow-like brows, a delicate nose, and a charmingly small mouth. Her skin as smooth as cream. Strands of hair fell delicately against her cheek, and her eyes, cool as water, held an alluring charm. In that moment of distraction, Ji Lishu seized her chance, swiftly snatching the antidote from his grasp. With a single motion, she tossed the vial to Ling Yi. Quickly, he exclaimed, catching it deftly, swiftly opening the box to retrieve the antidote syringe. He wrested the weapon from Chong Kong's hands, urging him to sit. "Hurry!" With urgency, he tore open Chong Kong's blood-soaked collar and injected the antidote into the wound. Yin Liujie observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, and after a prolonged moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. "How interesting," he drawled. "I never expected you to be a woman." "And no wonder," he mused. "Your physique is so supple." Yin Liujie tightened his grip, contemplating that while appearance and voice could be deceiving, the scent of human femininity and the innate allure of femininity could not. He recalled the melodious, enchanting song he had heard earlier. It seemed it was indeed her, Ji Lishu, now armed with a familiar laser gun, aimed at Yin Liujie. "I do not know who you are, but your words will reach the ears of the esteemed elder Lai," she stated with calm composure. Yin Liujie regarded her with keen interest. Ji Lishu, the 5 million is settled. You have no reason to pursue them any further. Moreover, the virus antidote is a justified necessity, as your ambush was premeditated. The chip, you intend to seize it by force. Am I mistaken? Yin Liujie feigned indifference, his expression unchanging as he listened intently, without a word. Ji Lishu pressed on, her words sharp. "Do you have any shame? You strike me as someone of significance, yet you lack the courage to engage in honorable trade." Yin Liujie suddenly erupted into laughter, though he quickly suppressed it, nonchalantly responding, "You are mistaken on one point. I am no significant figure." His deep-set eyes locked onto Ji Lishu's. "What I possess is of utmost value, and I shall obtain it." As his mirth faded, he turned his gaze toward Ling Yi. "Unless you hand over the chip, none shall leave." And no sooner had he spoken than the entire dream banquet trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. Ji Lishu glanced around, a faint smile gracing her lips as her gaze fell upon Yin Liujie. "Did you truly believe that ambushes were solely your domain?" As chaos ensued, the power system faltered, and the surrounding lights suddenly dimmed. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Lishu led Chong Kong and another individual to escape amidst the turmoil. Yin Liujie could have apprehended her, yet he remained motionless, allowing her to depart with ease. Ji Lishu could not suppress her curiosity and turned back, only to behold a tall, imposing figure standing in the dim light, his profound black eyes shrouded in silence, akin to a deep well. Rendering him inscrutable, Ji Lishu swept aside several beastmen in their path and pressed onward into the elevator to reach the ground floor, utilizing the chaos of the crowd to make her getaway. At the entrance of the dream banquet, Yu Feng awaited her. Upon spotting him, Ji Lishu wasted no time in ushering Chong Kong and the other individual into his vehicle, directing him to the bookstore. Once inside, she spoke candidly. "It is perilous there." Chong Kong cautioned weakly, his voice barely above a whisper. His complexion was flushed, his body a battleground between the virus and the antidote, radiating heat, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Though unaware of the identity of the individual seeking the chip, it was evident that Boss Lai would not relinquish them so easily. He might very well send others to the bookstore to stir trouble. Ji Lishu asserted, "The inner chamber of the bookstore is where you store the discs. They are unlikely to discover such a storage room exists within the shop. We shall remain there. The most dangerous place is often the safest." Upon returning to the bookstore, Ji Lishu settled the 2 injured individuals in the storage room and retrieved a medical kit to tend to their superficial wounds. It was then that Ling Yi found the strength to gaze deeply at Ji Lishu and earnestly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Ji Lishu, having put away the medical kit, met his eyes with a calm expression, replying, "No need for thanks." She then turned her attention to Chong Kong, stating, "I am merely a mercenary hired by him. This is what I am obligated to do." Chong Kong understood all too well. Her words were a means to soothe her own conscience, alleviating any sense of guilt or indebtedness she might feel. With that, she picked up the medical kit and prepared to leave. Despite Ling Yi's extensive experience in grand affairs, he remained astounded. How could Chong Kong afford to hire a mercenary? And more intriguingly, a human female at that. Suddenly, the iron door of the storage room swung open, causing Ji Lishu to pause. Xing Ju rushed in, his expression one of urgency. "Ali," he called, his voice trembling slightly. He appeared disheveled, as if he had sprinted there, droplets of crystalline sweat glistening on his forehead. Striding forward, his gaze burned with concern, akin to two embers flickering with anxiety as he meticulously assessed Ji Lishu's condition. Only upon confirming her unscathed status did his heart finally settle. He could no longer contain himself and gently extended his trembling hands, wrapping them around her in a tender embrace. His visage, though calm, bore the intensity of someone clutching her as if to meld her into his very being, overwhelmed by the warmth of her presence. The haunting memory of the 5 corpse-eating beasts he had encountered on the 5th floor of the dream banquet sent chills coursing through him. He held her tightly, prompting Ji Lishu to struggle slightly. Xing Ju loosened his grip, cradling her gently as he lowered his head, his gaze as deep as the night sky, unblinking and fixated on Ji Lishu, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his dark eyes. "You are safe, you are safe," he mechanically repeated. The Ji Lishu, moved, softly responded, "Yes, I am fine." At a loss for words, Xing Ju seized the rare opportunity that Ali did not resist his touch, pulling her once more into his embrace, this time with even greater fervor. Chong Kong and Ling Yi exchanged glances, one filled with confusion, the other with acceptance. Chong Kong's eyes conveyed to Ling Yi, "What you see is the truth." Xing Ju held Ji Lishu closely, his peripheral vision catching sight of the 2 beastmen seated on a nearby chair, his eyes narrowing with suppressed menace. He could not allow Ji Lishu to realize the extent of her peril. She had risked herself for the sake of these 2 individuals. Xing Ju felt a surge of anger, yet dared not utter a single word against Ji Lishu. She despised it when he questioned her choices or interfered in her affairs. "This place is unsafe. Those individuals may find us at any moment. That I will take you to my villa, where no one would dare intrude." Xing Ju gradually released her, his gaze earnest and sincere. If these 2 bothersome individuals still held some utility, it was to be employed as leverage to encircle Ji Lishu within his protective sphere. Ji Lishu discreetly extricated herself from his embrace, stating coolly, "This location is quite concealed. They will not be able to locate us." She was fully aware of his intentions, but had no desire to take refuge in Xing Ju's domain. "These 2 are gravely injured and require medical attention promptly. Hiding in this airless chamber is not a sustainable solution," Xing Ju insisted. Ji Lishu glanced at Chong Kong and Ling Yi, one with flushed cheeks, the other ashen and devoid of color. They indeed required further treatment. Otherwise, unforeseen calamities could arise. Xing Ju's unwavering gaze bore into Ji Lishu, discerning even the slightest shift in her demeanor. He gently brushed his fingers against her arms, tenderly positioning her to face him. "Ali, please do not let me worry any longer, all right?" His tone was imbued with vulnerability and pleading. His eyes, suffused with tenderness, revealed an unmasked depth of emotion, reminiscent of an expansive ocean, irresistible and compelling. Drawing her toward it, Ji Lishu remained silent for a moment before nodding in acquiescence, agreeing to return to his villa. The group then proceeded to Xing Ju's villa, where he arranged for Chong Kong and Ling Yi to be settled. "You are weary as well. Rest for now. I shall guide you to your room," he gently suggested. With that, he slowly extended his hand, his gaze fervently fixed on Ji Lishu, waiting for her response. Chapter 76. Ali, what do you feel? As Ji Lishu gazed at the outstretched palm before her, she was momentarily lost in thought. Memories of a few months prior flooded her mind, when she had been coerced by Luo Wei to plunge into the Norseman River to escape. Beneath the water, this very man had unhesitatingly shielded her from a bullet. Subsequently, he had, as he did now, reached out his hand, waiting for her decision to that moment. She had chosen to refuse him, reflecting on it now. Aside from the bond forged under duress, it seemed that this wolf had been patiently waiting for her to make her own choice. The boundaries between them had never truly been transgressed. At most, he had coaxed her step by step, enticing her to trust him. Yet, whether to fall for his charms was ultimately her decision. Was it not? Ji Lishu questioned herself internally. After a prolonged hesitation, she gradually placed her hand in his, resting it within his palm. She chose to take a chance that a wave of astonishment surged through Xingju's heart, akin to a long-awaited tidal wave slowly approaching, ultimately crashing upon the largest boulder, leaving him utterly stunned, his deep-set eyes filled with incredulity. The response he had awaited for so long arrived without any forewarning. Xingju naturally clasped her hand, gripping it firmly. His palm was warm and sturdy. Enveloping hers as if charged with electricity, he guided Ji Lishu to the room specially prepared for her. She surveyed her surroundings, noting the changes. The bedroom remained lavish. Yet it was adorned with numerous high-density, transparent boxes containing flowers, adding a touch of vitality to the space. Additionally, a dedicated exercise room had been set up nearby, equipped with fitness apparatus seemingly tailored to her physique. Distinctly smaller than those used by beastmen, that a music room also awaited her, housing two grand pianos, one black and one white, which appeared far more sophisticated than the one Ji Lishu had purchased for 500,000. The music room was also filled with an array of professional musical instruments. Xingju released Ji Lishu's hand, allowing her to quietly explore each room. Her expression remaining composed, he approached her slowly, unable to resist the urge to wrap his arms around her from behind. His tall, broad frame enveloped her, resting his chin on her shoulder, his strong arms encircling her waist. His smile was warm, his voice soothing yet deep. "Ali, I am very happy that." Ji Lishu stood still, not breaking free from his embrace. Turning to meet Xingju's tender gaze, she inquired, "You have gone to such lengths to prepare all this. Shouldn't you be asking if I am happy?" Xingju offered a silent smile, lowering his head slightly, his piercing gaze fixed on her. "If you did not appreciate these things, you would not have even glanced at them." Moreover, just a moment ago, she had meticulously surveyed the surroundings for quite some time. Ji Lishu cast a sidelong glance, slightly raising an eyebrow. This wolf beast, typically wild and unrestrained, displaying a straightforward demeanor, unexpectedly revealed such a meticulous side to himself. He seemed to have quickly discerned her nature. Ji Lishu's expression remained indifferent. She turned her head away, no longer gazing at him, gently extricating herself from his embrace. Yet, Xingju had no intention of releasing her. He understood the principle of seizing the moment. Xingju loosened his hold around her and instead supported her arms, compelling her to face him directly, his gaze gentle yet insistent. "Ali, you always appear so cold and dispassionate, devoid of desires. Others may fail to comprehend you, but I understand you." He paused, his tone tinged with hesitation, continuing, "Perhaps at this moment I do not fully comprehend you. Yet I am learning how to coexist with you, learning to restrain the beastly instincts I have harbored for decades, learning to transcend the species interaction norms of this world." He looked at her, his inky eyes shimmering with starlight, a hint of unspoken tenderness flickering within their depths. The distance between them was subtly diminished, his voice low and resonant. "If my previous recklessness has caused you any offense, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." Ji Lishu slightly lifted her gaze to meet his, her features strikingly beautiful, her eyes momentarily appearing hazy and unfocused, making it difficult to discern her true emotions. That a sense of uncertainty welled within Xingju. Today, he had received a message from Ji Lishu, and he felt a blend of excitement and worry. Thankfully, she was safe. More importantly, she had finally begun to seek his assistance, attempting to trust him. This was indeed a promising sign. He had anticipated that after today, their relationship would undergo some transformation. However, the figure before him still bore that cold and detached demeanor. He felt a lack of certainty. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until he finally heard her soft and melodic voice. "Xingju, thank you." A fleeting smile graced her lips, a mere whisper of joy that vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind a serene and gentle expression. Xingju's breath caught in his throat. Feeling as though a stone had been cast into the tranquil waters of his heart, creating ripples that he could not suppress. His eyes darkened slightly, his head bowing closer, his voice low and husky. "Ali, may I kiss you?" As he spoke, he gently cradled the back of her head with one hand, slowly leaning down until their noses nearly brushed against one another. Suddenly, a cool hand pressed against his forehead, gently pushing him away. The warmth faded from Ji Lishu's face, and she raised her gaze, her eyes devoid of emotion. "Where did you get such an illusion?" "A kiss." Xingju instantly deflated, resembling a punctured balloon. His mouth drooping in a manner that conveyed both grievance and helplessness. Ji Lishu observed him, unable to resist the urge to smile faintly. "Leave now. I wish to rest." Her words were a clear dismissal. Xingju, head bowed, turned away reluctantly as Ji Lishu nudged him. Suddenly, he unexpectedly turned his head and swiftly pressed his lips against Ji Lishu's, but it was only for a fleeting second before he pulled away. His gaze, intense and unwavering, fixed on her. "Ali, what does it feel like?" Ji Lishu was momentarily taken aback before turning to him with an expressionless face, then lightly delivering a slap. The force was not great, yet the sound was distinctly sharp. Xingju wore a look of pitiful grievance, his eyes seemingly asking in silent accusation. Why did she strike him again? "What does it feel like?" Ji Lishu inquired. Xingju was at a loss for words, and soon after he was unceremoniously ushered out by Ji Lishu. The room finally fell silent. Ji Lishu went straight to the bathroom, slowly removing her outer jacket to reveal a white tank top beneath. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed what appeared to be a grayish mark on the inner side of her left arm, oval-shaped and faint, resembling a unique pattern, though its details remained unclear. Despite washing it several times with shower gel, it refused to fade. Ji Lishu seemed to realize something, her movements momentarily halting. The spiritual mark, it would not solely manifest on the bodies of beastmen. If a partner bore traces of the other in their heart, then a corresponding exclusive mark of the beastman would appear on their body as well. The deeper the feelings, the darker the color. In the past, her life had only encompassed two types of individuals, those she sought to eliminate and those who were inconsequential. Did the emergence of this mark signify that perhaps, henceforth, there would be another type of person in her life? Chapter 77. Even if you might beat me to death, I still wish to do this. Outside the door, Xingju gazed at the firmly closed entrance, his eyes swirling with disbelief and emotions that ebbed and flowed like a tempest. Trading sincerity for sincerity, his Ali was, in fact, quite easy to soften. His sharp and handsome features softened slightly as he couldn't help but smile that today's timing was just right. The progress was perfect, and he could not push any further. With a faint smile playing on his lips, he turned and left, satisfied. The moon outside appeared as though it had been bitten, the starlight sparse, and everything around was tranquil and serene. Xingju recalled their first encounter, and he reluctantly acknowledged that even if the Crimson Serpent sought to take his life, he was profoundly grateful to it. Without Lian Chuan, perhaps he would never have met Ji Lishu, nor would he ever know that he could deeply love a human being. His spiritual mark with Ali was an unexpected occurrence, yet he was immensely thankful for this serendipity. During their time in the dream-eating forest, although he had suffered greatly, he had managed to retain a sliver of consciousness. Had the person who fell into his arms not been Ji Lishu, he thought he might have preferred to perish rather than risk biting her. Ji Lishu's beauty and grace were undeniably the most exquisite he had ever seen. She seemed to blossom upon the tip of his heart. He was acutely aware that his initial attraction to her was based on her appearance. However, everything that followed stemmed from an instinctive fondness, a reluctant compromise after struggling and resisting to I in this world. Even though human women were exceedingly precious, beastmen traditionally cherished and cared for their partners, but never truly respected them. A partner was merely an object, devoid of choice. As long as it did not harm the partner, all decisions were made by the beastman. Whether a human woman accepted such a relationship was entirely contingent upon the beastman's will. Yet, Ji Lishu was different. What she sought was not affection or care. She desired equality and freedom. That it was evident that Xingyu still did not understand this, and he would eventually come to regret it. Xingju was acutely aware that he could not rush this matter. Even though he longed to possess her with every glance, he could not act hastily. He did not wish for Ali to perceive his affection for her as something trivial. The following day, when Ji Lishu awoke, the sun was already bright. Today, she did not don her windbreaker, but instead chose a short-sleeved shirt and denim jeans from the wardrobe Xing Ju had prepared for her. Paired with sneakers, her long, dark hair was tied in a ponytail cascading down her back, and she stepped out of the room looking refreshingly vibrant. Xing Ju's daily routine was quite disciplined, ate tea this hour. He was engaged in his workout, that he was performing push-ups, his muscular arms showcasing strength, sweat glistening on his back. His facial contours were striking, the stone floor mottled with droplets of perspiration. Awake. His voice was magnetic and deep. He pushed himself up and stood tall, his movements agile and decisive. His thick, dark hair was damp, and beads of sweat dripped from his chiseled cheeks as his bottomless dark eyes moved toward Ji Lishu. Crouching before her and gazing down. "Stay away from me," Ji Lishu slightly furrowed her brow, taking a step back with a hint of distaste. "Stinky." Xing Ju chuckled, opening his mouth to respond. Suddenly, his gaze landed on her slender, pale neck, and his expression darkened. Ignoring Ji Lishu's disdain, he pulled her into his embrace, one hand resting on her neck, where a prominent bruise had formed. That "I will destroy Meng." A hint of lethal crimson flickered in Xing Ju's deep eyes. Yet his voice remained calm as water. Ji Lishu's face was devoid of expression. "Do not do anything foolish. I'm going to have breakfast." Xing Ju reigned in the murderous intent in his eyes. He took her hand once more, leading her to the dining room. That on the lavish table were an array of breakfast items, all meticulously prepared for her. "For the next few days, you should stay here. I have arranged for doctors to tend to those two." Ji Lishu did not argue. She acquiesced to his decision. The situation between Chong Kong and the individuals in Meng Yin remained unclear to them. For now, it was indeed more prudent not to return to the bookstore. After all, Chong Kong had been bitten by a corpse eater, and for the next few days, it would be best to avoid contact with him, or else he would worry. Xing Ju spoke in a casual manner while Ji Lishu listened attentively as she ate her breakfast. After finishing, she picked up a towel beside her to wipe her hands and turned her gaze towards Xing Ju. "Xing Ju, you talk quite a lot." Her simple statement left Xing Ju momentarily stunned. She had called his name. He leaned in closer, his defined Adam's apple moving slowly as he urged, "Ali, say it again." Ji Lishu replied, "Have you finished speaking?" Xing Ju was momentarily taken aback, as Ji Lishu faced him with an expression of indifference. "I have finished speaking. Now it is my turn to talk. How would you like to go on a date?" Her voice, as tranquil as still water, caused Xing Ju to pause, gradually grasping the meaning behind her words. "Are you suggesting?" He stammered, his tone laced with both caution and anticipation. Ji Lishu replied, "Once I locate Chong Kong, I will go on a date with you." However, he hesitated to say that he had truly helped her find someone. He had not forgotten her promise of a date. Yet he felt he had not genuinely assisted her, making him reluctant to broach the subject. Yet, Ali had taken the initiative to bring it up herself. Xing Ju's throat moved slightly, his voice becoming increasingly hoarse as his deep-set gaze remained fixed upon her, as if a latent fire flickered within. "What should I do, Ali? Even if you might strike me down, I still wish to proceed with this." Unprepared for sudden action, Ji Lishu found herself caught off guard as he grasped her delicate wrist with one hand and wrapped the other around her slender waist. Pressing her against the edge of the table, in that fleeting moment, the space between them shrank to mere centimeters, and the air surrounding them seemed to thicken with an intimate tension. The warmth of his breath brushed against her face, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, a sensation so foreign to Ji Lishu, akin to being ensnared by a powerful grip upon her heart. Chapter 78. A moment of desire, a lifetime of devotion in an instant. Xing Ju's warm breath drew nearer, carrying the scent of perspiration from exertion. Ji Lishu frowned slightly, unable to react in time before his lips, radiating his distinct warmth, pressed against hers without hesitation. The encounter between a human and a beast man, especially one of SSS rank like Xing Ju, was fraught with tension. The sheer force emanating from the high-ranking beast man rendered Ji Lishu as if she were a prey, firmly ensnared, powerless to escape, and left merely to await her fate. With his brow lowered, a hint of a suggestive smile gracing his lips. Xingju tenderly, yet insistently captured her mouth, savoring the long-desired contact, as if he were pouring forth a lifetime's worth of gentleness. Ji Shu's breath quickened, her expression one of dazed astonishment, her eyes, usually so cool and detached, now shimmering with an ethereal glow. In a husky whisper, Xingju instructed, "Ali, close your eyes." He gently pulled her arm across his solid waist, freeing one hand to slowly caress her neck, lifting her chin with a tender yet commanding touch, compelling her to submit to him. But a strange thrill enveloped Ji Shu, a sensation both delicate and overwhelming. Leaving her momentarily bewildered, she instinctively placed her palm against his firm chest, attempting to push him away. Recognizing her resistance, Xingju understood he could not be overly forceful, and so he gradually relented. Yet his forehead remained pressed against hers, unwilling to part so soon. His chest heaved with intensity as he lowered his gaze, deeply contemplating the person in his embrace. "Ali, I like you," he stated, his tone earnest. His expression akin to a solemn VOWIT was both a moment of desire and a declaration of lifelong affection. In Ji Shu's eyes, now shimmering with liquid light, the sharp contours of Xingju's face were reflected. Her demeanor was so grave that it caused a flutter of unease within Xingju. "Regardless of whether there is a spiritual bond, I will never betray you, nor will I ever harm you. Perhaps you may not fully believe me now, but I shall spend my entire life proving it to you." After a nearly suffocating silence, Ji Shu finally spoke, her response somewhat deflating the mood. "You smell terrible. Hurry and take a shower." Across from the bookstore, in the safe, Yunhen returned once more. Upon his arrival, the staff instinctively cleared the table he usually occupied, creating space for him. His physique was striking, with well-defined muscles and sharp, chiseled features. As he sat motionless, his gaze fixed across the room like a statue of ancient Greece. Days had passed without a glimpse of Ji Shu, and he was uncertain whether she remained in Telier. If she had departed, would he ever see her again? With this thought, despair and helplessness welled up within him. Today marked his second visit to this place. He hesitated, uncertain of her safety and whether he should reach out to Xingju. Despite having promised himself not to covet Ji Shu, his current actions seemed to contradict that vow. He silently bore the bitterness, akin to a voiceless torment. After an hour of waiting, the bookstore across from him remained still, devoid of activity. Ultimately, he chose to contact Qinya. After a lengthy pause, the call was answered. Qinya's voice bore signs of fatigue and hoarseness. "Yunhen," Yunhen replied calmly, "In Lu Ji has appeared in Telier." He should have been the commander stationed at the Luhe battlefield. Instead, he had abandoned the Beastman troops in the desert city and the 20,000 corpse eaters to secretly enter Telier. Qinya responded, "I have just learned of this news." Yunhen cautioned, "He is employing a diversion. There is something he values more in Telier." Qinya appeared unperturbed, stating, "That depends on what his objective is." Yunhen retorted, "What else could his objective be?" The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, growing colder. "What are you trying to say?" Chapter 79. Commander Yunhen, do you wish to violate your own promise? A single question from Qinya left Yunhen's expression grave. He remained silent for a long while before speaking coldly. Engaging with a horde of corpse eaters is futile. Capturing the leader should be self-evident. Qinya's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield display aboard the warship, his head slightly bowed, his neatly cropped hair nearly obscuring his deep-set eyes. "Yunhen, you are the supreme commander of Telier. There is no connection between us beyond transactions. That if you are merely here to remind me, then you should know I do not require your reminders." Yunhen's complexion paled, his thin lips pressing into a tight line. Falling silent, Qinya's tone turned aggressive. "So, Commander Yunhen, do you intend to violate your own promise?" The subtle inflection grazed his heartstrings, causing Yunhen to tense up. That it became clear that his concealed motives had been laid bare. Yunhen's cold gaze fixated upon the coffee cup before him, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles paling. After a prolonged silence, he managed to force out the words in a low voice. "I will not betray my promise. But if you cannot protect Ji Shu, then what significance does my promise hold?" A fleeting glimmer of understanding crossed Qinya's eyes, and he could not suppress a chuckle. You have admitted it, he noted, acknowledging Yunhen's desire for Ji Li Shu and his unyielding determination to that moment. A cacophony erupted on the other end of the line. Qinya, not continuing the conversation, pressed a button on the control panel. Attending to the urgent report from the frontline commander, listening to the voices from the other side, Yunhen fell into a brief silence before responding, I will send someone to locate Yin Lu Ji's position in Telier. If Yin Lu Ji intends to eliminate Ji Li Shu to strike at Qinya, I will not stand idly by. Yunhen paused, his voice growing heavier. Qinya, you had better not give me a reason to act. With that, he ended the call. In the territory of Luhi, a river separated the forces of dozens of warships and land artillery from Qingmu City to the south, while to the north lay 20,000 corpse eaters from the desert city. Accompanied by a few small and medium-sized warships, the northern wilderness was awash with a dark tide of corpse eaters slowly advancing, with the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood and decay. Accompanied by terrifying roars that sent chills down the spine. Commander, the vice captain rushed in to report, his expression grave. The horde of corpse eaters is preparing to breach our plant interception line, encroaching into Luhi. Luhi was not merely a defensive line for Qingmu City, but also a vital natural water source. Should the virus-carrying corpse eaters contaminate it, significant trouble would inevitably follow. Dressed in a neatly tailored combat uniform and ankle-high military boots, Qinya appeared imposing that he stood before the main display of the warship, where a 3D layout of the battlefield was prominently displayed. Qinya's gaze hardened. Launch missiles. Commander, the officers aboard the main warship exclaimed in unison. Taken aback, direct missile strikes would eliminate any chance for negotiation, the vice captain reminded. They had thus far relied on plant interception to avoid resorting to heavy weaponry, hoping to leave room for potential discussions. Yet now, as war loomed, Qing had decisively chosen missile strikes without hesitation. His body remained rigid, arms resting on the command platform, fingers lightly touching the alloy edge, his head bowed slightly, his deep-set eyes shrouded in silence. After a few seconds, his cold voice broke the stillness. Yin Lu Ji is not even at the Luhi battlefield. Who do you think you're negotiating with? Pausing briefly, he continued, they never intended to negotiate. Should we still offer them an opportunity? What a cunning strategy of feigning an attack to the east while striking in the west. Yin Liujia, wishing to eliminate him, would do best to confront him directly. Were it not for the involvement of Ji Li Shu, he would remain oblivious to the potential actions that could unfold. Chapter 80. Xingju, do not let me down. With a resounding boom that reverberated through the air, the very ground beneath shook violently. The thunderous roar of the mechanized artillery reverberated along the surface, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. The artillery launched round after round of shells, while the assault vessels unleashed streams of fiery projectiles that plummeted to the earth. Akin to the sky bleeding, the entirety of the Lihua River region was shrouded in a grimy haze. The flesh-eaters, ensnared by the bound flora, became as lambs to the slaughter, their anguished cries mingling with the cacophony of explosions. Saturating the air with a pungent stench of decay, the orc forces from the desert city commenced their counteroffensive. From their medium-sized combat aircraft, they unleashed a barrage of sleek black elliptical objects, reactive interception missiles. The monitoring personnel in the command center promptly reported the automated identification results from the infrared AI scans. This new type of reactive interception not only altered the trajectory of our attacking missiles, but also allowed for reverse targeting against our own forces. Qinya maintained an unperturbed expression, his profound gaze fixed intently on the holographic display before him. As simulated missiles streaked across the screen, their luminous trails illuminating his serene yet inscrutable visage. He issued a solemn command. Order all vessels to engage their highest level of defense. However, upon the revelation of the new reactive interception missiles, the command center fell into a hushed silence, soon followed by high-ranking officials urgently suggesting, Commander, I request an immediate cessation of all missile attacks that I concur. It is preferable to adopt a conservative strategy rather than risk a reckless one, that the potential for catastrophic losses on our side is alarmingly high. Inside the main command center of the flagship, numerous figures loomed in shadow, their expressions ranging from grave to fervent as heated debates erupted. In the midst of it all stood Qinya, his alabaster visage as cold as ice, his tone resolute. Wait, just 20 more seconds. I can ascertain our next course of action, whether to unleash all firepower in an assault or to retreat defensively. Qinya's gaze remained locked on the shimmering trails before him, his eyes growing ever more profound. Xingju, do not let me down. Commander, if we delay further, we shall be the ones struck. Before the officer could finish, his eyes widened in confusion as he fixated on the holographic display. The enemy's reactive interception flawlessly evaded their missiles. What is happening? Has the new reactive interception malfunctioned? Murmurs spread among the onlookers. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qinya's lips. Despite his amusement, his gaze remained imbued with a chilling stillness. Increase firepower, he commanded, his voice firm. He was unwilling to prolong the engagement. Having stealthily acquired Ji Lishu's spirit seal, the truth was that the longer the battle dragged on, the more profound his underlying panic became, eclipsing the initial joy of possessing the seal. The uncertainty of the future gnawed at him, inciting an urgent desperation within. Moreover, this conflict was merely a ruse employed by Liujia to delay him. Without Liujia's strategic deployment, the flesh-eaters were nothing more than a horde of virus-ridden puppets. Posing no real threat, obliterating them would be the simplest resolution. Upon confirming the failure of the reactive interception employed by the desert city, Qingmu City intensified its offensive. The 200,000 flesh-eaters on the northern bank of the Lihua River were now visibly collapsing in droves. As the live feed drew closer, one could clearly observe the bodies of the flesh-eaters, torsos, limbs, and heads, exploding into a gruesome spray of flesh and blood, painting the sky crimson. This moment, the desert city unleashed another stratagem. From the heart of their flagship, 5 small, exquisitely crafted assault aircraft soared forth, darting across the sky like hawks, scattering white powder against the azure backdrop. The monitoring personnel quickly reported the substance's analysis results. It is a plant growth inhibitor. Immediately afterward, communications from the front lines reached the command center. Commander, the plant interception is about to fail. The plant growth inhibitor would temporarily stifle the growth of the mutated flora, thereby weakening the catfolk orc's control over the vegetation, diminishing the plant's ability to intercept, allowing the flesh-eaters to breach the defenses and surge into the Lihua River. A high-ranking official voiced his bewilderment, his tone tinged with urgency. The desert city's maneuver lacks any semblance of strategy. What are they truly attempting to achieve? Do they mean to contaminate the Lihua River, forcing us to relinquish control over this territory? Chapter 81. He knew he would not perish. However, should they seize the Lihua River, it would hold no significance for them. Securing a clean water source could be accomplished through myriad other means, potentially transforming this land of outlaws into a refuge. Yet only the Lihua River remained. Listening to the surrounding officials' heated debates, Qinya stood silently at the command platform, his arms braced against it, his countenance grave. Prepare an assault aircraft. I shall proceed to the front lines. And one objected. Within Qingmu City, only Qinya possessed the highest rank. With the catfolk orc's plant defenses compromised, he alone could take action. Qinya piloted a silver-gray assault aircraft, descending upon the expansive, gloomy northern bank of the Lihua River. How can the commander land on the northern bank? Instantly, the high-ranking officials in the command center were taken aback. The orc army of Qing had gathered on the southern bank, while the catfolk orcs manipulated the mutated plants across the river to impede the flesh-eaters. Yet now, the enemy had released the plant growth inhibitor, diminishing their control over the vegetation, resulting in the flesh-eaters breaching the lines, drawing ever closer, with the Lihua River no longer obstructing their path. The flesh-eaters advanced, their movements slow yet bloodthirsty, roaring towards Qinya from a mere 50 meters away. Commander Qinya, please retreat to the southern bank, an officer from the command center urgently called out over the comms. The southern bank is too far. The control over the plants is too weak. Qinya replied softly, his eyes fixed ahead, his expression calm yet fierce. He then knelt on one knee, hands pressed to the ground. Concentrating intensely, the catfolk orcs across the river mirrored Qinya's actions, summoning all their strength. A resounding roar echoed as the earth beneath the flesh-eaters suddenly fractured, with countless green, wrist-thick vines erupting like living entities, intertwining to form a dense web that obstructed the flesh-eaters' advance. Missiles continued to rain down, and the flesh-eaters fell in droves. However, their numbers were overwhelming, and the catfolk orcs' control over the plants was waning. The plant's ability to intercept would not endure for long. Time seemed to stretch agonizingly, as Chinya's back began to hunch slightly, his jaw clenched, a trickle of blood seeping from his lips. The Lihua River must not be contaminated. If the Lihua River falls, half of the orc population in Qingmu City will be displaced. Just hold on a little longer. We must eradicate the flesh-eaters to safeguard the Lihua River. Commander, you are nearing your limit. Asher piloted a small combat aircraft, hovering low in the air, ready to rescue Qinya at a moment's notice. The catfolk orcs on the southern bank had already fallen by nearly 90%, and their control over the plants had weakened further. Chinya's strength and control over the vegetation were formidable, yet his mental fortitude was finite. Resisting such a multitude of flesh-eaters alone was a Herculean task, even for a 4S ranked orc. Commander, 5 minutes. The next wave of missiles will be charged and ready, Asher shouted, providing cover for Chinya against enemy fire. Chinya must have heard Asher's warning. His expression twisted in determination as he straightened his back, his gaze fierce and unyielding. A near-rending cry erupted from Chinya's throat. The ground split open once more, and the frenzied vines writhed, lashing out against the flesh-eaters, overwhelming them in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. With the final barrage of artillery thundering violently, Chinya suddenly relinquished all his strength, collapsing to the ground. Motionless, the color drained from his face, his lips paling, as he gently closed his eyes, gazing at the overcast sky, murmuring a lead he knew he would not die. Having defended Qingmu City for many years, he had honed his endurance through countless battles. He merely needed to compel himself to hold on a little longer, and he would emerge victorious. This time, he had once again triumphed. Yet at this moment, his thoughts were no longer occupied with the peace of Qingmu City. His mind was solely consumed by Ji Li Shu, or rather, he had never ceased to yearn for her. Chapter 82. I too have my limits. Days later, Chong Kong's body had largely recovered, confirming he had not been infected. Ji Li Shu prepared to pay him a visit. Ling, he was also present in the room. Upon seeing her enter, he first nodded in greeting. And then his first words were, "Thank you." Ji Li Shu nodded in acknowledgement, then replied coolly, "You have already expressed that sentiment." Xing Ju had arranged for doctors to conduct thorough examinations and treatments for both of them. Chong Kong was essentially healed, yet Ling's condition was quite peculiar. His visage was exceptionally pale, resembling a statue of ice, devoid of any hint of color. The garments draped over him appeared oversized, making his orc physique seem even frilier than that of a human. Weakened in body and weary in expression, yet this did not detract from his refined demeanor, maintaining an air of grace. "Miss G." Ling, he attempted to call out softly, wearing a faint smile. "Should I address you this way?" Engaging in a normal conversation with a human female was a novel experience for him. He was uncertain about how to refer to her. Xing Ju followed closely behind Ji Li Shu, entering the room with a disgruntled grunt in his throat, seemingly displeased with Ling Yi's manner of address. "Let us get to the point. What does it matter how you address her?" Xing Ju said, his tone tinged with an inexplicable hint of jealousy. The members of the Ling Deer clan, though lacking in combat prowess, possessed exquisite features with fair skin and naturally enchanting peach blossom eyes, resembling delicate beauties who captured the hearts of human women. He smiling so charmingly to entice Maya Li, Xing Ju thought, then reached out to half-embrace Ji Li Shu, asserting his claim as he seated her on the genuine leather sofa. Even while seated, he held tightly on her hand, unwilling to let go. Ji Li Shu shot him a warning glance, prompting him to temper his actions. Ling, he maintained his gentle demeanor and spoke softly. "I believe you're already aware of my identity." Upon hearing this, Xing Ju composed himself and replied solemnly. Indeed, he had thoroughly investigated Chong Kong's identity. Thus it was not difficult to deduce that he was the half-brother of Chong Kong, the globally wanted criminal, Ling Yi, targeted by Mubo Island. Regardless of your connections with those from Mubo Island or Mengyan, I will not allow them to implicate Maya Li, Xing Ju declared, his voice calm yet firm. clearly stating his stance. Ji Li Shu, naturally quiet, refrained from contradicting Xingju or resisting his interference as she had in the past. Instead, she merely cast a subdued glance at him. "You're a Li?" Ling Yi smiled lightly, his expression becoming notably grave. "That we owe a debt to Miss Ji." Chang Kong nodded in agreement towards Ji Li Shu. "Who are the individuals in Meng Yan?" Ji Li Shu inquired, expressing her desire to move past the incessant exchange of gratitude and indebtedness. "There is Lien Chuan and the formidable Lai Lao Da, along with an unfamiliar individual. Yet he is a highly ranked desert silver fox," Chang Kong replied. And in the next moment, Xingju tightened his grip, causing Ji Li Shu to wince slightly, lowering her gaze to where their hands intertwined. Xingju noticed immediately and released her hand, offering a reassuring smile. However, his voice carried an undercurrent of coldness and seriousness as he remarked, "It was that fox who harmed you," that Ji Li Shu questioned. "Do you know who he is?" "If I'm not mistaken, he should be Yin Lu Ji, the general of the city of the desert. Lien Chuan had betrayed Xingju and conspired to bring him to ruin. Currently, Lien Chuan was being hunted globally. No city would harbor him, save for those from the city of the desert." Upon this realization, Xingju's brows knitted in concern, his heart racing with trepidation. Fortunately, Ali is unharmed. He then turned his gaze to Ling Yi, his expression resolute and piercing. "That I did not wish to pry into your secrets. But since it involves Ali, I have the right to know." Hearing this, Ji Li Shu leaned back slightly, tilting her head to observe Xingju. It seemed that the beastmen in this world habitually assumed the role of guardians. Xingju was one such example, as was that tiger. And now Ling Yi spoke. "The fox seeks something to... Is it a chip?" Ji Li Shu asked. "What chip?" Xingju pressed further. Ling Yi pursed his lips, his gaze toward Ji Li Shu filled with hesitation and regret. "I'm afraid I cannot disclose what it is at this moment." Yet, Xingju's mind was already racing with thoughts. The Ling Deer clan from Mu Bo Island represented the pinnacle of genetic research globally. They might lack formidable combat abilities, yet almost the entire clan consisted of top-tier genetic engineers. Ling Yi was undoubtedly one of the best among them, and the chip in his possession must pertain to biological genetic research. Unconsciously, Xingju grasped Ji Li Shu's hand, placing it gently on his lap, caressing it softly. Ji Li Shu subtly withdrew her hand. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Chang Kong turned to Ji Li Shu and said, "I will find a way to repay the money I owe you, whether it's from the revenues of our joint sales of the female hormone capsules or the 5 million from the gladiatorial arena." "Is the lack of funds due to you?" Xingju inquired of Ling Yi, who nodded with a slight grimace. "That I had a dream-stealing chip implanted in my brain to prevent them from intercepting my brain information. I have been using quantum light waves to interfere with my nerves. Due to severe nerve damage, I've had to repeatedly use a neural reconstructive device to repair the damaged neurons and treat the nerve trauma." Ling Yi explained slowly. This was the very reason for his frail condition. The agony of nerve damage was enough to make one wish for death. The dream-stealing chip, once implanted in the brain, could never be removed. Attempting to do so would lead to certain death for the implanted individual. The chip could extract the brain activity information of the host and, through an external decoder, analyze functional magnetic resonance imaging data, easily providing a detailed account of the thoughts and even images within the host's mind. Ling Yi continued, "Chang Kong incurred this debt in order to purchase neural repair components for me." Ji Li Shu mused, "What exactly is stored within your mind?" Though this question might initially seem impolite, it was indeed a serious inquiry. "I will endure the repeated neural repairs, and even if it ultimately leads to my demise, I will not allow it to fall into the hands of those with ill intentions," Ling Yi asserted with unwavering resolve. "Are you not afraid that Xingju and I could be those with ill intentions?" Ji Li Shu's voice was calm, yet probing. Ling Yi smiled faintly. "The secrets I wish to keep will not be pried loose by anyone." Xingju's expression tightened, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Yi. "You have your secrets, and I have my boundaries that, as you can see, I am Ali's partner, her rightful partner. She has no need to be your mercenary. I will provide for her. Therefore, I hope your cooperative relationship comes to an end here." Chapter 83. Xingju. Shall we give it a try? Exiting Chang Kong's room, Xingju bore an anxious expression, tinged with nervousness. Hesitating multiple times as he approached Ji Li Shu's door, the petite figure ahead suddenly turned, startling him into halting his steps. "What are you following me for?" Ji Li Shu inquired. A flicker of unease crossed Xing Ju's indifferent gaze as he nervously responded, "Are you upset?" "No," she replied, her tone flat. After speaking, she turned to open the door and entered the room, with Xing Ju following closely behind. "Are you upset with me for unilaterally terminating your employment?" he asked. Did she not feel that he was interfering with her again? Did she not think he had overstepped? Ji Li Shu remained silent, her footsteps unwavering as she walked directly to the bar, poured 2 glasses of pure water, and slid one across to Xing Ju. Standing across the bar from one another, Ji Li Shu lifted her glass and took a slow sip. She then glanced up at Xing Ju, her watery eyes revealing no emotion, her expression as placid as ever. "My profession is that of a mercenary. I have been in this field for 5 years without a single defeat," Ji Li Shu stated slowly, her words startling yet devoid of any boastfulness, spoken in a tone that suggested mere objective fact. Xing Ju's pupils dilated in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Before accepting a task, I conduct comprehensive information gathering, understanding the task details, weighing the pros and cons, and assessing the likelihood of success and failure. It is precisely because I do these things that I have ensured my undefeated record to a significant extent." Her words fell like calm waters, yet they deepened the furrow in Xing Ju's brow, stirring a pang of sympathy within him. He bit his lip, struggling to call her name. "Ali." "Your decision is correct," Ji Li Shu replied. "Chong Kong and Ling Yi. Their backgrounds are far too complex, with numerous people involved. Theoretically, there may be even larger forces behind them. They should not require my services, and I am indeed unfit for this task." Initially, she had needed a place to settle, prompting her collaboration with Chong Kong. Having encountered many beastmen, she had chosen to work with him as he appeared to be a character she could control. However, now, whether it was the forces offended by Ling Yi, Ming Yin, or that fox, these were all beyond her capacity to handle. Thus, she could not accept this task. Terminating the employment was the right choice. Even if Xing Ju did not mention it, she would have brought it up. Xing Ju lowered his gaze, troubled by her words. His heart twisted in pain. He longed to inquire about her past. She had claimed she would assess the probabilities of success and failure, but he wanted to ask whether failure equated to death. Under Xing Ju lay an army of 100,000 beastman mercenaries, with tasks distributed by a central organization, each task rewarded differently based on difficulty and danger levels. Most tasks come with considerable rewards, and the worst outcome one can face is death. Yet, the mere thought of such experiences befalling Ji Li Shu fills him with a profound sense of anguish, causing a pain to surge from his palms to the depths of his heart. Leaving him in a state of disarray, he hesitates to speak, uncertain of how to initiate the conversation, and for a moment, silence envelopes the air. Suddenly, Ji Li Shu breaks the stillness. "But you mentioned something earlier, that you would take care of me." Xing Ju is momentarily taken aback. He realizes he has inadvertently stepped into a minefield. Stammering, he responds, "Ali, I didn't mean it that way. He never intended to confine her freedom. I was wrong." Just as he grapples with how to clarify his intent, Ji Li Shu nods decisively. "All right." She gazes at Xing Ju with a composed demeanor. "Xing Ju, shall we give it a try?" She has never been one to owe anyone a favor. If Xing Ju desires this, she is willing to explore it. After weighing her options, she concludes that she has little to lose. The sensation of being cared for is not entirely unappealing. It is merely an experiment. If she finds herself unwilling or dissatisfied, she can depart at any moment. Contemplating the worst possible outcome, she wonders how bad it could truly be. She can bear the consequences. For her, Xing Ju has become a novel endeavor, and she decides to embrace this challenge. The moment Ji Li Shu utters her willingness to try, Xing Ju is left speechless, in his deep-set eyes. Astonishment and joy intertwine, ultimately revealing an unmasked depth of affection that surges like tumultuous ocean waves. "I was mistaken." His voice resonates, deep and magnetic. Ji Li Shu looks at him. "Puzzled in the past, I believe your aloofness was a facade to conceal your fragility. However, Ali, you are remarkably resilient, stronger than many beastmen." Some beastmen, due to their lower rank, rely on the protection of the mightier ones. Yet, only those truly powerful dare to express tenderness. That I recognize this gentleness as uniquely yours. Ji Lishu's acquiescence does not signify submission or a plea for protection, nor does it imply that she wishes for him to care for her. Rather, it is an opportunity for him to draw closer. Xingju gently takes Ji Lishu's hand resting on the bar. His gaze ardent and sincere, as clear as a tranquil lake. That I am aware that you have likely considered various outcomes in your heart. You are unafraid of harm. Your sense of security stems from within. Ji Lishu gazes back, her eyes subtly shifting. Xingju, inherently a devil-may-care young master with a flamboyant personality, nonetheless sees through her. He tightens his grip on her hand, his fingers gliding along the defined contours of his throat. After a pause, he raises a slight smile. Ali, I hope you will look after me from now on. That I wish for our future together to be gentle and enjoyable, without haste or intensity. I only ask that you refrain from easily declaring that you no longer wish to play. After all, I intend to devote my entire life to you, allowing you to squander it as you please. If you accept this, then please see it through to the end. Ji Lishu stares at Xingju, and through his eyes, she feels as though she is gazing into an ocean, reflecting an unfamiliar version of herself. Xingju's penetrating gaze remains fixed on her. He truly does not comprehend where Ji Lishu originates from, sometimes feeling as if she does not belong to this world. The City of Cloud and Sea once implemented a project known as the Time-Space Initiative, aimed at traversing the past to reclaim the advanced civilizations lost from the continent and the genetic sequences of primitive humans. However, this initiative concluded over a century ago, ending in failure. If Ji Lishu's sudden appearance is tied to the Time-Space Initiative, might she also vanish unexpectedly once more? This thought causes him to slightly lower his gaze. That he needs to investigate the Time-Space Initiative from a century prior with greater diligence. Chapter 84. Let me show you my world. Xingju then gently takes her hand, smiling as he says, let's go. Where to? Ji Lishu inquires. On a date. He replies, his smile radiant, his eyes shimmering like flowing water. Are you having second thoughts, Ali? The sun casts its light over the villa's courtyard, the artificial grass appearing vibrant and full of life. Before them rests a sleek black aircraft, its design elegant and fluid, reminiscent of a steel eagle. Where are we headed? Ji Lishu asks. Xingju glances at her, his expression meaningful. That I will show you my world. The aircraft glides through the flight paths of Tyrael, weaving past numerous other vessels, providing a clearer view of the cityscape. Wearing a dark gray pilot helmet that partially obscures his brow, with defined features and a strong build accentuated by a fitted black shirt, Xingju pilots the craft with remarkable skill, his movements smooth and assured. Yet, Ji Lishu senses an underlying urge within him, a desire to push the throttle to its limit. With a gentle smile, Ji Lishu reaches out, pushing the throttle to its maximum. The aircraft accelerates suddenly, and Xingju grips Ji Lishu's left hand tightly. Casting a surprised look her way. Ali, you can pilot the craft? Ji Lishu replies nonchalantly. It's just a throttle. Of course. She can operate an aircraft. Xingju observes her in silence, a smile blooming on his fair cheeks like ripples on a serene lake. Ji Lishu feels an unprecedented surge of joy. Despite the rapid speed, Xingju maneuvers effortlessly, guiding them smoothly through the air. They seamlessly pass through Tyrael's aerial checkpoint, exiting the city. We're here, Xingju remarks, glancing at Ji Lishu. She lowers her gaze to the ground. This place does not appear to be a secure city. Rather, it resembles a makeshift camp, a multitude of metal tents of various sizes, the landscape, where numerous beastmen gather in a vast square encircled by towering walls. Beyond the walls lies an endless forest. At the forefront of the square stands a colossal screen displaying a continuous stream of numbers, which Ji Lishu cannot decipher. Beside the square are numerous small electronic screens. This is the mercenary camp, and those screens are task dispensers. Although this territory does not belong to any secure city, it is safe from the encroachment of external flora. As Xingju explains the surroundings to Ji Lishu, he retrieves a hat and jacket he had prepared, patiently helping her dress. Your scent is rather distinctive. It will be better to mask it in truth. He simply wishes to prevent too many eyes from focusing on his as he speaks. He produces a silver necklace. The pendant at its end is intricately crafted, about the size of a coin, with fine patterns that, upon close inspection, reveal swirling microlights at its center. What is this? Ji Lishu inquires. This is a micro-oxygen generator. As long as you wear it, the oxygen levels within a meter around you will be ample, allowing you to freely enjoy outdoor activities. With that, Xingju personally fastens the necklace around her neck. Chapter 85. Ali truly likes his beast form to outsiders. Ji Lishu appears akin to a hybrid of human and beast, her aura pleasant, yet lacking any other remarkable traits. Xingju leads her into the bustling square, where the crowd parts respectfully as the tall beastmen recognize him, their demeanor reverent. Xingju remains composed, offering slight nods of acknowledgement. The gaze of the surrounding mercenaries falls upon Ji Lishu, drawn by the sight of their leader holding the hand of this hybrid creature. His features are both handsome and serene as he firmly grasps her hand. The hybrid seems to whisper something, prompting their godlike leader to lean in closer, his lowered eyes radiating an unmasked, breathtaking gentleness. The atmosphere grows crowded, yet the thrumming noise of the crowd gradually dissipates as the throng parts. The mercenary beastmen are left in utter astonishment. "Could you let go of my hand?" Ji Lishu murmurs. She cannot extricate herself from Xingju's grip, if not for the multitude of his subordinates present. She might have impulsively slapped someone. She detests being treated as a spectacle. Xingju's voice, soft and pleasant, responds, "I fear you might get lost." He leads her to a task dispenser, his fingers deftly navigating the screen as he selects a task. 12 teams are already competing for this one, he observes, focusing intently on the display. To Ji Lishu watches him. Incredulous. "Is this what you call a date? Bringing me to undertake mercenary tasks?" Xingju gazes down at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "It's not you. It's me." To Ji Lishu pauses, taken aback. Adjacent to the mercenary camp lies a forest, where a rare cat appears. "Aren't you fond of cats? I shall catch one for you to keep." The Jaimin cat, a creature of pure animal lineage, ensures that the presence of a single Jaimin cat near a beastman renders them nearly invulnerable to attacks from mutated plants. Upon finishing his explanation, Xingju proceeded to activate the nearby fingerprint verifier. Subsequently, the central screen of the plaza displayed Xingju's code. 0101. As the information appeared, the surrounding beastmen erupted into a fervent cheer. Their leader had joined the competition. This promised to be an exhilarating spectacle. A single task could be contested by multiple beastmen or organizations, determined solely by who could seize the objective first. The 12 teams ahead had already ventured into the forest, and Xingju, taking hold of Ji Lishu's hand, drove a grayish-white armored SUV into the woods. After a brief drive, they encountered impassable terrain, where dense, serpentine vines of a deep green hue coiled together, effectively obstructing their path. Lowering his gaze to the holographic display of the communication device, Xingju noted that the Jaimin cat was situated 20 kilometers ahead. He then lifted his gaze to Ji Lishu. "The vehicle cannot proceed. We must walk." He paused, smiling as he squeezed Ji Lishu's hand. "Are you afraid?" She subtly withdrew her hand, expressing her reluctance to raise a Jaimin cat, as she anticipated yet another skirmish, deeming it a hassle. Xingju halted the vehicle and unbuckled Ji Lishu's seatbelt. Why memory fails me. After all, Ali is someone who has traversed the dream-eating forest alone. The peril of this forest is but a fraction of that of the dream-eating forest. So why would you be afraid? It was precisely because this forest posed a lower risk that he had dared to bring Ji Lishu along. With that, he began to remove his black t-shirt, revealing his muscular torso, and intended to shed his dark gray athletic pants as well. "What are you doing?" Ji Lishu questioned coldly, her eyes fixed on his unexpected actions. Xingju tilted his head, signaling her to exit the vehicle. "Without the car to mask our presence, these plants will certainly attack. That I will carry you in my beast form, which will allow us to evade them more effectively," he explained. Ji Lishu was resolute. "I refuse." She stepped out of the vehicle with a stoic expression and discreetly retrieved the transparent crystal bead she had fortuitously acquired in the dream-eating forest, concealing it in her pocket. Having spent considerable time in Telier, she understood many things. This bead turned out to be a high-level 4S crystal, capable of warding off most plant-related harm. Ali, it's dangerous. Xingju exclaimed in alarm, immediately leaping from the vehicle towards Ji Li Shu. Yet in the next moment he abruptly halted. The surrounding plants remained still, while Ji Li Shu delicately pinched a translucent bead between her white fingers. Xingju was momentarily taken aback. Is that a 4S level crystal? Ji Li Shu nodded and turned towards the forest. Xingju, with his torso still exposed, followed closely behind, seemingly a bit discontented. She needed none of his assistance. Even in the perilous forest, she was entirely self-sufficient. As they walked in silence for a while, Ji Li Shu suddenly stopped. She looked at Xingju, stating that 20 kilometers was too far. The man's dark eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, at this rate, other teams will reach the objective before us. Ji Li Shu contemplated asking if they could fly, but she realized that flying was her secret weapon, best kept undisclosed for now. Xingju smiled radiantly, shedding his athletic pants and thrusting them into Ji Li Shu's hands. Ali, please hold on to these for me. He then executed a backflip, soaring into the air, and in an instant transformed into a colossal, pitch-black wolf. Even though Ji Li Shu had witnessed his beast form before, the sight still astonished her momentarily. The ravenous wolf's physique was robust, exuding a sense of strength as it nimbly landed on the ground before bounding towards Ji Li Shu, lowering its head with its dark eyes fixated on her. Excellent. Ali clearly favors his beast form. He gently nudged Ji Li Shu with his head, inviting her onto his back and softly urging her to hold on tight. With Ji Li Shu securely mounted, Xingju surged forward like a released arrow, racing into the forest with the swiftness of a meteor. His pace was steady, devoid of excessive jolts, yet still remarkably fast. As Ji Li Shu felt as if she were standing amid a tempest, the fierce wind sweeping away her cap, leaving her hair to dance wildly. Her heart raced, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. Reveling in the exhilaration, Xingju continued his swift journey until they reached a small, tranquil lake, where a yellow and white cat lay nestled under the bushes, its fur lush and its appearance endearing. The water's surface was serene, and dappled sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting speckled shadows. The air seemed imbued with a refreshing purity. Xingju slightly bent his forelegs and lowered his body to the ground, prompting Ji Li Shu to slide off his back. He swiftly reverted to human form, and Ji Li Shu tossed his pants to him. That is the Jaimin cat. Xingju pointed towards the yellow and white feline. Weren't there still 12 teams competing? Xingju replied with a gentle smile, stepping closer to her and tenderly brushing aside the wind-tousled strands of her hair. I am their leader. After all, this is a gift for my woman. Those who are wise will withdraw from the task. His voice was soft and soothing, like the gentle caress of ants across Ji Li Shu's ear. Chapter 86. The Spirit Seal, your most formidable weapon. A subtle smile lingered at the corners of Ji Li Shu's lips, while Xingju gazed deeply into her eyes, seemingly entranced. Ali, you are truly beautiful. Xingju's hand slowly rested upon Ji Li Shu's arms, and she could distinctly feel the warmth of his palm. At that moment, he bared his broad, firm chest, exhaling gentle puffs of warm breath. A light mist wafted from the nearby lake, swirling above the water's surface and among the trees, where vibrant flowers peeked through the lush greenery. The forest appeared tranquil and exquisite, akin to a fairyland. Xingju silently studied Ji Li Shu, his gaze dark and intense. His throat bobbed slightly as he contemplated kissing her again, but he shifted his throat once more and turned his head away. I will go catch the cat for you. He still needed to maintain some decorum. By the time they returned to the villa, the night had deepened, but on the way back, Xingju received an urgent call that required him to depart momentarily. He drove Ji Li Shu to the villa's entrance and personally opened the car door for her. Ji Li Shu replied, "You should attend to your matters." Xingju averted his gaze, softly asking, "Are you tired?" "Rest well." Ji Li Shu nodded, clutching the cat as she made her way inside. Halfway in, she still had not heard the sound of the car starting behind her, so she turned to look. The night was hazy, and he stood tall and imposing, his features sharp and cold. At first glance, he appeared indifferent and aloof. Yet, even Ji Li Shu could discern the deep affection glimmering in his eyes, with his hands tucked into his pockets. He remained stationary. Under the starlight, he resembled a beautiful and serene statue. But in the next moment, Xingju suddenly took long strides towards Ji Lishu, his gaze burning with intensity. There's something on your mind? His voice was deep and husky to Ji. Lishu hesitated slightly, shaking her head. No, nothing. Xingju continued to watch her, a fleeting smile breaking across his face. He nodded gently. Ji Lishu felt a peculiar pause in her heart. She swiftly lowered her gaze to conceal her astonishment and turned to leave with haste. Was he expecting her to kiss him just now? Upon seeing her turn, he nearly rushed after her. His expression mingled with a hint of helplessness. The following day, when Ji Lishu awoke, Xingju had yet to return. Instead, Ling Yi and Chong Kong were already waiting for her. We have overstayed our welcome. It is time for us to depart, Ling Yi stated straightforwardly. Where are you planning to go? Ji Lishu inquired casually. Ling Yi hesitated, reluctant to divulge too much information. We have a secret base. We plan to return there. Chong Kong chimed in with a smile. Don't worry about us. Once we return, no one will be able to find us. Ji Lishu nodded, offering her assistance if needed. She paused before continuing. Xingju will help you. She then looked towards Chong Kong, recalling how he had saved her life. What she referred to as Chong Kong's intervention during an ambush by a flesh-eater, it was undeniable that had that flesh-eater bitten Ji Lishu, the antidote would have been futile, given the vast difference in physical constitution between beastmen and humans. Ling Yi, I wish to speak with Ji Lishu privately, Chong Kong requested, prompting Ling Yi to nod and exit. Ji Lishu regarded him with a neutral expression, uncertain of his intentions. That I can sense your lingering resistance towards Xingju. Soon as Chong Kong's words escaped his lips, Ji Lishu shot him a surprised glance. But he is truly sincere towards you that if he were to receive your spirit seal, there would be no room for doubt, that Ji Lishu replied. What are you trying to say? Chong Kong smiled but did not answer directly. Instead, posing a question, Ji Lishu, do you consider us friends? She subtly furrowed her brows. Friends? This word is also quite unfamiliar. Indeed, we have made money together and narrowly escaped death together. You have saved my life. And I have saved yours. That not the essence of friendship? Ji Lishu pondered for a few moments and replied. All right. Chong Kong smiled again, asking, so you acknowledge me as a friend? She nodded. If we are friends, then heed my advice. Chong Kong's usual gentle demeanor shifted suddenly to one of gravity as he said, this world is not suited for you to fight alone. Even the orcs band together for warmth. In the face of overwhelming power, escape is futile. Ji Lishu's eyes darkened. Chong Kong continued. The spirit seal is the sharpest blade in your possession. You can use it to control everyone. He left the last sentence unspoken. Yet he knew Ji Lishu had already grasped its meaning. Unlike those foolish human women of this era, for whom the spirit seal merely represented a binding contract with the orcs, Ji Lishu was a woman of intelligence and cunning. Fully aware of her course of action, the question remained whether she was willing to employ such means. Chapter 87. Pregnancy? Ji Lishu gazed at him, her eyes clear yet indifferent, akin to stars adorning an autumn night. Bright and pure, untouched by worldly grime. The two exchanged glances for a long while, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, Chong Kong chuckled, confessing, All right, I realize you disdain controlling anyone. Therefore, he paused, his smile dimming slightly. Stay close to Xingju. Even if you cannot fully accept him now, he is different for you, and you know it all too well. That Ji Lishu cast him a fleeting glance, offering no further reply. Chong Kong rose, his smile returning as he remarked, If I say more, I might overstep. His gaze upon her was one Ji Lishu had never encountered, profound and piercing. Ji Lishu, take care of yourself, he said, his tone heavy with concern before turning to leave. Ji Lishu replied softly, You two, in the afternoon. Chong Kong and Ling Yi departed. The intelligent robot was broadcasting the latest global updates, with 5 consecutive reports detailing the war between Qingmu City and Desert City. Qingmu City triumphed over Desert City, slaying 200,000 flesh-eaters. Desert City's General En Liuji vanished from the battlefield, secretly appearing in Telier. Desert City planned to contaminate Li Luo River with the flesh-eater virus. jeopardizing precious habitable resources. Commander Qingya of Qingmu City fought valiantly to defend the Li Luo River territory. Upon returning, Xingju sought Ji Lishu immediately, only to find her absent from her room. Ultimately, he discovered her by the poolside. Her swimsuit was already wet, suggesting she had just finished swimming and had emerged, her face pale and devoid of color, trembling at the pool's edge as if she might collapse at any moment. This sight sent a jolt through Xingju's heart. He strode over to Ji Lishu, wrapping a towel around her. Looking at her ashen face, he felt a pang of compassion. Next time you want to swim, tell me first that I'll help you set the temperature control. The weather is turning cooler, and staying in cold water for too long is not good for your health. Ji Lishu, eyes closed, shook her head in an attempt to regain clarity. She was acutely aware of her own body. She had only swum for a short while and should not feel so weak. It's all my fault, Xingju said, worry evident in his tone. After spending so long in the cool breeze yesterday, and now you've been in cold water for too long, you must have caught a chill in his quest to care for Ji Lishu. Xingju had diligently studied human-related knowledge. The orc physique was robust, generally immune to colds, but now he understood what it meant to catch a chill. With that, he swept Ji Lishu into his arms. At that moment, she indeed felt weak in her limbs, dizzy, and willingly let him carry her. Before they even reached the bed, she could no longer hold on and fainted. When Ji Lishu awoke, it was already the following day. The sun hung high in the sky. Xingju sat on a stool at the bedside, one hand propping up his forehead, exhausted into slumber. Stubble darkened his jawline, and he still wore the same black suit from yesterday. His jacket tossed carelessly on the sofa at the foot of the bed, his white shirt wrinkled. As Ji Lishu let out a few soft sounds, he immediately jolted awake, duddily. His eyes brimmed with concern as he gently grasped Ji Lishu's hands. How do you feel? Are you better? Ji Lishu delicately withdrew her hand, attempting to sit up slowly against the headboard, and Xingju immediately rose to assist her. His strong arms enveloped her, drawing her close as his large palm lightly brushed her forehead. An act of undeniable tenderness. His cold eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Fortunately, you do not have a fever. Ji Lishu glanced down at her clothes. Her voice icy as she inquired, Who touched my clothes? Xingju's brow furrowed, his voice low yet heated. If you wish to strike me, so be it, but I would never allow you to sleep in wet clothes. Nor would I permit anyone else to touch you. Not even a robot. Ji Lishu, her complexion pale, shot him a glare, but ultimately said nothing, merely withdrawing from his embrace. Xingju picked up a glass of water from the bedside and handed it to Ji Lishu. The doctor has seen you. You must rest well. From now on, all dangerous activities are strictly prohibited. Ji Lishu took a shallow sip and glanced at Xingju, her voice cool as she asked, Why? Xingju leaned closer, lowering his head, his expression serious and his gaze laden with meaning. His unusual demeanor caused Ji Lishu to frown slightly, sensing something amiss. Then his large hand gently rested on Ji Lishu's abdomen as he spoke in a low voice. Ali, there's already a little baby here. It was precisely because you were pregnant and spent too long in the cold water today that you felt weak enough to faint. Ji Lishu's hand, holding the water cup, froze momentarily, her expression darkening suddenly. She fixed her gaze on Xingju, as if testing whether his words held truth. Pregnant? Me? Ji Lishu narrowed her eyes, her tone indifferent. Xingju gazed deeply into her eyes, unable to discern whether her expression conveyed joy or anger. Among the orcs, pregnancy was a momentous occasion, a source of great joy for all, yet he did not understand Ji Lishu's perspective on pregnancy, nor could he gauge whether she welcomed the child growing within her. But he was fond of it. Even if it belonged to Qingya, as long as it emerged from Ji Lishu, it would still be his child, and he would cherish it. Yes, the doctor has confirmed it. The baby is healthy and nearly 2 months along, Xingju continued, but before he could finish his sentence, Ji Lishu suddenly seized his neck, her eyes turning fierce. What have you done to me? Xingju's pupils dilated in shock. I could see that moment. He realized Ji Lishu did not accept nor desire the child within her. Pain etched across his face. He uttered, I'm sorry. Ji Lishu's icy stare remained fixed on him, disbelief lacing her words as she asked, Was it really you? Xingju's breath grew heavy, his voice rough and low. I'm sorry, Ali. I failed to protect you. Ji Lishu's gaze bore into him, her eyes deepening with intensity. Gradually, she released her grip on Xingju's neck, her voice as frigid as frost as she seethed. Who is that blue jade cat? Xingju replied slowly. The commander of Qingmu City, Qinya. Chapter 88. He truly misses her. Huh. Ji Lishu lowered her gaze, a strange smile gracing her lips that, oh, she had indeed invited a wolf into her home. Ali. Xingju cautiously called to her. Ji Lishu lifted her head, her expression causing Xingju to feel a sudden chill. Had he disappointed her? Ji Lishu spoke coolly. Xingju, I was almost ready to believe you. To trust that perhaps you're the only one in this world who understands and cares for me. A shiver ran down Xingju's spine, his body stiffening as panic flooded his features. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his heart racing in trepidation. He suddenly realized he might be on the verge of losing something immensely precious. Ali, I would never intend to deceive you. His voice trembled slightly. Although he wished for Ji Lishu never to learn of Qinya's existence, he could never betray her trust or conceal the truth from her. Moreover, he was acutely aware that even with the spirit seal, Ji Lishu would not easily fall for Qinya. He simply hoped that during the time he had her, her eyes would only reflect him. He did not want Qinya to steal Ji Lishu's heart at this moment. When Qinya returned, he would surely pursue her and charm her, why then she would no longer belong solely to him. However, he had not anticipated that she would suddenly become pregnant. The human female's conception rate was low. He had not expected Ali to conceive so easily. You know how much I love you. How could I possibly deceive you for Qinya? Xingju had envisioned countless scenarios in which he would express his love for her. Yet none resembled the current moment that Ji Lishu averted her gaze, refusing to look at him. Like a sharp needle, his words pierced through his heart, leaving Xingju in a state of frantic disarray. Just then, a roar of a spacecraft echoed from below. Ji Lishu pulled back the covers and approached the window, glancing down at a tall figure emerge from the spacecraft, gracefully stepping onto the expansive lawn, dressed in a pristine white shirt paired with casual trousers. His starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows framed a visage that was both rugged and gentle, his demeanor calm, yet indifferent, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. It was him, the orc who had frequented the bookstore and had once repaired her piano. He was Qinya. Xingju followed closely beside Ji Lishu and immediately caught sight of Qinya, who had suddenly appeared below. A sense of urgency washed over him. Having just concluded a battle yesterday, he had now arrived in Talia. A flight of 30,000 kilometers that likely offered no respite. Ji Lishu's expression remained tranquil and indifferent, her gaze cool as she quietly regarded the man below. We meet again, she remarked, her voice light and devoid of discernible emotion. Qinya looked up, his deep-set eyes fixated unwaveringly on the figure above, the one who haunted his thoughts. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, gently lifted by the breeze, and each smile and frown effortlessly tugged at his heartstrings. Qinya's mouth opened slightly, yet words eluded him that he truly missed her. How could he have been unaware that she was none other than the esteemed leader of Qingmu City, Qinya? He had humbly served as her pet for so long. Ji Lishu smiled, a hint of coldness gracing her lips. Upon hearing her words, Qinya's expression darkened, a wave of panic surging within him. Well, he already knew. He swallowed hard, attempting to steady himself. What of it? Hadn't he prepared himself for the possibility of her disdain and distance? Stay calm. Regardless, he bore her spirit mark, an indelible bond that could never be erased. At worst, he would spend his life coaxing her, yielding to her until her anger subsided. A flicker of crimson flashed in Qinya's eyes, his thin lips pressed together coldly. Before a faint smile graced his face, I harbor no grievances. It is my own willingness. Ji Lishu's brows furrowed deeply, her eyes as cold as a winter's night, glinting with icy light, her face as pale as snow, devoid of any mirth. She leaned on the windowsill, then leaped from the second floor. Ali! Xingju barely had time to grasp her sleeve, only managing to call out her name in a flurry of anxiety before following her descent, though he was aware of Ji Lishu's remarkable agility. She was pregnant, trailing behind Ji Lishu. Xingju was engulfed in worry, yet dared not approach or utter a sound, For Ali was in a tempest of emotions. Li Shu narrowed her eyes, a tempest brewing beneath their surface, her lips curling into a cold smirk. Suddenly, a long whip appeared in her hand. She advanced toward Xingya, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 meters, and spoke coldly. "There is something I wish to confirm with you." With that, her gaze turned sharp as she swiftly lashed out, the whip striking Xingya with precision. He stood transfixed, his eyes filled with unmasked affection, making no move to evade her strike, enduring the blow. The whip tore through his pristine shirt, leaving a deep crimson mark on his well-defined chest. More vivid than the bloodstain was the spirit mark, bright red against his heart. Ji Lishu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated on the spirit mark upon Qingya's chest. "Whose spirit mark is that?" Chapter 89. Ali, I belong only to you. Qingya regarded the wound on his chest with indifference that he took a step closer, his eyes locking onto Ji Lishu, a fervent light igniting within their depths. "Ali, I belong only to you," he murmured in a husky tone. Ji Lishu slowly lifted her eyelids, casting a cold glance in his direction, her gaze as frigid as glacial ice, stirring unease within him. Her speech was deliberate and calm as she replied, "I do not recall any special connection between myself and you, the esteemed leader of Qingmu City." Initially, she had formed a spirit mark with Xingjue due to a fortuitous encounter, while he had been in a frenzied state when he bit her. However, she had never shared any significant bond with this orc. Aside from the peculiar incident where she had inexplicably fainted for 2 days and nights, Ali, Qingya's heart raced, his breathing becoming labored, his eyes aflame with desperation. He could not confess how he had obtained the spirit mark. Instinctively, he drew closer, slowly extending his hand, yearning to touch her. But Ji Lishu, her expression unyielding, subtly shifted to evade him, emanating an aura that forbade proximity. Qingya swallowed hard, his lashes fluttering as he clenched his fists. "Listen to me. You may punish me as you wish. Just allow me to remain by your side." He was willing to endure any punishment as long as he could stay near her. A cold smile played on Ji Lishu's lips. "Punish you? Why would I do that? You are the one who has lost the long years of life. You are the one who shares life and death with me, a mere human. You are the one at a disadvantage. Are you not?" Her voice was light and airy, trailing off with a musical lilt, such a melodious tone, yet it plunged Qingya's heart into a spiraling descent, as if he were plummeting into an endless abyss. Gasping for breath, he had been by Ji Lishu's side for so long and had never witnessed her in such a state. Her demeanor was icy, yet her expression remained serene. Ji Lishu continued, "So, what exactly have you done that warrants my punishment? Or perhaps you should tell me how the spirit mark came to be." Qingya's heart stuttered. He vaguely realized that his Ali had once again expertly ensnared him. Each of her words sending shivers down his spine. He inhaled deeply, his voice low and gravelly. "Ali, I was merely afraid. I feared you would abandon me. So I had no choice but to act." Although it was all to free her from the poison of the Inying flower, the ultimate blame rested on him. He was the root cause of the turmoil. Had his misguided thoughts not been detected by Asher, none of this would have transpired. Had no choice? Ji Lishu found the notion laughable, though I recall now. In your Orcish laws, coercive acts against women are not considered crimes, correct? In this world, human females are deemed intellectually deficient, devoid of any awareness of love. Orcs, if they seek gratification, often resort to forceful means, be it aphrodisiacs or other methods, rendering it all the same. Thus, in their eyes, this is not a crime of the gravest sort. But as Ji Lishu pondered this, a wave of revulsion surged within her, making her feel nauseous. She struggled to suppress her tone, chilling it further. "You may not understand, but in my world, you are committing a crime." Qingya's pupils dilated in shock, and he dared not meet Ji Lishu's gaze. The slightest trace of disdain and disgust on her face could shatter him completely. "Do not say that, Ali," he implored. His lips pressed together. "Do not speak of my love in such a contemptible manner." Ji Lishu took a few steps back, retracting the whip into the clouds. Her voice remained calm and detached. "Given this, we have nothing further to discuss. That I can only repay enmity with enmity." In his mind, a thunderous roar echoed, as if struck by lightning, and the flicker of hope within him vanished in an instant. Qingya abruptly lifted his head, his dark eyes fixed on Ji Li Shu, despair flooding his heart. Why was it like this? He had believed that once he possessed the spirit mark, no matter how angry or distant Ji Li Shu became, he could prove his love over time, coaxing her until she forgave him. Why? He had seized the spirit mark through unsavory means, yet she was willing to grant Xingjue a chance while denying him a semblance of hope. Then, suddenly, two curved blades, each a meter long, appeared in Ji Li Shu's hands, the edges razor-sharp, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, emanating a bloodthirsty aura that mirrored her intense killing intent. Unrestrained and raw, Ali, do not act rashly. You are no match for him.